Hey, little Niffler, I have my own wealth, so please tuck away that skeptical gaze. Merlin truly felt that life was absurd. He had thought he had lived enough, yet unexpectedly found himself awakened a millennium later. Unsure of how he ended up in the frail body of a Niffler. Chapter 1. Newt. Merlin Ambrosius, a half-blood sorcerer, was a renowned wizard acknowledged by King Arthur. It is said that he was born of a union between a dream demon and an ordinary woman. His demonic lineage bestowed upon him supernatural powers and wisdom surpassing that of mere mortals. With his formidable magical prowess, he could alter his age at will. To appear more convincing, Merlin consistently presented himself as an elderly figure, which, in truth, he was a venerable wizard who had lived for countless ages. Yet, despite his greatness, he was sealed away due to a one-sided love affair. That woman, consumed by ambition, sought to usurp Merlin's esteemed position as the kingdom's chief sorcerer. Alas, a dark, despicable, which could never replace a truly great man. Unbeknownst to her, Merlin had merely seized the opportunity presented by this crisis to depart entirely. For his dear friend King Arthur was no longer with him, and he had lost interest in conversing with the hypocritical individuals surrounding him, but he genuinely yearned for rest. Merlin was sealed within an oak tree, and, as a student of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, his magical abilities were perhaps second only to the four founders. In truth, his power had even surpassed that of the founders. Throughout his life, aside from never having experienced love, his greatest regret was the inability to locate the missing Slytherin professor. Perhaps, upon his eventual departure from this oak, he would seek out his former teachers. Time is the most elusive of entities. It slips away quietly through your fingers when you neglect it. On the second day of Merlin's sealing, the aged wizard fell into a slumber. Perhaps he bore a slight resemblance to the enchanted Sleeping Beauty. Well, he certainly was not a Sleeping Beauty. Thus, time flowed swiftly while he remained in his deep slumber. Hogwarts. It was a splendid evening, and most young witches and wizards had obediently succumbed to slumber, leaving only a handful of audacious students to explore the mysteries of Hogwarts. Professors and caretakers whimsically dubbed this the nocturnal escapades of the brave. However, as an ancient institution of magic, Hogwarts was not entirely a safe haven. For students, unveiling its myriad mysteries often entailed confronting unspeakable dangers. Thus, professors and caretakers took turns to monitor the premises, ensuring the mischievous ones were captured and returned. Hogwarts was divided into four houses: Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. From the professor's perspective, the most carefree students were likely those of Hufflepuff. However, this year an unexpected arrival had stirred things up, leading to jesting remarks that the Sorting Hat had erroneously placed a Gryffindor into Hufflepuff. This peculiar student was Newt Scamander, and on this delightful night, he was making his way to the 8th floor of Hogwarts. He had discovered a magical room where he could peruse numerous books on fantastic beasts. Rather than remain in the room, he preferred to immerse himself in the enchanting world of magical creatures. Newt entered the Room of Requirement, a place that manifested according to his innermost desires, complete with a window offering a scenic view. Outside, a fantastical forest unfolded, teeming with wondrous creatures, some of which occasionally flitted past the window. Newt could clearly discern their forms. He had visited this room several times, yet it was curious that behind this room, there lay another door, which seemed to beckon him to open it. Especially today, the abundance of magical creatures outside the window further tempted Newt to unlock that door. Finally, he set aside his book, mustered his courage, and approached the door. After several deep breaths, he nervously grasped the doorknob. Without pulling or pushing, the door swung open of its own accord. A small Niffler leapt directly onto his face, startling Newt and causing him to fall to the ground, struggling to detach the little creature from his freckled visage. Niffler. Oh, Merlin, it's a Niffler. Newt was ecstatic. Perhaps influenced by his mother, who raised a hippogriff, he had always dreamed of caring for magical creatures, regardless of their kind. However, his mother lacked the funds to procure him a companion for his studies. Indeed, all their money was spent on feeding that magnificent beast. Compared to the hippogriff, he and his brother Theseus were like neglected weeds. Yet he favored the hippogriff even more than his mother did. As Theseus would jest, "You've both gone mad. Oh, it seems only Newt is the true child of our mother, while I must surely be the one she picked up." Newt affectionately stroked the Niffler that had nestled against him, then lifted his gaze to the world beyond the door. The sights before him left him momentarily speechless as he stood up and stepped outside, the calls of magical creatures immediately reaching his ears. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings and the sky, devoid of sun or stars, yet illuminated as if it were day. The magical creatures paid no heed to Newt's sudden appearance. He wandered freely, cradling the Niffler in his arms. He ventured further until he arrived before an oak tree that he swore was the largest he had ever seen. Yet, it felt as though some magic impeded his advance no matter how hard he tried. He could not touch the trunk of the oak. This was magic, likely akin to a repelling charm. Though Newt was filled with curiosity, he understood he had already taken a significant risk. Observing the lively forest and the enigmatic oak, he reluctantly returned to the room of requirement, casting a lingering glance at the magical creatures before closing the ordinary door behind him. In the next moment, the door vanished before Newt's eyes, and he then realized he still tightly held onto the Niffler. Awkwardly, he exchanged glances with the creature, ultimately deciding to bring it back to the Hufflepuff common room. John Wilson let out a blood-curdling scream upon awakening to find a dark creature sleeping on his pillow, its small rear end facing him. His immediate reaction was sheer terror. Was that a rat? Newt groggily opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward John's direction, only to see the startled Niffler stealthily stuffing John's gleaming badge into its seemingly tiny pouch. "Hey, no!" Newt shouted, causing the Niffler to prepare for a hasty escape through the crack beneath the door. "Niffler, come here!" Newt cast a summoning charm, expertly catching the creature and flipping it upside down. To his astonishment, a cascade of coins poured out. It seemed they were not galleons. At that moment, Newt felt as if he had struck gold. Chapter 2. The Niffler of Hufflepuff. During a delightful breakfast, most students from the four houses gathered in the Great Hall to enjoy a sumptuous meal, save for a few who were prone to losing their way. Newt anxiously adjusted his robes, attempting to restrain the little creature causing mischief within. This elicited muffled laughter from John, who struggled to contain himself. Dumbledore keenly sensed something amiss, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon the Hufflepuff table. The Badgers appeared remarkably well-behaved and quiet, save for Newt, who seemed a tad out of sorts at the tea that moment. A second-year Gryffindor dashed over to Newt's side, delivering a hearty slap upon his shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, Newt!" Startled by the sudden contact, Newt, already somewhat on edge, flinched, causing the little creature nestled within his robes to slip from his grasp. A dark, diminutive figure suddenly darted out from his ample collar. "Oh my, Newt has brought a magical creature to Hogwarts. What is that? It can't be a Niffler, can it? Impossible. It looks too small." Most of these murmurs originated from the Gryffindor table, and as the crowd beheld the dark little creature, which turned out to be a Niffler, a hush fell over them. The Slytherins simultaneously retracted their golden cutlery from the table. Gryffindors, however, eagerly surged forward, vying for a closer view of the intriguing Niffler. The Ravenclaws merely cast a glance, murmuring indistinctly among themselves. As for the Hufflepuffs, each offered a respectful nod towards the Niffler. Initially taken aback, the Niffler soon prepared to scurry away, for this place was all too familiar to him. Indeed, he was not an ordinary Niffler. Within him resided the soul of a great wizard. Merlin never anticipated that upon relinquishing his long-lived existence to succumb to slumber, he would transform into a dark-hued Niffler. Though he once possessed a rather unremarkable appearance, it was a reality he had grown accustomed to. Admittedly, Nifflers were quite endearing, but the incessant compulsion to hoard shiny objects was a vexation he could do without. As a grand sorcerer, he held little interest in material possessions. After all, living alone meant that a modest amount of worldly comfort sufficed. Nonetheless, Merlin could still be deemed a man of considerable wealth, most of which he had concealed within the castle he cherished. Only a fraction resided in the pockets of his diminutive form. Those gold coins Newt had spilled. Fortunately, Newt had not claimed a Niffler's fortune otherwise. Merlin might have imposed a punishment for greed. Surveying the scene, Merlin was met with the eager gazes of the young wizards. Oh, and the professors at the head table. To Merlin, this was merely a trivial affair. After all, he was once the kingdom's grand sorcerer, having served under 3 monarchs one could argue for, though he had chosen to withdraw from such service. No matter how hard he had endeavored, there were always a few foolish individuals who believed themselves to possess noble lineage, some even asserting that wizards should dominate the world and enslave muggles. Merlin knew he could not single-handedly alter the course of history, forced to watch as ordinary humans and wizards resumed their endless conflicts. This realization led him to contemplate escape from reality, ultimately becoming ensnared by love, sealed within an oak tree by the woman he had so deeply loved. In hindsight, he regarded himself as a coward. While Merlin was momentarily lost in thought, he was abruptly embraced by Newt, who anxiously surveyed his surroundings. "Oh, a Niffler. But Newt, perhaps you should apply for a magical creature care license at the Ministry of Magic. You may require the assistance of me, the Transfiguration Professor." Dumbledore had, unbeknownst to him, approached the young wizards from behind, quickly inserting himself into the scene with a warm, paternal tone. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Newt's previously lowered head shot up, his eyes fixated on Dumbledore, as if entranced. Dumbledore, noticing the intensity of Newt's gaze, couldn't help but chuckle, his smile revealing a hint of enigmatic emotion. Merlin, a seasoned observer of humanity, discerned that this somewhat disheveled professor undoubtedly had a tale to tell. "Oh, may I hold this little creature?" Dumbledore inquired gently. Newt held Dumbledore in the highest esteem, regarding him as the most equitable of professors. While he seemed rather aloof towards the Slytherin students, he was notably kinder to those of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Many believed Dumbledore favored Gryffindor above all else. Why would he exhibit such partiality towards Gryffindor? It was simply a matter of fact, yet Newt, ever naive, trusted Professor Dumbledore implicitly. Without hesitation, he placed the somewhat wriggling Niffler into Dumbledore's embrace. Merlin, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered his head. After all, he was merely a Niffler now, and it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. Suddenly, a gasp erupted nearby, startling him. "Oh, Merlin, this Niffler is simply adorable." Upon confirming the creature posed no threat, the young wizards became electrified, eagerly fixating on the little being nestled in Dumbledore's arms. None noticed the slight twitch at the corner of the Niffler's eye, a familiar exclamation echoing the sentiments of that disheveled Gryffindor professor. It was all that unreliable fellow's fault, infecting even his own teacher with such expressions. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students occasionally uttered, "Oh, Merlin." Merlin had lost track of time, but surely many years had passed. Dumbledore, gently stroking the Niffler, discreetly cast a silent charm to ascertain that the creature was not an animagus before returning it to the expectant Newt. Observing Newt's cautious demeanor, Dumbledore smiled, saying, "Well, it seems our Newt has acquired a Niffler as a pet. However, you may need to visit the Ministry of Magic to obtain a care license for this little one." Merlin grimaced inwardly, muttering to himself, "I certainly do not wish to be owned by this little freckled fellow. If anything, he will be the one tending to me." Gradually, the commotion subsided, and the young wizards resumed enjoying their delightful breakfast. Merlin gazed at the pumpkin soup before him, his face turning a shade of green. Oh, how he detested this dish. It was simply too undignified. At that moment, a band of ghosts floated in, capturing Merlin's attention. Ah, did Hogwarts still maintain such peculiarities? The individuals who allowed these specters to linger were surely of the same ilk as that disheveled Gryffindor professor. Chapter 3. Little Niffler was expelled. Merlin had been attempting to harness magic lately, yet regrettably, his efforts yielded no results whatsoever. He even ventured back to the room of requirement, only to discover that the elusive door had vanished from sight. It seemed he had truly severed ties with that infernal oak tree. Was he destined to languish in this Niffler form indefinitely? Oh, Merlin! Alas! He found himself adopting that wretched catchphrase. Hufflepuff had recently garnered much acclaim, all thanks to the Niffler, who exhibited an enthusiasm for exploring Hogwarts that surpassed even Gryffindor's. Newt's Niffler, to be precise. Had this creature committed any wrongdoing, it would surely have faced expulsion by now. Presently, the caretaker of Hogwarts was a rather intriguing character named Langkoros Cowper. From the portraits and students, Merlin gleaned tales of this valiant individual. Indeed, he was a warrior, intent on driving out the troublesome poltergeist that posed a threat to the students. However, he had never succeeded in his endeavors. Merlin harbored little fondness for that mischievous poltergeist either. Although it had never caused any fatalities among the students at Hogwarts, the possibility of an accident loomed large. One could never be certain that a prank wouldn't inadvertently lead to a magical upheaval or even loss of life. Thus, Merlin found himself in agreement with the caretaker's sentiments. Perhaps, when he regained his magical abilities, he could lend a hand. Unfortunately, in his current state, he was utterly powerless, left to meander aimlessly within the castle walls. One might wonder about Newt's whereabouts, the caretaker of the Niffler. Despite his freckled visage and Hufflepuff affiliation, he had recently grown quite close to a Slytherin girl named Leta Lestrange. Slytherin was predominantly composed of purebloods, and Leta was indeed a pureblood who shared Newt's passion for magical creatures. Lately, the two had been sequestered in an empty classroom, engaged in some mysterious experiment, leaving Newt little time to attend to Merlin, the Niffler. One could argue that Merlin had become a remarkably self-disciplined creature. Yes, as a grand sorcerer, Merlin would never permit this trivial corporeal existence to dictate his actions. Moreover, the possessions of these youngsters could scarcely compare to the value of his own collection. Unrestrained, Merlin finally seized the opportunity to explore his surroundings quietly, gathering information about the present. Yet, he was taken aback by how many years had elapsed. Could he still locate the Slytherin professor? Heaven knows, he had once implored King Arthur to seek out the ordinary world, yet to no avail. Indeed, it was time to relinquish hope. They were all gone, and everything had irrevocably changed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Newt noticed that his exuberant Niffler had suddenly grown quiet, languidly resting against his pillow. If it weren't for the distinct rise and fall of its body, Newt might have feared that his pet had passed away. "Hey, Teddy, why do you look so lethargic?" Merlin turned away, offering no response. This prompted Newt to reflect upon his own actions. Had he been neglectful of his Niffler in recent days? After all, it was still a mere cub. Yes. Newt resolved that it was time to devote some quality moments to accompany his adorable yet solitary Niffler. Thus, Newt deliberately sought leave from Lita, saying, "Oh, I apologize, Senior. I need to spend some time with Teddy. He has been looking rather unwell these past few days." "Oh, is that so? Poor Teddy. I imagine he might harbor some resentment towards me for taking you away, Newt. You should indeed devote more time to him. Rest assured, I will wait for you to implement the final phase of that experiment," Lita replied, her demeanor exuding pride, yet her tone remained serene. After speaking with Newt, she turned to the despondent Niffler nestled in his arms, saying, "So, farewell, Teddy. I hope you can forgive me." Merlin remained unresponsive, yearning for solitude during this trying time. Due to his poor condition, Newt had been by his side, preventing the continuation of their magical creature experiment with Lita. On this particular day, Lita could no longer wait. She resolved to conduct the first trial alone. However, during this very experiment, the mole-like creature went utterly berserk, bursting forth from the abandoned classroom and rampaging through Hogwarts. The second year, Slytherin nearly had his head torn apart by the creature, resulting in a frightful incident. The individual responsible for this calamity would be expelled. Yet the culprit behind the creature's frenzy had yet to be identified. Some speculated that Newt was the one who had brought the creature into Hogwarts, as he alone possessed a magical creature care license and had previously surreptitiously introduced a Niffler. Thus, they had every reason to suspect that he had quietly brought in another creature. It was likely sent by his mother, known for her obsession with breeding hippogriffs, making the entire family rather eccentric. This scrutiny subjected Newt to countless misinterpretations and even malicious gazes. Lita arranged to meet Newt privately, candidly acknowledging her blunder, stating, "Newt, I should have listened to you. I should have waited for you. I truly did not anticipate this outcome, and I'm contemplating confessing. I suppose I will be expelled and then dutifully accept a family-arranged marriage." Newt remained silent, but as he gazed at Lita's forlorn figure, he blinked, finally resolving to leave with the still listless Niffler in his arms. Summoning her courage, Lita stood tall. Yes, she would confess her wrongdoing before all, not wanting Newt to be misjudged due to her error. Just as she was about to speak, Newt had already approached the professor's table, bowing apologetically to the assembly. The surrounding voices faded for Lita, and she could only watch as the headmaster expelled Newt, witnessing the grim smile he directed towards her. This reminded her of a jest her roommate once made. "Lita, that Hufflepuff must be fond of you." At the time, she found it absurd, but today she believed it. Yet, Newt was no longer a student at Hogwarts, and the chasm between them widened, rendering their future together impossible. When she next saw Newt, he was accompanied by a suitably matched wife. Newt, with a suitcase in hand and a Niffler tucked under his arm, cast a lingering glance at Hogwarts, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. Did he harbor regrets? No, he did not. From the moment he heard the skeptical murmurs surrounding him, Newt understood that remaining at Hogwarts was no longer an option. Instead, he seized the opportunity to embark on a quest for that enchanting forest, the very realm that the mysterious door in the Room of Requirement had once unveiled to him. Since that fateful encounter, he had not laid eyes on that door again. Bowing his head, he softly reassured the Niffler, "Teddy, fear not. I shall help you find the place of your birth." Merlin was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that young Newt had been expelled from Hogwarts. But truly, Hogwarts was the very cradle of this small being. Chapter 4. Where to Find Fantastic Beasts. The experiences of recent days had imparted to Merlin a profound understanding of Newt's uniqueness, his extraordinary affection for small creatures. Every day, he nearly risked losing his own hair over the mischievous little fellow, yet he found himself enamored with every creature he encountered. Expelled from Hogwarts, Newt faced considerable difficulty in securing suitable employment. His mother proposed arranging for him to continue his studies at Durmstrang, but Newt graciously declined her offer, opting instead to wholeheartedly pursue knowledge of magical creatures alongside her. His brother, Theseus, expressed his unwavering support, teaching Newt the lessons he had acquired at Hogwarts during every holiday. Dumbledore frequently visited under the guise of friendship, imparting wisdom to Newt. Merlin perceived a glimmer of the Gryffindor professor in this individual, and he could not help but wonder if the latter might develop an affection for someone akin to the untidy professor, much like a Slytherin instructor. It appeared that Merlin possessed a certain gift for reading personalities. Perhaps he ought to delve into the mystical esoterica of the enigmatic East. As time flew by, Newt blossomed into a handsome young man. Dumbledore truly admired Newt's talents, assisting him in securing a position at the Ministry of Magic related to magical creatures. This deepened Newt's respect for Dumbledore. Gradually, Newt's abilities garnered acknowledgement from many. In 1918, August Worm of the Obscurus Books commissioned Newt Scamander to pen a manual on magical creatures. With a meager wage of merely 2 sickles per week from the ministry, Newt eagerly accepted the assignment, embarking on the creation of the first edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Initially, he hoped to earn some extra money and seize the opportunity to travel the world during holidays to encounter and rescue more magical creatures. Thus, Merlin accompanied Newt on his journey. To traverse the globe, it was clear that relying on apparition was not feasible, aside from the inherent dangers of the spell. Many countries' Ministry of Magic would not permit a foreign wizard to apparate on their territory. Therefore, the socially awkward Newt was compelled to immerse himself in the Muggle world, utilizing their fascinating means of transportation to realize his dreams of exploration. Upon his first foray into the Muggle world, adorned in the unfamiliar attire of ordinary folk, Newt Scamander felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was as though he were being scrutinized by countless scorpion-tailed beasts. In truth, the situation was even more dire than that. He would rather confront those fearsome creatures than be treated like a mere spectacle in the realm of Muggles. However, once he boarded the ship, he gradually learned to disregard the stares of the Muggles. Yet he could not help but marvel at their ingenuity. How astute they were. Upon arriving in a forest, Newt discovered that what astonished him most were not the modes of transportation, but rather the weapons wielded by Muggles. The dark barrels of their guns could easily inflict harm upon a Niffler. In a bid to save the unfortunate creature, Newt cast a spell upon a Muggle for the first time. Merlin looked on helplessly as Newt lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This reckless young man had nearly met his demise in the Muggle world. Had it not been for his quick thinking in stealthily pilfering the hunter's bullets, he would have been left lifeless. Merlin approached the Niffler, using his magic to extract the bullet embedded in its body. And all that remained was for Newt to cast a few healing spells upon the poor creature. Clearly, Newt, with his passion for magical beasts, noticed this as well. When he saw his trusty bowtruckle using its tiny claws to extract the bloodied bullet from the Niffler's wound, he promptly rose to cast a healing spell. "Hey, Teddy, we VE saved a Niffler. Isn't that splendid?" A radiant smile illuminated Newt's face, dispelling the shadows of his near brush with death. The rescued Niffler, utterly enamored with Newt, willingly allowed itself to be tucked into his enchanted suitcase. Indeed, do not underestimate this suitcase. It is no ordinary container. This marvel is the creation of Scamander himself, possessing an immense, expandable interior capable of sheltering numerous magical creatures. It is uncertain when it began, but Newt's suitcase now housed far more than just one Niffler. A discerning friend might inquire whether Newt's actions could be construed as poaching. The answer is no. Newt is a member of the Magical Creatures Conservation Department within the Ministry of Magic, and he is authorized to rescue magical beings deemed unsafe in their natural habitats. This inclination to protect magical creatures seems to stem from his mother, as Newt has an inherent love for safeguarding them. It is well known that the majority of potions in the wizarding world rely on magical fauna, and the extinction of a single species could herald the demise of several precious potions. Thus, Newt has garnered considerable support from numerous pureblood families. Among them, the Prince family, renowned in potion making, is particularly eager to cultivate ties with him to procure essential potion ingredients. Merlin scoffed at the foolishness of these pureblood families, wishing to confront his Slytherin instructor to reveal the folly of their current pursuits. In those tumultuous times, Slytherin's pursuit of pure blood stemmed from the escalating animosity between Muggles and wizards, a conflict that had reached an irreconcilable peak. Despite his later service to 4 successive kings, he could not fully alleviate the tensions between wizards and Muggles. The church of that era even assimilated several magically gifted Muggleborns, who, upon entering Hogwarts, betrayed the institution. Even after the passage of many years, Merlin vividly recalled that painful scene. Thus, the Slytherin professors vehemently opposed Hogwarts' acceptance of Muggle-born wizards, even leading to a heated argument with the Gryffindor professor. Had it not been for the intervention of the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff professors, a magical duel might have ensued. Subsequently, the professor mysteriously vanished, and despite their relentless searches, no trace of him could be found. It was not until they received news of several professors' deaths that any information regarding the Slytherin professor emerged. Newt keenly sensed the despondency of the little creature by his side, an expression he had never witnessed since embarking on their journey together. Unable to contain his thoughts, Newt reassured, "Teddy, do not fret. We shall certainly locate that forest." Merlin paused, finding humor in the situation, and nodded. The place in question was indeed the Forbidden Forest, transformed over a millennium into something unrecognizable. Furthermore, the ancient oak that had once imprisoned his form had disappeared without a trace. However, he remained undeterred, for his magic was gradually rejuvenating, and he believed that one day he would reclaim his body. Until then, he entrusted the little Niffler to care for Newt, this charming freckled companion. Oblivious to the underlying complexities, Newt happily tucked the Niffler back into his case, eager to continue his exploration of the region. Chapter 5. The Case. For many wizards, traversing the globe to study and protect magical creatures is a daunting task, compounded by the challenge of documenting their findings. To them, it is perilous and monotonous. Yet for Newt, this endeavor is both meaningful and sacred. In pursuit of compiling fantastic beasts and where to find them, he traversed mountains and valleys, visiting over 100 countries across 5 continents, observing magical creatures in their natural habitats. He gradually learned their behaviors and abilities, striving to earn their trust. However, there were occasions when he resorted to using his travel flask to fend off less amicable magical beings. As for the mysterious Eastern realms, he regrettably missed the opportunity to witness the awe-inspiring Eastern dragon, though he remained hopeful for future encounters. In 1925, in order to gather more material and enrich his cherished work, Newt departed his homeland once more for a year-long journey, dedicated to documenting various magical creatures and their habitats. It is worth noting that during this period, the wizarding world was in turmoil, with all witches and wizards remaining shrouded in the shadow of a certain dark figure. Although it was widely acknowledged that he had gone missing, few dared to utter the name of the Dark Lord, except for one, Albus Dumbledore. During his journey this year, Newt encountered a mute in Sudan. A mute refers to a wizard who possesses the innate ability to cast spells, but, for various reasons, has been suppressed and subsequently transformed into a distorted creature. The mute resides within the wizard's being, posing no immediate threat, yet it may erupt alongside the wizard's own emotional turmoil. When Newt discovered this particular mute, it was undergoing a violent outburst, unleashing a force potent enough to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Merlin, with swift decisiveness, assisted Newt in subduing the creature. However, the host unexpectedly perished for reasons unknown. Yet Newt managed to extract the mute from within and confine it within his magical case. Merlin gazed at the dark, smoke-like entity of the mute, disapproving of Newt's decision to store such a perilous being in his case. This case, in a sense, was his home, housing many delightful creatures. One lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to respect Newt's judgment, as it was clear that Newt regarded the mute as part of the realm of magical beings. Resignedly, he thought he would simply keep a watchful eye on it. Little did he anticipate that Newt would encounter yet another mute, and this time he would also glimpse the missing man. On December 6, 1926, Newt arrived in New York, his magical case in tow, and he anticipated a brief stay. Ignoring the bustling muggles around him, he resolved to exchange some currency at a muggle bank and register with the local Ministry of Magic. However, the seemingly smooth proceedings were abruptly interrupted by a magical upheaval. Sighing, Newt reached for his wand, intent on preventing the situation from escalating further, only to find Merlin's small paw firmly grasping it. "This is the city center, filled with muggles," Merlin admonished. "If you use your wand here, it won't be something easily forgotten. If the authorities were to witness this, you might find yourself facing dire consequences." In a moment of distraction, Newt noticed a stout man curiously observing him, utterly oblivious to the chaotic crowd surrounding them. This man, Jacob Kowalski, was at the bank to apply for a loan to open a bakery. Unfortunately, lacking any financial backing, he was entirely disregarded by the bank manager. As he dejectedly left with his meticulously prepared pastries in hand, he stumbled upon the frightening scene. In a state of panic, he followed a tall, slender man into a corner, noticing that the man appeared to be searching for something of great importance. As he was about to inquire and express his willingness to assist, he was met with the depth of another's gaze. "I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions," he stammered, swearing fervently. Jacob was anxious that the other might perceive him as a despicable thief. No matter how dire his circumstances, he would never stoop to such a breach of conscience. Newt retracted his hand, awkwardly adjusting his collar. At that moment, he was profoundly grateful for Teddy's mischievousness. Otherwise, he would surely have needed to cast a forgetting charm on this acquaintance. He raised his hand, nervously stating, "Oh, I do not require assistance, but I appreciate your kindness," while keeping a vigilant eye on Jacob. Jacob shrugged and replied, "Is that so? Then I shall not intrude any further." With that, he casually lifted his suitcase and departed. Merlin was taken aback to discover that a muggle had seized his home. Along the way, he cautiously poked his little head out. Turning to look, he saw the bumbling Newt was still unaware that his suitcase had been swapped by a muggle. Alas, I suppose I must keep watch for now. I should greet the neighbors first. I cannot go out and startle that hefty fellow, Merlin pondered, retreating to calm the restless magical creatures. However, his efforts proved futile. Upon realizing the situation, the creatures became increasingly agitated. They howled in frustration, "We must find Newt. Let's out." The cacophony overwhelmed Merlin, leaving him exasperated. Could they not be a bit more obedient? Well, they were unfamiliar with him and preferred the company of that young lad, Newt. Hearing the sounds of the suitcase being opened outside, Merlin resorted to magic. Quickly be confined. The rebellious magical creatures were instantly transformed into statues. Even the Thunderbird merely stared anxiously at the diminutive Niffler. "Do not glare at me. I am acting in your dear Newt's best interest. You likely do not realize there are dark wizards about. If you venture out, it will be Newt who suffers the consequences. Remember, do not disclose my magical abilities to Newt. In truth, Nifflers do not possess magic. I shall be departing shortly." The creatures stared with wide, round eyes, their expressions conveying disbelief, as if to say, "We do not believe you. You must be the dark wizard who has possessed the Niffler's body." Merlin sighed, "I swear. I would never harm Newt or this Niffler." Upon uttering this, he noticed the little one's eyes brightening significantly. At last, they seemed to trust him. "Newt, hurry. Otherwise, we may find ourselves discarded like refuse." Chapter 6. This Fractured Worldview. Jacob gazed in shock at the clothing inside the suitcase, realizing that his precious, beloved pastries were missing. Closing the suitcase, he scrutinized it closely. Although it resembled his original case, he discerned some discrepancies. "Damn it, I have mistakenly taken someone else's suitcase," Jacob lamented. Vexed with himself, he abruptly stood, grasping the suitcase, determined to search for the freckled, lanky individual he had just encountered, but the street remained in chaos. Clearly, the earlier tumult had yet to subside. Should one venture outside now, they would likely encounter a dreadful crisis. Jacob was acutely aware that his life held far greater significance than the suitcase. Oh dear God, this situation was utterly abysmal. Meanwhile, Newt remained oblivious to the fact that his case had been swapped. He was currently following an auror named Tina Goldstein towards the Ministry of Magic for questioning. Tina suspected that the recent commotion in the street might be attributed to the magical creatures brought forth by Newt. Under the scrutinizing gaze of a multitude, Newt felt as though he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. His beloved creatures were safely nestled within the case. Yet these individuals regarded him with the eyes of a criminal. Perhaps he could summon Teddy to accompany him, which might ease his anxiety. Tina stated, "You now have the opportunity to prove your innocence. Hence we must inspect your case." Lowering his head, Newt nodded and proceeded to open the case. To his astonishment, a row of delectable pastries greeted his eyes. Where was his Teddy? And what had become of those enchanting creatures? Under Tina's furious glare, he strained to recall, finally remembering the plump gentleman. "It seems you are reluctant to cooperate with us," an authoritative voice questioned. Newt shook his head, insisting, "No, I swear by Merlin. My magical creatures did not escape the case to harm muggles or incite chaos. However, there is some unfortunate news." "What unfortunate news?" Tina inquired anxiously. After all, the muggles were the ones suffering the consequences, and it was the aurors who bore the burden. Clearing his throat, Newt sheepishly confessed, "A muggle mistakenly took my case. I cannot be certain if they have fled." His revelation left the wizards present exchanging alarmed glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation, while Tina felt an overwhelming urge to cast a spell. This individual, despite his notoriety, certainly knew how to complicate matters. Had he reported this incident from the outset, such a predicament might have been averted. "We must retrieve the case at once," Tina declared. Newt nodded in agreement, affirming, "No problem. I can locate my case." Percival Graves. The Minister for Magic Security wore a stern expression as he instructed Tina, accompany Mr. Scamander to reclaim his case. Tina nodded, leading Newt out of the ministry. Once they had departed, Graves revealed a knowing smile. Jacob lay despondently on the bed, staring blankly at the misappropriated suitcase. Suddenly, the case stirred, prompting Jacob to rub his eyes and mutter to himself, "I must be hallucinating. Surely, a suitcase cannot move." Yet again, the case trembled, startling Jacob into a sitting position, compelling him to rise and retreat, seeking distance from the ominous object. Just as he was about to cautiously investigate the case, the door burst open with a resounding crash, causing Jacob to tumble to the ground in fright. Mechanically turning his head, he beheld a man and a woman standing at the threshold. Among them was the freckled gentleman. "It's you." Why did you blow my door open? Jacob demanded, rising to confront them. Newt was the first to approach the box, eager to open it for inspection. Though he cast a wary glance at Jacob, Jacob hastily reassured him, I didn't damage your box. Feel free to check. Everything should be intact. Newt nodded and handed over the box that belonged to Jacob. Meanwhile, Tina stood ready to cast a memory charm on Jacob. Wait, he seems injured, Newt suddenly remarked. Tina hesitated, but ultimately decided against the spell, instead using a restorative charm to mend the broken items. Once his wounds healed, Tina could simply cast the memory charm to make him forget everything about magic. Mr. Scamander, you should check to see if the creatures in the box are still there. Tina reminded him. You are right, Miss Goldstein, Newt replied. Tina Goldstein, she awkwardly introduced herself. Ah, very well, Miss Goldstein, Newt responded, turning to Jacob. I am Newt Scamander. We are wizards, and I apologize for the disturbance. Perhaps you would like to see the creatures in my box? Jacob stared at the two, unsure of what to say. But Tina interjected, You can't let a muggle know of their existence, Mr. Scamander. Newt smiled and remarked, Miss Goldstein, I believe your memory charm is not merely for show. Tina was at a loss for words. Newt placed the box on the ground and proudly opened it, inviting the two once more. Jacob watched in astonishment as Newt descended into the box, as if a staircase had always been there. He widened his eyes, incredulous, glancing at the composed Tina. Well, they did say they were wizards. Oh, this is simply unbelievable, he thought. Since Mr. Scamander has invited you, you should take a look inside, Tina urged. Jacob finally regained his composure, slowly moving to the front of the box, peering at the light within and mustering the courage to step inside. It might be a bit too large. He almost got stuck. After a while, Tina followed him into the box. Merlin, alerted by the box's opening and catching Newt's scent, quickly dispelled the charm and signaled to the little creatures. The magical beasts, sensing Newt's presence, obediently took their places, leaving only a small Niffler, who raised its head to gaze at the approaching Newt. Newt scooped up the Niffler, stroking its back, and said, Teddy, it seems you've been keeping an eye on everyone for me. Merlin nodded, glancing at the two behind Newt with a puzzled expression. I invited them down for a visit. This is Miss Tina Goldstein, and he is. Newt realized he did not yet know the gentleman's name. Jacob, observing the platypus in Newt's arms, introduced himself. Jacob Kowalski, pleased to meet you. You might enjoy my baked bread. Merlin raised an eyebrow, thinking, well, this muggle seems rather friendly. Newt chuckled. This is a Niffler. It has a penchant for glittering treasures. However, do not doubt it. It possesses more wealth than any of us. With that, Newt eagerly strode ahead. Chapter 7. The Deceived Newt. Merlin observed Newt's unusual enthusiasm for the first time, speculating that this was likely due to his inaugural hosting of guests. Watching Jacob's astonished expression, unmarred by any hint of insincerity, reminded him somewhat of that Arthur fellow. Alas, the passage of time had left him prone to excessive contemplation. It had been so long, yet he still found himself reminiscing. Was this not merely an exercise in self-inflicted worry? Regaining his focus, Merlin scrutinized Tina with keen interest. Thankfully, as a Niffler, his gaze would likely go unnoticed. Why did this woman persist in regarding Newt with the scrutiny reserved for a suspect? Soon it dawned on him. Could she possibly suspect Newt of orchestrating the recent chaos? Surely, the minds within the Ministry of Magic could not be filled with mere dragon dung. Oh, to even suggest that was to overestimate their intelligence. It was likely a mere heap of decayed grass. It is important to note that Newt had only just arrived today. However, if this incident were indeed masterminded by someone, it could spell trouble for him, as Newt might unwittingly become the ideal scapegoat in their eyes. Upon further reflection, it was unlikely that this serious-looking woman was the architect of such schemes. Her soul seemed relatively untainted. Therefore, the true manipulator must have infiltrated the upper echelons of the ministry. After all, for a wizard, masquerading as another is alarmingly easy. Firstly, one could employ transfiguration. As long as one possessed sufficient magical power, they could remain undetected indefinitely. Secondly, there were potions to consider. Though it was uncertain whether the Prince family possessed the same remarkable talent for potion-making as that disheveled Gryffindor professor. Indeed, despite his constant bluster about violence, the Gryffindor professor excelled in potion-making, surpassing many, including the esteemed teachers. It was hard to believe that the great Slytherin could be a mere cauldron slayer. Professor Ravenclaw never failed to jest about this fact at the expense of the charming instructor. Oh, and Professor Hufflepuff, in her quest to protect her greenhouse's herbs from the professor's clutches, had erected a sign declaring the area off-limits to Salazar Slytherin. Nostalgia washed over him once more. Merlin sighed. He ought to prepare for the confrontation with the true mastermind. One could hardly expect Newt, whose thoughts were consumed by magical creatures. To grasp these complexities at once, ultimately, he would have to rely on his own wit. Yet before Merlin could act, Tina and Newt were captured, and Newt's suitcase was confiscated. Fortunately, Tina's sister, Queenie, sensed something amiss. This astute witch resolved to rescue her sister and, incidentally, the seemingly wronged Mr. Scamander. At that moment, they were gathered with the muggle Jacob, sharing bread while pondering the events of the past few days. Queenie, you should not be doing this, Tina admonished as she pulled her sister close, disapprovingly. Certainly, this is not a reproach directed at anyone. Rather, it is Tina's deep concern that she might inadvertently implicate Queenie. To be burdened with such a heinous crime, it is evident that the individual orchestrating this treachery wields considerable influence. However, the naive and innocent Queenie is oblivious to such complexities. Her sole desire is to keep her sister by her side. Dear sister, Queenie implored, do you realize that you and Mr. Scamander have been convicted? A life sentence awaits you both, and I cannot bear to witness such a fate unfold. Tina was taken aback by the gravity of their situation. The minister had condemned them without even a cursory investigation into their claims. This left only one unsettling possibility. The mastermind lurked within the Ministry of Magic, undoubtedly occupying a position of power. Such a thought sent shivers down Tina's spine. Newt was enveloped in a cloud of despondency. His case was still within the ministry, and his worry was palpable. He particularly fretted for Teddy. Although his Niffler had matured into a prudent magical creature, Newt's concerns remained. Little did he know, the Niffler housed the soul of a mighty wizard within its being. On this tranquil night, a pitch-black Niffler strutted confidently down the street, with Newt's case nestled snugly in its belly pouch. Merlin, however, was not in a hurry. The commercial street at night exuded an eerie calm, and a jewelry store caught his eye. Well, not his eye, but rather that of the Niffler. No, we must find Newt first, Merlin admonished. Yet, the original owner of the body was far from pleased, as the glimmering diamonds tugged at its heartstrings, and it yearned for them dearly. Don't go, Merlin exclaimed, feeling the first pangs of losing control of the body. He watched helplessly as the Niffler squeezed through the crack of the door, frantically gathering the sparkling gems. Merlin, unable to resist the allure, stole a few glances. Ahem. It was indeed the Niffler's influence at play. In that moment, he suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy. Turning his gaze, he spotted a necklace displayed in a showcase, its pendant radiating an intense magical aura. It was undoubtedly a life crystal, the invigorating power unmistakably belonging to the elven lineage. Ah, he recalled having possessed one himself. Well, I can forego the rest, but this necklace must be mine. As the Niffler gleefully amassed the diamond jewels, it was caught in a euphoric frenzy when Merlin, regaining composure, relinquished the other trinkets and approached the life crystal. Using magic, he replicated the crystal and discreetly pocketed the necklace before departing from the alluring store. Alas, his recovery was progressing too slowly. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished control of the body to the Niffler. It seemed imperative to visit Hogwarts upon his return, in hopes of locating the oak tree to return to his own form. With a resolute decision made, Merlin silently invoked the spell for guidance. Indeed, being a wizard had its conveniences. Armed with the incantation, he swiftly located Newt. At that moment, Newt and his companions were in a frenzy, fleeing after being betrayed. They attempted to disapparate away, but they were hindered by Jacob, the muggle among them. After all, the art of transformation is fraught with peril. They actually intend to take our lives. Tina's conviction regarding the gravity of the situation intensified. Oh, this is truly dreadful. Jacob was nearly out of breath. We absolutely cannot surrender. Queenie tightened her grip on her wand. Just as despair began to settle in, Newt spotted his beloved Teddy in the corner. With astonishment, he exclaimed, Teddy! Alas, he had no wand in hand, as it had been confiscated. However, the appearance of the Niffler ignited a flicker of hope within him. He was certain that his little darling would help him reclaim his belongings. Indeed, as he gazed with anticipation, Merlin dashed toward him, leaping into his arms and retrieving the wand from his pocket. Suddenly, the tide of battle began to turn. The four of them managed to escape their pursuers unscathed, yet they remained ensnared in the web of conspiracy. Chapter 8. The Silent One. Credence Barebones struggled to suppress himself. Yet the venomous insults of that woman echoed relentlessly in his ears. He had longed to escape her, unaware of his true identity as a wizard, until that fateful day when everything shifted due to her malice. Unable to endure her vitriol, his magic erupted uncontrollably, revealing the terrifying power that lay dormant within him. Without timely intervention, he suffered both physically and psychologically, perhaps irreversibly. Yet, Credence remained oblivious to the implications of his condition, consumed by fear of the unknown force within him. He dreaded that the so-called mother would learn of it, inflicting even greater harm upon him, berating him as a demon. Indeed, he was engulfed by profound terror. The most disheartening aspect was that he saw no possibility of escaping her grasp. He was utterly despondent. The woman incessantly proclaimed that without her, he would be a mere orphan in an orphanage, subsisting on potatoes, or worse, a worthless vagabond. Yet little did she know, he would prefer to be that orphan or a beggar on the streets. At least in such a state, he would be free and unburdened by joy. Today, as if her words were insufficient, she brandished a whip, mercilessly striking him, deriving a perverse satisfaction from his cries of anguish. Why? Why treat him thus? Why blame him for everything? He was, after all, utterly unaware. Credence felt an overwhelming pressure throughout his being, as if something were attempting to escape from within, driving him to the brink of madness. Dark mist began to seep from his body, attacking the very woman who had just savagely beaten him. Credence seemed to dissolve into a cloud of darkness, bursting forth from that accursed dwelling, the very place that had tormented and imprisoned both his body and spirit. Once introverted, he became a tempest of rage and bloodlust, his mind screaming fervently, destruction, annihilate everything, be it vice or virtue. Newt and Tina stood atop a towering building, their expressions etched with concern. Tina's face was a canvas of disbelief. She had previously dismissed Newt's whispered assertion that the true culprit behind it all was the Obscurus. However, the minister had pointed out that within Newt's case lay an Obscurus, leading her to momentarily suspect that this man was indeed the mastermind orchestrating everything. Yet now, the truth lay vividly before them. By Merlin's beard, there stood the legendary Obscurus. At this moment, Newt was both anxious and exhilarated. He was determined to save this Obscurus. In his fervor, he remained oblivious to the Niffler at his feet, rolling its eyes in exasperation. Merlin, too, was struck dumb by the absurdity of it all. Oh, how he loathed that insufferable, disheveled Gryffindor professor. Were it not for him, Hogwarts would not perpetuate this ridiculous refrain. What troubled him most was that nowadays, any wizard expressing shock would invariably attach their name to it. He had truly had enough. Especially Newt, unless this wretched habit of his changed. Merlin vowed he would never forgive him. While Merlin simmered in annoyance, Newt had already used apparition to catch up with the Obscurus. Judging by his posture, it seemed he was intent on adopting the child. Dear heavens, what was that? By the gods, could it be the Grim Reaper? Oh, my word. Surely that was a demon. The apocalypse was upon us. We would inevitably be consumed by this fiend. Given the hour, the streets were sparsely populated, as most citizens wished to avoid any encounters with terrorists. Yet, even those who remained indoors caught sight of the shadow that darted past their windows, sending them into a frenzy of panic. They were utterly terrified, too frightened to approach the windows, especially those poor souls whose glass had shattered. Even the walls bore sudden cracks, as if echoing their dread. Meanwhile, Newt had finally caught up with the Obscurus. He had gleaned the child's identity from a clandestine bar frequented by magical folk and now sought to calm him, devising a way to escape country together. Credence, please. Calm down. I promise I will not harm you. I am Newt's commander. Perhaps you have heard of Hogwarts? Or of Albus Dumbledore? In Newt's eyes, Dumbledore and Hogwarts were equally magnificent. Indeed, Credence momentarily quieted, not due to Hogwarts, but because he recognized the name Dumbledore. The woman who claimed to be his mother had cursed that name, asserting it was synonymous with a demon. Was he not a demon himself? Credence gazed at Newt with a glimmer of hope, the dark mist surrounding him beginning to dissipate. Very well. Young man, you are quite brave. If you were to attend Hogwarts, you would surely be a Gryffindor. Good lad, take a deep breath. It's nothing to fear. We should sit down and converse calmly. Newt has indeed made every effort to console Credence, yet he is not particularly adept at communication. He longs for Professor Dumbledore to be present, certain that the professor could offer solace to this unfortunate child. Yes, he must find a way to bring Credence to Professor Dumbledore's side. Dumbledore? Can you take me to meet him, Mr. Scamander? Credence's voice was somewhat hoarse. Upon uttering these words, he was once again enveloped by dark mist, as if he could be silently controlled by the Obscurus at any moment. Newt endeavored to reassure him. Of course. Credence, I will wholeheartedly assist you. Now, we must leave this place immediately. Newt was acutely aware that the entire Magical Congress was searching for both himself and this destroyer, so they needed to depart swiftly. Once they reached a safe location, he was certain he could devise a plan to help Credence escape. All right, I am willing to go with you. Please, you must take me to see Professor Dumbledore. Credence implored. "Oh, certainly. I swear by Merlin that I will assist you." Newt hastily conveyed his sincerity and determination. Just as he was about to reach out to grasp Credence's hand, a surge of magic struck the ground between them. Newt sensed an unprecedented danger. He turned to see their assailant, Minister Percival Graves. Why would he attack them? Minister Graves, this is all a misunderstanding. Although Credence is indeed the obscurial of this incident, his actions are understandable. Newt was genuinely concerned that Graves might harm Credence. However, Percival's words filled him with confusion and trepidation. "Oh yes, I should thank Mr. Scamander for helping me locate the obscurial. Soon, the magical world will undergo a profound transformation." Chapter 9. Capturing the Dark Lord. Newt reacted swiftly, shouting to Credence behind him, "Run quickly." Credence understood immediately. Percival Graves would not allow his target to escape. He raised his wand and, without hesitation, cast a spell towards Newt. The green light twisted Newt's stomach in knots. It was the killing curse. Newt was taken aback by the opponent's brutal intent, initiating with the most fearsome of the unforgivable curses. He instinctively rolled away, narrowly evading the deadly spell. However, in the next moment, panic surged within him as he faced a barrage of green lights, sending chills down his spine. He could only fire disarming spells while desperately dodging. Eventually, the assault ceased momentarily, and Graves regarded Newt with an air of arrogance. Newt finally had the opportunity to speak. He raised his wand and, with vigilance, addressed Graves. "Mr. Graves, your current actions compel me to question your intentions. Although he is an obscurial, he is still a child with a long future ahead." Newt's tone was resolute. Merlin raised an eyebrow, proud of his caretaker. Such boldness was commendable. He frowned at the individual still poised to cast the killing curse, discreetly waving his little paw. A seemingly faint white light suddenly illuminated Graves. The once reckless figure froze momentarily, his body trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. In the next instant, his head drooped, and when he lifted it again, he had transformed entirely. Newt stood in stunned silence. The figure before him bore little resemblance to the Minister Graves he once knew, though the face seemed oddly familiar. After a moment's contemplation, a look of incredulous terror erupted in his eyes as he murmured, "The Dark Lord." Gellert Grindelwald instinctively touched his cheek, gazing at Newt with a hint of resignation. "Ah, I did not foresee that a Hufflepuff could unravel my disguise. Yet, for the sake of my grand design, you must perish, no matter the cost." Before he could finish, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Newt, casting the 3 unforgivable curses without regard for the safety of the obscurus he had painstakingly located. Credence stood frozen, helplessly watching as the light hurtled towards him, devoid of any instinct to evade. In truth, he felt utterly incapable of escaping this onslaught. An overwhelming dread enveloped him, and just as he teetered on the brink of losing control once more, a sleek, ebony Niffler darted into his line of sight, deftly swatting the curse away with its diminutive paws. Credence, rigid with astonishment, gazed down at the Niffler that had charged forward. What manner of creature was this, exhibiting such remarkable prowess? In that moment, his fear began to dissipate, replaced by a profound admiration. Meanwhile, Gellert narrowly evaded the counterattack, his surprise evident as he regarded the advancing Niffler. Without hesitation, he raised his wand, intent on casting a lethal Avada Kedavra. However, before he could utter a syllable, his wand was snatched from his grip. In that moment of embarrassment, he seemed to perceive the Niffler's disdainful smile. The silence was shattered by a resounding slap from Merlin. Indeed, the infamous Dark Lord was struck by an unassuming Niffler, an occurrence that was undoubtedly humiliating for Gellert. A palpable tension enveloped him, and had his gaze been lethal, the Niffler would surely have been obliterated. In the next heartbeat, Gellert raised his hand to cast a silent Avada Kedavra. This time he succeeded, but the spell was effortlessly swatted away by Merlin. Gellert could scarcely believe his eyes. This creature, seemingly merely a collector of shiny objects, had him doubting his very sanity. He pondered the possibility of it being an animagus, yet he could not recall any wizard's animagus transforming into a magical creature. As he mused, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed, unconscious. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the very Niffler he had been contemplating. Merlin was not one to grant his adversaries an escape. He swiftly delivered a series of strikes to the back of Gellert's head, ensuring his foe remained incapacitated. Indeed, the villain does not always meet his demise through verbosity. Yet Merlin had not delivered a fatal blow. He turned to the 2 individuals behind him, who stood frozen in astonishment, and offered a warm, human smile. Then, he produced a length of rope, and, with a rather brusque manner, prepared a binding arrangement for the unfortunate Dark Lord before retrieving Newt's suitcase and unceremoniously stuffing him inside. Credence. I want to cling to a powerful ally. However, upon glancing at the other's short legs, it seemed he would be unable to do so. Newt, taken aback for a moment, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Teddy, perhaps you won't harm me, right? After all, I haven't taken your gold." Merlin could not help but chuckle. His beloved caretaker was indeed charming, and Professor Hufflepuff would surely take a liking to him. Well, once he located the professor's spirits, he would certainly introduce them properly. With a sprightly leap, Merlin perched upon Newt's shoulder and flashed his pearly white teeth at Credence. The confusion and fear that had once clouded Credence's mind suddenly dissipated. "Thank you." Merlin waved his paw, to which Newt replied, "Oh, I think Teddy is saying you need not thank him." The commotion had long since attracted numerous personnel from the Ministry of Magic. Some were managing the tumultuous crowd of muggles outside, while others pursued Tina and Queenie into the subway station. They stood there, shocked and aghast, as their minister transformed into the Dark Lord, feeling as though their very worldview had shattered. By the time they regained their composure, they were met with the astonishing sight of the Niffler having bound the Dark Lord. At that moment, their mouths hung agape, seemingly capable of accommodating a light bulb. Outside, the wizards, as if awakening from a dream, collectively overlooked the Dark Lord being stuffed into the suitcase by the Niffler, each raising their wands in preparation to cast a memory charm on the invading muggles. However, the dense throng of people was overwhelming, and the expressions of the order-maintaining wizards turned grim. With such a multitude, even if they were to drain their magical reserves, it seemed implausible that everyone could forget this sensational event. Merlin, with a hint of exasperation, patted his caretaker and pointed at the suitcase on the ground. It was then that Newt, as if emerging from a daze, slapped his forehead and quickly opened the suitcase, summoning forth his beloved magical creature, a thunderbird. Upon its emergence, it affectionately nuzzled Newt before nodding to Merlin, and amidst the astonishment of both wizards and muggles, it soared into the sky. With the potent venom of the winged serpent, which had effects akin to that of a memory charm, it rained down upon the land like a timely downpour. The gentle patter of rain fell upon the muggles, gradually rendering them bewildered. Thus, a crisis was averted, perhaps leaving behind a small rumor in M country about a Niffler. Chapter 10. The Peculiar Ghost Girl. Newt, carrying his suitcase, was eager to return, needing to meet Professor Dumbledore immediately, not only due to Credence's request, but also because of the guest within the suitcase. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was gazing intently at a ghost before him, a new specter, one that had suddenly appeared at Hogwarts. He endeavored to extract valuable information through careful observation of the other party, whose eyes sparkled with an innocence reminiscent of a newborn. Such a pure and unblemished soul is indeed a rarity, yet the ever-skeptical Dumbledore would not abandon even a fragment of his vigilance. He displayed a warm and amiable smile, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. He then spoke, "Greetings, I am Albus Dumbledore, the head of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts. Perhaps you might grace us with an introduction, Miss Ghost." The spectre tilted her head slightly, wearing an expression of serene indifference, as if she were not the focus of his gaze. "Miss Ghost." Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. "Huh? What did you say?" "It's in Chinese." At this moment, Dumbledore comprehended that this ghostly maiden hailed from the mysterious eastern realm of China and likely had no understanding of English. But how could one enable a ghost to instantaneously acquire a new language? The answer was, it was impossible. Dumbledore found himself in quite a quandary. Just then, Newt appeared in the fireplace, dusting himself off, and cast an apologetic glance toward Dumbledore, inadvertently making eye contact with the ghostly girl. Professor Dumbledore, I was unaware you had a guest today. Perhaps I should take my leave." As he spoke, Newt prepared to exit but was halted. "Hey Newt, you're just in time," Dumbledore exclaimed with enthusiasm. It was no wonder. Despite his vast knowledge, he was at a loss with the Chinese language, and his aversion to potions only hindered his ability to communicate with the ghost. However, due to his travels around the world, Newt had acquired a fair number of languages. Though Chinese was difficult and his pronunciation imperfect, it sufficed for the moment. After grasping the situation's context, Newt set aside his monumental secret and began conversing with the ghostly maiden. Moments later, "Oh, how marvelous, isn't it, Newt? I might need to enlist your assistance as her guide," Dumbledore remarked. Newt did not decline, but he seized the opportunity to address Dumbledore, "Professor, I find myself in a bit of trouble. Could you accompany me to Godric's Hollow?" Dumbledore instantly grasped the implications, yet he could not leave this bewildered, ghostly maiden behind. Thus, they ventured together to his home in Godric's Hollow. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and each return was accompanied by involuntary recollections of the past. some joyful, others sorrowful. He wished to avoid revisiting those memories, yet here he was once more. Speak freely. I believe this place is quite secure, Dumbledore said after refreshing the house. Newt, however, was in no rush. He first opened his suitcase and gestured for Dumbledore to enter. Ah, it seems you've acquired some extraordinary magical creatures again. I hope they aren't dragons. Dumbledore jested. He then adeptly followed Newt into the suitcase, leaving the ghostly figure suspended in the air, appearing as if she were made of wood. Well, it seems someone was indeed watching. Merlin curiously prodded the other with his paw, marveling inwardly. Is this not the soul of a sorcerer? How astonishing it is that a mere muggle possesses such formidable spiritual energy. Truly, the mysteries of the Eastern realms are beyond comprehension. Just as he was lost in thought, the ethereal girl suddenly stirred, her once dim eyes now sparkling with vitality. With a pair of inquisitive starry eyes, she scrutinized the creature before her. In the midst of Merlin's astonished gaze, she lifted him into her arms, caressing his glossy fur as she began to survey her surroundings. Her soft whispers reached his ears. It seems that fate has not yet deemed it my time to perish. This girl, known as Jiang Fanjin, was a spirit of a practitioner who had fled from the realm of cultivation. True to her name, she was once an ordinary mortal. But during a recruitment event by the Xianin sect, her spiritual root was discovered, propelling her into the life of a cultivator. However, her idyllic life was short-lived. Despite her superior spiritual root, she lacked a solid foundation in the cultivation world. Initially, her time in the inner sanctum of the Xianin sect was peaceful, dedicated solely to her training, but soon calamity struck. A one-sided massacre occurred as the formidable Xianin sect fell victim to a demonic invasion. All disciples, regardless of gender, were captured and rendered into the demon's playthings. After all, cultivators are often eternally youthful, and those within the Xianin sect were among the most strikingly beautiful in the cultivation realm, leading to their tragic fate. Young and vulnerable, Jiang Fanjin was confined, living a life akin to that of livestock. The haunting memories of her past sent shivers through her very essence. She would never forget how her senior sister was betrayed while attempting to save her. As she fell into the abyss, she vowed that as long as her soul endured, she would one day return to vanquish the demons. Little did she know, her spirit was nearly consumed by the river of time, and to regain her consciousness was nothing short of a miracle. In this foreign realm, unable to exact revenge, Jiang Fanjin could only suppress her impulses for the time being. Although she had been but a chi refining stage practitioner in life, she had encountered great fortune amidst the flow of time. This petite figure bore the weight of countless hardships upon her visage. Is this your master's abode? Jiang Fanjin inquired, then continued to muse aloud. This house appears to possess a unique style, reminiscent of a barbaric land. I suppose even if I spoke, this little creature would not comprehend me. Merlin gazed at Jiang Fanjin with curiosity. As the most erudite of archmages, he was a veritable repository of languages. Having dabbled in them all, he could even converse in Elvish and the language of serpents. Yet this Chinese tongue posed no challenge for him. However, he pondered whether to respond, contemplating if his appearance would frighten her. Oh, he couldn't help but admit that his heart raced within his fragile form. It seemed he was beginning to grasp the sensation of love at first sight. As Merlin's heart pounded, Jiang Fanjin lifted him high, examining him with curiosity. A platypus? Quite adorable, she remarked. Greetings, little one. I must take my leave. Please convey my thanks to your master. This gratitude was, of course, for the kindness shown in not taking advantage of her vulnerability. Before Merlin could react, Jiang Fan's figure suddenly vanished, as if a bubble had burst, leaving behind only a faint, elusive fragrance in the air. Chapter 11. The Dark Lord's Redemption. Dumbledore truly did not anticipate reuniting with him under such circumstances. Their gazes met, and an overwhelming emotion instantaneously engulfed their hearts, leaving Newt somewhat bewildered. Professor Dumbledore, Newt's voice interrupted their silent exchange. For the first time, Albus Dumbledore found himself unable to control his emotions. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to untie the ropes binding the man before him. Newt's timely voice pulled Dumbledore back to reality, causing him to turn away, unable to look at the other. Newt, you have truly impressed me. Indeed, you're a true Hufflepuff. I will handle this, Dumbledore stated. No sooner had he spoken than he heard the voice he had been longing for, though it now carried a hint of despondency. I must admit my defeat. Albus, I only concede to you. Merlin, lost in thought, had just delved into the suitcase and happened to overhear this exchange, promptly curling his lip. This little black creature was undoubtedly the most prideful wizard he had ever encountered. Oh, what? You mean Professor? Salazar Slytherin? Well, he is indeed his teacher, so of course the students must defend his honor. With this thought, Merlin leapt onto Newt's shoulder, raising a paw toward Gellert, as if to say, "Hey, are you sure about this?" Gellert instinctively lowered his head. He wanted to rush forward and teach that insufferable Niffler a lesson, but not only was his strength insufficient, he also did not wish to be defeated in front of Albus. In his life, only his beloved could conquer him. The ever-wise Dumbledore, at this moment, remained oblivious to Gellert's unusual demeanor, even shying away from the latter's aggressive gaze. Meanwhile, Newt seemed to have finally grasped something and turned his Niffler, giving it a wink. Merlin raised an eyebrow, despite the fact that his current form lacked visible brows. Oh no, he had eyebrows, but they were black, blending seamlessly with his fur. In any case, having spent considerable time with Newt, Merlin understood his human companion's intent, and with a swift motion of his paw, he led the three of them out of the suitcase. Before Albus and Gellert could react, Newt had already seized the suitcase, bowed to them, and said, "Professor Dumbledore, I shall not disturb you any longer. Wishing you a wonderful time." With that, he vanished, as if he had never been there. Once alone, the two originally awkward individuals felt warmth creeping to their ears. In unison, they lifted their heads, and an invisible spark danced between their gazes. Gellert sensed the fervent emotion radiating from the other, and his previously despondent expression ignited with warmth. Yet, he inexplicably remarked, "Albus, you've certainly aged quite a bit. That long beard does not suit you." The moment he uttered the words, Gellert regretted them. Had he not been bound, he would have certainly slapped himself. Upon hearing these words, Albus suddenly broke into a smile, his lips curling slightly beneath his long beard, and in his hand, a wand appeared as if by magic. A luminous glow emanated from the wand, prompting Gellert to slowly close his eyes. "Albus, do what you must. Perhaps I should have perished by your hand long ago, thus sparing us both this torment." Yet, in the next moment, Gellert felt not the anticipated pain, but rather a sensation that sealed his lips, his mind coming to a complete halt. At that moment, all he wished for was to succumb alongside his beloved. "Oh, it seems we must retreat a bit further, alas. It appears our poor Credence shall have to wait until tomorrow to see Professor Dumbledore," Newt remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Merlin covered his mouth, nodding in agreement. It seems that this Dumbledore, like the Professor of Gryffindor, hold a position of dominance," he mused. Indeed, the serpent has once again been subdued by the lion. Credence sat uneasily in the leaky cauldron, acutely aware of the gazes directed at him, sensing the malice in a portion of them. Nevertheless, he endured. After all, these stares were nothing compared to the disdain of that wretched woman. Just as he struggled to suppress his urge to glance at those individuals, Newt reappeared in the fireplace of the leaky cauldron. "Ugh, this is truly dreadful," Newt remarked with a hint of disdain as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. Merlin, who had been hiding in a suitcase, emerged upon hearing Newt's complaints, leaping lazily beside Credence and stretching. Credence's eyes brightened at the sight, and he instinctively raised a hand to touch the creature, but ultimately refrained. Merlin continued to rest his eyes, lamenting the poor boy's plight. If he did not take care of himself, he risked becoming mute. Newt looked at Merlin with a fond smile, giving himself a thorough grooming before approaching Credence. "Oh, I apologize. Professor Dumbledore is rather busy at the moment. You may need to wait a few days." Credence felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded in response, "That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Scamander." You might as well call me Newt. "If all goes well, you should be able to enter Hogwarts," he replied. "Is that acceptable? Though it is a school of magic, my circumstances may not be ideal." Credence expressed his concern. Newt reassured him, "Even if you lack confidence in yourself, you can certainly have faith in Professor Dumbledore. He is undoubtedly the most remarkable figure in the wizarding world." Newt held a deep admiration for Professor Dumbledore, and having witnessed the professor effortlessly subdue the Dark Lord that day, he began to harbor a somewhat blind reverence for him, convinced that his own professor was invincible. "Oh, this place may not be suitable for you. You can temporarily move in with me until Professor Dumbledore is finished with his affairs. He will resolve everything," Newt suggested. Credence nodded in agreement. The following morning, in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore, reluctant to be late, cast a lingering glance at the long-awaited reunion of individuals and the nearby ropes. Silently, he assisted in fastening their garments, albeit with a noticeable slack compared to before. Once satisfied with the bindings, Dumbledore departed for his lessons at Hogwarts. The moment he left, a certain Dark Lord, feigning slumber, immediately opened his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he adjusted to a more comfortable position, ready to resume his rest. However, the ropes had loosened considerably. Was he truly bound or not? Never mind. He decided to sleep on, pretending he had not awakened. What of the Dark Lord and the transformative endeavors of the magical realm? Did it concern him? Not in the least, as he had long since vanished. Had he not? Very well. He would continue to sleep, fully intending to take the reins later that evening, even if he rather enjoyed being pampered. Chapter 12. Found days later. Newt finally introduced Credence to Dumbledore, only for the boy to subsequently be taken to Hogsmeade. As for the reason behind that excursion, Newt would not inquire. After all, Professor Dumbledore would certainly not harm the poor child. Once assured that Credence was in a safe place, Newt intended to leave, but was instead called upon to serve as a substitute professor. Indeed, he was quite pleased to linger at Hogwarts a while longer, as it would provide an opportunity to assist his Niffler in searching for that elusive door. He had not forgotten this matter. He still needed to guide the Niffler to its kin. Over the years, he had rescued numerous magical creatures, yet he had not encountered another Niffler. He was quite eager to help Teddy with his matchmaking endeavors. Newt shook his head wistfully and turned his attention to grading assignments. Little did he know that he would have encountered many more Nifflers had it not been for Merlin's overwhelming presence, which had frightened them away. Ordinary Nifflers would hardly be drawn to one exuding such a formidable aura. Meanwhile, Merlin, under the moonlight, ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, for he truly needed to locate that ancient oak. He could not remain in this body indefinitely. The little one had grown quite impatient, and he worried about causing harm. This Forbidden Forest had existed for over a millennium, its history far predating that of Hogwarts. It is no exaggeration to say that the Forbidden Forest is the true protagonist of this land. Hogwarts' ability to remain unnoticed by Muggles is largely due to the effects of magic, as well as the role of the Forbidden Forest. Within this uniquely blessed forest reside numerous magical creatures, including stargazing centaurs, whose speech is often profound and nearly incomprehensible to the uninitiated, as not everyone is versed in astrology. Then there are the ever-popular unicorns, who have a particular fondness for moonlight flowers. But what they cherish most are the beautiful and pure-hearted maidens. This may sound rather like infatuation, yet who can resist their exquisite beauty? Those pure maidens eagerly vie for the chance to approach the unicorns, leaving one to wonder if the hapless bachelors envy them. Few dare to wander recklessly into the Forbidden Forest, allowing the magical creatures to enjoy their tranquil existence undisturbed. Regarding the sudden appearance of the Sniffers, they truly felt no particular concern. The Forbidden Forest had long been home to these creatures. As long as they could prevent that little fellow from pilfering their treasures, all would be well. Merlin traversed the towering thickets as if he were in a realm devoid of life. Well, indeed, there was no one around, swiftly weaving through the tall trees. Yet after an extensive search, he found no trace of the great oak. This left Merlin somewhat perplexed, as it seemed impossible that the tree could be absent. It ought to be here. Undeterred by superstition, he continued his search, though years had passed, and everything had changed, making it unlikely he would find it soon. Alas, it appeared patience was required. Thus, he had searched diligently throughout the night, and just as dawn began to break, Merlin still had not located the oak. He wondered if he was destined to return empty-handed once more. Suddenly, he recalled the substantial portion of his treasure. Primarily potions, along with some rare magical stones. As he mused over his little treasures, he felt a sudden pause in his body, and the little creature within him sprang forth, swiftly seizing control. This momentarily stunned Merlin, and he could hear the creature's excited chirping. Gold coins, I want gold coins. Well, it seemed this mischievous little being had designs on his possessions. Amused, Merlin did not intervene, allowing the creature to scurry about the Forbidden Forest. After all, he had yet to find anything. But wait, Merlin was taken aback by the sight of a withered tree before him. It stood so tall, yet its branches were stark and bare. Had he not just circled around it several times? He truly had not anticipated that the magical aura of that tree had shifted over time. Now, as he approached, he could faintly sense the remnants of its magical essence. The Sniffer, however, paid no heed to Merlin's contemplations and quickly burrowed into the tree's hollow base, weaving through the twists and turns until it soon entered an expansive chamber. In the next moment, it leapt joyfully into a towering mountain of gold coins, reveling in its newfound bounty. A smile crept across Merlin's lips. Indeed, it was thanks to this little treasure seeker that he had found it. Turning to the unassuming wooden bed, he noted that the original body had long since decayed, its bones now shrouded in dust. Alas, it was no longer of use. With a sigh, Merlin emerged from the Sniffer's body, then used his magic to grasp the flailing creature, vigorously rummaging through its pockets until they were emptied. With a grin, he said, "Little one, I had initially intended to depart from this world completely, Yet you have shown me that there is still much to explore here. The world is advancing. And how could I remain stagnant? It was time to seek out his teachers and professors once more. The Niffler first struggled against his grasp, but then resigned itself, its little body drooping in submission, not daring to resist. There was no contest. It simply could not match the strength of this ancient sorcerer, abandoned here by chance. It was not entirely unfortunate. Its mother had been captured by a vile dark wizard. Thus, it had become a pitiful creature, alone and unwanted. It seemed that on the day it had inadvertently rolled into the hollow, it had been frightened by the skeleton on the bed. At that moment, he did not pay much attention as it darted about in a frenzy, leaping directly into Newt's arms. In that instant, it truly felt as though the sky was collapsing, fearing it had also fallen prey to the dark wizard. At this juncture, the creature's heart was shedding tears of despair. Oh no, I'm doomed, my gold coins. Merlin, sensing its anxious and frightened demeanor, chuckled softly and conjured a pile of gold coins. Ah, little one, having dwelled within you for so many years, consider these coins as rent. As he spoke, the coins floated into the creature's pocket. Upon witnessing the coin's entry, the creature's expression transformed into one of eager servitude, as if it would willingly traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire at this moment. Merlin, unable to suppress his laughter, said, "Now, off you go, and take good care of Newt. After all, he is quite the absent-minded fellow." The creature nodded enthusiastically, clutching its pocket with glee, its heart racing with excitement. Indeed, it now fancied itself the wealthiest of its kind. Finally, it could seek a worthy companion. Ah, in the future, it would be the head of its household. Yet, it would still need to look after that foolish Newt. In light of the gold, it would certainly ensure his well-being. With this thought, the creature bowed in farewell to Merlin, feeling a tinge of reluctance to part from the spectral wizard. "Farewell, perhaps we shall meet again." Upon hearing this, Teddy's eyes sparkled with delight, envisioning future opportunities for companionship. Chapter 13. This portrait is quite beautiful. Early in the morning, Newt was bustling about the castle, searching for his closest companion. Oh, his clever and playful creature had actually run away from home last night. What a sorrowful thought. Newt was certain that Teddy was upset with him. They had been inseparable for so many years and had never quarreled. He would unhesitatingly entrust his wand and suitcase to Teddy for safekeeping. In his heart, Teddy was family. Now, the most important member of his family had gone missing. How terrifying and cruel that was. Thus, as the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts clamored towards the Great Hall to enjoy a splendid breakfast, they spotted the new substitute professor scurrying about like a forlorn owl. "Hey, that's Professor Scamander. What is he searching for?" A Gryffindor exclaimed. "Ha, that Hufflepuff fool probably doesn't know how to continue with the lesson." A less than friendly voice chimed in from Slytherin. The Gryffindor immediately retorted, "That is Scamander. You likely haven't seen his fantastic beasts and where to find them, have you?" "Huh, he's just a Hufflepuff," the Slytherin stubbornly insisted. However, such remarks had no impact on Newt, who was presently entranced by a portrait, a delicate ink-wash painting of a lady, strikingly out of place among the surrounding magical portraits. How could a painting from China appear here? Was it brought in by some professor? Newt pondered aloud. However, he quickly recalled that he needed to search for his dear Niffler, and thus did not linger on the painting any longer, turning his attention back to his search. Just as Newt was about to step outside the castle, a small, shadowy figure finally came into view. "Hey, Teddy," Newt called out, and the little creature promptly climbed onto his shoulder, a habit instilled by Merlin himself. Thanks to him, the Niffler held a deep affection for its caretaker. Newt scratched Teddy's chin, his anxious heart finally finding solace. Content, he set off for breakfast with Teddy, attracting the curious glances of several young wizards. Indeed, Professor Scamander was just as passionate about magical creatures as the rumor suggested, and they eagerly anticipated the sight of other extraordinary beings from his book, wondering if the professor had a unicorn. As the day's classes concluded, the young wizards, having enjoyed a lively dinner, returned to their respective common rooms. Only a few professors exchanged knowing glances, and together they made their way to a rarely traversed corridor. Newt raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued as he observed the serious and puzzled expressions on their faces, quickly grasping the situation. It seemed this painting was not merely a professor's collection. "Albus, who do you think hung this painting here?" Headmaster Armando Dippet inquired, his expression gravely serious. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and replied, "This appears to be a Chinese painting. Perhaps Newt has encountered it before." All eyes turned to Newt. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Oh, if this painting depicts magical creatures, then I would certainly recognize them. But clearly, this is not a magical creature, is it?" The group nodded in agreement, turning their attention back to Dumbledore. Indeed, it seems this painting has materialized unexpectedly. Dumbledore's words trailed off. Everyone gasped in unison, their eyes widening at the notion of a painting that had suddenly appeared in Hogwarts. Certainly a matter worthy of contemplation. Just as discussions erupted, the painting emitted a brilliant white light, and the woman depicted within it suddenly emerged before their astonished eyes. "Oh my goodness, where am I? Who are all these uncivilized folk?" Ji Suchio exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Though naturally beautiful, she found herself quite unaccustomed to this abrupt change of surroundings. Noticing her silence, Dumbledore was the first to respond, asking, "Who are you?" He spoke in Chinese, albeit with a slight accent, making it somewhat comprehensible. Ji Suchio initially shook her head, then her attention was drawn to Newt, particularly to the Niffler perched on his shoulder, its large eyes and flat mouth strikingly noticeable. Undoubtedly, any girl will be tempted to reach out and pet it. Dumbledore quickly caught on to this detail and discreetly signaled to Newt. Suddenly, Newt found himself frozen, as if his body had transformed into a marionette without strings. Meanwhile, the Niffler fixated on a hairpin in Ji Suchio's hair, its eyes glimmering with excitement as it leaped toward her. Ji Suchio paused momentarily, then beamed with delight as she embraced the affectionate Niffler, giving it a hearty stroke. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she exclaimed, "The texture is far superior to that of the Flower Maiden." Thank you for the compliment," Newt instinctively replied, feeling obliged to acknowledge praise for his beloved Niffler. With a twinkling smile, Suchio replied, "Your Mandarin is quite commendable. My name is Zhong Suchio. May I inquire your name?" "Newt's commander," he responded almost automatically. Suchio nodded with a smile, returning the Niffler to him. The proximity between them felt inconsequential to the naive Suchio, who was not constrained by the rigid decorum of aristocratic upbringing. "Newt, right? Could you enlighten me as to where we are?" Upon seeing Professor Dumbledore nod, Newt began, "This is Hogwarts, a school of magic." Suchio appeared bewildered, possessing knowledge only of spirits and cultivation, having never encountered the concept of magic. Moreover, her very existence was intended to shield the original body from calamities, rendering her largely ignorant beyond a few rudimentary concepts. Her curiosity piqued. She circled Newt, taking in her surroundings, and a cascade of astonished exclamations erupted from her lips. "Wow, the people in the paintings are moving. Oh, that she can move too. Wow, I can even smell the fragrance of flowers." Observing Newt's rather sour expression, she mused, "Why does he look so grumpy? Doesn't he realize it makes him look worse?" As Suchio's lively and cheerful voice resonated, the onlooker's initial wariness began to wane. Only Dumbledore remained skeptical of her origins, yet upon recalling a certain individual at home, he dismissed all doubts. Suchio suddenly leaned closer to Dumbledore, curiously examining his beard, and in a moment of surprise, she grasped it. However, she released it gently, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Your beard is quite long, resembling a fox's tail, though it doesn't feel very pleasant." For the first time, Armando Dippet couldn't maintain his composure, bursting into laughter, followed by the other professors. Chapter 14, I Shall Follow You. With a gentle smile, Suchio turned her attention back to playfully engaging with the platypus. She was not the naive type. She could clearly discern the suspicion lurking within the seemingly amiable elder's eyes. An old fellow who could muster a few words in Mandarin was clearly one who relished in scheming, and she deemed it prudent to limit her interactions with him. The Niffler, sensing Suchio's goodwill, wore a sycophantic grin. It wasn't merely enamored by her shiny hair ornaments. Meeting its eager gaze, Suchio returned a knowing smile. With a flourish of her delicate hand, she conjured a large golden ingot, playfully waving it before the Niffler. Its eyes sparkled instantly, its tiny paws rubbing together in delight, offering Suchio an even more obsequious smile, nearly bowing in gratitude. This anthropomorphic display of affection amused Suchio immensely, prompting her to unhesitatingly place the ingot into its small paws. At this moment, the paper sprite Chio had no inclination to ponder why she found herself in such an intriguing place. After all, she would soon have the chance to revel in her newfound freedom. The version of herself, deemed worthless, had been restored to her original form by her creator, Enyoyu. Surprisingly, she felt no discontent, merely a tinge of regret for not having enjoyed herself enough. Now that she had the opportunity to transform once more, she was determined to seize it with both hands. She appeared as a friendly portrait sprite, perhaps akin to a whimsical rendition of Dumbledore. "Surely, you should arrange a cozy chamber for her," suggested Armando Di Pietro. Dumbledore nodded and greeted Chio in halting Mandarin. "Welcome, my friend. We shall prepare a resting place for you, and I hope you will not harm the children here." Chio politely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from speech. Her patience in enduring his clumsy words was commendable. What did he mean by hoping she would not harm the children? Humph, she was hardly a malevolent beast. She was a merry sprite from a painting. Reflecting on this, she found a slightly awkward Newt to be quite agreeable, albeit a tad starry-faced. Instinctively, she leaned closer, smiling as she asked, "Do you truly believe I would harm others?" Newt instinctively took a step back. Over the years, his travels had primarily involved interacting with mythical creatures, and even the few words exchanged with those two aurors from the Magical Congress had been minimal. The proximity was entirely unfamiliar. Unlike other women, Chio lacked the heavy scent of cosmetics. Instead, she bore a faint aroma of ink, intertwined with a hint of floral essence, the kind that brought a sense of tranquility. Hence, Newt found himself not disliking her, though he felt somewhat out of his depth. During his earlier experiments with Lita, he had never casually approached anyone so closely. Noticing his retreat, Chio decided to tease him further, stepping forward, nearly pressing her cheek against his chin. This height disparity, typical of Eastern women compared to their Western counterparts, amused the professors nearby. "Miss, you should maintain your decorum." "Indeed, your decorum," Newt stammered, his face flushed. Chio, ever playful, leaned in closer and quipped, "Oh, so you do understand decorum. But I haven't done anything improper." Newt instinctively covered her mouth, glancing awkwardly at the others, though it was clear that only Dumbledore grasped the exchange. "Oh, it seems Newt can assist us in looking after the portrait lady," Dumbledore remarked, eliciting knowing smiles from the assembled crowd. It appeared that no matter the age or status, everyone delighted in a bit of gossip, particularly when it came to matters of romance. The following day, nearly the entirety of Hogwarts discovered a grand secret. The newly arrived professor's commander seemed to have acquired a companion resembling a fairy. Oh no, surely she was of elven descent. This revelation twisted the sentiments of the Slytherins, who had previously looked down upon Newt for being a Hufflepuff, igniting a complex mix of envy and disdain. The young hearts, now abloom with feelings, had all transformed into sour lemons. Indeed, they were now the lemons hanging from the tree, while you and I stood beneath its shade. Newt found himself utterly perplexed. Regardless of his activities, well, there was still a hint of personal space. During class, the enchanting figure in the painting perched upon the half-height bookshelf, her starry, radiant eyes fixed upon him with a playful smile. Those eyes brimmed with curiosity, and her visage was even more resplendent than moonlit flowers. Oh, how many times had he nearly forgotten how to conduct the lesson, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of the young wizards below, who seemed to revel in the spectacle. Yet, a flicker of joy stirred within Newt, though it was not a matter of vain pride. "Oh, Merlin, perhaps the Great One could advise me on how to navigate this predicament." To his astonishment, after just a day's absence, our esteemed magizoologist appeared to have attracted yet another captivating lady. In a magical portrait, a benevolent old man gazed with interest at Newt's blushing countenance. Observing the young Eastern girl beside him inevitably reminded him of that ghostly maiden. It seemed he was still unaware of her name. Ahem, he was certainly not preoccupied with thoughts of her. At that moment, Merlin's cheeks flushed, resembling an adolescent smitten for the first time. Yet he seemed to deny such possibilities, for within him resided a steadfastly masculine spirit, one that had even led him to believe he might be inclined towards a same-sex attraction. Unbeknownst to Merlin, the ghostly girl he frequently pondered was fervently honing her skills in the Forbidden Forest. Jiang Fanjin, despite having once been fortunate enough to enter the realm of cultivation, had never had the chance to establish her foundation. Were it not for her unique soul, she might not have escaped the turbulence of that temporal chaos. This world, abundant in spiritual energy, provided an excellent environment for cultivation. Furthermore, she had brought along several valuable items from her previous life, even without a corporeal form now. That did not preclude her from acquiring one in the future. However, she had no intention of seizing another's body, aside from the question of compatibility. She was not inclined to inhabit someone else's vessel. Moreover, Jiang Fanjin was quite curious about the dark little creature from last time, having glimpsed a shadowy figure within it, a creature possessing two souls, suggesting the spirit was not malevolent. Although she could not discern the figure's face, its sapphire-like eyes held an inexplicable allure. To be honest, there had been a fleeting sensation of timelessness in that moment. Yet, Jiang Fanjin could not comprehend why she felt such a connection to the male spirit residing within that small being. Suddenly, the sky above the Forbidden Forest darkened with ominous thunderclouds. Any cultivator from Huaxia would instantly recognize this as the tribulation clouds of a practitioner. Indeed, Jiang Fanjin had transitioned to soul cultivation. The ominous clouds appeared intimidating, and the thunder's might was formidable, yet when it struck, all was absorbed by Jiang Fanjin. Success. With a serene expression, Jiang Fanjin acknowledged that in this life, she reluctantly embraced soul cultivation, achieving a solid foundation in merely a few days. At last, she possessed a semblance of self-protection in this foreign world. Chapter 15. The romantic atmosphere of Hogwarts. Time slipped away like water, and suddenly, more than half a semester had passed. Aside from Suchio and the previously vanished Eastern Phantom, it seems that no other peculiar characters have made an appearance. Currently, Dumbledore's thoughts are predominantly occupied by the one at home, leading him to neglect the affairs of Hogwarts. Armando Dippet has suddenly become busy. He cast a glance at the wall of the headmaster's office adorned with the portraits of several gleeful former headmasters, and he can't help but scowl. You ought to refrain from that sour expression. After all, only we can see it. Even if you frown, Dumbledore won't interfere any further. You are merely the head of Gryffindor, while you, Dippet, are the headmaster, a whimsical old man interjects. Ah, as headmaster, one cannot rely solely on a Gryffindor. A chilling voice retorts, its piercing gaze revealing a temperament, not easily pleased. This remark, however, incites displeasure in another headmaster, who exclaims in frustration, "What is wrong with Gryffindor?" It is evident that this headmaster belongs to Gryffindor, and upon his utterance, the previously speaking figure awkwardly falls silent. He is not intimidated by that lunatic. Indeed, Gryffindor is a bunch of madmen. Feeling guilty, are we, Poker Face? When Dumbledore previously assisted in handling Hogwarts affairs, none of you voiced concerns about his ulterior motives. Now that he returns home every night without overtime, you all start to wail. I will make sure to inform Dumbledore that he ought to resign from his position as head of Gryffindor. It is high time he accompanies his beloved wife, Dippet remarks. Except for Dolores Umbridge, the female headmaster, the rest of the portraits display varying degrees of displeasure. However, upon hearing the term beloved wife, all the headmasters widen their eyes in astonishment. It is worth noting that Dumbledore is now in his 40s, and they have never heard of any romantic history involving him. With this revelation, they begin to piece together certain clues from this semester. Dumbledore's beard appears to be much tidier, and those flamboyant wizarding robes have not been seen on him lately. All the portraits, including Dippet, cannot resist glancing at the headmaster's portrait. Ahem, you are all unaware. But Albus has been having house elves prepare his meals daily and deliver them to Godric's Hollow, one of the portraits reveals. The others nod in agreement, intrigued by the gossip, demonstrating that even in portrait form, they retain a fondness for intrigue. Not only the headmasters, but also the young wizards engage in gossip. Among the topics of their chatter is the newly arrived Professor Scamander, whose vast knowledge, especially regarding magical creatures, captivates them. The sheer reality of the magical creatures he produces from his small suitcase leaves them utterly astonished. Even those Slytherins who typically look down on Hufflepuffs find themselves thoroughly impressed by Newt. What they envy most is the clingy little creature accompanying Professor Scamander. Sigh. That creature is even more enchanting than Avila. Eventually, they learn that this delightful being is not of Muggle origin, but rather a creature from the portraits themselves. The young wizards are certainly familiar with portraits, as the entire Hogwarts castle is adorned with talking portraits that frequently visit one another. It was truly their first encounter with such a vivid portrayal emerging directly from the image. Some among them, with a rather dubious disposition, were almost desperate for the attention of others. However, given their dubious intentions, it was a wonder that Suchio would even glance in their direction. She had already taken residence within Newt's suitcase, joyfully feeding the adorable little mooncalf while gently stroking its large, expressive eyes. The ever-loyal Niffler, usually fawning over Newt, was now comfortably nestled in Suchio's embrace, basking in contentment. This was not a matter of fickleness. Rather, it was a clever strategy to amass its own little treasure trove. By the way, where's that large butterfly? Suchio pondered, having recently acquired a smattering of basic English, though her pronunciation still left much to be desired. The enchanting names of these magical creatures were simply too complex. Why not just call the alchemy a butterfly? It looked quite similar, after all. During her lessons with Newt, she had harbored aspirations of mastering the language. As a being of artistic spirit endowed with celestial powers, her potential was undeniably remarkable. Yet, she found the terminology rather convoluted, not due to any lack of intelligence on her part. While she may not rival the cleverness of the bamboo spirit or her own original self, she certainly did not consider herself dim-witted. Indeed, she believed herself to be quite astute. Otherwise, the little creatures in the suitcase would not have taken a liking to her. The Niffler pointed in a particular direction with its tiny paw, eager to communicate, though it doubted whether even Newt, its devoted caretaker, could comprehend its language. A sudden wave of longing washed over it. The Niffler was blissfully unaware that its situation mirrored a young creature that had suddenly left its mother's side to assert its independence, though Merlin was certainly not its mother. Observing Suchio frolicking with the small animals, the Niffler was struck by a thought. What if one day she too were to leave? After all, she had the ability to conjure sparkling treasures. The very notion of her departure filled it with anxiety. But how could a creature that lacked the ability to speak human language influence the decisions of such a wealthy individual? Alas! Wait a moment. The Niffler suddenly remembered its master. He was still a golden bachelor, with the wisdom that comes from understanding the ways of the world. The Niffler concocted a brilliant plan to orchestrate Newt's marriage to the affluent Suchio. In doing so, it would secure its own future as a member of the wealthiest lineage. The more it contemplated this idea, the more invigorated it became, determined to devise a meticulous strategy to ensure that Newt would win Suchio's heart. Meanwhile, Newt became acutely aware of the gazes directed at him and instinctively glanced at the suitcase he carried. It seemed that she had not emerged yet. Reflecting on this, he felt a slight sense of unease. For most of the semester, Suchio had been by his side during class, and her absence now left him somewhat distracted. Observing Newt's awkward demeanor, Merlin, concealed within the portrait, couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "Ah, finally, Newt has come to his senses. Oh, Merlin, this wretched sin of jealousy." As Merlin mused, he fancied himself a connoisseur of romance, exuding a humorous charm. When he cheerfully transitioned to a secluded corridor, he caught sight of a familiar figure. "Ah, there she is. Oh, Merlin, I still do not know her name." Merlin appeared somewhat agitated, oblivious to the fact that the portrait he inhabited was exuding pink bubbles. Fearing that the other might vanish once more, he hastily departed from the frame and called out to Jiang Fanjin. "Ah, beautiful girl, welcome back to Hogwarts." The voice startled Jiang Fanjin slightly, and as she turned, she beheld an elderly man with a white beard emerging from a portrait. "Do you know me?" Chapter 16. So it is truly you. Jiang Fanjin was not frightened by Merlin's sudden exclamation, nor did she find it particularly surprising that he stepped out of the painting. Since entering the realm of cultivation, she had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Observing her demeanor, Merlin became increasingly convinced that this ethereal maiden was undoubtedly an Eastern practitioner. After all, having lived for a millennium, he was well aware of some aspects of Eastern cultivation. In truth, his knowledge was somewhat limited, and encountering someone like her piqued his interest immensely. Perhaps he should commence with an introduction. "Greetings, my name is Merlin Ambrosius, though you might find my name a tad difficult to remember. May I inquire as to your esteemed name, Miss?" Jiang Fanjin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this foreigner to speak Mandarin, and quite fluently at that. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, she felt a degree of discomfort, yet she had no intention of departing just yet. For one, she seemed unable to leave this peculiar house, and secondly, she was uncertain of what this world-s version of Huaxia might entail. Should she fall prey to some malevolent cultivator and become a mere vessel, she would have nowhere to lament her fate. Seeing her silent contemplation, Merlin, unfazed, chuckled. "It appears this ghostly maiden is somewhat troubled. Perhaps you might share your woes with an old man like me." Upon uttering these words, Merlin felt a twinge of nervousness. Perhaps he should alter his appearance, for he had not been particularly handsome in his youth. "Jiang Fanjin. Oh, does Miss Jiang require assistance?" Merlin quickly responded. Jiang Fanjin, however, was fixated on the blue eyes of the elderly man, finding them strikingly familiar. Could it be? Suddenly, she spoke. "You are quite the affable gentleman. Perhaps you could teach me the language of this land." "Of course, it would be my pleasure," Merlin replied with a warm smile, radiating an aura of approachability. Yet, the girl remained transfixed on the elderly man's eyes, refraining from naively inquiring if he was indeed that little beast. After all, it hardly mattered, did it? On Christmas Day, aside from a handful of students remaining at school, the headmaster and the four house heads, Hogwarts transformed into a serene and tranquil haven. The portraits continued their social visits, preparing for the festivities. Only one portrait appeared empty. However, if one listened closely, they could hear the conversation between a man and a woman. Merlin gazed in astonishment at Jiang Fanjin, who now spoke fluent English. He had encountered individuals of considerable talent before, but Jiang Fanjin was undoubtedly the most intelligent person he had ever met. Not only had she mastered the language, but she had also begun to learn the wizarding spells. Although she was neither a sorceress nor possessed any mystical powers, she could still flawlessly cast spells with an inexplicable force, even without a wand. If her teacher were to witness her, he would undoubtedly be astonished, Merlin mused. Jiang Fanjin smiled faintly and replied, "But I am merely the weakest junior sister in our sect. Her words carried a hint of arrogance, yet her expression shifted subtly thereafter. Merlin sensed a shadow enveloping her, and he could surmise that her sect had likely ceased to exist. How could he not relate? His teachers and professors were long gone. Only Hogwarts remained, and thankfully, it still stood. There inevitably comes a time when life fades, and it seems that the two of us are no longer considered living beings. Merlin remarked. Jiang Fanjin nodded, quickly concealing her emotions. Her master had once advised that as cultivators, they must relinquish unnecessary feelings, for they could easily give rise to inner demons, hindering their progress. The realm of cultivation had always been stark in its demeanor, and were not wizards similarly perceived? Ordinary people regarded them as mere figures to frighten children, Jiang Fanjin teased. Merlin chuckled heartily at this, nodding in agreement. Indeed, contemporary wizards have become remarkably complacent. Their textbooks exhibit no semblance of creativity. Oh, they must have discarded their intellect, with some even attempting to dominate the mundane world. Yes, such individuals will always exist, each with their bizarre justifications. However, it seems you have just resolved an issue with the Dark Lord, Jiang Fanjin said with a teasing smile. At this moment, Merlin became more assured of her remarkable intellect. In truth, he harbored a disdain for clever individuals, including himself, for his own cleverness had often led to excessive mental strain. Yet upon awakening, he realized that the magical realm seemed stagnant, an utterly disheartening revelation. Nevertheless, he found himself drawn to Jiang Fanjin's confident aura, despite her being just a young girl, though perhaps it was the innate delicateness of Eastern women. This damned, irresistible allure made him somewhat scornful of himself. However, it was not only he who was captivated by the Eastern maiden. His grown apprentice, Newt, was currently off playing in the Muggle world with a mysterious sprite from a painting. A sudden wave of abandonment washed over him. After so many years as a Niffler, it appeared his mental maturity had regressed significantly. Just as Merlin was lost in thought, Jiang Fanjin leaned closer, remarking, "Sir, you seem to be daydreaming." The proximity between them was unmistakable, a deliberate move on Jiang Fanjin's part, as her curiosity piqued. In the world of cultivators, destiny intertwined with causality, even for those who had become soul cultivators. Their sect had never prohibited dual cultivation, and many had formed partnerships. Only a few remained without a partner, such as Jiang Fanjin. On one hand, she was still quite young and had not yet formed her foundation. Her master had advised her to be wary of others. Should she lack the ability to guard herself, she need only strengthen her cultivation to avoid being outmaneuvered. On the other hand, it was a matter of fate. The master once said, when the time of fate arrives, one must naturally follow their heart and seize their destined connections. This indicates that Jiang Fanjin has evolved from mere curiosity to a genuine affection for Merlin. She yearns for a companion to share her cultivation journey, hoping to find someone to grow old with in the future. She is well aware that this elderly figure is not merely as he appears, for he possesses certain methods of maintaining his youthful visage, and moreover, he is a being of spirit. With this realization, they seem even more suited for one another. Observing the faint blush on Merlin's earlobes, Jiang Fanjin remarked, "You were not so bashful when you possessed the body of that platypus-like creature." You could see me then? Wait, how did you know that was me? No. How did you discern that the soul within that creature belonged to a wizard? Merlin inquired. Jiang Fanjin smiled. As cultivators, we possess the divine eye. I previously perceived that the little beast housed two souls. Realizing he could not refute her claim, Merlin nodded graciously. Indeed, it was I. Upon saying this, his appearance transformed into that of a youthful man. Jiang Fanjin was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes sparkled with recognition. So it truly is you. Chapter 17. I've picked up a wizardling. Merlin did not anticipate that Jiang Fanjin was jesting, yet he felt no anger. Instead, he playfully remarked, "Miss Jiang, do you wish to raise a sniff? While it is undeniably adorable, I am not particularly skilled at nurturing. Perhaps you could assist me in caring for one." Jiang Fanjin's words held deeper implications, yet they posed no challenge for Merlin. He hesitantly replied, "Jiang, I am a spirit. Well, I am currently a soul cultivator. I can teach you. Being my partner would not be a disadvantage." Jiang Fanjin boldly confessed her feelings, which came rather unexpectedly. Merlin found himself momentarily flabbergasted. Realizing he was being professed to, he was about to officially become unattached. Regarding that woman who sealed me away, I must apologize, I never truly loved her. He eagerly responded, "Is this a proposal? I'm being proposed to. It seems I can take pride in this." Jiang Fanjin nodded with a smile, then performed a hand gesture, conjuring a pair of life tokens, each inscribed with their names, bound together by a thread of true energy. This was a genuine token of companionship. She handed Merlin the token bearing her name and hung it around her neck. They exchanged knowing smiles, and in that moment, everything was left unspoken. Meanwhile, Newt was enjoying a day out with Suchio in the Muggle world. Suchio had never engaged in such exhilarating activities, although she could fly. The peculiar amusement rides brought her joy throughout the day. "I have never been this happy before." "Thank you, Newt," Suchio exclaimed, planting a kiss on Newt's cheek. She had just seen someone do that, and it seemed to bring joy to the recipient as well. It was worth noting that Yoyu and Wagus had also shared a kiss. If it were anyone else, Newt might have brushed it off as nothing unusual. But when it came to Suchio, it prompted a deeper contemplation. In recent days, Newt had been contemplating the nature of his relationship with Suchio. He was acutely aware of how much Chinese women value their honor and the stringent regulations imposed upon them. Thus, Suchio's familiarity was far from mere pleasantry. Echoes of the gossip from the young wizards of Hogwarts resonated in his mind. Professor Scamander's girlfriend is truly beautiful. Oh, they must be getting married. How blissful. If only I could be Professor Scamander. At that moment, a subconscious thought flitted through his mind. Boy, your chance is gone. At this juncture, Newt seemed to finally grasp that he had long been enamored with the lively young woman before him. Watching her skip ahead, a charming smile involuntarily graced his lips. Observing the captivated gazes from those around them, along with the deepening haze, he realized it was time to escort his beloved away from this place. They did not rush to leave. While the fog was indeed quite dreadful for ordinary folk, it possessed a unique allure for Suchio. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely along a deserted street. Suddenly, a faint sound of a baby's cry reached their ears from not far ahead. Suchio immediately moved closer, discovering a child lying on the cold ground. "Hurry, Newt, look, there's a child here," she exclaimed, hastening her steps. She gently lifted the infant, who was swathed in a tattered cloth. Nearby lay a disheveled woman, and upon checking for breath, Suchio discerned that she was lifeless. Newt, noticing this as well, refrained from gazing at the woman's corpse and instead took the child into his arms, examining it closely. The umbilical cord had been carelessly severed, tied off in a haphazard knot. Just as they intended to inspect further, footsteps echoed from within the building. "Someone's coming," Suchio warned. Newt nodded. But with the child in their care, they were unable to apparate. Doing so would pose too great a risk to the infant. Swiftly, he drew his wand, and with a flourish, an old, dilapidated bus materialized before them. Inside were a gaunt elder and a ticket-selling matron. Before the woman could utter a word, Newt and Suchio boarded the bus with the child. "Let us get out of here," Newt urged. The matron nodded, clearly aware of the presence of muggles, and promptly urged the driver to set the vehicle in motion. The bus vanished into the mist like a specter. The gates of the orphanage swung open, and a sharp-featured woman emerged, surveying her surroundings, only to be startled by the sight of the rigid corpse at the entrance. "Oh, damned! How could this filthy creature die here?" she exclaimed. "Oh, dear God, Jerry, come out and take care of this at our sacred doorstep. Heaven knows, a lady of high standing is due to visit the children shortly." The woman grumbled as she turned to leave, and soon a young man emerged, his expression devoid of emotion as he dealt with the body. On the night bus, after Newt reported the incident at the Broken Cauldron and paid the fare, he swiftly removed his coat and carefully wrapped the child within it. This was the first time Suchio held such a tiny infant, and her heart was utterly melted by the little one. As a being of ethereal beauty, she was uncertain if she would ever have the chance to bear children, making her affection for the child in her arms all the more profound. "Newt, he appears quite frail. Perhaps I should infuse him with some magical energy to strengthen his constitution," Suchio suggested. Newt hurriedly interjected, "No, we cannot do that. This child is a wizarding infant, and his condition is precarious." "Oh, perhaps we should take him to St. Mungo's. What's that place?" Suchio inquired with curiosity. An elderly lady nearby chuckled. "St. Mungo's is home to healers." "Oh, then you will need to pay an additional 3 sickle for the fare," she added. "Oh, indeed. Thank you. Please take us to St. Mungo's." Newt promptly paid the 3 sickles. In the magical realm, young wizards are exceedingly precious, prompting the seasoned driver of the night bus to recognize the gravity of the situation. To ensure the safety of the poor little one, he immediately accelerated the vehicle. Before long, they arrived at St. Mungo's. After a thorough examination and treatment, the unfortunate young wizard was finally out of danger. However, his noticeably smaller frame compared to other infants caused the attending healer to furrow her brow. "Hey, you young folks, didn't you know to come to St. Mungo's before having a child?" she chided. "Oh, perhaps I should examine this lady as well." As she spoke, she shot a pointed glance at Newt, causing both of them to flush as if they were freshly boiled shrimp. perhaps even emitting a hint of steam from their heads. Well, this child is one we found. I would like to inquire about the procedures for adoption, Newt stammered. The healer paused momentarily before donning a gentle smile, assuring them that she would assist in processing the adoption paperwork. The pair gazed at the sweetly smiling infant, their faces alight with happiness. Chapter 18. A Season for Love. Dumbledore stood in astonishment at the sight of an additional small yard next door, concerned that his companion might be seen by others. After all, he had vowed to amend his past mistakes, and he would accompany him to atone for previous transgressions. In the future, they would rejuvenate the magical community. To be cautious, he prepared to pay a visit to confirm that the other party would not cause any trouble. However, upon seeing Newt open the door, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, another bombshell dropped, delivered with Newt's beaming expression. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore, I was just about to visit you. I have an invitation to extend. Sucio and I are preparing to marry." Newt's announcement left Dumbledore momentarily dazed, pondering if young people truly moved so swiftly. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "Ah, this must be the essence of youth. How delightful it is. Congratulations, Newt. When is the date set?" The smile on Newt's face was uncontainable, and the overflowing joy radiating from him made Dumbledore feel a twinge of bittersweet nostalgia. Only Newt's voice could be heard. "The day after tomorrow, our wedding will be rather simple." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore immediately displayed a look of disapproval and remarked, "Newt, this is precisely where you are mistaken. You must understand that Sucio is someone worthy of your utmost regard. You cannot treat this significant event in your lives with such carelessness." To Dumbledore, love was a sacred bond, and as he spoke, he felt a twinge of guilt, though it was not directed at Newt standing before him. "Of course, I cherish Sucio. It is a sentiment we both share," Newt replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gentle voice chimed in. "Indeed. Welcome, Professor Dumbledore." Sucio emerged, cradling a child, causing Dumbledore's glasses to nearly fall off in astonishment. Good heavens. What is this? In just a few days, they have already welcomed a child? This is quite unprecedented. Dumbledore mused, feeling a twinge of envy towards Newt, who seemed to have a more forthright approach than he, a Gryffindor, ever did. I wonder if I could ever have a child with Gellert. Noticing the mix of confusion and envy in Dumbledore's gaze, Newt chuckled. "This is our adopted child. Because of this little one, we must become legally wed sooner rather than later to complete the adoption process." Dumbledore nodded in understanding, his admiration for the couple deepening. They were indeed kind-hearted souls. He scrutinized the child in Sucio's arms, his eyes radiating warmth, hoping that this child would one day join Gryffindor. "Congratulations. Has this child been named yet?" Dumbledore inquired excitedly. "His name is Alvin," Newt replied with a beaming smile. "Oh, he is bound to become an exceptional child, given the guidance he will receive from both of you," Dumbledore remarked. With this revelation, Dumbledore felt reassured that his neighbor would not inadvertently expose his secrets, as he could trust them implicitly. They had shared the blood oath of loyalty. Eventually, even Gellert was drawn to the child, secretly preparing to impart his skills to this charming little one, all while ensuring that Albus did not catch wind of his intentions. It was a beautiful day. Even the clouds in the sky appeared to be tinged with pink. The usually tranquil Godric's Hollow was bustling with several wizards, mostly Newt's family and Professor from Hogwarts, all radiating joy and sincerely blessing the couple. The child, too, received the warmth of their well wishes. At this moment, the wheel of fate for one individual had irrevocably shifted. Yet, the future remained uncertain. No one could predict how it would unfold. At Hogwarts, young witches and wizards gazed in astonishment at Professor Scamander, who was accompanied by a beautiful elf. There was a noticeable change in her demeanor, particularly as she held a baby, exuding an aura of maternal grace. The onlookers gasped internally, "Oh, Merlin! Professor Scamander is undoubtedly the most cunning of Hufflepuffs. It turns out he has long possessed her affections, and now they even have a child together." The young wizards who once fantasized about Sucio now feel as though the sky has collapsed upon them. Their hopes have been utterly dashed. Oh, how the hearts of countless young men have shattered at this revelation. However, the child nestled in Sucio's arms has captivated many young witches, each gazing at the adorable little one, overwhelmed by maternal affection. Merlin, observing all of this through the portrait, couldn't help but give Newt a thumbs up. This child exhibits the same courage as the Hufflepuff professor. He fondly recalled the moment when Professor Hufflepuff had sent Professor Gryffindor flying with a kick, as well as her fierce declaration of love, though regrettably, it had ended in failure, seemingly scaring the recipient away. By all accounts, Newt has proven himself to be quite exceptional, a Hufflepuff who surpasses even his predecessor. As Merlin pondered these thoughts, a crisp voice echoed behind him. Lin, it's time to practice. The voice, reminiscent of a mountain spring, made Merlin's face flush with embarrassment. Before he could respond, a red ribbon bound around his waist, and in the next instant, he found himself before Jiang Fanjin. Ahem, I assure you, I had no intention of slacking off truly. However, might we take a brief respite today? Merlin averted his gaze as he spoke. Yet, Jiang Fanjin replied sternly, in the path of cultivation, one must either progress or regress. There is absolutely no room for complacency. What? Lin, are you having second thoughts about becoming my dual cultivation partner? A hint of hurt flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Merlin felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured her, no, truly, Jeanne. It's just that engaging in dual cultivation every day is proving to be quite taxing for me. Oh, is that so? Once you achieve a breakthrough, it will become manageable. At that point, we may even consider adopting a child, Jiang Fanjin replied, promptly pushing Merlin onto the bed. Ahem, do not misunderstand. They are currently in a state of spiritual cultivation and cannot engage in marital relations. Moreover, Jiang Fanjin has stated that she intends to wait until they successfully form their cores, supplemented by medicinal elixirs, in order to ensure that she can help Merlin continue his lineage. Despite their lack of physical bodies, cultivators still possess methods to conceive a child, albeit at the cost of their spiritual essence. The air in Hogwarts was saturated with the sweet scent of romance, as several upperclassmen began dating, undeterred even by the looming threat of daunting examinations. Oh, of course, Dumbledore had no time to concern himself with the affairs of these children. To him, what harm could there be in love? Once the holidays arrived, he planned to devote quality time to his beloved. Chapter 19, A Blissful Family Time flies. And Alvin is now 8 years old. Despite his tender age, he has already mastered an impressive array of spells. He even knows the 3 unforgivable curses, although this remains a secret between him and his teacher. As a burgeoning young wizard, Alvin declares that he would never carelessly wield such seemingly useless spells. At this moment, Alvin is engrossed in a thick tome of elvish literature, filled with intriguing content, and his ability to comprehend it is thanks to his father and teacher. Oh, he is truly the happiest young wizard in the world. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the tranquility of the house. What? Brother Hill is a big bad guy. Boo-hoo. I want Brother Alvin to send you to the ceiling. Humph. Just as the words left her lips, a soft, adorable little girl rushed in like a cannonball, diving into Alvin's embrace. With a few sobs, she lifted her tear-streaked face and lamented, Sniff, Brother Alvin, the wicked Hill bullied me. Oh, is that so? Alvin gently lifted the little girl onto his lap, tenderly patting her back. My dear Vani, what should you call Hill? Vani sniffled and, with a hint of grievance, replied, Brother Hill, Vani, you are truly wonderful. Now, can you tell Brother Alvin what mischief Hill has done to upset our little princess? Vana struggled to hold back her tears and gestured animatedly. Brother Hill broke Vana's doll. Boo-hoo, that was the prettiest princess doll Mommy gave me. Alvin retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, softly drying her tears. Beloved Vani, I do not believe Hill would commit such an irredeemable act. You must understand that in this household, everyone loves you dearly, including Hill. Perhaps you should inquire further. Is that so? Vani tilted her head, gazing at her gentle brother, and then nodded, hopping down to seek out Hill. Vani, please let me explain. Just then, Hill rushed in, clutching the puppet. It truly was not me. He attempted to clarify, but was met with the sight of his little princess's crimson eyes. With a resigned sigh, he said, I apologize. It was my failure to protect our little princess, allowing that dreadful goblin to nearly snatch it away. I'm truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Vana's face flushed with shame for having misunderstood her brother Hill. Oh, how childish of me, she thought. After all, Brother Hill was merely an hour older than she. Indeed, they were fraternal twins. According to their parents, they were a gift from Merlin. In the past, this would have been a simple expression of admiration for Merlin. Yet, this time, it truly felt like a blessing from him. Since the age of 3, Alvin had already been capable of taking care of himself, which allowed the once busy Suchio to find some leisure, leading her thoughts to wander. The inability to bear children for her beloved was undoubtedly the greatest regret. Alvin had known he was adopted from an early age, a revelation shared by Dumbledore. His intention was to instill gratitude in the child, without considering the potential impact on Alvin's psyche. Fortunately, Newt and Suchio cherished their children deeply. Even though Alvin repeatedly insisted he could manage on his own, they never allowed a hint of their affection to wane. This unwavering love prevented any psychological issues from arising in the child. Observing ce qui est somewhat à gar visage, Newt felt an urgent concern. The father and son shared a tacit understanding and approached Suchio for a heartfelt conversation. Even Niffler, accompanied by his wife and child, settled nearby, preparing to perform a charming little dance to amuse Suchio. "Oh, dear Suchio, look, we already have Alvin." "Do not fret, there is no need for sadness," Newt reassured her. Although young, Alvin could sense the disappointment of his mother. Was it truly so vital to have a biological child? Why was he not her flesh and blood? These two questions lingered in his mind, causing a sensation akin to an imminent explosion. Despite her own melancholia, Suchio was quick to notice Alvin's distress and urgently called out, "Alvin, my dear." After uttering his name, she felt a wave of dizziness and, in the next moment, fainted, startling Alvin. The father and son promptly whisked Suchio away to St. Mungo's. "What has happened?" Dumbledore inquired as he arrived, concern etched on his face. Newt, unusually at a loss for words, was engulfed in turmoil, uncertain whether St. Mungo's could heal Suchio. After all, she was neither a witch nor a muggle. She was a creature from a painting, and he could not ascertain if the healers would be able to treat his beloved wife. Even Alvin was gripped by fear. Despite Suchio not being his biological mother, he was terrified of the potential harm that could befall her. For the first time since he learned to speak, he burst into tears. Newt quickly embraced Alvin, soothing him tenderly until the familiar female healer appeared. Upon witnessing the two weeping, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Oh, do you two intend to continue crying here? Congratulations, Mr. Scamander. You are to become a father again. And you, young Mr. Scamander, shall soon be a brother. Clearly, you will be an exceptional sibling." Newt was rendered speechless, as if his mind had come to a standstill. "Daddy," Alvin called out, grasping his hand. He was eager to see his mother, regardless of the fact that she was not his biological parent. "Ah, yes, Alvin, you're to be a brother. You'll be the best brother," exclaimed Newt, only to be interrupted by Teddy's playful scratching at his face. The mischievous creature found its owner rather foolish and promptly leaped to the ground, leading the way with Alvin, leaving the bewildered Newt behind. Dumbledore exhaled in relief and followed them inside. None of them noticed the wall of St. Mungo's, where an elderly man with a white beard was smiling benevolently from a portrait, only to have his ear tugged by a delicate hand before vanishing from the frame. "Lynn, it seems you harbor doubts about my progeny, Dan," Fan remarked, his eyes narrowing. Merlin, sheepishly reverting to a youthful visage, responded with a charming smile. "How could that be? I trust you implicitly, my dearest." "Men's words are but deceitful," she retorted. "Now, since we can leave Hogwarts, we should seek a place rich in spiritual energy for our retreat. As for these people's futures, they need not concern you, Merlin." Merlin nodded, having found little of value during his years at Hogwarts, save for that foolish, filthy basilisk. Thus, the couple departed from Hogwarts. Chapter 20, Nagini. Observing the harmonious interactions between his younger siblings, Alvin finally exhaled in relief. When these two little ones were born, he had experienced a sense of trepidation. Professor Dumbledore would often visit their home, sharing peculiar musings with him. He would speak of treating his siblings kindly, cautioning against the perils of jealousy, and the importance of gratitude, words that seemed utterly baffling to Alvin. He could not fathom why his mother, even in her pregnancy, prioritized him above all else, enveloping his heart in warmth. How could he ever harbor feelings of envy? As his siblings grew, Alvin's heart found greater tranquility, for his parents had never shown favoritism towards them. He remained the most esteemed member of the household. His father was frequently away, while his mother devoted herself to caring for them. And then there was the Teddy family, who ensured that their home lacked any semblance of silverware. Should outsiders catch a glimpse, they would likely deem their abode a veritable slum. Yet, he lived a carefree life, for though his mother was not a witch, she possessed an unexpected strength. Alvin often mused that had she pursued offensive magic, she would undoubtedly be a formidable force. This subtly instilled in him the understanding that true power does not grant one the liberty to harm others at will. "Alvin, come here for a moment," a cool voice called out. "Professor." Alvin immediately recognized the voice and joyfully rushed outside, where he beheld a familiar dark silhouette. Gellert tilted his head slightly and remarked, "By indulging them so, I suspect they shall weep when you go off to school." The once Dark Lord now appeared akin to a benevolent neighbor, perhaps a consequence of his prolonged companionship with Dumbledore. Gellert was genuinely pleased with Alvin as his pupil. Today, he had come bearing a gift. As Alvin beheld the small serpent Gellert extended towards him, he could not deny a rush of excitement. Although he had access to his father's trunk and had encountered numerous magical creatures, this little snake captivated him instantly. "Is this for me, Professor?" Alvin inquired uncertainly. Gellert nodded and replied, "I initially intended to present you with a basilisk." At the mention of the basilisk, Alvin shook his head, saying, "A basilisk is far too perilous. I trust this little creature won't frighten my siblings, will it?" Gellert assured him, "If you manage it well. A true wizard ought not to be bested by a mere serpent." "Very well, Professor." Ultimately, Alvin accepted the snake. As he watched Alvin's retreating figure, Gellert furrowed his brow thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "With such beauty, how could this child's taste in the future be so lacking?" As the future Dark Lord, this visage must never be marred. Indeed, in the realm of magic, there existed seers, though most were notoriously inaccurate. Yet, as the original Dark Lord whose very presence instilled trepidation in the magical community, he held a profound confidence in his own prophecies. It was this foresight into Alvin's future that had ignited his desire to impart knowledge clandestinely. All of this, of course, was kept hidden from the anxious Albus at home. Albus's affections were most likely directed towards the vivacious Vanny Scamander, whose cheerful demeanor was undeniably charming and starkly contrasted with that of his sister Ariana. Ariana, Albus's sister, was tragically the indirect cause of another's demise. Although Albus had not exhibited even a hint of animosity towards him in recent days, that could serve as a terrifying catalyst. After enduring this period of tranquility, Gellert found himself unwilling to face loss once more. Perhaps, as time passes, Albus would forget the past. Gellert mused, his figure fading from sight. Yet, he feared even he understood the impossibility of such a hope, unless Ariana were to be resurrected. A chasm would forever lie between him and Albus. Alvin, feeling somewhat anxious, concealed the small serpent behind his back, inadvertently sparking Vanny's curiosity. She was the boldest child in the household, having once snuck into Newt's suitcase, where she rummaged for quite some time. When the family finally discovered her, the little girl, who had only just begun to master her speech, was joyfully rolling around in the Niffler's treasure trove. Meanwhile, the Niffler was alongside her, preparing to plunder its own stash. Observing the Niffler's exasperated yet resigned expression, Newt felt a deep sense of remorse as he escorted the little girl out, thereafter ensuring the suitcase never left his sight again. At this moment, the inquisitive young girl was blinking her large, curious eyes, persistently gazing at the nervous Alvin. "Oh, my dear brother Alvin, you're the most loving brother to Vanny in the world. Please let me see that little treasure in your hand," Vanny exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. A bead of sweat trickled down Alvin's forehead as he pondered how to navigate the situation when he suddenly heard a voice as melodious as Vanny's. "I'm so hungry. Nagini is so hungry." Vanny's keen ears immediately caught the serpent's hissing, but lacking the ability to speak parcel tongue, she could not comprehend its words. However, the sound confirmed her suspicion that Alvin was hiding a snake. "Oh, how cool. A snake. Oh, Merlin. Brother Alvin, did you acquire a legendary serpent hatched by a toad?" The little girl exclaimed excitedly. As a Scamander, it was clear she had inherited her family's legacy, possessing an impressive understanding of magical creatures. Moreover, she held no aversion to cold-blooded animals. Rather, her eyes gleamed with heightened anticipation. Alvin, naturally attuned to Vanny's eagerness, felt the little creature in his palm beginning to stir, indicating he needed to quickly soothe his newly acquired pet. Gritting his teeth, he finally revealed the small serpent. This is something I just found outside. I thought you might be afraid. So, oh Merlin, it looks truly beautiful. Brother, you are incredibly lucky." Vanny's exclamation abruptly interrupted Alvin's words. She longed to touch the little snake, yet Vanny, possessing a modicum of knowledge about animals, swiftly discerned that the creature was venomous. Thus, she cautioned, "Hey, brother Alvin, while this snake is indeed beautiful, I must remind you that it appears to be poisonous. It would be prudent not to startle it." "Oh, indeed," Alvin replied, acknowledging her wisdom. "However, it appears hungry. I think I should prepare some food for it." Nagini was indeed very hungry, writhing anxiously and hissing, the sound echoing in Alvin's ears in a relentless loop. Suddenly, Alvin felt a buzzing in his head and instinctively stroked the snake's head, uttering words in parcel tongue. "Wow, Merlin! Brother Alvin, are you learning to speak to the little snake? How impressive!" exclaimed Vanny. Mother was right. Brother Alvin is truly remarkable. Clearly, the little girl had a penchant for effusive praise. Chapter 21. The New Neighbors Next Door. Hill stretched lazily, having just awakened from his afternoon nap. His first inclination was to check on his sister Vanny, who also indulged in a midday slumber. However, today his sister, who typically rose later than he, was conspicuously absent from her princess bed. Just as confusion began to settle in, he heard Vanny's voice wafting up from downstairs, filled with exuberant praise for Brother Alvin. It seemed only Brother Alvin could manage Vanny's spirited nature. In a blend of admiration and curiosity, Hill hurried down the stairs. Upon his arrival, he found the two of them sprawled on the carpet, seemingly feeding some creature tiny morsels of meat. Intrigued, Hill cautiously approached, only to lock eyes with the little snake. "Oh, Merlin, a monster snake!" he exclaimed excitedly. Vanny, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Oh, my poor timid brother Hill. If you could only open your clever eyes a little wider, you would realize that this is not a monster snake, but rather an ordinary little serpent." Hiss! Nagini responded with a hiss, enjoying the attentions of its two young masters, only to be startled by Hill's sudden outburst. Instinctively, it raised its small body, its eyes flashing with a glimmer of alertness, yet it did not assume a defensive posture. Alvin, sensing the little creature's slight tension, gently stroked the snake's head. "Nagini," he called softly, instantly capturing the snake's attention. "Hiss, master, how did you know my name is Nagini? I am so happy, truly overjoyed. If Nagini were a dog, the three children would surely see its tail wagging like a fan." Amused, Alvin continued, "Nagini, my name is Alvin. This is my brother Hill and my sister Vanny. Oh, and our parents. Mother is currently practicing, and I will introduce you to her shortly. As for father, well, he is rather busy." Nagini, in its innocence, nodded in understanding, affectionately nuzzling its young master, blissfully unaware of Alvin's ability to converse in parcel tongue, primarily due to its tender age. Suchio would never neglect her three precious children for the sake of her training, even with the presence of house elves. She would always make it a point to leave her training chamber punctually to spend time with her little ones. After the children's nap time concluded, Suchio emerged and, upon noticing the snake, did not react with alarm or attempt to chase it away. Instead, she scanned it with her spiritual awareness, confirming that it was not a serpent demon before approaching. "Children, do you need your mother to remove this little fellow's venomous fangs?" The words caused Nagini, who had been playfully seeking attention, to freeze momentarily, and the snake seemed displeased. Contemplating whether to lunge and bite, it merely glanced up, instantly petrified. Nagini felt as though this woman before her was an imposing adversary, frightening in her presence, striving to appear adorable, driven by her animal instincts. She understood the necessity of winning this woman's favor. "Mother, I found this little one, and it's so small. I fear that removing its fangs may harm it. I will be careful and ensure that Nagini does not bite anyone." Alvin spoke to Suchio, reverting to a childlike demeanor as he naturally sought her indulgence. Suchio smiled and nodded. "Very well, since it is your little pet, you may handle it. However, do not let your younger siblings approach, as it is a venomous snake." "Okay, Mama," Alvin replied with a sweet smile, his already handsome features becoming even more radiant. Vanny, after observing Nagini for a moment, turned her attention to her mother upon her arrival. She eagerly clung to Suchio, exclaiming, "Mama, let us go fly kites." "Certainly," Suchio responded with a smile. Thus, she led the children to the yard to fly kites, only to notice a new house seemingly erected beside theirs. This did not particularly astonish her, but the house exhibited the classic features of a traditional Chinese garden, capturing her interest. "Mama, why is there a strange new house next to ours?" Vanny asked. Sierra approached Alvin and inquired, "Brother, did you see this house outside earlier?" Alvin shook his head, firmly convinced of his memory. He was certain that when the teacher had come to find him, there had been no such house, had he not been a young wizard. He might have begun to question his sanity. It appeared they had gained another neighbor, and he hoped this one would not be as bothersome as Professor Dumbledore. "It seems we need to prepare a gift to visit them," Suchio remarked. "Let us prepare some food. Moon's cooking is fantastic." Vanny chimed in happily. Moon was the house elf residing with the Newts, renowned for her culinary skills and her ability to care for young wizards, making her a favorite of Vanny. "All right, we shall listen to Vanny." "Moon," Suchio called. A slender figure materialized before her, bowing respectfully. "Oh, my lady, how may I assist you? Please prepare a dessert for us. We're going to visit our new neighbors." "Of course, my lady," Moon replied eagerly, quickly vanishing with a pop. After a short while, Suchio, along with the children, set off with a food box in hand to visit, to leave a good impression on their new neighbors. She had chosen to use a classical Chinese food box. As she gazed at the familiar stone lion at the entrance, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. And, as she touched it, an unexpected incident occurred. Roar! The stone lion, which had been touched, astonishingly came to life, glaring at Suchio with eyes as round as copper bells, displaying displeasure. However, upon noticing the three small tails behind her, it immediately retracted its menacing demeanor. "You appear to be of Huaxia descent. What brings you here?" The stone lion surprisingly spoke in human language. Suchio was not overly astonished, but the three children were taken aback. Vanny and Sierra clung closely to Suchio, though they were not excessively fearful. Alvin, on the other hand, guarded Nagini while curiously studying the stone lion before him, his eyes brimming with inquisitiveness, evidently pondering the magic that had revived the lion. Only Suchio's heart trembled, as she felt uncertain about the true nature of this neighbor, and the remarkable transformation exhibited by the lion only heightened her desire to meet its master. Striving to calm herself, she finally spoke in Huaxia. I am your neighbor from next door. Seeing your master move in, I brought the children to pay a visit. The stone lion nodded, its gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals, lingering momentarily on Suchio and Alvin, before saying, "Please, come in. I hope you will not foolishly disrupt anything inside, for you would not wish to discover the consequences of such actions." So Yunadith turned to caution the children a few times and then led them across the high threshold. Upon entering, they were greeted by an exceedingly spacious courtyard, with a lotus pond on the right side, featuring a small pavilion at its center where a man and a woman sat. The man appeared to be a wizard, while the woman donned a striking black and red outfit reminiscent of a heroic figure. Together, they created a strangely pleasing sight. Chapter 22. This is my pet snake. Over the years of cultivation together, Jiang Fanjin had grown increasingly fond of her partner. She acknowledged a degree of the wizard's prowess, yet could not help but lament. Aside from her own partner, other wizards truly seemed lackluster. Most importantly, her partner was unwaveringly devoted, a paragon of loyalty, unlike some who led turbulent private lives. Indeed, regardless of the realm, good men are far more scarce than scoundrels. Thus, when Merlin proposed returning, Jiang Fanjin readily acquiesced. She did not inquire why they were moving here, for in this world, she was essentially alone, naturally devoid of desires. Presently, their lives appeared tranquil, yet imbued with a subtle sweetness. When the door of their home was knocked upon, Jiang Fanjin paid little heed at first, yet noticed Merlin's eyes sparkling with anticipation, realizing that perhaps the neighbor was an acquaintance of her partner. In unison, they turned to behold the doorway. Upon seeing Suchio, Merlin was unsurprised. He had intentionally chosen to reside next to the Newt family. After all, having developed a bond over the years, Jiang Fanjin, too, felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Suchio, a tinge of envy welling up within her. Dismissing the impractical thoughts, she scrutinized Suchio for a moment, quickly discerning that she was not of the human race, though the nature of her being remained elusive. However, sensing no malevolent aura emanating from her, Jiang Fanjin concluded that she was likely a benevolent spirit, thus retracting her previously intense gaze filled with hostility. This moment finally snapped Suchio, who had been standing rigidly at the door, back to reality, allowing her to secretly exhale in relief. Just a moment ago, she had nearly believed her life was in peril. Indeed, had the children not been present, she had no doubt that the woman before her might have taken action. Thus, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with the three children growing increasingly apprehensive. Alvin, who had previously only sensed such oppressive energy from Dumbledore, now felt that even Dumbledore might pale in comparison to the two individuals before him, particularly the woman. Fanny, feeling uneasy, shifted her body, a sudden urge to visit the restroom overtaking her. It seemed that Jiang Fanjin was aware of her overwhelming aura, causing discomfort for the children. "Guests are a privilege," she spoke, "in this foreign land. It is indeed a twist of fate for us to meet. I am Jiang Fanjin. May I ask your name?" Jiang Fanjin initiated the conversation, breaking the silence. Suchio, striving to suppress her anxiety, adorned her face with a polite smile and replied, "In response to your esteemed presence, I am called Suchio." Regardless of the location, respect is accorded to the powerful, and this holds true in Huaxia as well, in the realm of cultivators. The law of the jungle prevails. Suchio was acutely aware that she was merely a painting spirit fortunate enough to seize an opportunity. Her existence in this life akin to a gift stolen from the heavens. Ironically, this beauty rendered her even more fearful. The more one possesses, the greater the dread of losing everything. For Suchio, the thought of losing her beloved, her children, and the splendid life she currently enjoyed was her greatest terror. Jiang Fanjin immediately noticed her tension, and her initially cool demeanor blossomed into a broad smile as she turned to Merlin, saying, "Merlin, do I appear that terrifying?" To her surprise, Merlin nodded and replied, "You are indeed a bit fierce." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fanjin shot him a sidelong glance, yet, mindful of the guests, she turned back to Suchio and reassured her, "You need not fear. I am not the meddlesome old Taoist with a cow's nose. Moreover, I perceive no sinister aura surrounding you. Thus, I have no reason to take you in." After saying this, she leisurely sipped her tea. As it was rare to encounter someone from Huaxia, Jiang Fanjin found herself more talkative which allowed Suchio to relax and filled her with joy. Ever since the arrival of her children, Suchio was no longer the carefree, painting spirit she once was. The magical realm, much like the world of ordinary people, was fraught with instability. Where there were people, there was conflict. Having a powerful neighbor was indeed the greatest assurance. Seeing their mother's relaxed smile, the children too began to ease their worries. Fanny's lively spirit revived, her large, grape-like eyes fixated on the koi in the pond. She had never seen such plump fish before, and the vibrant colors dazzled her. Naturally, children are drawn to bright hues. "Alvin, look at the big fat fish," Fanny exclaimed excitedly. The koi, unperturbed by the presence of the children, wiggled their rotund bodies and eagerly swam towards Fanny, blowing bubbles that enchanted the little girl. "Ha! They're so adorable." Suddenly, a packet of fish food appeared before Fanny, and she instinctively clutched it, causing the koi in the pond to become even more frenzied. Jiang Fanjin remarked, "These fish certainly have a taste for it." Fanny's eyes sparkled with excitement. After expressing her gratitude to Jiang Fanjin, she eagerly pulled her brother, Hill, to join her in feeding the fish. Alvin had initially intended to protect his younger siblings, but just then, his pet snake, Nagini, suddenly awakened. Hissing, Nagini expressed its desire to eat as well. Alvin's lips twitched, realizing that his pet snake seemed to possess an insatiable appetite, having just fed it moments ago. As his gaze drifted toward the koi, a vision of Nagini swollen into a ball flashed through his mind, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Jiang Fanjin observed the three children with a composed demeanor. Having studied physiognomy, she was somewhat taken aback and scrutinized Alvin a bit more intently. However, her attention soon shifted to the small snake in Alvin's hand, instantly piquing her interest. "Little one, your snake is quite remarkable, albeit a tad small," she commented. Alvin was startled by her words and quickly concealed Nagini behind his back, asserting, "This is my pet." Jiang Fanjin's smile broadened, her gaze toward Alvin softening. "Fear not, I will not harm it. It appears to have great potential, and surely you would wish for it to thrive." Alvin remained silent, merely gazing back at her, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Jiang Fanjin was in no rush, merely intrigued by the snake in his possession, reminiscent of her own beloved pet from a past life. In the realm of cultivation, every spiritual creature holds the potential for transformation. Jiang Fanjin felt a flicker of anticipation for this little snake, viewing it as a chance to rectify the regrets of her previous life, especially since she never had the opportunity to witness her own pet snake's metamorphosis, as her entire sect had perished. Of course, she also found the little girl who was enthusiastically feeding the fish endearing. However, it was regrettable that the girl lacked spiritual roots. In contrast, the boy with the snake possessed such roots, and his snake exhibited notable intelligence. In the future, as neighbors, do feel free to visit. I have arranged a spirit gathering array at my home, which I believe will be beneficial to you as well. Jiang Fanjin's words illuminated Suchio's eyes. She perceived the uniqueness of the courtyard. The spiritual energy was advantageous not only to cultivators, but to others as well. Elated, Suchio bid farewell to the two and returned home with the children. Chapter 23. Surprise and Testing. Jiang Fanjin watched as Suchio and the others departed, pouring a cup of spiritual tea and offering it to Merlin. "Did you not say you wish to be an unconcerned master? You are no longer merely someone's pet." Merlin, upon hearing this, was not at all displeased. He could detect the hint of jealousy in his partner's tone, which instead brought him joy. With a smile, he replied, "Oh, my dear Jiang, no one in this world holds greater significance than you. Yet, I have my own aspirations. I once sought to protect our mentors, but alas, I failed. Later, I endeavored to alter the relationship between wizards and muggles, yet that too proved futile." At this juncture, a trace of melancholy adorned Merlin's expression. Jiang Fanjin, who had once only been focused on diligent cultivation, may not have understood his sentiments then, but now she was capable of empathizing with his state of mind. Witnessing the beloved master and fellow disciples perish before her eyes, she finally comprehended the true essence of guardianship. The experiences shared with Mei Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, fostering a deep mutual understanding between them. Their initial encounters had been fleeting, yet it felt as though fate had intricately woven their destinies together. Jiang Fan refrained from interrupting Mei Lin, allowing her a moment to collect her thoughts before she continued. "I merely wish to continue protecting them. This time you have me." Those succinct words transformed Mei Lin's sorrow into a radiant smile. Sunlight cascaded upon the two, their intertwined hands seemingly transmitting a profound energy to one another. Dumbledore, bearing a collection of candies, made his way to the Newt residence, eager to share the delightful treats with little Vonnie. Each time he beheld her, A vague silhouette would spring to mind, leading him to believe it must be Ariana. Oh yes. Surely she had returned, and he could at last rectify his past missteps. However, today, the Newt household seemed unusually silent. Out of courtesy, and to avoid startling the lively Vani, Dumbledore chose not to use apparition. Just as he prepared to invoke a Patronus to convey his message, a burst of laughter resonated from distance. Curiosity piqued. He turned to discover an expansive courtyard adjacent to the Newt home. The courtyard, steeped in the enigmatic aesthetics of the East, left Dumbledore momentarily entranced. He pondered the intentions of this family in the valley. Oh, he would not allow any harm to befall the precious Vani. He would not permit another moment of regret to unfold. Resolute, Dumbledore strode purposefully towards the new neighbor's abode, now clad in a flamboyant wizard's robe that appeared somewhat absurd. As he approached the door, two stone lions at the entrance suddenly sprang to life. The playful little lion leaped down and curiously circled Dumbledore, sniffing at him. Ah, the wonders of Eastern magic. Dumbledore, a man of considerable knowledge, was captivated. The little lion's round eyes spun around, and a puff of white mist enveloped its feet, coalescing into a cloud that lifted it into the air. Locking gazes with Dumbledore, and noticing his astonished expression, the lion grinned and remarked, "Your beard is quite unappealing. Look at my mane, perhaps you should curl yours." The lioness, with a swift swipe of her paw, pulled the mischievous cub back, imparting a serious lesson. "Child, do not approach strangers casually. Be wary of revealing your little secrets." The lion couple perceived the wizard's abilities at once. While the mind-reading magic bore no relevance to them as stone beings, they instinctively disapproved. "Is there something you need?" the lioness inquired in English. Dumbledore instinctively offered a warm smile, which the lioness interpreted as insincere. He mused upon the human penchant for masks, even when confronting stone. "Oh, I have come to see the delightful Vani," he replied. "Vani? You wish to abduct her?" "Oh, mother, quickly inform the master. An old man here intends to kidnap." The little lion exclaimed loudly. Dumbledore's smile momentarily faltered before he spoke again. "Oh, Merlin, this is a misunderstanding." "Merlin? Mother, this is not the master." The small stone lion wished to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. Turning to his father, who glared at him with an intimidating demeanor, he awkwardly nestled beside his mother's legs and transformed back into a statue. The lion spoke coldly. "Your name?" "Ah, yes, I reside in that house." "Perhaps you could convey my name, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." The lion nodded, gestured with a paw, and a paper crane emerged from beneath it, fluttering away with Dumbledore's self-introduction. "It has been conveyed. As for whether you may enter, that depends on your fate," the lion concluded before solidifying into stone. Dumbledore hastily turned towards the stone lioness, but was met only with the icy visage of the statue. He shook his head in bemusement, realizing he seemed rather unpopular with his family of three, despite the fact that the statues and portraits at Hogwarts rather liked him. However, before he could dwell on his melancholy, he heard the lion's voice once more. "The master permits you to enter." "Oh, Merlin, what an honor this is!" Dumbledore exclaimed, then stepped through the automatically opening door, the laughter of children growing clearer. Even the well-traveled Dumbledore found himself astonished by the scene before him. What a splendid tableau it was! The courtyard, imbued with Eastern mystique, was filled with fluttering petals, where a troop of charming little fairies danced joyously around the children. Meanwhile, Vani rode upon a unicorn, the petals surrounding her rendering her akin to a delicate flower fairy. Dumbledore cast a glance at Alvin, who was holding the unicorn for Vani, and then at Hill, who curiously chased the fairies. It was evident they shared Newt's passion for magical creatures. Jiang Fanjin had already sensed the presence of the unexpected guest with her spiritual awareness. She naturally harbored no warm welcome for a stranger. As a practitioner, she was inherently aloof. Moreover, she noticed the different glances Dumbledore cast towards the three children, a look of suspicion that puzzled her. Regarding the master of the little snake, Jiang Fanjin did not believe Alvin to be a bad child. An adult should not view a child with a tainted lens. At this thought, her expression turned cold. Merlin, standing nearby, immediately sensed Jiang Fanjin's emotional fluctuations. They were true soulmates, capable of sensing each other's feelings. That as Dumbledore, the headmaster of Gryffindor, Merlin communicated telepathically. Jiang Fanjin nodded slightly before coldly stating, "He seems to harbor prejudice against Alvin, merely because he is the adopted son of Su Qiu and Newt." Merlin was taken aback. He had not noticed this before. In his time with Newt, Dumbledore had always shown great responsibility towards Hogwarts students. "Oh, Jiang, perhaps you are overthinking this." "Oh, Merlin, you seem to have forgotten something. Some individuals are prone to fanciful notions," Jiang Fanjin replied in a tone mimicking Merlin's. Although they had made progress in their dual cultivation over the years, they still had not managed to break through. This also implies that it will be impossible for them to have children in the future. However, Jiang Fanjin has already made up her mind, despite her reluctance. Chapter 24. The childbearing potion. Jiang Fanjin pursed her lips. She naturally welcomed the presence of the adorable children, but each arrival always seemed to attract a certain bearded figure. To her, this Dumbledore was indeed rather bothersome. It was not that he was unattractive, but rather his approach towards the three children was starkly different. He was ever accommodating to Vanny, appearing as if they were family, and he was exceedingly affectionate towards Hill, yet he incessantly nitpicked at Alvin. Dumbledore felt an overwhelming sense of being unwelcome, and what troubled him most was the ineffectiveness of his precise legitimacy on this couple. It was as if he could feel himself being seen through. The unknown was rife with uncontrollable variables, and Dumbledore naturally detested this sensation. Perhaps he was even unaware of his own intense desire for control, which surpassed that of Gellert. However, before Dumbledore could take any action, his object of suspicion vanished into thin air. Even the Eastern-style courtyard seemed to evaporate like water under the sun. He had no time to investigate these occurrences. As the new semester was commencing, as a member of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor, he had much to attend to. In the empty room, Gellert let out a helpless sigh, lamenting Dumbledore's perpetual suspicion, even though he recognized the formidable strength of those two. Yet, he was acutely aware that they harbored no malice. Observing the troubled Dumbledore reminded him of the equally distressed Alvin. Initially, he had taken on this apprentice to alleviate his boredom. But after years of interaction and Alvin's intelligence and diligence, Gellert was quite satisfied with his protégé. Perhaps it was time to divert Dumbledore's attention. To protect all that he cherished, it seemed he had no choice but to act. Dumbledore, your focus should return to me. With that, he produced a vial of potion, uncorked it, and without hesitation, drank it down. Oh, Merlin's beard. This flavor is rather unpleasant. Complaining to himself, Gellert suddenly smiled as he tossed a letter into the fireplace. A swirl of blue flames enveloped the letter, which soon found its way to Dumbledore's office. Fawkes pecked at his feathers, feeling exceedingly drowsy, when suddenly a flame erupted beneath him, and a letter floated out. The familiar scent irritated the dark-feathered phoenix. Nonetheless, he dutifully carried the letter to Dumbledore. Oh, thank you. Fawkes, perhaps you would like a delightful treat? Dumbledore beamed at Fawkes, then picked up a dish of dark, unappealing morsels. Oh, this might possibly be chocolate, but it certainly doesn't look appetizing. Fawkes dropped the letter and returned to his perch to rest. Dumbledore chuckled. Oh, Fawkes, this is a recent delicacy. How I wish you, my old friend, could share this rare delight with me. After speaking, he absent-mindedly stuffed a handful into his mouth. Fawkes, peering through a narrow slit of his eye, caught sight of the scene and felt a wave of nausea wash over his small stomach. Alas, having such a master truly left him feeling weary. Noticing that Fawkes remained asleep, Dumbledore did not press the matter. With a gentle smile, he opened the letter. After just a glance, the smile on his face deepened considerably. He carefully folded the letter and placed it solemnly in his pocket, lifting his head to reveal his unusually rosy cheeks. Oh, Fawkes, my old friend, I am truly sorry, but it seems you must spend the night here alone. Yes, I must return for a while. I may not be back until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Fawkes opened his eyes to see Dumbledore's figure disappearing into the fireplace, and a sense of frustration enveloped him. Ah, this ungrateful heartbreaker. Forsaking his feathered companion for mere appearances, what was so special about that old man? In his sulking, Fawkes did not notice the hurried figure of a gossiping portrait leaving the wall behind him. In the headmaster's office, the conversation continued. Oh, you're quite right. It appears that Albus has an important engagement this evening. No, I believe you're mistaken. What I meant to say is that Albus is already married. It seems he is rather reluctant to leave his partner in solitude. Hey, I am genuinely curious about the person who has transformed Albus, who once only knew Hogwarts, into a devoted husband eager to return home daily. These words left the attendees and the portraits momentarily stunned before they nodded in agreement. They chattered away, entirely disregarding the plight of the current headmaster, Armando Dippet, who felt as though his head might explode. Suddenly, the thought of returning home to embrace his wife and children struck him as absurd. Meanwhile, as Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Well, it could be termed a surprise. He stood dumbfounded, gazing at the rose petals strewn across the floor and the romantically adorned dining table. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Why are you standing there in a daze? Do you think I have lost my charm? Grindelwald flashed a wicked smile, imbued with an irresistible allure that momentarily disoriented Dumbledore. His body instinctively leaned closer, and he was unceremoniously guided to a chair, a glass of wine thrust into his hands. "This is Huashiazbaigwa wine. I believe you'll enjoy it." As Grindelwald spoke, the calculating glint in his eyes went unnoticed by the dazed Dumbledore. He foolishly raised a glass and drank the spiked Baigwa wine. Almost instantly, a wave of dizzying intoxication surged through him, leaving Dumbledore momentarily paralyzed. He widened his eyes in bewilderment and looked towards Grindelwald, asking why. "Grindelwald, do you wish to leave me?" "Merlin, I have said we can strive to change together." After stammering these fragmented words, Dumbledore felt a haze envelop him. He could merely see Grindelwald's lips moving, yet the words were lost on him. In the next moment, he found himself groggily following Grindelwald into the bedroom, succumbing to the blissful paradise of oblivion. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Dumbledore abruptly opened his eyes in a state of panic, sitting up anxiously with a grimace. "Oh, it seems I did not exert myself sufficiently last night." The teasing voice of Gellert reached his ears, calming Dumbledore and making him acutely aware that he seemed to have been thoroughly drained. So, all this effort was merely to ascend to the upper position? Ahem. You could have consulted me about it, Dumbledore thought, a blush creeping onto his face. However, the next moment, Gellert's words drained the color from his cheeks. "Oh, it appears you are quite eager to drink the childbirth potion." "What? The childbirth potion?" As a seasoned white wizard, Dumbledore had certainly heard of such a potion. "Mouth agape," he stammered. "So you added the childbirth potion to my drink last night? But where did you acquire it?" "A secret," Gellert replied with a smirk. "But I believe you should remain home to nurture your blessing. As for Hogwarts, perhaps I could take care of that." Chapter 25, Alvin's Enrollment. Alvin felt a surge of happiness, for Professor Dumbledore had not sought out Vani for over half a year. Oh, he certainly did not believe the man was there to whisk away his beloved sister. Rather, he simply wished to avoid the sight of Dumbledore's long face. Children possess a keen sensitivity to the people and events surrounding them, especially given Dumbledore's palpable demeanor. Alvin even found himself suspecting that his parents might abandon him. Thankfully, nothing had changed. He received as much as his younger siblings, if not more. It was fortunate that Succio and Newt were attentive, treating each child as a treasure, which prevented Alvin from straying off course. Recently, Succio had noticed that Alvin appeared quite cheerful, and she gently brought him a snack. "My dear Alvin, it seems you're no longer saddened by Nagini's temporary absence," she said, affectionately ruffling his hair. Alvin smiled and nodded. "Oh, my dear mother, understand that it is Nagini's opportunity. You mentioned that we can still play together in the future." "Indeed, my child. Perhaps you should take this time to relax, for when you turn 11, life will not be so easy." Succio's words were filled with a sense of reluctance, filling Alvin's heart with warmth. "Oh yes, mother. However, I must strive even harder." Succio nodded, fully aware that the world of wizards was not as peaceful as it seemed, and there could be no guarantee that her children would always fare well. She could not remain by their side indefinitely. Newt was right. She had to allow the children to learn to grow and protect themselves. Time flew by, and soon the day of Alvin's enrollment arrived. Vani and Hill sent off their most remarkable and handsome brother, Alvin, with heavy hearts. Especially Vani, who wished nothing more than to cling to her brother and accompany him to Hogwarts. "Alvin, remember to think of me," Vani said, her eyes glistening with tears. Alvin nodded, embracing his younger sister and gently tousling her soft hair. "Do not worry, my dear. Your brother will think of you every day. And remember to help me tend to the herb garden. You know that Hill is not particularly skilled in that regard." Vana bobbed her head eagerly, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Alvin, Vana promises to fulfill the task." As she spoke, she cast a triumphant glance towards Hill, who grinned broadly, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "Oh, Merlin, it seems only our little princess can manage the herb garden. I am but a disgraceful herb slayer. Indeed, I am the most formidable little princess," Vani declared with pride, tilting her head back, eliciting laughter from both Alvin and Hill. "All right, children, it is time to bid farewell to your clever brother. We must not delay him from boarding." Succio interjected, gathering the two. "Dear Alvin, do take good care of yourself." "Of course, mother." After a heartfelt parting, Alvin finally boarded the train. Fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead, Alvin felt no anxiety, even when Newt jested that one must subdue a sphinx during the sorting ceremony. He merely offered a graceful eye roll at his perpetually youthful father. Indeed, he would not be deceived by such a clumsy ruse. The sorting ceremony itself was quite clear. A rather scruffy-looking magical hat was presented. Upon donning it, the hat exclaimed, "Oh my, it's you, Slytherin." Its voice was filled with trepidation, ringing loudly enough to nearly deafen Alvin. With courtesy, Alvin removed the hat, stating, "Oh, dear hat, your voice leaves much to be desired." "My apologies, my child. I became overly excited." Go forth. You shall have a splendid future ahead. The hat's words were somewhat cryptic, and Dumbledore squinted, regarding Alvin with a probing gaze. Yet he had little time to ponder this, as he was eager to return to his beloved Alina after the opening ceremony. Yes, that year he had welcomed a daughter, whose appearance mirrored that of Ariana. He immediately immersed himself in thoughts of his child. As for Hogwarts, it was merely a job. Perhaps he could bring her along. She was already a year and a half old, perfectly curious about the world. A gentle smile graced Dumbledore's face, which eased Alvin's initial tension. He turned his attention to the Slytherin table, where the applause was half-hearted, indicating a lukewarm welcome. Unbeknownst to anyone, a new symbol flickered briefly beside Alvin's name on Dumbledore's list, a detail even the headmaster overlooked as he continued to call out names. Alvin was assigned to a single dormitory, fully aware that he might be isolated. However, he would not feel lonely. With a smile, he opened his suitcase, and a curious creature leapt forth. "Greetings, dear Teddy. I hope you shall not leave this room casually, for I suspect others may not greet you with warmth," remarked Alvin. Teddy nodded, a knowing smile gracing its features, for it was no stranger to Hogwarts. Accompanying Alvin this time evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to revisiting a cherished place. Do not inquire why it chose not to follow Newt, that charming figure who flits about, for it has declared its disinterest. The mere thought of those two creatures, constantly flaunting their affection before it, left Teddy feeling quite disheartened. Alas, why must they have partners while it remains a solitary golden bachelor? Well, it may possess treasures aplenty. Unlike that fellow, Alvin retrieved his wand and effortlessly employed a few domestic spells to tidy his room. He cradled the creature in his arms, smiling as he said, "Dear Teddy, surely you are eager for our delightful life ahead." With that, he gestured to the creature, which, understandingly, retrieved a mirror from its pocket, a beautifully crafted double-sided mirror. Alvin tapped the surface, causing it to ripple like water, revealing a serpent within. "Nagini." "Hiss, master, did you miss me?" Nagini exclaimed eagerly. Alvin replied, "Of course. I have now entered Hogwarts, and I shall endeavor to study diligently to become a worthy wizard. You must also strive hard." "Hiss, Nagini understands." "Hiss, do not worry, master." After a heartfelt exchange, the two reluctantly ended their conversation through the mirror. Gazing out at the murky waters of the lake, Alvin exhaled softly, murmuring, "May all proceed smoothly." Chapter 26. Alina. Calmly, Alvin sat alone at the Slytherin long table, leisurely relishing a delectable breakfast. Oh, and there was also a glossy creature dining elegantly beside him, exuding an undeniable charm. This particular creature caught the attention of students from the other three houses, who typically would not deign to acknowledge Slytherin's haughty demeanor. In unison, they marveled, "Ah, a creature indeed worthy of Scamander." A few from Hufflepuff felt a twinge of envy, pondering why Scamander was not among their ranks. However, they did not perceive Alvin's placement in Slytherin as unfavorable. The children of Badger House were broad-minded and bore no ill will towards other houses. Likewise, the Eagles busied themselves with their beloved tomes, for their passion lay in learning. As for Gryffindor, who had unwittingly developed an enmity with Slytherin, their gazes towards Alvin were filled with envy. After all, he possessed a creature of great renown. A few reluctant Slytherins entered, striving to ignore Alvin's presence. Each one focused on their own breakfast. Just then, a small figure darted in, having somehow reached Alvin's side, a platypus. The soft, cooing sound abruptly interrupted Alvin's elegant dining experience. He glanced down in surprise and beheld a little girl, one who bore a slight resemblance to Vani. In an instant, Alvin recognized the young lady, and with a smile, he scooped her up into his arms, exclaiming, "Ah, Princess Alina, I suppose you must be eager to embrace your brother." "Teddy." Teddy brother," Alina replied joyfully, nodding her head, her chubby arms outstretched as she eagerly gazed at the Niffler on the table, completely ignoring the shadowy figure of her father, Professor Dumbledore, standing behind her. Teddy swiftly drank the small bowl of pumpkin juice and groomed his fur before leisurely bounding into the little girl's embrace, playfully nudging her, which elicited a series of delighted giggles from her. This scene made the Slytherin children suddenly realize something significant. It appeared that the adopted son of the Scamander family shared a remarkably close bond with the little princess of the Dumbledore household. They exchanged knowing glances at the now gloomy-faced Professor Dumbledore. Ah, it seemed that this Scamander lad might indeed have his eye on the Dumbledore princess. Everyone nodded in tacit agreement, which later led to a rather unsurprising reaction when Dumbledore directed his attention toward Alvin. After all, for a father, nothing is more displeasing than a pig snuffling around his own cabbage patch, even if that pig is exceptionally talented. But I digress. Such matters are best left unmentioned for now. Dumbledore approached the Slytherin table, bending slightly to address his cherished princess. "Oh, Alina, it is time for us to have breakfast." The little girl looked up, her mouth busy chewing on something. Dumbledore couldn't help but twitch his lips as he observed the Niffler adeptly feeding Alina. How infuriating, he thought. This was supposed to be his duty. How could even a Niffler vie for his daughter's affection? Typically inscrutable, Dumbledore could no longer contain a glare directed at Alvin, convinced that the boy was behind this. Indeed, Dumbledore had no doubt regarding Alvin's intentions. In his eyes, the lad was rather cunning. Alvin, of course, noticed the look and inwardly sighed. If only Professor Dumbledore could be as understanding as his own teacher. However, his mother was right. He could not expect to be likable to everyone like Gindolin. Little did he realize that deep within his mind, an ominous shadow had begun to take form, filled with an unknown malevolence, causing the previously cheerful Alina in his arms to scrunch her chubby face in confusion. Suddenly, Alina tilted her head back, her plump little hands slapping against Alvin's handsome face with a resounding smack that startled even Dumbledore, who instinctively stroked his beard. It seemed his little princess had found a new toy. With a newfound sympathy in his gaze, Dumbledore stood up and smiled. "Hey, Alina, that's rather impolite." To his surprise, the tiny Alina stood up, her hands cradling Alvin's head as she fiercely declared, "Bad thing. Leave brother Alvin alone." Her words echoed like thunder, snapping Alvin out of his momentary daze. He gazed, somewhat astonished, into Alina's clear, water-like eyes. "Oh, my Princess Alina, I hope I haven't stolen your strawberry pudding." Alvin's words left Teddy, who stood atop the table, utterly speechless. It was evident that he was being deliberate, reminding Alina of that day. Little did he know that it was indeed Alina's pudding. Teddy shot a reproachful glance at Alvin before seizing a portion of the strawberry pudding from the table, eager to continue his benevolent feeding endeavor. Alvin, catching sight of this, could not suppress a chuckle, unaware of the amusing events that had just unfolded. With a gentle smile, he readjusted Alina in his arms and turned to Teddy. "Come, Alina, it's strawberry pudding." Sensing that the irritating presence had seemingly dissipated, Alina's attention was instantly captivated by the pudding, her little mouth opening joyfully as she savored Teddy's offering. Dumbledore, in a resigned manner, returned to his professorial seat. He needed to hasten and consume something, for as the Transfiguration professor, his packed schedule left little room for respite. Moreover, he had a sweet burden to attend to. In the Transfiguration classroom, the third-year students had grown accustomed to Alina's presence. They had witnessed Professor Dumbledore nursing her and changing her diapers during class, making the scene quite commonplace. Alina was remarkably well-behaved. Each time Dumbledore conducted a lesson, she would sit quietly to one side, playing with the small toy her father had given her. Having been part of the classroom for over a year, little Princess Alina yearned to transform as well. Alas, she did not even possess a toy wand, such a stingy father. In the afternoon, it was time for the first-year Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. Before the class even commenced, Dumbledore cast a wistful glance as his precious princess nestled once again into Alvin's embrace. The lesson unfolded amidst a state of astonishment. The students were awestruck by Professor Dumbledore's exceptional transfiguration skills, amazed that he brought his child to class, and even more surprised that she remained as attached to that Slytherin as she had been in the morning. Alvin, unfazed by the gazes of his peers, noticed that the little girl appeared somewhat peculiar. She frequently reached out to pat his face or other parts of his head, as if attempting to swat away an invisible entity. However, he was not irritated. Alvin possessed ample patience for those around him. Chapter 27. The Basilisk Declines. Days passed, and the once tranquil Hogwarts began to bustle with activity as those students who reveled in nocturnal escapades could no longer contain their excitement. Among these night wanderers, Gryffindor comprised at least 80%, while Slytherin students were nearly absent. The self-proclaimed noble Slytherins rarely exhibited such undignified curiosity. For them, the mysteries of Hogwarts symbolized danger. As purebloods, they would not recklessly place themselves in peril. Yet, of course, there were exceptions. At this moment, a cloaked figure stood before a tap in the lavatory. This tap, which would not yield water, bore a serpent intricately carved upon it. Hissus! The figure cloaked in black uttered a clear hissing sound, chilling enough to instill a sense of dread in anyone who might have been present. Following this eerie announcement, the faucet emitted a series of clicking noises, revealing a dark, gaping entrance. Splendid. It appears that every opportunity for renewal has presented itself. Soon, all shall once again bow before me, and they shall remember my name. The voice of that individual scratched at the ears like a cat's claws against glass, invoking an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Yet in the next moment, he fluidly slipped inside, as if entering his own backyard, and made his way to an unsightly statue. Hiss! Another string of serpentine utterances escaped, and beneath the statue, yet another dark exit emerged with a series of clicks from which a colossal head emerged. An icy tongue flicked out, nearly brushing against the face of the cloaked figure. Yet the man stood utterly still, which excited the serpent creature. Oh, how lonely it had been! Its master had finally returned, surely to take it for a stroll. The serpent swayed joyfully, momentarily forgetting its growth, as the exit now seemed rather snug for its current size. In truth, for a serpent of its millennia-old lineage, it was rather diminutive. The serpent, nearly stuck, finally regained its composure as its tongue swept over the stranger's head, tilting its own in confusion. Hiss! Hiss! You are not my master. Who are you? I must warn you. Hiss! This is my territory, hiss. The serpent clamored defiantly. With a sudden surge, its massive head charged forward like a cannonball, knocking the cloak figure down. It proudly held its head aloft, only to find a solitary cloak lying on the ground. Bewildered, it looked up, forgetting its deathly gaze, and stared with its large, bell-like eyes at the spot where the figure had just been. Huh, no one was there. Raising its head, it beheld a faceless apparition. Ah, perhaps a ghost. A mere glance was enough for the serpent to hastily shut its eyes. Goodness, after living for a millennium, it had encountered so few beings, but it had forgotten it lacked hands or claws. How tragically sad. Ahem, but that was not the crux of the matter. The true issue was that the ghost had sullied its serpentine vision, appearing far too grotesque. Ah, master, you abandoned your poor, innocent serpent for that disheveled wretch. It thought that perhaps a brief slumber would suffice, yet it slept for an eternity, and still, its master had not returned. All that remained were the unsightly sculptures. Alas, it must blame that messy-haired lion who had transformed the meticulously carved statue of its master into such an absurdity. How infuriating that the wretch claimed that the obedient serpent was dissatisfied with its master. Oh, the serpent was seething. The very thought that its master had been driven away by that scoundrel made it yearn to dash out and take a bite out of Gryffindor. Yet, recalling its master's parting words, it could only endure, sobbing quietly, lamenting that it could only subsist on meager scraps of mice. Oh, my master, why have you yet to return? The obedient serpent is quite famished. At this moment, deep within the serpent's heart, a small snake is rolling in turmoil. The shadow, hovering above, sensing the serpent's eyes had closed, dared to steal a glance at the situation below. Soon, the arrogant and tyrannical one spoke in the language of serpents. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I am a descendant of Slytherin, and you must obey your master's command. I am now your new master. Upon hearing these words, the serpent was instantly enraged. What nonsense! A hideous creature like you dares to attempt to control such a delightful and obedient snake? How absurd! I refuse to comply. The serpent defiantly tilted its head back and let out a roar towards the shadow above. Hiss, hiss, foul creature, do you think I am blind? So ugly. And yet you dare impersonate my master's descendant? You are not worthy. After years of pent-up frustration, the serpent finally found an outlet for its rage, unleashing an onslaught of hisses. Hiss, look at your ancient face. Oh, that hardly qualifies as a face. By Merlin's shoes, indeed. Your visage is even more repugnant than those wretched shoes of his. I feel as if my eyes might be blinded. You must be doing this on purpose, attempting to scorch my retinas. As the serpent hissed, it kept its eyes closed, blissfully unaware of the even more distorted and hideous visage of its opponent. Otherwise, it would have likely sent this abomination flying with a flick of its tail. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly applaud the serpent for its profound sentiments. After hissing for a while, the serpent sensed that the shadow still lingered, which only intensified its fury. Hiss, humph, are you unwell? I have already stated that I detest hideous creatures. You impostor, crawl away. Having expressed its grievances, the serpent finally felt a sense of relief, expelling a breath of foul air. Oh, forgive it. It had just consumed 998 mice, and its breath was somewhat pungent. With a twist of its serpentine body, it retreated to its lair, leaving behind the shadow with a rather disdainful view of its rear. The shadow remained suspended in the air, the stillness of the chamber offering no comfort, leaving its heart chilled and desolate. Why? In this second chance, how had the narrative shifted so drastically? His mind was filled with memories of the serpent's fervent affection in a past life, dutifully assisting him in dealing with disobedient wizards. Yet just moments ago, he had been openly scorned by the very creature he once cherished. Being a fragmented soul, he could not fathom the reason behind this disdain. However, He conveniently filtered out the serpent's insults, focusing solely on the term imposter. It seems the serpent cannot sense my bloodline power due to my lack of a corporeal form, which explains its disobedience. Thus, I must reclaim my body. Though I feel remorse for my former self, this is all for the sake of a brighter future. I, Voldemort, shall ultimately dominate the magical realm. Dumbledore, this time you shall not thwart me. I demand your complete submission. His maniacal and discordant laughter echoed, and had it not been for the soundproofing of the serpent's lair, it would have likely been met with a swift tail swipe. Alas, the pitiful serpent had already succumbed to slumber. Without a master, it could only endure the tragic existence of eating and sleeping. Chapter 28. The Disheveled Voldemort. Merlin and Jean Valjean did not mysteriously vanish. Rather, they returned to Hogwarts with Nagini. Their return was not solely due to the abundant spiritual energy present here, but also because it greatly benefited their soul cultivation. The couple contemplated the possibility of reincarnation, yet such a choice carried the risk of losing their past memories. Thus, they tacitly decided to forego it. However, the heavenly laws of this realm constrained their cultivation levels, rendering it impossible for them to attain a form that could manifest physically. This meant they could never have their own children, a profound regret indeed. Yet, for now, this was their reality. The two remained within the portrait, living the pastoral life of an elderly couple. Through years of diligent effort, Jean Valjean finally gained recognition from Hogwarts, allowing her consciousness to permeate every corner of the castle. Upon discovering a suspicious shadow, she furrowed her brow and followed it with her awareness. Approaching the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, Jean Valjean took Merlin's hand, and they materialized at that location. They stood seriously before the dark entrance, their faces etched with solemnity. "You truly are remarkable. This is the teacher's chamber," Merlin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His enthusiasm stemmed from the possibility of gleaning information about his mentor's whereabouts from the serpent creature. Even after a millennium, he still yearned for news of Salazar Slytherin. Observing his impatience, Jean Valjean firmly grasped her little old man and admonished, "Do not rush. My consciousness cannot probe the interior. We must exercise utmost caution." Indeed. I was rather careless," Merlin replied, sheepishly scratching his head. Jean Valjean could not help but retort, "Your catchphrase always unsettles me. Who constantly refers to themselves by name?" After her playful jab, Jean Valjean leapt into the chamber, and upon landing, she cast a concealment charm on both herself and Merlin. Now, no creature could possibly detect their presence. "Let us proceed and investigate. I am quite curious about the serpent creature you mentioned," Jean Valjean said. Merlin stroked his beard, commenting, "It should not be too small now." Jean Valjean remained unfazed, replying, "Oh, perhaps Nagini will fancy that serpent." "I fear she will not," Merlin reassured, gently patting the little creature in his pocket. "As a blood-cursed beast, she would not take kindly to a serpent, no matter how formidable it might be." Nagini peeked out with her little head, innocently tilting it to one side and flicking her pink tongue. Jean Valjean could not help but pat her head. This was not merely the treatment of a pet, but rather that of a cherished daughter. As the two entered the chamber with Nagini, they heard the grotesque shadow babbling nonsensically, its laughter akin to madness. "How irritating!" Jean Valjean exclaimed, waving her hand to deliver a slap to Voldemort in the void. As Voldemort's laughter faded, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind, propelling him backward until he crashed into the wall, resembling a flat and round pancake, devoid of any substance. Which blind fool dares to challenge me?" He roared in fury. Jean Valjean and her companion revealed themselves, their expressions devoid of mirth. "I have now witnessed the most grotesque of souls. Such darkness within you. It seems you have taken many lives," Jean Valjean remarked, fixing her gaze upon Voldemort. Though she, too, had engaged in her share of killings as a cultivator, she could solemnly swear upon her own spirit that she would never slay the innocent. In truth, aside from exterminating a sect in her past life, she had seldom ventured beyond her own realm, thus she could hardly be accused of bloodshed. Her soul remained pristine and untainted, devoid of any malevolent aura. Conversely, this dark soul before her spoke volumes of the heinous acts he had committed, a realization that needed no deep contemplation. She raised her hand, ready to summon her life-bound artifact to obliterate the malevolent spirit before her. Yet before she could act, her companion Merlin grasped her wrist. "I believe you owe me an explanation. After all, I cannot fathom why you would set your sights on such an abhorrent entity," Jean Valjean teased. Merlin scratched his head and replied, "I sensed a faint trace of my master's bloodline power." "Oh, Merlin, I can scarcely believe that a scoundrel such as this has emerged among your master's descendants. The last time you encountered Alvin, you remarked similarly." It appears your master's lineage is quite adept at bloodline inheritance. Yet, could this one be a genetic mutation? Jiang Fanjin scoffed. Having spent considerable time in this world, her speech had taken on a scientific flavor, a sentiment that Voldemort certainly comprehended. Despite never having attended a Muggle school, he could grasp the meaning behind the words of this insufferable woman. He glared at Jiang Fanjin with gritted teeth, his gaze filled with malice. Had looks possessed lethal power. She would have been rent asunder 1,000 times over. Alas, he was acutely aware that he could not contend with this woman, and the man standing beside her exuded an aura of formidable threat, unmistakably not an adversary to be trifled with. In his previous life, Voldemort had excelled at the art of survival. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this world. He had once believed this was a boon for Merlin, convinced that even the heavens conspired to assist him in dominating the magical realm. Thus, he grew increasingly arrogant. Yet he never anticipated being expelled from his own body by a mere child, nor dismissed by a serpent-like creature, and now belittled by two seemingly inconsequential individuals. Had he been at the height of his power, he would have unhesitatingly unleashed a full suite of the 4 unforgivable curses upon them, determined to exert his full strength. But now he could only bide his time. Seizing the opportunity while the two conversed, he made a hasty retreat. Jiang Fanjin immediately sensed something amiss. But before she could react, a tremendous commotion erupted. Turning her head, she beheld an opening beneath the monkey statue, from which a closed-eyed serpent head emerged. It appeared that the serpent creature, increasingly agitated, felt its previously vented anger intensifying threefold. Thus, in a fit of rage, the serpent creature swiftly emerged through the door, poised to sink its fangs into Voldemort for a measure of revenge. However, as it crossed the threshold, it detected the repugnant aura had vanished. Hiss, hiss, mph. That ugly wretch can run quite fast. Should I ever lay eyes on you again, I will swallow you whole, you scoundrel. The serpent grumbled in indignation, preparing to retreat to its lair, when suddenly it twitched its nostrils and its sinuous body quivered. Before Jiang Fanjin could react, the serpent lunged towards Merlin. Merlin quickly dodged. Jiang Fanjin's urgent warning froze in her throat as she beheld the massive serpent head nuzzling against Merlin's palm, resembling a wildly affectionate golden retriever. Well, it appears you are more endearing to creatures than Newt, Jiang Fanjin remarked with a hint of admiration. Merlin smiled gently, stroking the serpent. After all, I assisted in hatching this fellow. Jiang Fanjin nodded in understanding. Indeed, this was akin to having a rather large child. The scene reminded her of her third senior brother, who adored magical beasts. She wondered if her brother's spirit had managed to escape. Alas! Chapter 29, Alvin. The serpent's interruption inadvertently provided Voldemort with a perfect opportunity to flee, a peculiar twist of fate aiding him once more. However, Merlin and Jiang Fanjin were not concerned with such matters. Their current focus was on how to escort this neglected serpent, appearing rather unkempt after a millennium of solitude, out of the premises. For ordinary wizards, the serpent posed a lethal threat. Yet, this creature exhibited a charm that even surpassed Nagini. Merlin cast a series of cleansing spells on the serpent, and upon witnessing its gleaming, silvery scales, he nodded in satisfaction. Halbo, I trust you will pay heed to your hygiene. Once we are outside, I shall procure some potions for you. Heaven knows how foul your breath is. The serpent wriggled its body. It longed to express its displeasure. But ever since Salazar had forsaken it here, it was weary of solitude. Eagerly, it nodded in compliance, even though it sensed the presence of another serpent emanating from Merlin. Instead of anger, it felt a surge of excitement. Hiss, a female serpent. Hee, is young master bringing home a mate? Oh, indeed, young master is fortunate. The companion he has brought back is far superior to that filthy lion. Halbo, the serpent, had completely misinterpreted Merlin's intentions, even fantasizing about nurturing a mate of its own, blissfully unaware of the disdain Nagini harbored for it. Nagini internally lamented. Hiss, this clumsy giant is so filthy and foul. Alvin, the young master, is fragrant. Oh, how I miss my young master. Though Merlin and Jiang Fanjin showered affection upon Nagini, the little serpent still harbored a yearning for Alvin. Recently, she had been dreaming of becoming powerful, even driving away numerous wizards on Alvin's behalf, oblivious to the absurdity of those dreams. Once Halbo had shrunk down and was nestled beside Merlin, Nagini expressed her desire to meet Alvin, having sensed the young master's essence nearby. Jiang Fanjin smiled indulgently and said, Go on, I shall escort you. Remember, do not frighten the others. Hiss understood. Thank you, master. Indeed, Nagini had become Jiang Fanjin's disciple, and her blood-cursed beast form seemed particularly suited for cultivation, indicating that she may have the opportunity to transform in the future. When Jiang Fanjin and Nagini appeared in Alvin's dormitory, even the usually composed Alvin was taken aback. However, upon seeing Nagini, a smile blossomed on his face. "Nagini! Hiss! Master Alvin!" Nagini eagerly leaped into Alvin's embrace, creating a warm atmosphere between the boy and the serpent. Jiang Fanjin, contemplating the future journey she and Merlin would undertake in search of rebirth, observed Nagini's demeanor and made a significant decision. "Alvin, Nagini has learned how to cultivate. You can rest assured to take her along in the future. However, I must remind you, as she's a girl, you must respect the differences between genders. Moreover, as her master, you must protect her well and ensure she is not deceived." Jiang Fanjin advised with care. Alvin was momentarily stunned. Merlin had previously disclosed Nagini's identity to him. So in his heart, Nagini was no longer a mere pet, but his sister. Naturally, he would afford her the same protection he granted to Vanny. After all, he was a responsible brother. "I will protect Nagini," Alvin solemnly vowed. At the same time, the creature perched on his shoulder, sniff, patted its chest, seemingly assuring Jiang Fanjin of its commitment to help protect Nagini as well. This elicited a smile from Jiang Fanjin as she presented the little creature with several gold stones. Sniff, Teddy extended its tiny paws, gratefully accepting the offering with a look of reverence. The sight of the little money lover brought a smile to Jiang Fanjin's face once more. After she reiterated her instructions and left Alvin with a defensive jade token, she vanished. Nagini's return brightened Alvin's spirits immensely. The following morning, everyone sensed his elevated mood. Even the Slytherins, who had deliberately isolated him, noticed this change. Yet, they merely scoffed and chose to ignore it. Due to his good spirits, Alvin was unfazed by the prospect of attending Transfiguration class. When Dumbledore entered the classroom and Alvin did not see Alina's petite figure, he let out a sigh of relief, not because he disliked the girl, but because he was concerned about inadvertently harming Nagini, whom he had brought along today. Dumbledore, observing Alvin's expression, squinted his eyes, unable to suppress his reaffirmation of the decision to keep children away from this class. He resolved to keep Alina at a distance from the child. Dumbledore himself was perplexed by this inclination. In truth, upon first encountering the swaddled Alvin, he had felt an overwhelming impulse to abandon the child. The feeling was so strong that it left Dumbledore bewildered. It was clear that Alvin was merely a child, until he recognized the remarkable magical talent that mirrored that of Gellert. While he trusted Newt and the innocent Su Qiu, this child instilled a sense of danger within him. This inexplicable intuition rendered it difficult for him to treat Alvin with impartiality. Dumbledore had always been wary of the child, fearing that jealousy might lead him to harm Vanny and Hill. Despite the years passing without incident, that sense of impending crisis only intensified. He even sought the counsel of a seer, who ominously proclaimed, "Oh, Merlin, this is ominous. His future is shrouded in darkness." This revelation only served to strengthen Dumbledore's resolve to guard against Alvin. He had no desire to witness the bodies of his Scamander family lying lifeless one day. What was intended to be a simple transfiguration class left Alvin on edge. Nagini sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him and felt a surge of indignation. After all, he was her young master, or rather, as Alvin insisted, his own brother. Should anyone dare to upset her brother, it was only natural for her to exact retribution. Nagini stretched her head out, glaring at the scruffy Dumbledore. Hissing, she thought, "Isn't he supposed to be busy with his own matters? Why is he here bullying my brother?" Her frustration boiled. Perhaps she should take a bite out of this old man. Just as Nagini prepared to spring into action, Alvin unexpectedly restrained her. She longed to peek out again, but found her attempts thwarted. Resigned, she curled up within Alvin's pocket, sulking. Teddy, the Niffler, could not help but scowl. He yearned to rummage through the belongings of the Slytherins, a torment befitting a creature of his kind. Fortunately, Teddy reminded himself that he was no longer a mere child and possessed sufficient self-control. After all, he was a little fortune seeker. As Teddy crept to Alvin's feet, he suddenly found himself immobilized, realizing a dark figure had appeared beside him, its visage particularly terrifying. In a panic, he kicked at the apparition. Chapter 30, The Crisis. Teddy's kick sent the frightening face flying, but this act of defiance unleashed chaos. Voldemort, now devoid of a physical form, had grown weak, and Teddy's inadvertent contact allowed him a brief manifestation. That kick propelled him away with surprising force. A wave of humiliation and rage washed over Voldemort. He had intended to secretly possess Alvin, even after being thwarted by a mere infant. Yet now, he found himself exposed before these young wizards, receiving Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, which ignited his fury. Dark magic surged forth, causing several young wizards of lesser power to faint. As Alvin turned to witness the commotion, his body froze. Locking eyes with Voldemort's ominous gaze, and bizarre images flooded his mind. Constrain him. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, drawing his wand to launch an attack against Voldemort. However, his aim faltered. After all, Voldemort would not remain stationary for him to strike. Now that he had been spotted, he would boldly reclaim what was his. With unwavering determination, he swiftly evaded the impending confinement and darted towards Alvin. As he charged forward, a tumult of panic engulfed Alvin. He desperately wished to flee, yet his body felt as if it had taken root, limbs seemingly detached from the governance of his mind, rendering him immobile. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as the ominous shadow surged through him. In that instant, Alvin felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his blood seemingly ceasing to flow. A visible layer of frost manifested upon his skin, and his once rosy visage turned as pale as parchment. Moments later, he collapsed straight down. This harrowing scene elicited a gasp, even from the typically composed Slytherin. After all, they were merely 11 years old. Why? Why could he not enter? No. Voldemort bellowed in frustration, realizing he had passed right through, unable even to leave a trace of his soul within Alvin's form. Undeterred, he resolved to attempt once more. However, the newly alert Dumbledore would not afford him another chance. Having swiftly positioned himself beside Alvin, he shielded him protectively and unhesitatingly cast a Patronus charm. A blinding light coalesced into a phoenix, valiantly charging at Voldemort. It was evident that the current Voldemort was even weaker than a Dementor, and this spell imbued with white magic inflicted considerable harm upon him. Oh no, damn Dumbledore, you cannot thwart me. One day, I shall claim all that is rightfully mine. One day. Indeed, villains often exit with a parting threat, naively believing it could obscure the reality of their defeat. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Though now was not the time to ponder why his adversary recognized and despised him. He needed to hasten Alvin to the infirmary. After a prolonged ordeal in the infirmary, Alvin's condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it had worsened. In desperation, Dumbledore had no choice but to summon Succio to take Alvin to St. Mungo's. Upon witnessing Alvin's state, Succio was heartbroken. Anxiously, she enveloped Alvin's heart with her own magical essence, only then noticing the distressed Niffler and the similarly unconscious Nagini. A snake? You actually allowed Alvin to bring a snake to school? Dumbledore exclaimed, lacking any perceptiveness. Succio refrained from explaining, instead using her magic to rouse Nagini. Once awake, Nagini anxiously called out to Alvin, her eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Succio. Hiss, Mommy Succio, bad people bully Brother Alvin. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect him. Succio gently cradled the little creature, saying, You have done very well. Thank you, Nagini. It turned out that Nagini, being a blood-cursed beast, possessed a high-grade ice spiritual root. When Voldemort attacked Alvin, intending to possess him, it was she who used her magic to protect Alvin's body, thwarting Voldemort's sinister plan. As for Alvin's unconsciousness, it was likely a defensive mechanism triggered by the invasion. All she could do now was preserve his life force until he awakened on his own. Upon encountering Nagini, Succio had indeed considered seeking assistance from Jiang Fanjin and his spouse. Yet, for reasons unknown, she instinctively concealed their existence, determined that Dumbledore should not discover them. Professor Dumbledore, I believe I must take Alvin home for the time being. As you know, there are 2 little ones waiting at home, and Newt has been exceedingly busy of late. Succio spoke softly. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Ah, yes, do return quickly. When Alvin is back, I am certain the professors will be more than willing to tutor this poor child. I am truly grateful, Succio replied, hastily departing with a person, a snake, and a curious creature in tow. Dumbledore's face was etched with guilt. Had he acted promptly to rescue, Alvin might not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. Oh, Merlin, if anything were to happen to Alvin, the blame would rest heavily upon me. He unconsciously overlooked Nagini's presence and now needed to comfort the frightened young wizards. Meanwhile, upon returning home with Alvin, Succio eagerly retrieved a jade token, gently squeezing it. The token, as if crafted from sand, shattered instantly, transforming into a wisp of smoke. In the next moment, 2 familiar figures materialized before her, Merlin and Jiang Fanjin. Upon seeing them, Succio felt a surge of reassurance, fighting back tears as she addressed them, seniors. Jiang Fanjin raised a hand to interrupt her, stating, We are already aware of the circumstances. It is, regrettably, our oversight that allowed that creature to seize the opportunity. As she assessed Alvin's condition, She was relieved that they had previously provided the child with a protective charm. Otherwise, Nagini might have unwittingly made matters worse. However, she refrained from voicing this, wishing not to dishearten the young snake. Quietly observing, Suchio watched as Jiang Fanjin performed a series of hand gestures, enveloping Alvin in a radiant light. As the glow enveloped him, the frost upon his body dissipated instantaneously. Mother, wasn't I at school? Upon opening his eyes to find his beloved mother before him, Alvin felt a wave of joy, though confusion quickly followed. As his memories gradually returned, a shiver of terror coursed through him. He was not a timid soul, yet the sensation of impending consumption was truly horrifying. The mere thought of potentially never seeing his family again, or worse, having someone use his body to harm them, filled him with dread. Chapter 31. Alvin's Determination. Alvin yearned for someone to confide in regarding that overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet he was reluctant to burden Suchio with worry. During his unconsciousness, he felt as if he had plunged into an interminable nightmare. In that dream, darkness prevailed. There was no sincere Newt, no gentle Suchio, nor the love of his younger siblings surrounding him. He perceived himself as existing within a prison cell, and indeed that empty, dim room resembled a confinement space. Later, Professor Dumbledore appeared. In the dream, he craved the professor's affirmation, only to be met with the sight of his burning wooden cabinet. That gaze, filled with doubt, was all too familiar to him. It appears that even the Professor Dumbledore in my dreams harbors no affection for me. Yet, he wishes to caution that version of myself against harboring any illusions about the professor. He shall not serve as a beacon on my path. In the dream, that version of me initially excelled, earning the respect of Slytherin even while residing in the Muggle world. I discovered the Chamber of Secrets and unearthed a terrifying dark magic. Although I could not discern the nature of this magic, I understood that it demanded the taking of life. From a state of fear, I transitioned to a disposition of ruthless cruelty, realizing that version of myself seemed incomplete. Then came a ludicrous prophecy, one that suggested a mere infant could vanquish the self that had become the Dark Lord. Well, that fractured self believed it, and in its misguided conviction, ended up taking more lives. Regrettably, it was indeed defeated by an infant. The moment of defeat jolted me awake. Now I find everything so chillingly real, so authentic that I momentarily believed I had perished. Had I not awakened, I shuddered to contemplate the potential consequences. Alvin, how are you feeling? Do you need to be taken to St. Mungo's? Suchio inquired with concern. Alvin hastily shook his head, striving to calm his spirit. Mother, I assure you I am fine. There has been no surge of magic. I was merely startled. Upon hearing this, Suchio nodded in relief. That is truly wonderful. I haven't informed Hill and Vanny about your situation. Once you feel more at ease, I shall invite them to keep you company. Very well, Mother. Suchio observed Alvin's still pallid complexion, her heart aching for him. However, she discerned that her son seemed to wish to converse privately with Merlin and the others, and thus, she deemed it appropriate to grant him sufficient personal space. Therefore, she excused herself under the pretext of preparing food. Jiang Fanjin regarded the door as it closed again, refraining from inquiring too hastily. After a moment, he remarked, "It seems you have already discerned the truth." Alvin nodded. Though he found it astonishing, his keen intellect had already led him to surmise certain possible realities. Yet, the implications were too unfathomable. Could that truly be me? Oh, Merlin, I cannot fathom becoming such a brutal person, Alvin expressed with a hint of agitation. There is no need for you to dwell on this. Consider it another version of yourself. Perhaps you have heard the term parallel universe. Jiang Fanjin responded, having familiarized himself with some lexicon of this world. Alvin lowered his gaze. I understand. It seems I am indeed fortunate to have been reclaimed by my mother. At some point, Niffler had climbed on Alvin's shoulder, wishing to offer comfort. Alas, aside from Newt, no one else in the household could comprehend its speech. Nevertheless, it believed that its presence would bring some cheer to Alvin. Alvin embraced Niffler, finally feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Merlin did not interrupt their conversation. After all, if his soul could awaken after so many years, the emergence of a future soul did not seem entirely implausible. Moreover, his wife, Jiang Fanjin, was a cultivator, a soul traversed from the realm of spiritual cultivation. Their encounter was not marked by breathtaking drama, yet the profound emotion exchanged in a single glance was akin to the sweet spring water that nourished his parched heart. Merlin had not anticipated that Alvin would be targeted by another version of himself. Should that version seize control of his body, they would inevitably lose a charming and courteous young wizard. Oh, he must devise a means to liberate the dashing Alvin from his ominous fate. Indeed, as a wizard endowed with prophetic gifts, Merlin had glimpsed Alvin's future, a dark and terrifying figure that could never be the considerate and polite Alvin. That cannot be you, Merlin asserted. Alvin, momentarily taken aback, lifted his gaze, hope shimmering in his eyes as he looked at Merlin. Jiang Fanjin, observing that Alvin had visibly regained some composure, continued. Alvin, your feelings are not misplaced. However, what Lin said is also true. That is you, yet not entirely you. Alvin donned a smile, more sorrowful than tears, and asked, So, will I become the Dark Lord? Jiang Fanjin chose not to answer directly, but countered. You must have seen that person's past, correct? Yes, indeed. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. But I am Alvin's commander, Alvin replied, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Merlin longed to reveal Alvin's full name. Oh yes. As one who could sense Hogwarts, he was aware that Alvin's complete name was Alvin Tom Marvolo Riddle Scamander Slytherin. Such a name was exceedingly lengthy and rather convoluted. Upon reflection, he decided it was best to withhold this information, just as he had never disclosed his true name to anyone other than Jiang Fanjin and the Basilisk. This knowledge spared him from unnecessary complications. For Alvin, remaining unaware was a form of bliss, a blessing upon his future. This way, he might transcend the predetermined path and embark upon a wholly new existence. With this thought in mind, Merlin spoke. Oh, Merlin, what is there to worry about? You are a cherished child among us. Consider it merely a nightmare. Did you not say that the future lies in your own hands? Jiang Fanjin, listening to Merlin's fervent words of encouragement, smiled at Alvin and added, You are the brother of Hill and Fanny, destined to become a great wizard. At last, a broad smile illuminated Alvin's face, invigorating his spirit. Thank you both. I understand what I must do. I will pursue a path entirely contrary to that of the other me, without hesitation. Merlin and Jiang Fanjin were naturally elated that this child could emerge from his psychological shadow. Jiang Fanjin produced a clear heart talisman and handed it to Alvin, saying, This is another type of talisman from my school, the Clear Heart Talisman. Originally intended to strengthen one's resolve and dispel inner demons, it is now fitting for you. Remember to keep it close. Alvin accepted the talisman with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, Merlin interjected, The Chamber of Secrets has been resolved. The basilisk is now safely in my possession. You need not worry about it harming others. Remember, you must always remain true to your heart. As Merlin spoke, he drew forth the sleeping basilisk, which brought a sense of reassurance to Alvin. After all, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing that those around him would never allow him to transform into the second Dark Lord. In Chapter 32, titled The Successful Possession of Voldemort, Voldemort felt as though his very soul was on the brink of disintegration. Damn Dumbledore. Why was he always at odds with him? It seemed that he could only proceed slowly from here on out. Lying amidst the silvery blood, he ravenously consumed, and gradually, he felt his body begin to recover. His fragmented soul slowly solidified, and the overwhelming sense of powerlessness finally dissipated. The poor unicorn hung its head in defeat, yearning to cry out for help, yet utterly devoid of strength. A crystalline tear fell from its eye, and in the next moment, its gaze grew vacant, devoid of life. It was evident that it had lost its precious existence. Voldemort felt no pity for the unicorn, for he was the one who had snatched away its life. Humanity is inherently selfish, even more so for one who has once fractured his own soul. I have always said that there is still a chance, Voldemort murmured. Regrettably, that perfect body could not be possessed. Upon his arrival in this time and space, he had succumbed to slumber, yet he had remained within Alvin's form. Even in sleep, he could sense the world outside. In a state of hazy awareness, he distinctly felt the pleasures of this body. When Alvin first discovered that he had been adopted, the emotional turmoil of that moment briefly awakened Voldemort. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to stir jealousy for all that Alvin possessed: a beautiful and mysterious mother, a reputable father. Though not of blood, these adoptive parents had treated him with undeniable kindness. Such nauseating care could not be mistaken. Jealousy caused Voldemort's essence to fragment, and indeed, he had already split. Now he was merely a wretched specter. It was this jealousy that began to influence Alvin, attempting to corrupt him and even aspired to seize control of his body. However, Alvin was too exceptional, blessed with a mysterious mentor whose mastery of dark magic evoked Voldemort's yearning. Yet, the aura surrounding Gellert forced Voldemort back into slumber. It was only after Alvin's enrollment at school that Voldemort awakened once more. After realizing he could not immediately dominate the body, he chose to abandon Alvin's form and ventured forth to open the Chamber of Secrets, only to be met with overt disdain from the Basilisk. How ironic, it was for a second Dark Lord, once commanding servants and attended by the aristocracy of the wizarding world, to find himself in such a state. Even the basilisk had once bowed its head to him. Now it was all different. Upon hearing the basilisk's remark about his lack of Slytherin blood, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seems I must retreat to the Muggle world for now. Voldemort furrowed his brow, and as he beheld the ignorant Muggles, he feared he might be unable to resist the urge to cast an Avada Kedavra upon each one of them. The dark aura enveloping Voldemort thickened, distorting his features further. Indeed, the consumption of unicorn blood had preserved his soul, yet the familiar curse followed closely behind. Cursed be it! Voldemort cursed under his breath, hastily departing from the scene of the crime. A group of centaurs emerged from the forest, gazing mournfully at the lifeless body of the unicorn, shaking their heads in sorrow and rage. Simultaneously, they lifted their eyes to the sky and chorused, "The stars have vanished." The centaurs carried away the unicorn's remains. As night deepened, the fog thickened, as if to shroud some dark secret. Only a faint hint of blood lingered in the air. In the Muggle world, a boy stood frozen on the street, staring blankly at the figure behind him. His mind seemed to have crashed, forgetting both fear and the impulse to scream. Oh, how tragic it was. He appeared to have been pushed. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the sky above, still cloaked in darkness, heavy with ominous clouds, creating a dismal atmosphere. Perhaps his parents would celebrate, for they no longer had to confront the monster he had become, accepting his inevitable demise. The boy anticipated the familiar pain, yet it never came. Instead, he felt his mind empty, as if transported to a realm of pure white, where a vague figure stood before him. Oh God, I'm not dead. Am I truly a monster? The boy experienced a sense of having survived a catastrophe. In the next moment, he raised his gaze to the silhouette and politely inquired, "Hello, may I ask? Fortunate child, do you desire immense power and unparalleled authority?" The shadow did not turn, but spoke suddenly. The voice sent chills down the boy's spine. He longed to flee, yet his feet moved mechanically toward the figure, step by deliberate step. The resistance of his soul could not halt his advance, intensifying his fear. "Stop! I do not wish to approach," the boy cried in terror. Closer, ever closer. The shadow abruptly pivoted, revealing a handsome face before the boyish eyes. "Do not be afraid, my child." Voldemort felt a pang in his heart, but had to concede that Dumbledore's rhetoric was effective. The boy who had just resisted was now devoid of struggle. The boy approached slowly, asking, "Are you an angel? Have you come to take me away from this hell?" In that moment, hope shone in the boy's eyes, illuminating his features. He had just faced the specter of death with composure, for life itself felt like a torment. Those around him feared him, including his own parents, due to his peculiar destructive power. Whenever his emotions surged, a terrifying force erupted from within him, uncontrollable and fearsome. He had already wreaked havoc on too many things, and even harmed his family with this loathsome power. Eventually, his parents sent him to a boarding school. Yet the uncontrollable force did not dissipate. Despite his efforts to rein in his emotions, he remained exposed. What awaited him was the cruelty of bullying in school. He would not tell his parents, for he knew that speaking would change nothing. From the initial graffiti nickname to the nails on the furniture. Culminating in his push from the rooftop, Voldemort observed the boy's expression morph with a playful smile. "Oh, poor child, you shall be liberated. Merely by willingly surrendering your soul to me. I shall make you their king." The boy's eyes instantly dulled, as if stripped of their vitality. He bowed his head and knelt, uttering, "I am willing, please indulge yourself." Voldemort burst into laughter, his handsome visage fading to reveal a gaping maw akin to a black hole that ensnared the boy's soul. In an instant, Voldemort seized control of the body, hovering in mid-air, gazing down with contempt at the petrified muggles below. Amidst their terror-stricken stares, he vanished with a disapparition. "Dumbledore, I told you I would return." Chapter 33. Nagini's Unexpected Gain. Once assured of Alvin's recovery, Dumbledore personally came to collect him. "I'm afraid, Alvin, dear boy, you cannot take your snake and Niffler to school." Alvin refrained from questioning the rationale, for the reason was painfully obvious. He reluctantly left them at home, comforted by the knowledge that Vanny and Hill would look after them. In truth, his two little companions required no such oversight. "Hey, Nagini, I am truly sorry." Alvin apologized to Nagini, soothing her before turning his attention to the munching Niffler. "Teddy, my dear brother, would you kindly take care of Nagini?" The Niffler thumped its chest and nodded. It was indeed the most responsible of Nifflers. Of course, it could not resist the allure of shiny gold, lest it feel inclined to charge a fee, preferably the entirety. With a cheerful smile, Alvin handed over a handful of galleons, earned from selling his potions. The Niffler gleefully accepted the coins, stuffing them into the little pouch on its belly. "Hee hee, despite being a small fortune already. No Niffler would ever disdain having too much gold. Hill and Vanny waved reluctantly at their brother, and Alvin embraced each of them before stepping into the fireplace with Dumbledore. Of course, it was the fireplace at Dumbledore's residence. Most households could not connect to Hogwarts. Without Alvin by her side, Nagini could only diligently train or accompany the Niffler on leisurely outings. Fortunately, Sucio often took the children and the two little ones to explore Diagon Alley, the most renowned shopping street in the wizarding world of Y Country. The Niffler expressed disinterest in the place. If it were to find anything worthy of admiration, it would undoubtedly be Gringotts. However, as a good member of the Scamander family, it would not cause trouble for the household. Oh, so please do not let it catch sight of Gringotts, lest it feel compelled to visit the poor, foolish dragon guarding a few key vaults. Hiss, Teddy. Nagini is feeling a bit hungry. Nagini's plaintive voice reached the Niffler's ears. The Niffler, with a resigned pat on its belly, replied, "Oh, my lovely snake sister. I recall you devoured a large platter of lamb chops before we departed. Are you certain your adorable stomach can still accommodate more food?" Nagini shyly tucked her head beneath her tail and softly uttered, "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ever since I began my training, I find myself easily hungry." Squeaky, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged his paws and remarked, "But right now, we are here to enjoy time outdoors with everyone. You cannot simply run off." "Hey, Nagini, do not wander." Before Squeaky could finish his sentence, Nagini dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. Although she was but a tiny snake, her speed was nothing short of remarkable. Squeaky, dismissing his sigh, exchanged a brief greeting with Sucio and hurried after her. Vonnie, noticing the commotion, curiously inquired, "Oh, mother, where are Nagini and brother Teddy off to?" Hill also caught on, tugging at his mother's sleeve. The trio turned their attention toward the direction the two little ones had sprinted off to and quickly pursued them. "Hey, mother, that seems to be Upside Down Alley." "Oh dear, that is not a place we should venture into," Hill exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Sucio was well aware that the wizards dwelling there were not of good character. However, she did not believe the two little ones would encounter any trouble. "Do not worry. Let's first indulge in some ice cream, and they will return once they have had their fill of play. Perhaps we can even visit the Quidditch boutique afterward." Sucio's words successfully captivated the twins' attention. Hill cheered, "Oh, mother, you truly are the best mother in the world. Hey, perhaps we should prepare an early Christmas gift for brother." Vonna nodded in agreement. Thus, they joyfully followed Sucio away. Meanwhile, Nagini was irresistibly drawn by a peculiar scent, one that was enticing yet did not resemble food. Soon, she found herself before a sinister shop, its dark door wide open, from which strange sounds occasionally emanated, sending a shiver down the spine. However, such things clearly did not dawn our dear Nagini. With her petite and delicate form, she stealthily slipped inside. Closely trailing her was the concerned Squeaky Teddy. "Oh, my Princess Nagini, your actions truly trouble me," he lamented. Yet, Teddy, with his round, glistening eyes, surveyed the dimly lit shop and noticed the shimmering objects within. "Oh, this place is rather splendid," he exclaimed. "Ah, but I cannot hold back much longer. My little paws are yearning for something." Teddy cautiously glanced around. Surprisingly, the shop appeared empty. Oh, perhaps the proprietor is busy or perhaps resting with a cup of tea. One could not underestimate the taste of a person who favors sparkling things, after all. With a sigh, his little paw reached toward a golden cup encrusted with gems. But he quickly shook his head, striving to regain his focus. "Oh, I must find Nagini. Alvin entrusted me with her care." The thought of what might happen if Nagini were to come to harm was unbearable. Imagining Alvin's sorrow made him suppress his instinctive impulses, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the exquisite collectibles. After all, they were in someone else's shop, and the air was thick with an unfriendly magical aura, prompting Teddy to become increasingly cautious. "Nagini, where are you?" he softly called, hoping to find her. The dark serpent's form suddenly thinned and slipped into a locked cabinet, rummaging through its contents. Yet, despite searching every nook and cranny, he could not locate the familiar figure. Meanwhile, the little snake, Nagini, was blissfully clutching a seemingly ordinary stone, fervently hissing with delight. His hiss so fragrant, so delightful. This stone, appearing quite mundane, was enveloped by Nagini's entire body, as if she had become one with the intricate carvings etched upon it. Just as Teddy had spotted Nagini and was about to call out to her, an unexpected event occurred. Dinkling, the bell at the entrance chimed, and in walked a meticulously groomed blond boy. Though not particularly tall, his ostentatious demeanor immediately revealed his identity, Abraxas Malfoy. As the president of the Slytherin's second-year student council, he carried himself with the flamboyance of a peacock in heat, exuding a rather pretentious air. Yet, he was also known to be quite generous, occasionally bestowing upon himself a gold galleon. It was indeed audacious for such a young peacock to venture here alone. He truly lived up to the Malfoy name. Teddy mused, swiftly turning to Nagini and disregarding formalities. He hastily stuffed her and the stone into his pocket before darting out. Chapter 34. The slumbering Nagini. Teddy quickly returned to his companions, Suchio and the others, gesturing animatedly. Suchio nodded in understanding. Although she could not comprehend the Niffler's language like Newt, years of companionship allowed her to infer the situation. She then spoke, "Children, I believe we need to return home first." Hyle and Vanny nodded obediently. Upon their return, Teddy cautiously retrieved Nagini from his pocket. Vanny was the first to approach. Poking Nagini gently and saying, "Nagini," the snake remained curled around the stone, merely twitching her tail without any further response. Vanny chuckled. "Ha, it seems Nagini has fallen asleep." Hyle remarked, "Oh, she certainly shares your penchant for slumber, Vanny." Vanny pouted, annoyed, and shot a glare at Hyle, retorting, "Humph, nasty Hyle. I'm not talking to you anymore." Suchio smiled at Hyle and said, "All right, our beautiful and magnanimous Princess Vanny, do forgive your brother Hyle. Mother has prepared a delightful Chinese meal for you. How about we punish your brother Hyle by allowing him to have one less piece of cola chicken?" Vanny's lips, which had been pouting, immediately relaxed, and she eagerly pulled Suchio toward the dining room, with Hyle trailing behind, lamenting, before they could begin their meal. The sound of the door opening echoed through the room. Soon after, Newt's cheerful voice rang out, "Oh, my dear little ones, I have returned." Upon entering, Newt set down his leather suitcase and embraced his beautiful and virtuous wife, exclaiming, "You've worked hard. Ah, I am grateful to Merlin for bringing you to my side." In recent years, Newt has been exceedingly busy, spending far more time away on business than at home. At this moment, witnessing the lively and cheerful antics of his two children fills him with a profound sense of guilt and gratitude towards his wife. Naturally, once the little ones begin their schooling, he will have the opportunity to venture out with Tina. It is evident that, in Newt's eyes, the children seem to somewhat intrude upon their intimate world. Perhaps this is a result of his mother's influence. After all, his passion for magical creatures must be rooted in her guidance. The children, oblivious to Newt's contemplations, lean against their parents, embracing one another. Then, in unison, they release their hold, joyfully savoring the moment of togetherness. Teddy, utterly focused on his duties, tends to Nagini with utmost care, even preparing delicious lamb chops for her. However, he soon senses something amiss. Typically, no matter how lethargic Nagini may be, the mere scent of lamb chops would rouse her instantly, leading to her characteristic voracious consumption. Due to Nagini's enthusiastic appetite, Tina always removes the bones in advance. Yet today, to Teddy's astonishment, Nagini shows no response whatsoever, remaining in a deep slumber, tightly curled around a peculiar stone. This predicament leaves Teddy quite distressed. It is at this moment that he remembers Newt, for only he can truly comprehend Teddy's words. With urgency, Teddy bounds over, leaping onto Newt's lap, exclaiming, "Newt, something is amiss. Nagini is unwell." His words immediately capture Newt's attention, prompting him to rise and follow Teddy to assess Nagini's condition, which also draws Tina's concern. Suppressing her own anxieties, she sends the two children to the playroom before hastening to join them. Upon entering, she finds Newt examining Nagini. He casts several diagnostic spells, revealing that everything appears normal, as if she is merely asleep. However, regardless of Newt's attempts to rouse her, his efforts prove fruitless. Were it not for the gentle rise and fall of her breathing, he might have believed she had lost her vital signs. When did she begin to sleep like this? Newt inquires with a serious tone. Tina pauses momentarily, and then Vanny speaks up first. "She was perfectly fine when we visited Diagon Alley this morning, but today Nagini, in her playful spirit, ventured into Nocturne Alley, and it was Teddy who brought her back." Hill nods in agreement, adding, "Indeed, that is what transpired, father." "Would it be wrong with Nagini?" Tina further queries. "Is the situation dire?" Newt shakes his head, responding, "Not at all. The current state is that Nagini exhibits no physical ailments. Yet she seems to have entered a peculiar sleep mode, and I cannot awaken her." The four exchange glances, and Hill speaks up once more. Could it be that Nagini has begun her hibernation? His words awaken a collective realization, but Newt quickly dismisses the notion, stating, "That is not possible." Setting aside the fact that Nagini is not an ordinary snake, she has been nurtured and taught by those two, and it is inconceivable that she would forget to greet us merely because of a brief hibernation. Vanny remarked, "Indeed, Brother Hill is quite the fool. Our dear Nagini is the most well-behaved and sensible. How could she possibly hibernate without so much as a greeting? Moreover, this is not the time she typically hibernates." Although Nagini had not resided in their household for long, The family had grown quite familiar with her habits. Suddenly, Suchio, deep in thought, had a spark of realization. She stepped forward to touch the stone noggin he was holding, her face revealing an expression of certainty. Newt inquired, my dear Suchio, have you discovered something? Suchio smiled and replied, yes, it seems to be good news. I believe Nagini has come into possession of a remarkable treasure from nature, which has led her into this deep slumber. However, for safety's sake, I think we should contact Senior Jiang. Oh, you're indeed correct. Newt nodded in agreement. Thus, they reached out to Merlin and Jiang Fanjin, who appeared almost instantaneously. Hey Newt, back from your busy endeavors? What brings you to us? Merlin greeted with a smile. Newt, accustomed to the routine, stated, it's about Nagini. Please see what has befallen her. The children mentioned she ventured to Upside Down Alley today, and it was Teddy who brought her back. Upon hearing this, Merlin turned to Niffler, and the two engaged in hushed conversation for quite some time before concluding their discussion. Merlin then recounted the situation to Jiang Fanjin. Jiang Fanjin responded, indeed, this matter pertains to the stone Nagini acquired. Fear not, it is a positive development. The little one may be on the verge of transformation, though it will require a considerable amount of time. Even I cannot predict when she will awaken. Suchio inquired, understood. Will you be taking Nagini with you, senior? Jiang Fanjin replied, no, we have other matters to attend to. Suchio, privy to some of the details, nodded and said, I understand. I shall set up a protective array for the child. You need only care for the children. As Jiang Fanjin spoke, he formed a series of hand seals, and a beam of white light emanated from his palm, swiftly merging with Nagini's being. From then on, it would depend on her own destiny. With that, Jiang Fanjin departed Newt's home, accompanied by Merlin, who was still engaged in lively discourse. Chapter 35. The Little Princess of the Prince Family. Merlin tightly grasped Jiang Fanjin's hands. A shadow of concern etched across his face, fearing that their reincarnation might lead to an eternal separation. In contrast, Jiang Fanjin appeared unfazed, confidently assuring him, do not worry. We shall meet again. Remember, this temporary separation is for the sake of a future spent together in old age. If love is enduring, does it matter whether we are together in the morning or evening? Merlin's restless heart suddenly found solace as a radiant light enveloped the reluctant pair. As they watched each other fade away, both could not help but cry out, though their voices would never again reach the other's ears. At Prince Manor, a disheveled man with somewhat greasy hair was utterly engrossed in observing his cauldron. Ah, yes, this man was diligently brewing a sacred potion. He was a competent member of the Prince family. Suddenly, a faint and somewhat nonchalant cry of a newborn reverberated throughout the entire Prince Manor. Although the manor already boasted a prince, the arrival of new life could not suppress the excitement of the portraits of all the princes that adorned the walls. Hey, you rascal, you ought to see your child. One of the portraits exclaimed loudly. Cendre merely shrugged, indifferent. Oh, but I must complete my potion, father. It is of utmost importance. Oh, Merlin, how fortunate you are to have found a wife. You nearly caused the prince lineage to falter. Now this instant, go and see your child, bellowed the elderly figure in the portrait. Another portrait interjected calmly. Oh, is this not the son you raised so well? The previously boisterous portrait fell silent, pouting as it muttered, as if you were any better at raising a son. I couldn't even see a hair of yours when I was a child. You didn't even notice when your own wife left, leaving me nearly starving. The once calm portrait erupted. What did you say? The sudden outburst made the portraits below cower. By Merlin, I assure you, dear father, I am indeed your favorite son. This comical exchange between the father and son elicited laughter from the other portraits, all of whom, in life, had been mere potion-brewing curmudgeons, now resembling a rowdy group of children. The lively atmosphere abruptly halted as a loud bang resonated from the chamber. Cendre's cauldron had exploded. For a prince, this was a monumental disgrace. Consequently, the disheveled and greasy-haired Cendre felt his composure shatter. Oh, Merlin! He longed to shout, hoping these specters would cease their incessant chatter. But they were his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so forth, none of whom he could rebuke. Well, it appeared he should venture to see the only little one in the manor who was younger than himself, were it not for the house elf guiding him. Cendre would likely have struggled to locate the delivery room. The two assisting physicians regarded him with surprise. It was primarily due to the fact that, upon being summoned by the house elf, they had heard from their elder colleagues that they had never encountered the father of a child. The princes were merely known for their potion-making. Ah, it seemed they would have quite the tale to share upon their return. Who said princes were solely potion brewers? Here he was, visiting both mother and child. Look at his disheveled appearance. One could only wonder how long he had been waiting outside. Indeed, a delightful misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the exhausted Finacaro prince lay in bed, gazing incredulously towards the door. Her previously numb heart suddenly warmed, and a faint smile graced her typically cold and gaunt visage. "Oh, perhaps you wish to see our child," she spoke. Finacaro's voice was imbued with a tenderness never before heard, leaving Cendre momentarily dazed as he approached the bedside. The room still carried a faint metallic scent, yet was not chaotic, clearly having been tidied by the house elves. Cendril gazed at the pallid visage of Fina. In truth, they regarded each other with mutual disdain, as their union was merely a political alliance between pure-blood families, of forced coexistence. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a strange enchantment, his heart missing a beat. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a delicate infant was placed into his arms. Fina gently nestled the child into the somewhat dazed Cendril's embrace. He looked down at the infant, who was oh so tiny, with rosy skin and soft flesh, leaving Cendril utterly perplexed. "Oh, Merlin," he stammered, "is the child a boy or a girl?" Fina, suddenly finding her husband somewhat endearing, smiled and replied, "It is a girl." After speaking, a sense of unease washed over her. After all, pure-blood wizards often face challenges in bearing children, with the exception of the Weasley family. She felt a twinge of guilt for only having given birth to a girl. To her surprise, the disheveled man, who was usually preoccupied with potions, broke into an exuberant grin, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he dashed away with the child in joyful laughter. Cendril carried the infant into the chamber, exclaiming to the portraits, "Look, a girl. Ha ha, my child is a girl." In other families, girls were typically seen as tools for alliances, but the prince family was different. Upon hearing the news, the old portraits erupted in gleeful exclamations. "Oh, no doubt, she is my son's pride," that irascible old man praised. "Oh, Merlin, behold those eyes. They sparkle with wisdom. Look how adorable she is. Indeed, she is utterly charming." The chorus of compliments left Cendril momentarily at a loss for words. Did he not receive such a warm welcome upon his own birth? Alas, he suddenly felt a sense of alienation. These accolades made him a new father, less inclined to boast about the child's existence. A girl is quite remarkable. Nevertheless, he cautiously adjusted the infant's swaddling. It was then that he noticed his little princess had drifted into slumber. Oh, how adorable she is. At this moment, Jiang Fanjin, unable to resist the instinctual fatigue of infancy, had no inkling of the experiences she had just undergone, the indifference of a father, the joy of a father, the jealousy of a father. Oh, my child is truly delightful. Perhaps the days ahead will be particularly amusing. Yet, for Jiang Fanjin, these concerns held little weight. Her cultivation remained intact. Oh, the future wizards likely faced endless trials ahead. Chapter 36. Hagrid felt a bit dazed. Meanwhile, Merlin, in a state of disillusionment, stripped off the absurd little dress his mother had insisted on dressing him in. Who knows why she chose to adorn him, a boy, in such ludicrous attire? Even though he now inhabited the body of a mere 4-year-old child, it was evident that his mother took delight in playing with him, a toddler unaccustomed to nursery school. Oh, the unbearable shame. Yet he was just a child now. He had initially assumed he would begin his journey from infancy, but before he could even discern his path, he was thrust into the body of this boy. He could be certain that he had not usurped the other's essence, for his soul had inexplicably merged with that of the young boy, as though it were his own. The term usurp was something his beloved wife had introduced to him. He found himself yearning for her presence. He was unaware of the trials that Jiang Fan was currently enduring, but he hoped that all was well on her end. As Merlin continued to be scrutinized by his mother's tearful gaze, eagerly anticipating his donning of the princess dress she held, he let out a resigned sigh. He would never wish to see his mother in distress. Well, at least he could wear it at home. Meanwhile, the infant Jiang Fan remained in a state of numbness, passively cared for by the doting Cendre, who reveled in paternal affection. She could only repetitively reassure herself in her mind, "I am but a baby, I know nothing. What a shame, this is my father." Eventually, when she could articulate her thoughts, she would surely refuse her father's advances. At this moment, the two were completely oblivious to the fact that time had regressed for them. The situation was rather convoluted, to say the least. Hogwarts. A piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning, as a small witch collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. She wished to rise and flee. Yet the enormous spider before her was truly terrifying. The 8-eyed giant spider had intended to catch a few mice to satiate its hunger before dawn, but instead, it encountered a little witch. Oh, the dreaded aroma of flesh. No, it could not cause trouble for Hagrid. If the portly serpent lurking in Jiang Fan's mystical space were to learn that a spider was after its prior morsels, it would likely bellow, "Hey, you spider, Are you attempting to steal my food? Fine, take it. I can hardly finish it as it is. Though, to be fair, this spider did appear quite delectable. Oh, clearly our eight-eyed giant spider ought to express gratitude to Merlin and his wife for whisking away the delightful hirebow. At this moment, the spider was struggling to contain its ravenous thirst for blood. Oh dear, the scent of the little witch's blood was overwhelmingly enticing. From the spider's eyes, she discerned its sanguinary craving, sending her into a panic. The warmth beneath her only led her to believe she had been frightened into losing control. Little did she know, it was merely her monthly visitor making an untimely departure. As the spider drew closer, she screamed once more. You are quite noisy. Perhaps I should sever your throat. Fear not. It will be swift and painless. The sinister voice of the eight-eyed giant spider further terrified the little witch. At that moment, she was too frightened even to cry out. Heaven knew that without friends, should this spider devour her, would anyone even notice her absence? Perhaps she will become a ghost at Hogwarts. Just as the spider's fangs were about to graze the witch's throat, a rough, panicked voice echoed. Aragog, no. Hagrid bellowed, positioning himself between the eight-eyed spider and the little witch. Although merely in his third year, he had already reached a height of 2 meters, his imposing figure causing her heart to race. The little witch thought, oh, he is undoubtedly my knight. The eight-eyed giant spider. This hideous creature harbors ill intentions towards my formidable master. She must be eliminated, devoured entirely without a trace left behind. Hagrid frantically signaled to the eight-eyed giant spider, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just shouted its name aloud. Well, the infatuated Myrtle, in her dazed state, would hardly notice such details. One could only say that Hagrid was indeed fortunate. The eight-eyed giant spider raised its front legs, threateningly gesturing at Myrtle before leaping out of the corridor's window and darting away toward the shadowy, forbidden forest. Once Aragog had departed, Hagrid exhaled deeply, turning to the still-seated Myrtle, stammering, are you all right? Myrtle snapped back to reality, instinctively reaching for Hagrid's large hand. However, as her senses returned, she became acutely aware of the pervasive stench of blood in the air. Realizing the implications, her face flushed crimson, and she bolted towards the Ravenclaw Tower, leaving a bewildered Hagrid standing alone. Oh, it seems I frightened her, he murmured, glancing down at a small crimson stain on the ground, his face paling. Oh, Merlin, has Aragog harmed someone? Oh no, will I be expelled? Merlin, will this implicate Professor Dumbledore? It appeared that Hagrid was more concerned about the potential repercussions for Professor Dumbledore, who had aided his admission, than about his own expulsion. Anxiously, he drew his wand, trembling as he uttered the incantation, Scourgify. The bloodstain vanished without a trace, and after a thorough inspection of the area, he stealthily departed from the scene. Oh, he intended to have a serious talk with Aragog that night. Though a Ravenclaw, Myrtle was remarkably reclusive, and no one noticed her unusual behavior. This was fortunate, as she was the only girl in her year residing alone. Oh, she was not the head girl. She merely happened to be without a roommate. After tidying herself up, she gazed vacantly at her reflection in the mirror, removing her glasses, the world around her blurring. Oh, Merlin, no one could possibly care for poor Myrtle. Putting her glasses back on, she reminded herself that she still had classes to attend. After enduring a day filled with anxiety, Hagrid had never felt so miserable. Watching the hourglass, with its gems unchanged, his heart was heavy with guilt and gratitude for that girl. As night fell, Hagrid could hardly contain his impatience as he rushed to the edge of the forbidden forest, somewhat angrily calling out for Aragog, Aragog, Aragog. The eight-eyed giant spider clearly recognized its misstep, lowering its head and daring not to approach. It certainly was not intimidated by Hagrid's massive fists. Oh yes, Merlin bare witness, its master was the kindest soul. Hey, Hagrid, I am truly sorry. But I did not harm her. I merely intended to take a small bite, Aragog explained. Hagrid glared at the eight-eyed giant spider, but confronted by its fluffy form and large, innocent eyes, he found himself at a loss for how to chastise it. Finally, he could only sigh and say, You should not have done this, Aragog. It is quite serious. In the future, do your utmost to refrain from visiting the castle. I shall prepare more food for you. I promise. Aragog, lowering his head, obediently assured, Oh, I promise I will not go again. Very well. Evidently this incident, which nearly resulted in a bite, has now been overlooked. Chapter 37. The Return of Professor Scamander. A year had passed, and Alvin stood on the platform, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. At Hogwarts, he harbored no fear of studying. In fact, he had already mastered the fundamental knowledge long ago. Following that incident, Professor Dumbledore had temporarily ceased to regard him with such a skeptical gaze. However, after an entire academic year without seeing his teacher, he found himself yearning for him, and of course, for his beloved family as well. Upon spotting Newt, Alvin excitedly rushed over. Newt welcomed him with a hearty embrace. "Hey, my big boy. It has been long since we last met, yet I feel you've grown taller. Soon you will be able to help me protect your mother," Newt said with a warm smile. Alvin nodded, saying, "Oh, yes, Dad." A hint of pride illuminated his face, and he radiated newfound confidence. The gloom accumulated over the academic year dissipated significantly. Abraxas Malfoy stood there in a daze. He had intended to invite that outstanding junior to join him. He had assumed, like himself, the other boy would have no parents to pick him up. Instead, he found himself the fool. A house elf appeared on the platform, bowing respectfully to Abraxas, stating, "Young master, the master has sent Dobby to escort you home." Abraxas suddenly felt a swell of anger, but he restrained his emotions and calmly replied, "Let us go." Dobby shrank slightly, then nervously approached Abraxas, producing the door key and disappearing with him. "Godric S. Hollow." Newt cheerfully opened the door, saying, "Vani and the others have prepared a surprise for you. You know they adore you." "Oh, indeed, Dad. Hearing you say that makes me quite eager," Alvin replied, feeling warmth in his heart. When he uncovered his lineage, his parents had been even more concerned than he was. Although he was an adopted child, 4 years older than his siblings, he could proudly declare himself the most cherished and fortunate child of the Scamander family. His siblings, under their parents' guidance, had always looked up to him as a role model, and even his father's beloved little ones were fond of him. As soon as he entered the house, a shower of fireworks erupted before Alvin's eyes, the beautiful sparks swirling around him. "Welcome home, big brother." Vani and Hill cheered. Sucio gently proclaimed, "All right, children, let's enjoy a feast together." The family joyfully shared a delightful meal. People often say, beautiful moments are always fleeting. Alvin felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of parting from his family, despite the fact that he was bound for Hogwarts, a place devoid of those who cherished him most. He also harbored concerns for Nagini, wondering when she would awaken. "Come now, Alvin, if you dawdle any longer, you might miss the train," someone urged. "Rest assured, Vanny and the others will look after Nagini, and Teddy will be there too." Newt instantly perceived Alvin's hesitation and quickly reassured him. "I have promised that you will receive a delightful surprise from your father at the feast. I guarantee it." A glimmer of curiosity replaced some of Alvin's disappointment. Oh, Merlin, how he yearned to know that surprise in advance. Yet, despite his previous attempts to pry, no one had divulged the nature of that secret. "Oh, father, your secrecy is quite vexing," Alvin sighed in resignation. "I thought you would appreciate my surprise." Newt replied with a cheerful wave. Observing the identical expressions of the crowd, Alvin resigned himself to boarding the train. The carriage was serene, with Alvin as its sole occupant. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal a golden-haired Abraxas, who ostentatiously knocked on the door. "Pardon my intrusion, young Scamander, may I enter?" he inquired. "What brings this flamboyant peacock here today?" Alvin retorted. "Oh, you're truly a sight to behold, my dear junior. A pity you are not a lovely maiden," Abraxas quipped. After a brief silence, Alvin finally replied, "Come in." "Oh, Merlin, what an honor this is," Abraxas exclaimed as he pranced into the carriage, closing the door behind him with a grin that deepened. Sitting across from Alvin, he remained silent, gazing out at the passing scenery. Thus, one read while the other admired the view, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Before the commencement of the feast, the moment of house allocation for the new students arrived, and Alvin found amusement in their nervous demeanor. Headmaster Armando Dippet, with a stoic expression, announced the conclusion of the sorting ceremony and proceeded, "Children, there are a few matters I must address before the feast begins." The rambunctious young witches and wizards gradually quieted, though a few Gryffindors continued to whisper amongst themselves, curious about the day's announcements. Dippet nodded with satisfaction and stated, "I hope you will all heed my words. Firstly, for those who enjoy nighttime escapades, please refrain from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. We have acquired new residents there, discovered at the end of last school year, acromantulas. I trust you do not wish to encounter them." Hagrid, seated below, attempted to shrink into himself, though his towering stature made him conspicuously stand out among the young wizards. He feared that the headmaster might soon announce a punishment for him. A wave of discussion erupted among the young witches and wizards regarding the acromantulas, most of whom were well aware of their terrifying reputation as man-eaters. Even Abraxas appeared somewhat pale at the mention. Principal Armando once again urged everyone to maintain silence, and then stated, "Children, there is no need for concern. To prevent any harm that may arise from a lack of knowledge about magical creatures, we will introduce a new course this academic year, Care of Magical Creatures." The young wizards responded, Gryffindor. Hey, did the principal just mention a new class? Oh, my homework. I feel faint. Hufflepuff, perhaps the new professor 1T assign us 3 feet of parchment. Ravenclaw, homework? ISNT that's supposed to be written? Slytherin, Let's hope he ISNT a muggleborn. A beam of white light illuminated the room as a portrait appeared out of thin air, depicting only a door. The door opened under the curious gazes of the crowd, and Newt emerged, calmly bidding farewell to Succio and the others. He stepped forward and winked at the somewhat dazed Alvin. Hey, my boy, you might enjoy this surprise. Alvin's icy demeanor shattered instantly in a smile, as gentle as a spring breeze, captivated all the Slytherins. Hey, universally charming. Truly a bunch of commoners. Chapter 38, The Remarkable Scamander. Armando Dippet did not anticipate that this former Hufflepuff would make such a unique entrance. However, he quickly recalled the man's wife, that extraordinary portrait sprite, recognized even by Hogwarts as one of their own. It seemed she was intent on ensuring no one belittled her husband. How enviable indeed. Thus, a formulaic smile graced his face as he said, "This is Professor Newt Scamander, your instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures course. Oh, perhaps some of you may remember him. I'm honored to announce that all students in their 3rd year and above are required to take this course. I trust you have procured fantastic beasts and where to find them. Congratulations, you are about to embark on a journey into a whole new world. Perhaps you should introduce yourself." Professor Scamander. Despite countless travels, Newt remained the somewhat awkward boy he always was, even though he had once taught here. Yes, this time he would formally introduce the magical creatures to everyone. More importantly, he wished to declare that Alvin was the pride of the Scamander family. He raised his head, a smile mirroring Alvin's upon his face, his freckles sparkling like stars. At that moment, the man who had once been scorned in secret shone with brilliance. Newt Scamander. Perhaps you know me, or maybe I'm being a bit narcissistic, but that is of little consequence. I simply wish to convey that I am the father of Alvin Scamander. Oh yes, fortunate for him, he is only in his 2nd year. Otherwise, his homework might have doubled. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff wizards, while applause echoed from Ravenclaw. Only the Slytherins turned their gazes toward Alvin. Well, if not for the crowd, our Alvin would likely have shed tears of gratitude. Dumbledore led the applause in welcoming them. Newt had only taught for 1 academic year before he ventured out again, claiming he needed time to refine his book. In truth, he was keenly aware that Newt wished to dedicate more time to his family. He naturally comprehended. For Dumbledore, too, had family in need of companionship, an obstinate Gellert and the delightful Alina. Gellert had forsaken his dark past entirely for him, while Alina was a beacon of light in their lives. She currently resided at the Hogshead Inn, enamored with Uncle Aberforth. Of course, her attention was not solely captivated by her brother. Were it not for Alina, he might have remained unforgiven by Aberforth, though it seemed he still was not held in high regard. Nevertheless, he had uncovered a staggering secret. To his astonishment, the usually unromantic Aberforth had a son concealed away. Well, he had encountered the child before, yet he had no inkling that the boy belonged to Aberforth. When Newt had brought him along previously, he had merely thought him a pitiful child. Credence's magical powers had been restored, unbeknownst to Dumbledore, who did not realize he had once been a mere shadow. Now he had discovered his beloved girl, who had borne him a son. Alina cherished her little brother immensely, even though she herself was still somewhat dependent. It did not deter her eagerness to care for him. Dumbledore believed all this to be Newt's doing. It was he who had brought Gellert to his side and delivered the child to Aberforth. Thus, Newt formally joined the Hogwarts faculty. Regardless of any opposition from young witches and wizards, nothing could prevent the emergence of Newt and the new curriculum. The following day, a group of 3rd-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws quietly gathered at the fringes of the Forbidden Forest. The Ravenclaws were engrossed in their books, while several rebellious Slytherins were poised to give the new professor a taste of their audacity. However, before the professor's arrival, they spotted the towering figure of Hagrid. Oh, Merlin, how had our Professor Scamander transformed into such a giant overnight? This remark resonated with several Slytherin boys, who mocked Hagrid, despite him being a 4th year. This caused Abraxas to furrow his brow, deeming such behavior exceedingly foolish. He discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from the boys who were ridiculing Hagrid. Hagrid, now utterly unable to lift his gaze, was met with Newt's gentle voice. Welcome, children. Today marks my first lesson in care of magical creatures. Before we begin, I wish to provide you with a bit of motivation. For those who achieve an outstanding in the final exam, there will be an opportunity to enter the suitcase. Oh, perhaps this would pique your interest, would it not? Upon hearing this, the boys who had just been laughing at Newt fell silent. Even among the Slytherins, They were still merely youths, a group eager to interact closely with magical creatures. Observing the sparkle in their eyes, Newt smiled with satisfaction and proceeded to open the suitcase. Addressing the crowd, "Please wait a moment while I inquire which of them would like to come out and meet you." At this moment, Hagrid's embarrassment vanished, and he curiously leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of Newt's little treasures. In fact, he had come specifically to assist that day. Due to the presence of half-giant blood within him, Hagrid was inherently different from others, which inevitably foreshadowed a challenging future in terms of employment. Consequently, Dumbledore sought Newt's assistance in mentoring Hagrid. After discovering the monstrous acromantula, Dumbledore and Headmaster Armando had already deduced the culprit. They summoned Hagrid, who was conveniently aiding in the Forbidden Forest during the holidays. The two men approached the matter directly, addressing the incident with the acromantula without preamble. "Dear boy, do not be anxious," Dumbledore reassured him. "That acromantula of yours should not pose a threat to anyone, correct?" At that moment, Hagrid felt as though the ground had collapsed beneath him, and rather unintentionally, he found himself serving as Professor Scamander's assistant. Thus, Newt was destined to become his second idol. In an instant, as a colossal bird burst forth from the suitcase, Hagrid's eyes sparkled with admiration. Newt emerged from the case, his hair slightly disheveled. Thank you all for your patience," he said, waving to the Thunderbird soaring above. The magnificent creature immediately responded, gracefully descending. Its vast form glimmered in the sunlight. Indeed, the majestic being that had once been released in America had returned, unwilling to part from Newt, and continued to hold a significant place within his suitcase. Abraxas's eyes lit up. He was quite taken with the golden Thunderbird, a creature that perfectly aligned with the Malfoy aesthetic. The boys who had previously spoken ill of Newt were rendered speechless, their jaws agape, perhaps dislocated in astonishment. Chapter 39, Transformation. The power of a Thunderbird is immense. As Professor Scamander would attest, it can conjure lightning while in flight, being a relative of the phoenix. Although the modern phoenix may lack the majestic form of its ancient Eastern counterpart, its esteemed status within the avian realm remains unchanged. The Thunderbird, due to this connection, is highly sought after within the wizarding community. Newt gazed at the Thunderbird with profound affection. It could be said that every inhabitant of his suitcase, akin to Albus and his companions, was cherished as family. It was precisely because of his genuine heart that the delightful creatures within the suitcase clamored to assist him, nearly overwhelming Newt in their enthusiasm. Ultimately, one by one, they succumbed to the Thunderbird's swiftness, regretfully promising to support Newt in future endeavors. Wiping the sweat from his brow and disregarding his tousled hair, Newt began to introduce the well-behaved Thunderbird. The creature, allowing Newt to affectionately stroke its feathers, ignited a fervent desire among the third-year wizards to join in. The Ravenclaw students had already begun to take notes fervently. Hagrid, too, was filled with anticipation for the upcoming fourth-year class, eager to see what magical creature the esteemed Professor Scamander would bring along. "Hey, Albus, would you like to accompany us to the library?" A Slytherin boy approached Albus, encouraged by his peers. Momentarily taken aback, Albus looked up, only for a languid hand to rest on his shoulder, belonging to none other than Abraxas. "Oh, I believe he is too occupied to join you in the library," he asserted. "We now need to pay a visit to the headmaster's office." Abraxas Slughorn, nursing a headache, gazed at the potion assignment before him. With a hasty glance, he suppressed his emotions and marked it with AP, although he yearned to award AT. After all, Dumbledore was right. The children required encouragement, even if this assignment was lamentably rife with errors. The statue at the entrance spoke. "Young Professor Slughorn, two handsome youths have arrived at the door. Oh, may I let my serpentine treasures kiss their tender little faces?" Professor Slughorn replied, "I advise you against such actions." "Oh, do let them in." The Medusa statue was deeply captivated by Alvin, perceiving him as exceptionally noble, reminiscent of her most cherished master. "Oh, delightful boys, the professor permits you to enter. Perhaps you could introduce yourselves, boys," she added with a teasing tone that made Abraxas chuckle, despite the fact he should feel envious. However, he preferred to witness this precious experience unfold for others. As the two entered the headmaster's office, a figure emerged around the corner, a young witch stood there. As she stepped forward, the Medusa statue noticed her, but curiously, it bowed deeply in silence. Eileen Prince, the reincarnated Jiang Fanjin, nodded at the statue before departing from the corner. In this lifetime, she had kept a low profile at Prince Manor to avoid encountering her other self. Thankfully, her previous tenure at Hogwarts had allowed her to time her education to coincide perfectly with her other self's absence. Her mentor had once warned her that the laws of time were the most challenging to master, and one must approach them with reverence. Now, she could roam Hogwarts openly, searching for her husband while also watching over the Scamander children. As for the princes, they were merely neutral figures within the pure-blood wizarding families, a status that had enabled their survival. Although a few potion masters had emerged from their lineage akin to her father, they were not truly a family of potion makers. If one were to name a true lineage of potion mastery, it would be the Potter family, though regrettably, no exceptional potion master had arisen from them in recent years. In her past life, Eileen had never delved into potion making. However, in this life, she had begun to learn the art of brewing potions. The ingredients she used were not particularly peculiar to her, yet the taste was undeniably dreadful. She would rather die than consume such concoctions. Meanwhile, her father, Cendre, proudly showcased her potions, dedicating a special cabinet to them, and wearing a beaming expression that nearly elevated Eileen to the heavens. Cendre often proclaimed, "Oh, my little princess. With you here, I believe the princes shall surely triumph over the Potters, becoming the most formidable potion family in the wizarding world of Y." Eileen was genuinely reluctant to discourage her father, although their family possessed an abundance of potion tomes. The ancestral portraits had conveyed that the princes were not a lineage of potion masters. Nevertheless, she resolved to exert her utmost effort, perhaps even collaborating with Merlin's offspring in the future. After a prolonged wait, as curfew loomed, Eileen finally caught sight of Alvin, who appeared somewhat fatigued. The faint scent of potions wafted through the air, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. This child was indeed gifted, managing to brew the Felix Felicis potion by the second year. Impressive. Eileen quietly marveled, clutching a book as she hurried past the two without drawing the attention of Abraxas or Alvin. They remained oblivious to the small head peeking out from their hair. The head, eyes closed, was unmistakably that of the basilisk Erbo. Erbo retreated, curiosity bubbling within as it inquired of its master. "Master, you are so formidable. Why do you choose to remain a wizard's youngling?" Indeed, the basilisk had not abandoned its former master. Rather, it felt that Salazar had failed to appreciate its adorableness. Erbo was content to be cherished by its current master. Eileen responded with a smile. "My current form is that of a wizard. Mastering both the magical and spiritual arts is not a challenge for me." Erbo immediately showered her with praise. "Master is magnificent. You must be the strongest." Eileen reminded Erbo, "Do not neglect your training in your realm. You must not only indulge in sustenance." Erbo promptly assured her, "Fear not, Master. Erbo is the most diligent and obedient treasurer." If anyone were to overhear Erbo's adorably youthful tone, it would surely shatter their perception of reality. Coughing slightly, Eileen mused that it was imperative to prevent another Harry Potter, who battled basilisks, from hearing such a voice, lest he think he was bullying a child. For the guilt of harming a young one would be overwhelming. Upon returning to her dormitory and dealing with her roommate, Eileen completed her evening routine and nestled in a bed, staring blankly at the nameplate in her hands. She had not sensed Merlin's presence in the past couple of days and felt uncertain about whether he had indeed been safely reincarnated. She hoped everything was going smoothly for him. Chapter 40, The Beginning. The Snape household was bustling with guests, all extending congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Snape. The center of attention at this gathering was their only son, Tobias. Tobias was the epitome of the other people's child often discussed among these guests, a 14-year-old prodigy. While there were countless geniuses in the world, Tobias had obtained a university diploma at the tender age of 14 and established his own company. The cosmetics he launched swiftly ascended to the status of luxury goods in Y country. Indeed, this Tobias Snape was the successfully reincarnated Merlin. Upon discovering his new existence as a muggle, Merlin felt no sense of loss, though he was somewhat troubled by the uncertainty of his lifespan, particularly since he was unaware of his wife's current identity post-reincarnation. Fortunately, he realized that the cultivation methods taught by his wife were still applicable. After practicing, Merlin pursued further academic qualifications in the Muggle world while simultaneously experimenting with potion brewing. To his surprise, he succeeded, but he was wise enough to know he could not manage everything alone. Thus, he sought to recruit professionals, particularly those Muggle wizards who found it difficult to adapt to the wizarding world. A cohort of Muggle-born wizards has been recruited, and for them, the prospect of earning a decent salary and returning to familiar surroundings renders Tobias a deity in their eyes. Heaven knows the anxiety they experience while searching for employment. Meanwhile, the Merlin Tobias has resolved to rise to prominence, asserting that even as a Muggle, he shall be the most formidable of all. Primarily, he seeks to amass wealth for the future welfare of his wife and children. The swiftest avenue to financial gain, he surmises, lies within the realm of cosmetics, which are most favored by women. It seems he has forgotten his initial intention of lounging like a salted fish. As a once great sorcerer, He possesses an innate understanding of the preferences of noblewomen. In the wizarding world, there exists a rather suitable beauty potion known as the Radiance Elixir. A mere dilution would make it appropriate for the fragile muggles. But he must not overlook that while these beings may be physically weak, their intellect is undeniably sharp. Just look at their advancements in quantum particles and their formidable weaponry. One cannot dismiss the possibility that muggles might one day develop world-destroying instruments. Upon reflection, muggles appear far more daunting than dark wizards. Alas, he must continue to strive for the betterment of relations between muggles and wizards. One can only hope that a perceptive ally from the wizarding community will lend him a hand in the future. The commotion in the courtyard fails to disturb Tobias, who is diligently honing his skills within the confines of his chamber. He refuses to be outshone by his wife, as the head of the household. He cannot afford to be perceived as weak. He must also contemplate his future. Prior to this, Tobias has skillfully managed his intellectual prowess. While he has demonstrated some talent in chemistry and physics, he has not yet distinguished himself. Otherwise, he might have already become a personal scientist for certain individuals. It is worth noting that Muggle capitalists are akin to the royalty of Europe, exercising their authority with an absurd level of autocracy. Thus, he has only showcased a modicum of his abilities, dabbling in cosmetic research, with the hope that he might ascend to the status of a capitalist himself. He chuckles to himself, confident that his wife will surely commend him for it. Upon departing from the corporate edifice, Tobias finds himself in a familiar cafe, relishing the tranquility of afternoon tea as he observes the bustling streets. Glancing down at the fate pendant around his neck, he cannot suppress a sigh. His patience feels as though it is waning. Why has there been no response from the fate pendant regarding his bond with his wife? It has been 11 years since his reincarnation. Alas, he is still a youth, not yet at the stage of seeking a spouse. Furthermore, he recalls the shock he experienced upon discovering that his reincarnation had set him back 11 years. Initially, he feared he might be in some sort of trouble, and thus, he has spent these 11 years in anxiety, grateful that his original self did not venture into the Muggle world. Had that been the case, a collision with destiny, as his wife had mentioned, might have resulted in a thunderous demise. What if, perchance, his wife has reincarnated into another realm? What then shall he do? He has languished in a state of helplessness, oscillating between seeking her out and waiting in despair. Should the worst occur and he lose her, he must find a way to beseech fate for her return. Sigh, where art thou, my beloved? In the midst of his lamentations, a tall figure captures his attention, not due to their striking appearance, but rather the unmistakable aura of magical energy surrounding them. It is a wizard. In the realm of sorcery, encountering a wizard is a commonplace occurrence. However, this is a coffee shop in the Muggle world, and it is unlikely that those self-proclaimed noble wizards would grace this place with their presence. A wizard of Muggle descent would hardly remain in the Muggle realm. Those Muggle wizards who have received magical education but have not pursued further studies in Muggle institutions can only seek employment within the wizarding world. Oh, I almost forgot. His own company is filled with wizards. The primary reason for his suspicion lies in the fact that this individual appears to be a young wizard, typically at such an age. One would be studying at a magical academy. There are only two possibilities for his absence from such an institution. First, his magical aura may have been too weak to receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Second, this boy may have been expelled from Hogwarts, much like Newt Scamander. Tobias discreetly scrutinized the boy from the corner of his eye, only to be momentarily startled, quickly averting his gaze before being noticed. Those heterochromatic eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a duality of color within his azure irises. This indicated a troubling possibility. The soul within this boy's body might be compromised. With a subtle gesture, Tobias cast a spell, enveloping his eyes in a faint halo of light. He feigned casual observation, glancing at the boy once more. A dark aura enveloped him. It was clear without scrutiny that he was possessed by a malevolent spirit, and it was evident that the original owner of this body had been devoured by it. What infuriated Tobias the most was that the original host was likely an awakened Muggle wizard who had been consumed during a surge of magical energy. Consequently, Hogwarts deemed this young wizard deceased and did not send him an acceptance letter. This was a profoundly heinous event. Had the professors been present, they would undoubtedly have exorcised that malevolent spirit with great fervor. Such wickedness, to use such vile means to usurp another's body. In his former self, Tobias would have unhesitatingly extracted the soul and given it a thorough reckoning. Alas, he found himself powerless to act in this moment and could only allow the boy to depart. It appeared that both the Muggle and wizarding worlds were on the precipice of calamity. Unbeknownst to Tobias, he was oblivious to his current predicament and the origins of this world, as the timeline had already diverged due to their actions, leaving the future shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 41. The selection for prefect, Eileen delicately indulged in the oily and overly sweet dishes, even as one who does not succumb easily to culinary temptations. She found herself faltering. It became imperative for her to seek out the house elves for a thorough discussion, perhaps even provide them with a cookbook for training. Regardless of what others consumed, she had no desire to partake in any more bloody steaks or fried chicken legs. Thus, it seemed she would have to adopt a more conspicuous demeanor for the sake of sustenance. Oh, and she would need to apologize to Alvin as well, though fortunately, they were not in the same year. A week after the commencement of the school year marked the selection for first-year prefects, as well as the opportunity for second-year students and above to challenge the prefects. The selection process for Slytherin is quite straightforward: wizard duels. Indeed, Slytherin reveres strength. Whether it be the male or female prefect, the principle remains: the victor reigns supreme. Eileen, however, does not rush forward. After all, the selection for the female prefect will commence only after the male prefect's trials conclude. She feigns disinterest, leisurely savoring her milk tea from a safe distance. This beverage pleases her, at least more so than the pumpkin juice. The male prefect's duels appear intensely fierce, with a dizzying array of offensive spells. Yet to Eileen, it resembles nothing more than children playing house, ultimately rather juvenile. She recalls the small set competition where she witnessed her senior brothers battling with such fervor that chaos ensued. Albeit somewhat gory, her sect had never seen a fatality. Why does she find herself reminiscing about those days? Jiang Fan offers a helpless smile as the duels among the boys draw to a close. Deal not wins. Is there anyone else willing to challenge him? I hope he can be swift about it, Abraxas states. He presides over this selection process as Malfoy holds considerable sway in the wizarding community, not to mention his family's position as board members, something every young wizard understands. Deal provocatively addresses the crowd. Hey, don't be frightened. I won't be breaking your bones or shattering your limbs. Clearly, this serves as a warning, and no one dares to step forward. Deal thus effortlessly claims the title of prefect. The selection for the female prefect officially commences, and the girls appear remarkably poised. Eileen parts the crowd and steps forward, nodding slightly to Abraxas. Senior Malfoy, I would like to challenge him once this concludes. She casts a glance at the pompous Deal, particularly irked by his recent remarks. Deal, taken aback by the audacity of a girl challenging him, feels a pang of embarrassment. His eyes widen with fury as he retorts. I've heard that the princes are nearing extinction. I doubt your father wishes for his daughter to become a mere puppet. The surrounding crowd falls into a hush. Even the girls preparing to duel momentarily pause, their expressions revealing displeasure. Yet, the arrogant young man, with his mind clouded by hubris, remains oblivious to their reactions. Eileen's smile deepens, and she replies, Strength knows no gender. Furthermore, my father will not lose me. Given your disrespectful words, I find it necessary to expedite our confrontation. With that, she draws her wand. Although she may not require it, a practitioner must respect every weapon they possess. Besides, as a witch, she cannot brandish her formidable sword or any other artifact. Deal glares at Eileen with a menacing expression, disregarding Abraxas' opportunity to interject as he pushes through the other girls, returning to the dueling platform. You will regret this, he warns. Eileen, unwilling to waste words, simply states, draw your wand. I want to bully you. Deal, eager to continue his tirade, catches the disapproving gaze of Abraxas from the side. Suddenly, clarity strikes his befuddled mind. He realizes that he may have just offended Malfoy. Now he had no choice but to press on, begrudgingly aiming his wand at the target. His heart ablaze with fury as he shouted, Doortooth, club. Yet, in the next instant, he was sent hurtling backwards, as if propelled by an unseen force. The onlookers were left agape, their jaws nearly dislocating in astonishment. Moments ago, they had merely heard Deer chanting the spell, only to witness him being flung away, while Aaron remained utterly unfazed, not even blinking. Oh, Merlin, I merely cast a rebounding spell. How did you end up flying? Aaron innocently covered her mouth, resembling a delicate little rabbit. The crowd instinctively fell silent, swallowing hard in unison, then turning their gaze toward the irate Deer, who was just getting back on his feet. To their astonishment, his two front teeth had suddenly elongated to over 1 meter in length, comically reaching the height of his legs. Perhaps this newfound stature would afford him some peculiar advantages, or attract the attention of those with unusual preferences. A few girls stifled their laughter, while those who had previously endured Deer's wrath burst into unrestrained giggles, unable to contain their amusement. After all, it was immensely gratifying. Abraxas turned to their headmaster. With a glimmer in his eyes, promptly declared, silent spell. Miss Prince is the victor. Are there any first-year girls willing to challenge Miss Prince? Silence enveloped the room, with some even averting their gaze, pretending they had heard nothing. The young witches, adorned with starry-eyed admiration, approached Aaron, who had just triumphed in their playful competition, and in unison greeted, "Hello, Prefect." Abraxas nodded in understanding before announcing, "Congratulations to Miss Prince on her appointment as the first-year female prefect." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, excluding, of course, the unusually tall Deer, as Aaron effortlessly ascended to her new role. Deer, naturally, preferred to distance himself from her. Alvin found himself momentarily lost in thought. He too possessed the silent spell, but was reluctant to draw attention to himself, particularly when recalling his foolish self in a dream. He was even less inclined to undertake endeavors that might be deemed thankless. Yet, Aaron's audacious rise to prefect left him slightly bewildered. Aaron, either intentionally or unintentionally, cast a glance his way and smiled. "Thank you, Senior Malfoy. I assure everyone that as prefect, I shall strive for the glory of Slytherin." Headmaster Slughorn nodded in satisfaction. Addressing the first-year witches, "Oh, I am pleased to see your brilliance. May you avoid any foolish actions that might lead to Slytherin losing points." Abraxas continued, "As the headmaster has stated, I trust that our younger peers will not disappoint him." With a snap of her fingers, Aaron caused Deer's elongated teeth to retract, nearly causing him to stumble once more. Deer longed to erupt in anger, but faced with the inscrutable Aaron, he resolved to endure. Thus began his future as Aaron's chief sycophant, humorously dubbed the Grand Steward. Chapter 42, A Different Breakfast. As all matters settled, Eileen eagerly made her way to the Hufflepuff common room that very night, where a portrait brimming with fruits hung. She reached out and scratched the surface of a pear depicted within. In the next instant, the entrance to the kitchen materialized before her. Upon stepping inside, Eileen was met with countless large eyes. Well, at least these creatures possessed charming gazes. She produced a cookbook and handed it to the house elf at the forefront, stating, "I wish to have Chinese cuisine tomorrow." The house elves were quite fond of overtime, and they were more than capable of fulfilling the additional requests of young witches and wizards. However, the leader, upon opening the cookbook, was immediately inundated with question marks above its head. "House elf, whose recipe book is this? It not only lacks illustrations, but is also filled with peculiar script." Eileen inquired, "What is the matter? Can you not prepare it?" As soon as the words left her lips, the house elf began to question its professional integrity, frantically pounding its head against the wall. The kitchen walls trembled. "QAQ. Whom have I offended? Oh, what madness is this from the house elves? Why not seek some tofu for self-punishment? What is tofu? Oh, perhaps I should hang a noodle up to dry." Feeling the vibrations of the floor, Eileen suddenly realized something. Retrieving the cookbook, she shook her head apologetically. "My apologies. I have taken the wrong one." She then produced a memory stone and played a recorded culinary masterpiece of Huaxia cuisine for the house elves. The elves' eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly took out their notepads and began to jot down notes fervently. After showing them a few simple dishes, Eileen put the stone away, ignoring their ardent gazes, and declared, "I shall assess the results tomorrow morning. If all goes well, we will continue to learn new recipes next time." The house elves responded in unison, "Certainly, we shall not disappoint you." In that moment, Eileen was regarded as a benevolent witch, akin to Merlin in their eyes. How heartwarming it was. It had been ages since a witch had come to teach them personally. Their collective response filled Eileen with satisfaction, and she smiled as she exited the kitchen. The kitchen buzzed with renewed energy as the house elves animatedly discussed their plans. Elf A, oh, what a kind soul. She is a true Slytherin. Elf B, we must commence our experiments immediately for Miss Prince's delightful morning. Elf C, what are we waiting for? Let's begin. The elves nodded in agreement, each fueled with enthusiasm that one might think they had consumed a potent stimulant. The following morning, the once lively hall was filled with silence as the young wizards gazed at the unfamiliar dishes laid out on the table, each one instinctively refraining from touching their cutlery. A few Gryffindors curiously prodded the plum buns in the large platter, deeming them harmless. These self-proclaimed daring souls, undeterred, boldly took one and took a bite. Newt observed the young wizards with amusement before turning his attention to the breakfast before him. Having grown accustomed to Chinese cuisine, he felt no trepidation. Rather, he was intrigued by the unexpected offering of Chinese breakfast that day. At the outset, the other young wizards confidently selected their preferred delicacies, while only the senior Slytherin curled his lip in disdain. Just then, Eileen and Dill ushered in the first-year students, who promptly took their seats. revealing the morning's breakfast spread before them. Dill's eyelids twitched involuntarily. "Oh, Merlin, what on earth are these? Are they even edible?" He instinctively glanced at Eileen, who had embarrassed him, initially intending to provoke her, only to find his eyes widening in astonishment. The reason was simple. The breakfast before Eileen was an extravagant display, featuring a pearlescent unicorn, a glossy Niffler, and a vividly lifelike thunderbird, clearly a hodgepodge of magical creatures. Dill could not help but exclaim in wonder, drawing the attention of his fellow Slytherins. One by one, they too began to express their astonishment, quickly captivating the attention of students from other houses and the professors alike. Eileen, feeling a headache coming on, surveyed the spectacle before her and mused that she had not instructed so elaborately the night before. It seemed her peers had taken it upon themselves to raise the bar. Yet, despite her thoughts, she found herself quite enamored with the presentation. With a smile, she delicately speared a bun with her fork and savored it at a leisurely pace. Abraxas finally regained his composure and turned to Alvin, remarking, "It appears Miss Prince is more ostentatious than any of us." Alvin remained silent, his spirits buoyant, having grown accustomed to his mother's cooking. He could hardly fathom how he had endured the previous academic year. To his delight, he discovered that Hogwarts offered similarly delightful fare this year, and a smile illuminated his face. He looked up at his father, showcasing the bun in his hand, his eyes crinkling with joy. Newt noticed Alvin's gaze and immediately returned a warm smile, prompting the father and son to dive into their meal with fervor, giving the impression that they had not dined together in ages. Abraxas finally made his move, elegantly consuming a petite bun, his eyes sparkling with approval. The Slytherins, inspired, began to partake in their meals, soon casting envious glances at Eileen's unique buns. Eileen had only consumed 4 when she offered the remainder to Alvin. He stared at his plate in astonishment, only to be jolted by Abraxas's suggestive glance, causing him to shiver and instinctively prepare to decline. Eileen interjected, "This is a token for the esteemed professor's commander. Oh, perhaps you could assist me in acquiring some of your father's precious creature shed hairs. I would be immensely grateful." Alvin immediately breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that during a previous tutoring session, the headmaster had occasionally praised Eileen Prince, filled with admiration. Her ability to garner Professor Slughorn's esteem was a testament to her prowess in potions. With a smile, he nodded in agreement. Watching Alvin rise, Eileen smiled, thinking to herself that he was modest and composed, a promising young man. Suddenly, Dill spoke up that half-blood, perhaps just a muggle-born, is merely fortunate to have a good foster father. Before he could finish his words, a wand poised threateningly near his throat silenced him. "Darn it. As a pure-blood wizard, I trust you have received a proper family education. What do you believe your recent words could bring upon your family? Remember, never let your muddied vision and foul mouth offend others, unless you possess the strength to overpower them." With that, Erin withdrew her wand, exuding an air of undeniable authority. The first-year students struggled to suppress their laughter, casting their glances toward Dermot, who was flushed with indignation. They assumed he was merely irate, unaware that he had already been subdued by Erin. Perhaps he relished the sensation of being dominated. Chapter 43. Muggles are about to enter the inner circle. Life at Hogwarts was, in truth, rather relaxed. Erin, being industrious, dedicated her days to study and her nights to practice, spending the remaining hours enveloped in the library's embrace. The library was replete with tomes, each not merely ordinary books, but rather perfect for Erin to swiftly master the arcane arts. Alvin approached Erin's table, placing a small box before her. "My father used a shrinking charm. You should restore it before opening." Erin nodded in acknowledgement, murmuring her thanks. As Alvin prepared to depart, she softly added, "I shall return the favor. Perhaps Senior Scamander will grant me that opportunity." Without waiting for Alvin's response, she abruptly stood, clutching several books as if ready to leave. As she passed him, a paper crane fluttered into Alvin's embrace. "Senior, let us not be strangers," she teased, her words carrying an ambiguous tone that struck Alvin as oddly peculiar. He sensed a familiar aura about her, akin to the formidable presence of a teacher. He refrained from turning to watch her retreating figure, feigning interest in a book as he casually selected one and seated himself in a secluded corner. Once assured of his privacy, he unfolded the paper crane. Upon grasping it, it automatically unfurled, revealing an inscription, "Tonight at the 8th floor S room of requirement. You shall uncover what you seek to know." Following this was a description of how to access the room. The final note, signed by Jiang Fanjin, ignited a tremor in Alvin's gaze, awakening a profound curiosity within him. Though he had heard whispers before, Alvin had always regarded them as fanciful, akin to the dreams that haunted him. How could there possibly exist a ghost capable of rebirth? Was that not a form of immortality? Despite his current cheerful demeanor, the specter of Voldemort had left a mark on his psyche. The dark ambitions of Voldemort had sown a seed in Alvin's heart. Yes, a part of him was intrigued by the pursuit of immortality, yet he would never be foolish enough to fragment his soul as he had in his dreams. Alvin could not bring himself to kill without hesitation, especially not someone so close as his own father. He clenched his fists, finally resolute in his decision. Regardless of whether the other party was a fraud, he felt compelled to investigate tonight. Reflecting on this, Alvin felt a twinge of regret. When his mother first took him to visit the Jiang family, he had foolishly declined to engage. He had always perceived that man as enigmatic, failing to recall how his mother had respectfully addressed him as senior. Perhaps this was what she meant by being unable to recognize greatness. Merlin, oh Merlin, could this lad be harboring intentions towards my wife? Ah, Halberd, remember, anyone who dares to covet your mistress should be met with a fierce glare. Halberd, wow. Such delicious fare, so much to savor, he. Tobias sat quietly, observing the Minister of Magical Security, Hector Welfare, across from him. This was a man who would not easily meet even the Prime Minister of Muggles. Yet here he was, smiling broadly in a mundane company conference room. Hector Welfare remarked with a grin, "Ah, Mr. Snape, I must admit you are a remarkable Muggle." Tobias returned the smile, replying, "Perhaps it is due to my millennia-long connection with the wizarding world. I am quite fortunate to have discovered so many extraordinary wizards, who have bestowed upon me immense wealth in a short span. However, Minister, I trust your visit is not merely regarding these trivial matters." With that, he lifted a cup of rich coffee, taking a delicate sip, exuding an aura of subtle dominance. Can this person truly be only 14? Hector Welfare wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Though he was not on par with Albus Dumbledore, he prided himself on being seasoned in the face of significant challenges. Yet now, he found himself intimidated by a Muggle youth. Merlin, what a terrifying reality this was. After serving as Minister of Magical Security for 9 years, and with elections looming, perhaps it was time he passed this chaotic mantle to his unfortunate successor. Thus, Hector Welfare sought to buy some time, thinking that in half a month, he might no longer be the minister. He spoke again. "I apologize, Mr. Snape. You must understand, your employment of wizards and the sale of elixirs to the Muggle world is quite egregious. This could lead to unpredictable conflicts, even war, between our worlds. Do you comprehend?" Tobias retracted his formal smile, inquiring, "And whose loss does the minister believe would be greater?" Hector Welfare's mind raced. "Ah, this fellow is even more formidable than the Dark Lord. Truly, it is terrifying. I wish to retire, immediately, preferably right now." Chapter 44. Muggle? Wizard? Tobias refrained from further applying pressure on Hector Welfare, sipping his coffee with an air of elegance, resembling a royal noble. At that moment, Hector Welfare felt an overwhelming urge to draw his wand and cast a forgetfulness charm. Indeed, the compelling suggestion in his mind prompted him to act. But as the charm accurately struck Tobias, Hector Welfare suddenly shuddered. Meeting Tobias's calm gaze, he instinctively swallowed hard. Hector Woolley tentatively addressed, "Mr. Snape?" Tobias, observing the other's cautious demeanor, could not suppress his playful spirit and chuckled. "Oh, my apologies. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you for the first time. However, I must confess, it is rather unusual for me to conduct an interview for someone of your, age. While I would love to assist you, unfortunately." Hector immediately withdrew his wand, adopting a despondent expression. "Oh, what a pity. It appears I must seek my fortune elsewhere." He swiftly rose, bowing his head in preparation to leave, only to be halted by Tobias's voice. "Hey, you could actually stay for a trial period of 1 month, perhaps." Without even glancing back, Hector exclaimed, "Oh, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Snape, but I truly believe I am unfit for this position." With that, he took a step forward, but in the next moment, his leg froze mid-air, as if a pause button had been pressed. "Oh, Merlin, if even you, the Minister of Magical Security, are deemed unworthy, then surely my employees would have to resign in disgrace, for they could hardly measure up to your esteemed self." Tobias's voice, as chilling as a winter wind, rendered Hector's foot immobile. When he turned around, he nearly stumbled and fell. "Why, you Haven lost your memory," Woolley stammered, feeling his tongue tie itself in knots. Calmly seated on the sofa, Tobias nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Oh, I forgot to mention, dear minister, I am immune to all magical harm. Perhaps it is due to the remarkable bloodline coursing through my veins. Alas, I did not receive a letter from Hogwarts at the age of 11. This is impossible," Hector murmured, yet he was certain he had indeed struck a nerve. But the reality stood before him, and his memory charm had failed. "Oh, Merlin, this is not magic." Hector's expression brought delight to Tobias, evoking memories long forgotten. "Ah, those muggles once gazed at me with such incredulous eyes. How nostalgic." Tobias interrupted the awkward silence, saying, "The wizarding world is quite confident in your magic, exemplified by the recent memory charm. Yes, I have dabbled in all your spells, including other arts such as potions and alchemy." Slowly regaining his composure, Hector listened to Tobias's boastful declarations, refraining from further dissent. He had come to accept the truth of Tobias's words. Indeed, in his view, a muggle employing a wizard was an exceedingly alarming reality. He stiffly returned to his previous seat, exhaling a deep sigh. "It seems Mr. Snape has everything under control. Reveal your true intentions." Tobias replied, "Oh, thank the merciful Merlin. Yes, I am aware of the significance of the name Merlin in the wizarding world. After all, he was a student of one of the founders of the four great houses, an extraordinary wizard. You actually know of him? No, this cannot be. The wizarding world has long since separated from the muggle realm. This is utterly preposterous." Wooly grew increasingly anxious, gripping his wand tightly, as if prepared to cast a spell upon the youth before him. "Oh, please relax. As the Minister of Magical Security, you, the Minister of Welfare, surely must have delved into the annals of history." Tobias spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet each word conveyed an underlying message. This muggle possesses a profound understanding of the history of the wizarding world. In the ensuing moments, Hector Welfare listened with a sense of ennui as his companion expounded upon ancient history, reminiscent of being transported back to a class on magical history, with Tobias as the incessant professor. Oh, how dreadful! He certainly did not wish to lose his composure as a wizard due to a moment of drowsiness. Tobias recounted a portion of the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Merlin, yes, that is indeed himself, and the muggle royalty, aiming to express his sincerity while hoping that this obstinate individual might awaken to the reality before him. Otherwise, his past efforts would be in vain. "Oh, indeed? Merlin is undoubtedly the greatest of sorcerers," Tobias concluded. "So, Mr. Snape, what precisely is your intention?" Welfare inquired, somewhat dazed. With the groundwork laid, Tobias finally addressed the matter directly. "I seek to collaborate with the wizarding community to establish a new wizarding entertainment district." Hector Welfare, Chapter 45, Signing the Agreement. Hector Welfare had completely forgotten his identity as a wizard, aimlessly wandering the muggle streets. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the changes in the muggle world were increasingly significant. His meeting with Tobias was no trifling matter. The hospitable Tobias had taken this antiquated wizard to a muggle cinema to watch a sci-fi blockbuster and a war film, leading to the shattering of Hector's worldview. Doubting his very existence, Hector was eventually escorted back to the Department of Magical Security by two Aurors who had come in search of him, appearing utterly disheveled and bewildered, startling the entire ministry to the point where they nearly sent him directly to St. Mungo's for treatment. Hector finally intervened to halt their foolish actions, asserting, "I am fine." Once he had expelled everyone from his office, he sank into his chair, retrieving the agreement Tobias had provided. This document was meticulously detailed, each clause clearly designed to lay the groundwork for the integration of the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. What caught his attention most was the signature of the Muggle representative, which bore not only Tobias Snape's name, but also that of the Muggle Prime Minister. Most astonishing was the fact that Tobias's name appeared above that of the Prime Minister. Hector understood what this signified. A youth had managed to wield control over the Muggle realm of Countrywide. Had he not witnessed those films, he might have dismissed it with disdain. However, now he could no longer ignore the implications, for he was uncertain whether the images from those films might one day manifest into reality. And it was evident that the current wizarding world could scarcely withstand such a devastating conflict. Thus, Hector sat in his office, lost in thought throughout the entire night. The following day, he arrived at Hogwarts, bearing dark circles under his eyes and the signed agreement in hand. Oh, indeed. The document also mentioned the schools of the wizarding world, which naturally required the support of the headmaster and professors of Hogwarts. Perhaps Albus Dumbledore, upon learning of this matter, could devise an effective solution to this predicament. After all, he was set to retire soon. What? Competing for the position of Minister of Magic? No, absolutely not. He could never bear to confront that Muggle boy again. In the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, the professors gathered, some perplexed, as they observed the grave demeanor of headmaster Armando Dippet, alongside the Minister of Magic, Hector Flitwick, whose furrowed brow made him appear a decade older. Albus Dumbledore was the first to break the silence, inquiring, "I wonder what brings the minister to Hogwarts?" Hector remained silent, merely casting a glance at headmaster Dippet. Clearing his throat, Dippet remarked, Albus, you may wish to examine this agreement. With a gentle flick of his wand, the document floated up, aligning itself neatly in front of Dumbledore and the others like obedient children. The group, filled with curiosity and confusion, began to peruse the text. At first, they found nothing shocking about the regulations concerning wizards working in the Muggle world, until they reached the clauses regarding the establishment of a magical amusement park, a magical orphanage, a magical retirement home, and a magical primary school. Excitement surged through them. Newt was the first to exclaim, "Oh, Merlin, what a splendid idea. Minister, you are undoubtedly the finest minister in the history of the ministry." Under normal circumstances, such praise would have delighted Hector. However, this agreement was no mere document. It was a gateway to the wizarding world. "Mr. Scamander, do you know who signed this construction cooperation agreement with me?" Hector inquired solemnly. Newt replied, "Oh, while I do not know who it is, I am certain he is as compassionate as Professor Dumbledore." Newt's words prompted a resigned glance from Headmaster Dippet towards Dumbledore, though devoid of jealousy or discontent. "Professor Scamander, I regret to inform you that this was penned by a Muggle. Our minister is in quite a predicament." Dumbledore observed the agreement as he continued, "The minister's signature indicates that you must have employed magical means on that Muggle, though regrettably, it failed." Hector nodded, saying, "Indeed, Obliviate had no effect on that individual. A mere Muggle, yet he summoned wizarding employees." His words resonated in the ears of all present, leaving the professors astonished. Particularly Professor Slughorn, the potions master and head of Slytherin, who held a deep disdain for Muggles as a pure-blood wizard. Yet now, suddenly confronted with the revelation that a Muggle was immune to magic and willing to assist in building the wizarding world, he would have typically unleashed several dark curses and concocted his most disagreeable potion to enlighten such a person. However, given that it was the Minister of Magical Security speaking, he found it impossible to express his dissent openly. Thus, he remained silent, joining the others in their collective gaze towards the great wizard Albus Dumbledore, who had once defeated the Dark Lord. Chapter 46, Preparation for Negotiation. For the first time, Dumbledore felt an immense pressure, rivaling that which he had experienced during his battle with Gellert. After all, their conflict had been declared resolved in his favor. At that moment, he could not help but indulge in some conspiracy theories. He harbored grave suspicions that the Muggle might not be a mere Muggle after all. Perhaps he was a decoy, or perhaps some nefarious dark wizard was manipulating him. In any case, before the agreement was signed, he felt compelled to remind everyone, "Oh, Minister, I fear that your hasty endorsement of this agreement may expose our wizarding world. Do you wish to betray Hogwarts?" Dumbledore's tone was imbued with righteous indignation. Hector Fawley longed to retort, but being at Hogwarts, he did not wish to provoke a confrontation. Thus, he wore a pained expression and said, "Oh, Merlin, Professor Dumbledore, you must understand the heavy responsibilities I bear as the Minister of Magical Security. You ought to meet with that Muggle boy. Perhaps then you will comprehend my predicament." Principal Armando clearly discerned the discontent simmering within the minister and promptly interjected with a conciliatory smile, "Oh, I must express my gratitude to you, Minister, for bringing this agreement to us. Indeed, securing our professor's signatures is quite straightforward, but I fear the children may struggle to grasp the significance of the agreement." Fawley smirked slightly, quickly masking his expression, and replied, "Oh, dear Professor Dumbledore, you underestimate the children. They are our future." "Very well. It seems our minister is aware that the children represent the future of our wizarding realm. Yet this agreement itself jeopardizes their safety." Dumbledore's tone grew colder. Fawley remained unfazed. Having resolved to disengage from matter, he donned a relaxed smile and remarked, "So, I have come to invite you, Great White Wizard, to assess the situation. I trust that with your oversight, all will be well." Dumbledore opened his mouth to counter, but Fawley interjected, "Here is his invitation and the Muggle's address. Wishing you all the best, Professor Dumbledore." With that, Fawley departed through the fireplace, leaving the others to exchange glances. Finally, it was Principal Armando who spoke up, "Oh, perhaps this matter should be entrusted to you, Professor Dumbledore." A voice within Dumbledore urged him to decline, yet his unease prevailed, and he could only nod in agreement. He was, after all, a worrywart. Observing Dumbledore's acquiescence, Principal Armando continued, "Oh, why not take a few children with you? They too must learn and grow. For as you said, they're the future." Dumbledore nodded. "Very well, I understand, Headmaster." With Dumbledore's affirmation, Principal Armando relinquished responsibility. Alas, it was not that he wished to evade his duties. Rather, the children preferred and trusted their Professor, Dumbledore, more. Thus, the professors convened in the headmaster's office to deliberate further. Originally, Slughorn was reluctant to involve Slytherin, For who could predict whether those muggles might pose a threat to the children of their house? However, when Dumbledore proposed that each house select 2 representatives, regardless of their year, the others had no objections, and Slughorn had no choice but to concede to the majority. He sighed as he returned to the Slytherin common room, summoning all the prefects for an urgent meeting. Aaron, the prefect of the first years, and Alvin, the prefect of the second years, naturally attended. Although Alvin wished to remain low-key, Aaron's assertiveness influenced him, and he could not resist participating in the selection for the second-year prefect, ultimately succeeding without pressure. Perhaps his strikingly handsome visage garnered him considerable favor. In any case, despite initially being isolated, he now found himself with a growing number of supporters. Rumors even circulated that Alvin might be a descendant of a pure-blood family, fallen from grace and rescued by Professor Scamander. Slughorn stated directly, "We need to select 2 individuals to accompany Professor Dumbledore to the Muggle world to negotiate with a Muggle. I initially did not wish for you to partake, but perhaps this presents a splendid opportunity to showcase Slytherin's admirable qualities." His words sparked a discussion among the prefects, all of whom hailed from pure-blood families and were naturally averse to Muggles, viewing them as a foolish and filthy lineage. Aaron, overhearing their whispers, wore a disdainful smile and subtly gestured to Alvin to stand. Alvin, having already deduced Aaron's intent, obediently rose. Aaron followed suit, stating, "Professor, I believe Alvin and I are quite suited for this task. The upperclassmen might be reluctant to participate." Chapter 47. The Room of Requirement. Aaron's sudden declaration astonished everyone present. Slughorn had not anticipated that 2 lower-year students would step forward. He scrutinized them for a moment before glancing around the room, noting that the others had lowered their heads in disappointment. However, as Aaron suggested, perhaps she and Alvin were indeed the most fitting candidates, for it was evident they bore no aversion toward Muggles. Adjusting his demeanor slightly, he nodded in agreement. "Oh, you 2 are splendid. It is settled then. This weekend, you shall accompany Professor Dumbledore to the Muggle world. Remember, if you encounter danger, I permit you to use magic to ensure your safety." Aaron replied, "Certainly, Professor. You can rest assured." Alvin, finally coming to terms with the decision, appeared somewhat dazed but nodded earnestly. "I understand, Professor." Thus, the 2 became the representatives of Slytherin. The meeting concluded rather swiftly, and the other 3 houses followed suit, though most sent 2 7th-year prefects, clearly prioritizing safety. The representatives of Gryffindor are rather unique. One is Hagrid, and the other is the perpetually serious-faced girl, Minerva McGonagall, who will eventually become the head of the house. As the sun is devoured by the horizon, the young wizards begin to settle into silence, with only a few spirited children engaging in playful antics. Undoubtedly, Gryffindor is the most boisterous of all. When curfew arrives, tranquility envelopes the surroundings. Some lights extinguish, and even the portraits in the corridors cease their social calls. Naturally, a handful of nocturnal young wizards remain active. Alvin is among them, as he has an appointment to keep. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he gazes at the peculiar tapestry before him, the one depicting the giant striking the hapless Barnabas. Alvin hurriedly focuses his thoughts on the desired venue, and after traversing that stretch of wall 3 times, a remarkably smooth door soon materializes. This is the Room of Requirement. Curiosity piqued, Alvin stares at the suddenly appearing door, feeling a flutter of anxiety, only to realize that someone has quietly joined him from behind. It is none other than Eileen. "Why are you just standing there?" Eileen urges. "Let me see what sort of room of requirement you've conjured." Startled by her sudden voice, Alvin shivers slightly, but maintains an outward calm, nodding rigidly. Observing his demeanor, Eileen scratches her face as if she has startled him. Fortunately, he appears composed. Otherwise, a scream from him might attract the patrolling professors and administrators, or perhaps even that mischievous poltergeist. Oh, the ghost that delights in throwing filthy objects. Eileen has no fondness for him. Should she lose her temper and take action, it would likely send the specter fleeing in terror. Most importantly, she wishes to avoid unnecessary trouble during the school year. Feigning nonchalance, Eileen steps inside, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. This room of requirement that Alvin envisioned seems quite distinctive. Surely these towering piles of items cannot be mere rubbish. In truth, Alvin had envisioned a room akin to the one in his dream, a place to conceal treasures. To his surprise, he has indeed entered. This appears quite extraordinary. Well, never mind that. Let us converse. You must have already guessed who I am, Eileen asserts confidently. Faced with her direct approach, Alvin eschews any pretense and nods. "Ah, yes. I suspect you are the one who took Nagini and handed her over to my mother." "Eileen, upon hearing this, is not angered. Instead, she chuckles. Indeed, you care for Nagini quite a bit. What a good brother you are. Yes, that was I. Alvin exhales deeply, contemplating his next words, but then notices Eileen's serious gaze fixed upon him, nearly making him believe his face had blossomed with flowers. Eileen solemnly inquires, Alvin, do you wish for immortality? Without resorting to dark and twisted means? Alvin's pupils constrict as he stares at Eileen in shock, quickly lowering his gaze to conceal his secret. Ever since that dream, he has believed that the pursuit of eternal life is rebellious and unblessed. Yet, the individual before him suddenly inquired whether he desired immortality, which instilled within him a sense of being tested. I do not quite comprehend your meaning. Alvin could only feign ignorance. Eileen, however, pierced through his facade with a smile, stating, I was once an Eastern practitioner, while Lin is a bona fide wizard. Even after an unexpected demise, both he and I retain our souls. Do you not yearn for such power? Of course. My teachings come with the condition that it must not be wielded for malevolent purposes. Perhaps you can grasp this notion. One must not take life indiscriminately. Alvin had heard his mother speak of Eastern practitioners, yet in her words, they were merely a collection of antiquated individuals, some even malevolent. Practitioners cultivate their abilities to defy fate. Recalling that horrifying and grotesque version of himself, Alvin tightened his fists. Perhaps he truly ought to give a try. Observing his inner turmoil, Eileen continued, we have always believed that our destiny rests in our own hands, not dictated by fate. I suspect you wish to personally eliminate that individual, do you not? Chapter 48, Reunion. Finally resolute, Alvin lifted his head, gazing at Eileen with hope, nodding, yes. I desire immortality, yet I do not wish to become such a monster, nor harm my family. Eileen responded with satisfaction, given your determination to cultivate. I am confident you will succeed in the future. Now, let us proceed with the initiation. Alvin had witnessed the ceremony of initiation Eileen described, but the current disheveled surroundings seemed ill-suited for such an occasion. He regretted his curiosity at that moment. Eileen, however, smiled gently, waved her sleeve, and a grand armchair materialized. She seated herself regally and proclaimed, I am the 36th generation inner disciple of the Xianin sect, and I hereby accept you as my apprentice. Remember not to violate the rules of my sect, for the consequences, dear apprentice, are not something you would wish to discover. As Alvin was a foreigner, and given that Eileen was the last remaining member of the Xianin sect, she chose not to be bound by tradition. Instead, she simply crafted a sect insignia and personally hung it around Alvin's neck before stating grandly, from now on, I shall protect you. This phrase echoed the whimsical words of her eccentric master. Remembering her master, Eileen silently vowed, Master, I shall ensure that the legacy of the Xianin sect endures. The weekend, typically a time for sleeping in, was interrupted as Dumbledore had to escort the children to the Muggle world. Newt, feeling apprehensive, accompanied them. Given his extensive travel experience, having interacted with Muggles far more than with wizards, Dumbledore readily agreed. Newt steadfastly protected his little one, leaving others in awe. Hufflepuff, Professor Scamander truly embodies the essence of Hufflepuff. Look at how he cherishes his offspring. Ravenclaw, perhaps we should invite the headmaster to join us as well. Minerva McGonagall, Professor Scamander is undoubtedly a commendable father. Hagrid, Merlin, Professor Scamander is exceptionally reliable. Little Mr. Scamander is indeed fortunate. Eileen, perhaps if she and Lynn have offspring in the future, he too will be just as foolish. Soon, they arrived at an upscale hotel in the Muggle world, where the lavish decor elicited gasps of amazement from the young wizards, though Aaron remained unperturbed. Dumbledore addressed the group, saying, Children, you must remember to maintain silence and not indiscriminately reveal your gifts. Leave the rest to Professor Scamander and me. Newt nodded in agreement, adding, Professor Dumbledore is absolutely correct. Hey, Alvin, you'd best stand behind me. Alvin chuckled, nodding in amusement, his heart brimming with sweetness. Indeed, everything about him was unlike that dark figure. He would never become the ugliest dark wizard. As everyone took their seats, the children could not help but engage in quiet discussions until a figure appeared at the door of their private room, halting their chatter. They turned their curious gazes towards the Muggle and widened their eyes in astonishment. How young he was. Dumbledore himself was somewhat taken aback by the youthfulness of the individual, initially assuming that someone who could withstand the Minister of Welfare would be more mature. He even wondered if this person might be the minister's child. Welcome, everyone. I'm truly delighted that you could join us. I assure you, this meeting will satisfy you, for it is guided by Merlin, the young man Tobias, said with a playful wink at the group. Aaron mused inwardly. Could it be that ordinary people in this world also believe in their own Merlin? Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. The destiny pendant on her chest began to emit a faint warmth, and an overwhelming sense of joy washed over her. It was the elation of a long-awaited reunion. Without showing any signs outwardly, Erin lifted her gaze towards Tobias, their eyes meeting, momentarily startling each other. Tobias felt the warmth in his chest and understood immediately. His wife had finally found him. Oh, what a journey it had been, were it not for the presence of others. He would have rushed forward, only to be overwhelmed. Ahem, this was merely a demonstration of respect and care for his wife, certainly not an indication of being henpecked. Both were internally ecstatic, yet their exteriors remained composed. Even Dumbledore did not notice the tenderness in their exchanged glances. He smiled slightly, cleared his throat, and inquired, "Are you Mr. Tobias Snape?" Tobias nodded, replying indeed. "I presume you are the professors and students from that esteemed school of magic? I'm immensely grateful to your professors. My staff are truly remarkable." Dumbledore comprehended Tobias's implications. A muggle, and yet a youth, it was unfathomable how he had acquired such knowledge. However, he finally grasped the Minister of Welfare's sentiments at that moment. "You are not a wizard?" Dumbledore asked. Tobias first instructed the waiter to prepare milk tea and delicacies for everyone before jokingly responding, "I'm neither a squib nor a mute." The meaning was evident. He was not a wizard but a genuine muggle. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Newt, both reflecting the shock in their eyes. It seemed they might be faced with a choice similar to that of the Minister of Welfare. Chapter 49. Do you care for a bit of dog food? Tobias's words evidently left everyone astounded. However, Dumbledore soon inquired, "Oh, perhaps there have been wizards in your family?" Tobias shook his head, replying, "Oh, I truly regret to say we have never had such individuals in our lineage, and they have always harbored a fear of wizards. You know, in the Muggle world, some fairy tales depict wizards in a rather unflattering light. I apologize. It is also possible that we Muggles have only encountered those dark sorcerers." As he spoke, Erin could not help but roll her eyes. It seemed that only he could speak so fervently about wizards, and his eloquence was rather impressive. Erin turned her gaze towards Tobias, who winked and cheerfully continued, "However, according to my grandfather, our family once served the church a long, long time ago, back when they were called exorcists. Alas, I lack that talent." Erin suppressed a laugh and shot Tobias a disapproving glance, wondering if he was not afraid that Dumbledore might draw his wand and point it at his charming head. Perhaps, she mused, his mind was currently clouded with foolishness. Erin contemplated remaining single or perhaps finding someone more sensible and less prone to mischief. Maybe it was a shared understanding, for Tobias ceased his peculiar ramblings, stating, "Haha, I was merely jesting. Oh, Merlin, I assure you, our family is indeed a bunch of genuine muggles." Dumbledore felt a wave of headache wash over him as he regarded the youth before him, already well aware that he was indeed a muggle, devoid of any extraordinary powers. Little did he know that the boy's strength lay deeply embedded within his soul. Dumbledore asked, "Oh, my child, can you tell me why you're doing this?" "I once had a dream, a pivotal moment in my life, wherein a man named Merlin proclaimed that I was his friend. Oh, I found it quite peculiar. Yet we conversed joyously, and he wished for me to help maintain the friendship between muggles and wizards." Oh, is that not absurd? Aside from Erin and the captivated Alvin, the other children erupted in laughter, finding the dream utterly preposterous. However, Newt believed him, recognizing that his own life was filled with boundless possibilities. And having ventured into the Muggle realm, he naturally did not dismiss the notion that Muggles could alter the world. He was already inclined to sign his name. Meanwhile, Dumbledore appeared somewhat dazed. In the wizarding world, dreams could be regarded as prophetic visions. He could not ascertain whether Muggles possessed such abilities, but perhaps for the greater good, they might consider collaborating. Just as he was about to speak, Alvin suddenly asked, "What is an amusement park?" Everyone paused, for most of them hailed from wizarding families and had never encountered the Muggle world. Thus this question resonated within them. In truth, these children were genuinely curious about what an amusement park entailed. Upon hearing this, Tobias initially froze, then regarded Alvin with a knowing look and replied, "Why don't I take you all for a visit? In fact, I have already prepared a full day's itinerary. It seems we must start at the amusement park." If I were to tell you, you would likely think I was boasting. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they gazed at Dumbledore, compelling him to nod in acquiescence. In truth, it seemed they were not particularly keen on hearing Tobias's earnest ramblings. Tobias led the group to the grandest amusement park, and by the time everyone was lost in their merriment, a multitude of paper cranes had amassed in his arms. Tobias chuckled, "These are tokens of my wife's affection. Love letters. It appears my charm remains ever potent." The lad was thoroughly indulged by his wife, brimming with confidence. He was eager to peruse these love letters, yet alas, the moment was not opportune. Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, observed the joyful figures of the children, while the poor Hagrid, due to his imposing stature, was unable to partake in the fun. Professor Minerva McGonagall, maintaining her composed demeanor, looked on in astonishment as the usually bookish Ravenclaw and the endearing Hufflepuff lost themselves in sheer delight. It seemed so enjoyable that she felt an urge to join in. Yet, turning her head, she noted Alvin and Eileen calmly following Professor Scamander, standing demurely beside the despondent Hagrid. "Oh, Merlin," Hagrid remarked enviously, "look at how happy they are, although that roller coaster does appear rather daunting." McGonagall, somewhat taken aback, turned to the towering figure beside her and inquired, "Are you afraid of heights?" Hagrid's countenance reddened dramatically, akin to a boiled lobster, perhaps a crimson one at that. Witnessing Hagrid's flushed face elicited a smile from McGonagall, and this smile left Hagrid utterly entranced. His gaze fixated upon her for an extended period. He simply could not look away, rendering McGonagall's cheeks warm under his intense scrutiny. Their interaction left Alvin in a state of bewilderment. He was astonished that the Gryffindor head girl had taken a liking to this cumbersome giant. He chastised himself for his previous judgments, realizing he ought not to belittle others so casually, lest his father become displeased. Turning his gaze toward his mentor, he found himself once more inundated with romantic notions. Wait a moment. Was that a look of affection in his mentor's eyes? Could it be that he had developed feelings for this charming oaf? Chapter 50. Fear. At that moment, Alvin felt as though his mind had been trampled by a horde of moonstruck beasts. Fortunately not by the venomous kind, for they could incite passion even in humans. He shuddered, hastily dispelling those unwelcome imaginings. Gathering his composure, he surmised that he must have been influenced by that dreadful black creature. Suddenly, his spirits lifted as he fixed his gaze upon a shadowy corner. It was the haunted house, where numerous muggles were queuing. Strangely, the heart-stopping sensation he had just experienced seemed to vanish. Was it merely an illusion? He patted his chest to quell the rising panic. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that muggles appeared quite adept at relieving stress. His eyes brightened, although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, contemplating that perhaps Professor Dumbledore had begun to waver in his convictions. Dumbledore had certainly encountered such spectacles before, yet he believed such occurrences were unnecessary within the wizarding realm. Tobias, upon observing the composed demeanor of his companion, inwardly marveled. This individual, indeed, mirrors the disheveled professor of Gryffindor, showing little interest in anything but his beloved. Perhaps I could engage him in conversation about his partner. However, this notion swiftly dissipated as Tobias conceived a brilliant idea. Alvin, this child is undoubtedly worthy of cultivation. Being a descendant of the teacher's bloodline, even if not directly related, with the guidance of Newt and Succio, he is destined to become an extraordinary individual. Tobias understood the importance of patience. He had already opened a door for the wizarding world, and now it was a matter of whether they were willing to step through. After their visit to the amusement park, Tobias, as per tradition, treated everyone to a uniquely captivating film. As night fell and he watched their departing figures, a sense of reluctance washed over him. Oh, of course, it was due to his beloved wife. Thankfully, he had the paper cranes to keep him company tonight. Surely, his wife would find time to watch him perform in the future. Oh, how could he forget? His wife was off to school. Alas! Why must Hogwarts be a boarding institution? It seems he must wait until Christmas, sob sob. Dumbledore now found himself in a state of confusion, burdened by worry. In his eyes, muggles required the protection of wizards, for they lacked any extraordinary abilities, rendering their lives exceedingly fragile. However, the film they had just witnessed depicted a harrowing reality of battle. The muggle battlefield was shockingly brutal, and their weaponry appeared increasingly formidable, while wizards only wielded wands. If a conflict were to erupt between the wizarding and muggle worlds, a terrifying thought crossed Dumbledore's mind. They would surely be defeated, and in a most disastrous manner. Disturbed and agitated, Dumbledore made a hasty return home. As he stumbled out of the fireplace, he inadvertently locked eyes with Gellert, whose gaze was laced with amusement. It seems you were thinking of us again. However, Alina has just fallen asleep, Gellert remarked, his tone seemingly neutral, yet his affectionate eyes betrayed his love for the child. Indeed, perhaps this life was the very pursuit he had longed for. Often, as he reflected on the past, Gellert would ponder whether, had he chosen to flee, could he still possess all that he had today? Dumbledore listened to Gellert's words, his gaze fixed upon him, as if he were a sculpture, even his eyes remaining unblinking. Gellert, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, absent-mindedly touched his chin. I have shaved, after all. I cannot afford to prick my little princess. You are correct, Gellert. I am deeply sorry, Dumbledore suddenly interjected. Gellert was taken aback, pondering what had prompted such a statement. He had not broached the past for this man. He had forsaken a multitude of foolish followers. Why return at this hour with such unexpected words? Was it that he still harbored doubts about him? Just as Gellert's thoughts spiraled, Dumbledore nestled beside him on the sofa, fortunate that it was a love seat. Dumbledore cradled Gellert's face in his hands and said, "Oh, thank Merlin for bringing you back to my side. You are indeed the truth. Muggles do not require our protection." This statement still seemed somewhat ambiguous, as Gellert almost believed that Dumbledore had been provoked by some individual. After a moment of contemplation, he confidently inquired, "Have you ventured into the Muggle world?" Dumbledore nodded and replied, "Muggle weaponry is becoming increasingly formidable. Their firearms can instantly take down a person, making it impossible for multiple wizards to survive. If a war were to erupt between Muggles and wizards, the wizarding world could very well face total annihilation." Gellert had discerned the underlying issue. His Albus appeared somewhat unhinged. He quickly reassured, "That day will not come. Albus, look at me. You are aware of my abilities. That day will not arrive." "Is that truly the case, Gellert? What should I do?" "All I desire is to live happily with you and Alina. I wish to witness no war." Dumbledore felt a pang of discomfort. Despite the fact that his sister Ariana had been indirectly harmed by a group of Muggles, he harbored no thoughts of their destruction. The wizarding population was far too sparse. Thus, each Muggle-born wizard accepted into Hogwarts represented a fresh source of strength for the wizarding community. This was why Tobias's recruitment of wizards raised Dumbledore's suspicions. Yet, he sincerely hoped he was merely overthinking the situation. Chapter 51. The Crown Works Wonders. Gellert expertly drew him into an embrace, tightening his hold gently, while soothingly murmuring, "Oh, Merlin, are you still that strongest white wizard who defeated me, the Dark Lord? For my sake, and for Alina and yourself, gather your strength. Perhaps if you take a step forward, you will behold a different outcome." Dumbledore's eyes widened, and after a moment of astonishment, he suddenly laughed, as if all his magical afflictions had been dispelled. "You are right. Perhaps I should afford the youth more opportunities." Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to that Muggle boy. Gellert was momentarily dazzled by his smile, and he took the opportunity to press him down, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore as he declared, "Let's spend the night at home." Dumbledore, his face slightly flushed, nodded in agreement. He realized he ought to cherish time with his family. In the room of requirement. Upon entering, Alvin was greeted by the sight of his master adorned with a crown, causing his pupils to constrict at the mere glance. He had seen this crown before. In that fateful dream. "Master, where did this come from?" Alvin stammered. Eileen wore a playful smile as she removed the crown. This item could be considered a magical artifact, albeit its function was somewhat trivial, as it merely enhanced the wisdom of the wearer. Nonetheless, she deemed it a sufficient auxiliary tool for her disciples' training. Thus, she placed the hat upon Alvin's head, exclaiming, "You have indeed chosen a treasure trove within the room of requirement. I discovered this from a statue. It appears rather splendid, with its wisdom-enhancing properties. Consider it a gift perfect for your training. It should yield remarkable results." Without waiting for Alvin's response, she raised her hand and summoned a spirit-concentrating array from her space, meticulously arranging it. "Have you placed the figurines in the dormitory? They must not be discovered by others." Alvin nodded and assured his master, "Rest assured, Master, I have prepared the substitute doll before coming out." Eileen nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the child's cleverness and diligence. However, she understood that the path of cultivation requires perseverance and hard work. She had already conveyed to him the principle that stagnation equates to regression. And as for his destiny in the future, it must be seized by him alone. Alvin obediently sat cross-legged, hands forming a mudra with palms facing upward, his energy sinking into his dantian. Slowly, he guided the magical and spiritual energy within his body to circulate along the path Eileen had taught him. Today, the energies seemed more compliant than before, and feeling them flow obediently into his inner realm, Alvin became even more dedicated to his practice. Eileen, who was overseeing him, naturally noticed his progress and nodded silently in approval, affirming the benefits of the crown he wore. Now, she could also focus on her own cultivation with peace of mind. As she practiced, her thoughts drifted to her partner, who, in the realm of ordinary people, possessed wealth, power, and influence, and was quite handsome. She couldn't help but wonder how many women were infatuated with him. The mere thought of someone vying for her partner's affection nearly unsettled her. She quickly dismissed such undesirable thoughts with a helpless shake of her head, never imagining that she would almost become unhinged over a man. However, She believed wholeheartedly that Lincoln would never betray their bond. The marriage talisman he wore close to his heart was the best testament to their connection. With a self-deprecating smile, Eileen refocused on her meditation, reminding herself to strive harder, for she must protect her partner in the future. When the time was up, Eileen roused the meditating Alvin, saying, "Your progress in cultivation has been commendable this time. Dawn is approaching. You should hurry back." Alvin looked astonished for a moment, as in previous sessions. His master had urged him to return after only 2 hours of practice. He hadn't realized that he had unwittingly cultivated for an entire night. Although it had only been nearly 6 hours, he could sense a tremendous change within himself. Confused, he removed the crown from his head, pondering the extraordinary effect it seemed to have on his cultivation. This time, his practice felt almost as if aided by divine intervention, everything flowing effortlessly. Filled with joy, he wished to share his excitement with his master. "Master, it seems I have broken through to the chi refining stage." Alvin grinned foolishly. Eileen, without hesitation, playfully tapped his forehead, admonishing, "Remember to remain humble and avoid impatience. With this aid, you need not worry about your cultivation from now on." Alvin's determination to follow Eileen grew even stronger. Suddenly, he recalled his other teacher, but the unbreakable bond they shared meant he could not disclose anything directly. He merely wished to inquire if he could still practice dark magic. In truth, ever since that nightmare, he had intentionally distanced himself from dark magic. Yet such behavior was undoubtedly a sign of weakness. To alter his future, he could not allow himself to harbor such thoughts. "Master, I find it a bit difficult to speak about," he admitted. Eileen took the crown from him and, looking up with sudden seriousness, said, "There is no inherent good or evil in power. It lies in the hands of the wielder. If dark magic is employed for righteous purposes, then it is indeed good magic. That individual you may continue to follow and learn from. After all, he is quite an admirable teacher." Alvin, taken aback, nodded in astonishment, realizing that his master had known all along. If you wish to act, then do so. Do not squander your time. As Alvin departed, he heard this parting remark once more, turning to glance at Aaron, nodding emphatically again. Chapter 52, The Holiday. During Christmas, most children opted to return home for the festivities. The typically disheveled Sandrell prince had taken the rare effort to present himself neatly, standing at the manor's entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his beloved daughter. However, after waiting for half the day, he was still yet to catch a glimpse of her. How puzzling. The Hogwarts car had arrived long ago, and Erin possessed a key to the house. She should have been home by now. Could it be that she had chosen to remain at school? Alas, it would have been nice for her to come home and keep her old father company. Observing his longing demeanor, the portraits around him shook their heads in dismay. Erin not returning home merely indicated that she was thriving at Hogwarts, likely making friends, a splendid development. Indeed, saving her father from the challenges they faced, where even their wives were sometimes unmanageable. Fina, noticing her husband's crestfallen expression, could not help but chuckle, saying, "Erin mentioned she would return later." Sandrell turned in surprise, asking, "Oh, why did she not inform me? Am I not her most beloved father?" His woeful expression brought amusement to Fina, who affectionately approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist and leaning in for a passionate kiss. The portraits, depicting individuals of all ages, turned crimson at the sight. "Ahem, enough of that. Everyone, quickly wash up and prepare for bed. Hey, why sleep during the day? TSK, TSK. Today's couples are indeed youthful and fervent. Perhaps if this lad makes an effort, our family may welcome another little one. This lad is quite inadequate. He is far too timid. Last time, he only exclaimed, 'Hey, why did you hit me?' Oh, you're so skilled, peeking at young couples in their intimacy. Why not demonstrate your prowess yourself? Oh no, let go of me." The portraits fell silent, exchanging glances, realizing that perhaps a wife's exuberance was not entirely beneficial. But of course, as young couples indulged in their affection, the elder portraits had their own matters to attend to. They dispersed, leaving the Prince Manor echoing with soft, suggestive sounds. Meanwhile, at the station, Tobias clutched a large bouquet of resplendent roses, waiting with a beaming smile. In their spectral forms, he and Jean-Fan had always been the initiators, and he, the ever-reserved one, had never truly expressed himself. Now was the time to showcase his feelings. After all, they were both young, and a tender childhood romance would be delightful. As he reveled in these thoughts, he looked up to see Aaron approaching, accompanied by a peacock. Tobias, feeling a surge of indignation, strode forward, yet maintained a perfect smile. In front of the peacock, he knelt on one knee, presenting the roses to Aaron. Aaron gazed at the flowers in her arms, momentarily bewildered. But upon meeting Tobias' gaze, her surprise blossomed into joy. These flowers are beautiful. Thank you. She beamed, her genuine smile illuminating her face. Abraxas was taken aback to the point of nearly dislocating his jaw. He did not expect this first-year gem, the fierce girl, to exhibit such a bashful demeanor. TSK, TSK. Just look at that grin stretching nearly to the back of her ears. He cast a curious glance at Tobias, and the more he looked, the more bewildered he became. A mere muggle. Nothing more than a muggle. By the time he regained his composure, Eileen had already linked arms with that muggle and was laughing and chatting as they departed. Oh, Merlin's trousers. A pureblood has truly fallen to associate with muggles. It appears the Prince family is destined for decline. With a mere sigh of lamentation, Abraxas turned and left, realizing that the affairs of others were of no concern to him. With that, he took the key and retreated to a secluded corner, activating the key to return home. Meanwhile, the long-separated couple was enjoying a sweet day out together. Tobias was determined to make up for everything with his wife. First came a movie, followed by gifts, a delightful candlelit dinner, and even engagement ceremony. Eileen felt as if she were in a daze throughout the day, so blissful that she forgot to inform her father. Oh well, after all, her mother would surely soothe him. She comfortably leaned against Tobias, gazing at the shooting stars in the sky, her eyes brimming with happiness. My dearest, are you pleased with everything today? Tobias asked proudly. Eileen could not help but plant a kiss on his left cheek, replying, well done. Tobias immediately broke into a silly grin, appearing just like a fool. After a moment of tenderness, Eileen spoke, are you truly set on this course? Did you not say that the rift between the wizarding world and the muggle realm is harder to mend than before? Tobias grew serious at that moment, exclaiming, oh Merlin, this is indeed rather perplexing, but my dear, with you by my side, I feel I can strive harder. This is also for the future of our children. Eileen blushed and nodded, saying, I understand your intentions, which is why I am already nurturing Alvin. Once he becomes a ruler in the wizarding realm, he can help us change it together. Oh, it seems you have foreseen this as well, my dear, Tobias remarked. Of course, it is not only you, a wizard, who can predict the future. That child will become someone revered by all. Tobias, somewhat perplexed, responded, but I clearly fate is mutable. Eileen laughed. Tobias chuckled and nodded. Indeed, just like him, anything is possible, isn't it? Chapter 53, Celebrations 2. The Scamander residence. Several Nifflers were frolicking in the living room, and Teddy shook his head. These little ones were indeed childish, all with offspring, yet still playing like children. Unlike him, who was so well-behaved and sensible, assisting Suchio in decorating a beautiful Christmas tree. Oh, that golden star looks rather lovely. Surely, it's not too much to take one for myself, is it? Suchio happened to glance over, smiling as she turned back to her tasks, pretending not to notice. After all, they were family, and Teddy's fondness for that star was a blessing for decoration. The Christmas celebration in Y Country is somewhat akin to the Spring Festival in Huaxia. She had prepared gifts for the children as well as for Newt's little treasures. Today, the greatest joy was seeing Newt return home with Alvin. Celebrating the festival naturally calls for the whole family to be together. To this end, she exerted her utmost effort, preparing an extravagant feast. Hill and Vanny were already seated at the dining table, their appetites thoroughly whetted by the sumptuous spread before them. So much so that they were not even eager to unwrap their gifts. Alvin looked at his younger siblings with amusement, feeling a surge of cheerfulness. In a rare display of childlike exuberance, he sat at the table and cheerfully beckoned to their parents. Say, Mom, Dad, let us eat before it gets cold. Yes, yes. Brother Alvin is right. Hill and Vanny chimed in unison, their voices tinged with excitement, and one could faintly hear the sound of them swallowing in anticipation, their little bellies grumbling in agreement, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting hearty laughter from everyone present. Suchio promptly suggested, well then, let us commence the meal. Wow, it's still our Suchio's culinary skills that shine, Newt exclaimed, immediately shifting into praise mode. The family enjoyed a delightful reunion dinner together. After Hill and Vanny had gone to bed, Alvin nervously turned to his father. Upon returning from tucking the two children in, Suchio found the father and son exchanging meaningful glances, their resemblance striking despite the absence of blood relations. She smiled and said, Dear Alvin, you should head to your room and rest. Newt nodded in agreement. Yes, little one should retire early. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Suchio. Alvin was well aware that his parents desired a moment alone. Nonetheless, he had a significant matter to discuss with the family he trusted most. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Dear Dad, Dear Mom, I intend to take the OWL examination this semester. Suchio, having spent some time at Hogwarts with Newt, was familiar with the OWL exams and responded with curiosity, Isn't that an examination for graduates? Newt explained, some upper year students also participate early. He then turned to Alvin, adding, "You are only in second grade, my child." Hearing the term "my child" made Alvin think of Professor Dumbledore. Yet he sensed that the professor seemed to harbor no bias against him. However, hearing it from his own parents was undeniably comforting. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Dad, I believe I possess the capability to take the exam. Furthermore, even if I fail, it is of no consequence." Newt nodded, sensing his child's apprehension, which was part of why he had formally accepted the position of professor at Hogwarts. Of course, it was also because he held a genuine passion for the subject he would teach. When it came to his children, Newt believed his mother's approach to education was quite effective. He would love them as she did, yet he would never overly interfere with their futures. Alvin was already remarkable. Perhaps he would surprise them once more with a full set of OS. "Go ahead and take the exam if you wish. Your mother and I will be rooting for you," Newt encouraged. "However, Alvin, have you considered joining Quidditch? I recall that you possess quite the athletic talent." It appears that your first-grade female prefect has joined the Quidditch team. What an extraordinary child she is." Suchio nodded in agreement, believing that boys should engage in more physical activities, especially since her own child already resembled a bookish scholar, utterly devoid of any physical prowess. Little did she know that Alvin had honed his skills to the point of being able to defeat a giant with a single blow. Yet, even if she were aware, she would continue to shield this child, regardless of how old she grew. Alvin was always cognizant of his parents' profound wisdom, and they generally supported his choices. However, as for Quidditch, he truly did not enjoy it. Primarily, he disliked the notion of soaring through the skies on a broomstick. It struck him as utterly lacking in grace. "Oh, father, you know I do not fancy Quidditch. Moreover, that individual is not just anyone." Alvin could not disclose Aaron's true identity, for his master had warned him that such revelations were bound by the laws of fate, or else he would face dire consequences. Having secured his parents' consent, he naturally refrained from intruding upon their intimate moments, choosing instead to dedicate himself to his studies in the days to come. After all, there was a theoretical examination looming ahead. In summary, he needed to exert himself. When he grew weary from studying, he would practice, and when he felt invigorated from training, he would return his books. Yes, that was the plan. Chapter 54, The Awakening of Nagini. On the day of the examination, Suchio and Newt appeared even more anxious than Alvin himself. Their frantic demeanor amused Dumbledore, who was cradling the determined little Elena, who insisted on coming to cheer for Alvin. After a brief wait, she succumbed to sleep, her rosy face leaning against Dumbledore's shoulder, a stream of drool trickling from the corner of her mouth onto his robe. Dumbledore chuckled as he retrieved a small towel to wipe her drool, while the little one, displeased, swatted at him with her chubby hands, evidently irritated by the disruption of her peaceful slumber. Observing her adorable visage, Newt and his wife found themselves captivated by her charm. Hill and Vani did not accompany them. While they too wished to cheer for their brother, they opted to remain at home, needing to care for a snake and a group of adorable creatures. This way, their brother could focus without any concerns, and they were confident that he would excel in his examination. In the greenhouse, Vana gazed at the still and motionless Nagini, cautiously wiping her scales. Unexpectedly, she inadvertently peeled off a layer of skin. "Oh, Merlin, it seems Nagini is shedding," Vani exclaimed. Hill curiously leaned in to take a look, nodding in agreement. "Father mentioned that shedding is a normal phenomenon for Nagini. However, sister, Nagini is far more formidable than you. She can sleep better than a pig. It's a miracle she hasn't tea-starved, given that she hasn't tea-eaten." Vana nodded. "Mother and father said it's a secret and that we mustn't tell anyone else. Of course, I'm not foolish." Unbeknownst to them, although Nagini remained asleep, she was already aware of her surroundings. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. "Crack, crack. What is that sound, Brother Hill?" Vani asked urgently, looking towards her brother. Hill shook his head, and soon his keen eyes discerned a clue. He hurriedly pointed at Nagini, exclaiming, "Sister, look. The stone Nagini is holding seems to be cracking." Vani leaned in to take a closer look and gasped, "Oh, Merlin, it really is splitting." No sooner had she spoken than the stone completely shattered, followed by a soft, rustling sound as it transformed into a pile of debris. Unable to resist, Vani poked at the remnants, and just as she was about to retract her hand, a chilling sensation coursed through her fingers. Looking up, she realized that Nagini had awakened. "Hiss, Princess Vani. I'm so hungry. I crave roasted lamb chops." Nagini's voice startled both Hill and Vani into silence. Vani retracted her mouth in astonishment, saying, "Brother Hill, I think I might be hallucinating. I just heard Nagini speak." Hill instinctively responded, "It seems I might be experiencing a hallucination as well." "Oh, Merlin, this is truly dreadful." In unison, they turned to gaze at Nagini, who had shed her skin and now appeared completely black, with a pronounced bump on her head, resembling a bruise from a blow. Curiously, Vanny reached out to touch the bump, causing Nagini to chuckle gleefully. Hiss, that tickles. Prinsen, stop. Brother, did you hit Nagini? Vanny suddenly turned to glare at Hill with seriousness. Hill immediately protested. That's preposterous. May Merlin bear witness. I would never harm Nagini. Besides, haven't you always cared for her? After all, she's a girl. Nagini looked at the two and chimed in again. Hiss, hungry meat. Her soft, endearing voice melted the hearts of both Hill and Vanny, prompting Vanny to gently scoop up Nagini, although perplexed by Nagini's newfound ability to speak. The priority now was to ensure she was well fed. Hill nodded, reassuring her, yes, Nagini, don't worry. Mother ensures there's always food prepared for you. I'll fetch it right away. The two little ones joyfully ran to the refrigerator, which had been enchanted with an infinite extension spell, granting it an expansive 10 square meters of space. The food preservation capabilities were remarkably efficient. As they gazed at the bountiful array of sustenance, Nagini wagged her tail in delight. Hiss, I want to eat. I want to eat. Vanny affectionately nodded, her heart aching with tenderness for the little creature. She kissed Nagini's bump and placed her on a table, then exchanged a knowing glance with Hill. They began their synchronized feeding task. They understood that Nagini was not like other serpents. Their parents had explained that Nagini was, in fact, a blood-cursed beast. Thus, upon hearing her speak, their surprise lasted merely 3 seconds before joy took over. This meant Nagini would soon be able to transform into human form. With mouths agape, they fed her an assortment of foods, creating a harmonious scene of two feeding one. Yet, it seemed that little Nagini was particularly ravenous. They spent a full 2 hours feeding her before she was finally satiated. Once done, both Hill and Vanny collapsed in exhaustion as they gazed upon Nagini's suddenly enlarged form. Astonishment filled their eyes. Do you think Nagini might possess the genes of a bird snake, dear brother Hill? Oh, Merlin, I have no idea, Hill replied, his expression fraught with worry, concerned that Nagini might be hungry enough to devour both of them. Oh, Mom and Dad, please come back soon. Chapter 55, The Pride of Slytherin. Hogwarts. In preparation for their final examinations, the young wizards reluctantly set aside leisurely pursuits such as aimless chatter, sweet romances, and mindless pranks. They were now fully engaged in their studies, particularly the students of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, who were fiercely competitive, even discussing exam topics during meals in the Great Hall. As for Gryffindor, apart from a select few, most were lamenting their inability to find time for adventures. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff students calmly enjoyed their meals, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding chaos. In fact, they often oscillated between the bottom positions in the House Cup standings alongside Gryffindor. Abraxas scanned the room curiously, but could not spot Alvin. He hurriedly approached Aaron, flamboyantly inquiring, Hey, dear younger student, might you know where our esteemed Scamander has gone? Aaron looked up in surprise, then lazily returned to her meal, appearing disinclined to answer his question. Abraxas, unabashed, pressed on, Oh, Merlin, our ever-capable prince, would you happen to know the whereabouts of Scamander? After finishing her last bite, Aaron finally set down her utensils and replied, Senior Malfoy, if you had any sense, you would realize that I am not particularly familiar with Scamander. Taken aback for a moment, Abraxas chuckled, Oh, my apologies. I merely assumed that you, the one who has contributed significantly to our Slytherin scores this term, might possess some knowledge. Aaron gestured subtly towards the professor's table, prompting Abraxas to follow her gaze and finally discern a clue. Oh, it seems Professors Dumbledore and Scamander are both absent. As far as I know, your beloved Scamander is currently engaged in OWL assessments. If you have sufficient faith in him, I believe he shall achieve a full set of O's, leaving us pure bloods utterly crushed. Aaron's lips curled into a slight smile, as if her assertion were the most natural thing in the world. Had someone else made such a statement, Abraxas would have dismissed it as mere jest or even envy towards Alvin, concocted to incite disdain for the remarkably gifted student. Yet, he sensed that Aaron was not one to fabricate such claims. She was, after all, an enigma. Despite being merely a first year, she had garnered the professor's admiration throughout the year, consistently earning commendable points. Her most astonishing feat was during Quidditch matches. This year's competition has truly reshaped their perceptions. While others soared upon broomsticks, Aaron stood majestically atop hers, as if she were effortlessly sprinting upon ground. The spectral quaffle, when it reached her hands, instantly behaved as obediently as a kitten. To put another way, when they witnessed the ball brushing against Aaron's foot, they briefly questioned the reliability of their own eyesight. Thus, upon discovering Alvin's absence, Abracadabra shamelessly approached Aaron, only to receive a staggering revelation. The entirety of Slytherin paused, their forks and knives suspended in disbelief as they fixated on Aaron. "I am not lying," she reassured them. "If you doubt me, simply await his return and inquire for yourselves." Abracadabra did not contest her words. Instinctively, he glanced toward their headmaster and soon discerned subtle hints. "Oh, look at that. Our headmaster seems particularly upright today." When Alvin eventually returned, he was summoned to the office by the youthful head of Slughorn. Faced with the headmaster's affectionate gaze, Alvin momentarily suspected he might be in the midst of a romantic interlude. Upon his return to the Slytherin common room, he was immediately encircled by a throng of eager faces. As he perceived their fervent demeanor, he nervously tightened his grip on the wand concealed within his sleeve. Abracadabra suddenly stepped forward with a flourish, proudly standing beside Alvin. "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that this year's House Cup is undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. Thanks to our talented junior, Miss Prince, and our esteemed junior, Scamander. Oh, Merlin, let us applaud our champions." The crowd erupted into raucous applause, their faces adorned with unified smiles. Alvin, feeling somewhat out of place, instinctively distanced himself from Abracadabra, gazing at the throng with a sense of resignation. This scene reminded him of his dreams. It seemed he had garnered the support of pure-blood families without any effort on his part. He composed himself and nodded, expressing, "Thank you, everyone. I hope the outcome of this examination does not disappoint you." "Oh, Junior, you are far too modest. You must be weary. Do take some rest," Abracadabra remarked, subtly signaling to the crowd to allow Alvin some peace. Thus, he led them away, leaving the common room in silence, with Aaron remaining seated on the sofa, engrossed in her reading. "Master, Miss Prince, I shall take my leave to rest," he said. Aaron nodded and gestured and ate with her fingers. Alvin acknowledged her with a slight nod and swiftly departed. After all, in public, they were not familiar acquaintances. Chapter 56, The Mirror Array. As per usual, Alvin ventured out during curfew. Although he resided alone, he cautiously left behind his puppet doll, for his master had advised him that caution leads to longevity. Upon arriving at the room of requirement, he found it transformed from a disordered space into a bustling haven, where a dozen house elves diligently attended to their tasks. In a matter of moments, the area had been organized into a tidy storeroom, complete with an elegantly designated relaxation zone. Alvin chuckled helplessly. "Hey, master. It seems you have quite the fondness for this place." Aaron nodded in agreement, seated comfortably in a grand armchair, leisurely brewing a cup of tea. Gently sipping, he remarked, "After all, this is our designated stronghold. It is indeed necessary to tidy it up, and there are quite a few treasures here." Alvin nodded and said, "Master, I shall begin my training now." However, Eileen called out to him, "Wait, there is no rush to train today. Come with me." Though taken aback, Alvin obediently followed Eileen to a peculiar door. Its peculiarity lay in its abrupt presence, standing alone without any adjoining walls. "Master, what is this?" Alvin inquired curiously. Eileen succinctly responded, "A spatial transfer door. I have arranged a formation for you. Now step inside and give it a try." With that, she opened the door. Peering inside, Alvin saw nothing but a vast expanse of white, obscuring his vision. This inexplicably filled him with trepidation. Before he could act, Eileen propelled him inside with a swift kick. Without hesitation, she shut the door, asserting, "In the path of cultivation, one state of mind is paramount. Let me see if you can conquer your inner demons." Within the door, Alvin was engulfed in a frenzy of screams as he realized he was suspended in midair. The previously white void was nothing but a thick layer of clouds, and regrettably, he lacked the ability to traverse the skies. Should he fall, he would undoubtedly meet his demise, perhaps even leaving no trace of flesh behind. Terrified, he shut his eyes, the sensation of weightlessness making him feel as if his heart might leap from his chest. Suddenly, he felt a soft landing beneath him, devoid of anticipated pain. Stunned, Alvin lay motionless on the ground. After a brief moment, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be greeted by countless versions of himself, all prostrate on the ground. He lay there, gazing, equally astonished by the reflections. It dawned on him that these were merely mirrors. Trembling, he rose to his feet. Oh, how it felt as if he had aged in an instant, and carefully scrutinized the mirrors surrounding him. Indeed, they were all mirrors. As he regained his composure, a paper crane fluttered towards him, landing before him and unfolding to reveal a mouth. Eileen's serious voice emanated from within. "Alvin, this is your trial. Cultivation is not solely about refining spiritual power. One must also cultivate the heart. As long as you find a way to escape this mirror array, you will have succeeded." With that, the paper ignited spontaneously, reducing to a pile of ashes. Alvin sighed. knowing his master would never allow him an easy path. This mirror array bore a striking resemblance to the mirror maze he had once explored. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the nearest mirror, finally discovering an entrance. Alvin was determined not to concede defeat. He lifted his foot and strode boldly inside. Bang! After just a few steps, he collided with a wall, wincing in pain. Cradling his head, he remained silent. Suddenly, a chorus of laughter erupted, evoking a sense of familiarity within Alvin. Clutching his forehead, he peered through the pane to see the reflections of himself in the mirrors, all mocking him in various poses. Alvin could not help but gasp, a chill running down his spine as the fine hairs on his body stood on end. Instinctively, he took a step back to distance himself from the mirror. But in doing so, he forgot his precarious situation and collided with the reflective surface instead. Suddenly, he felt a hand brush against his waist. "Who?" Alvin shouted. Yet he hesitated to turn around immediately. Instead, he slowly pivoted to find himself greeted by a version of himself waving. Realization dawned upon him, and he cautiously scrutinized these reflections of himself before delving deeper into the labyrinth of mirrors. A fleeting glance sent shivers down his spine as he perceived a multitude of pale hands emerging from the mirrors, frantically reaching out in a bizarre frenzy. To evade these strange appendages, Alvin quickened his pace, and after numerous encounters, he finally discerned the secret of the mirror maze. Meanwhile, Eileen, sipping her tea, observed the unfolding scene within her crystal orb, nodding in satisfaction. Truly worthy of a former villain. Even without a crown, your reflexes are commendable. My dear disciple, once you emerge, I have a surprise in store for you. With that, she resumed her leisurely activities, savoring her tea and perusing a book. Oh dear, why do you think others do not cultivate? Even they require rest. It is all about balance, you see. Chapter 57, The Mirror Array 2. At this moment, Alvin found himself in a rather disheveled state. His meticulously styled hair was now soaked in sweat, and he felt sticky and uncomfortable, just as despair began to creep in. The hands abruptly vanished, leaving only his bewildered reflection in the mirror, as if the recent events had merely been a figment of his imagination. Oh, Merlin, Master, do you intend to drive your disciple to madness? Alvin finally exhaled a long-held breath. Thanks to his training, a few sprinting steps were not enough to break him. Yet, he still felt a twinge of fatigue. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he resumed his observation of the surroundings. To his dismay, he discovered he had returned to the starting point. Crouching down to examine the ashes on the ground, he fell into silence. Indeed, there is no escape from here. Alvin warily regarded the figure in the mirror, the identical version of himself, whose lips moved in sync with his own thoughts, confirming that the voice he heard earlier belonged to this reflection. Do you wish to leave? Then come and defeat me. Come on, come on. A sheen of sweat coated Alvin's brow. He was uncertain of the repercussions should he step through the mirror. Coward. Yes, you are a coward. Too afraid to enter and challenge me. The mirror's reflection began to loop, the term coward swirling tauntingly before him. Taking a deep breath, Alvin shouted silence. The mirrored figures halted one by one, not in unison, leading Alvin to deduce that he might have to contend with more than one version of himself. Though uncertainty clouded his mind, his intuition insisted that the exit lay within a particular mirror. He closed his eyes, spun in place several times, and suddenly pointed at one mirror before reopening his eyes. The figure in the mirror suddenly became animated, fervently waving at Alvin, a gesture that could rival the allure of the ladies of a brothel. Summoning his courage, Alvin closed his eyes and took a step forward, only to find himself devoid of any anticipated pain. A sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed in his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he found no trace of the mirror figure. The surroundings were an expanse of blinding whiteness, disconcerting to the eyes. Level 1, Hide and Seek. As the name suggests, you will be the seeker. If you find me, you can escape this mirror. Come find me. Alvin clenched his fists, mustering his resolve. Having just completed an examination, he had been hastily thrust into this mirrored labyrinth by his master. Alas, there was no choice. Without diligence, he risked expulsion from his apprenticeship. He began to meticulously inspect his surroundings, even reaching out to touch the white walls. Yet the room offered no concealment. Despite bouncing on the tiles beneath him, he discovered no trace of clue. For reasons unknown, fatigue washed over him, compelling Alvin to sit on the cold ground. He needed to gather his thoughts. Thus, he closed his eyes once more. The moment one shuts their eyes, the other senses heighten. He felt a breeze brushing past his ears, as though he were submerged in icy water. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, staring blankly at the floor. The distinct shadow beneath him caught his attention. He He playfully tapped his shadow and exclaimed, "Found you." No sooner had he spoken than the shadow twisted violently, and a dark figure emerged from within. It gazed at Alvin with a smile, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you are remarkable. However, your fortune may not hold in the next round." As the words left its lips, Alvin felt an invisible force propel him backward. Before he could regain his footing, a hand seized him and pulled him in. Level 2. Ah yes. This shall be the final challenge. Kill me, or be consumed by me. Alvin's pupils dilated as a familiar chill coursed through him. He helplessly watched the shadow lunge towards him, merging with his very being. It was over. Panic surged as he frantically touched his body, an unprecedented terror gripping his heart. A dreadful voice reverberated within him. Although he did not speak, laughter erupted from his throat. "I am you, and you are me. Alvin, we are one and the same. Do not reject me, will you?" The voice began to seduce him, and Alvin clutched his head, rolling on the ground in despair. The pain in his head was excruciating, truly unbearable. "Does it hurt? If you relinquish your resistance, we shall become one, and the suffering will cease. Alvin, accept me. Become me." "No, I am who I am. I shall not become you. I will not become a wretched creature. I shall rise with integrity and stand tall, earning the reverence of all. Begone. You cannot banish me. What is happening? This is impossible. Ah, cursed be this fate." Alvin felt an explosive surge of fire erupt within him, incinerating the dark entity that resided inside. He collapsed to the ground, sprawled out in utter exhaustion, his eyes weakly fluttering open as he exhaled a breath. Chapter 58, A Little Bird. When Alvin regained his senses, he found himself back in the room of endless wishes. Weakly turning his head, he beheld his master leisurely engrossed in a book, sipping tea, and nibbling on snacks. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, both in body and spirit. Congratulations on overcoming your inner demons. From now on, you may practice on your own. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek your master, Eileen stated before rising and departing without waiting for Alvin's response, leaving behind only her graceful silhouette. Alvin refrained from complaints, for he had no time for such indulgences. He sensed the surrounding spiritual energy flooding into his body at an astonishing rate. Hurriedly, he sat down to meditate and began his cultivation. In the midst of his practice, he remained oblivious to the temporal rift appearing above him, from which a small emerald bird tumbled down. Though it fell, it was cradled by the spiraling energy he had generated during his cultivation. The little creature landed safely atop Alvin's head, blissfully unaware, while the spiritual energy nurtured its body. Eyeing, in a daze, gradually opened her eyes. Initially bewildered, she soon stood up in astonishment, feeling the soft warmth of hair beneath her. Lowering her gaze, she was taken aback to find that her wings, previously injured, had miraculously healed. "How wonderful!" Eyeing exclaimed with joy, taking flight only to survey her unfamiliar surroundings, which deepened her confusion. Where could this possibly be? She began to flit about in a panic. Yet no matter where she flew, an exit eluded her sight. This realization plunged her into despair, and she landed, sobbing softly, entirely unaware that she had settled once more on someone else's head. Alvin, having finally stabilized his cultivation, had successfully established his foundation. Achieving this feat in less than a year marked him as a prodigy. Just as he prepared to continue his training, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of a girl weeping. As a devoted brother to all sisters, he could not bear the thought of a girl in tears. However, when he opened his eyes, he found no one in sight. Rising, he curiously scanned the area, yet still saw no one, even as the cries grew ever closer. As if right above him, realizing the source of the sound, Alvin stiffened, swiftly looking up. The speed of his movement startled Eyeing, who had been resting on his head, causing her to momentarily forget to flutter her wings. Her petite beak collided with Alvin's lips. At last, he discerned the origin of the cries, a small bird. But how could a bird cry? The voice distinctly resembled that of a girl. In that moment, no one could provide answers to his questions, and he simply stared, eyes wide, at the little bird before him. A lecher. A radiant crimson aura enveloped Eyeing's form as she yearned to unfurl her wings and take flight, yet stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Alvin, with swift reflexes, caught her descending body, lifting her once again before his gaze for a meticulous examination. This does not appear to be a mythical creature, he murmured. Eyeing could not comprehend his words, but upon encountering his handsome visage again, she found herself utterly mesmerized. It was not entirely her fault, truly. On Flying Fairy Island, all beings were avian fairies, and although there were males among them, none possessed the unblemished purity of the man before her. Alvin, taken aback, feared he had inadvertently frightened the little creature to death. Tentatively, he extended a finger to gently prod the small bird's chest, astonished by the powerful heartbeat he sensed. In response, Aang's avian form intensified with a brighter red glow, and in the next moment, she transformed into a girl clad in red, standing before Alvin and glaring at him with indignation. Perhaps due to the disparity in their heights, Aang appeared rather diminutive, reminiscent of a small southern potato in comparison to him. Raising her delicate finger, she angrily pointed at Alvin, stammering her reproach, You scoundrel! Though she had absorbed human knowledge, her origins in ancient Huaxiao rendered her speech somewhat archaic. Fortunately, Alvin had studied classical Huaxiao literature due to Suchio's influence. He hastily replied in Huaxia, I am not a rogue. Dear sister, do not misunderstand. In the context of foreign customs, a kiss was quite ordinary. So Alvin remained oblivious to the fact that he had just kissed the little girl before him, especially considering she had been a bird moments prior. Gazing at the petite girl, even smaller than his sister, his protective instincts surged forth. To soothe her, he retrieved a generous handful of snacks from his pocket and offered them to Aang. The nuts exuded an enticing aroma, and even a cultivated avian fairy like Aang could not resist such temptation. Her expression of embarrassment swiftly transformed into one of curiosity and longing for the food. Alvin could not help but smile. In that moment, Aang resembled Teddy when he spotted gold coins, her eyes sparkling with delight. Go ahead and eat. These are prepared by my mother. If you enjoy them, I have more. Alvin's gentle voice reached Aang's ears, sending a delightful shiver down her spine, compelling her to gaze at him in awe once more. Chapter 59, The Avian Fairy. Upon entering, Eileen immediately noticed her apprentice locked in a gaze with a young girl. This girl emanated an extraordinary aura. It was pure, devoid of any malice or bloodlust. Eileen was certain that the girl was no wicked spirit, and her curiosity was piqued. Given the real-life romance between Newt and Suchio, Eileen suspected her apprentice had stumbled upon a future bride. Indeed, splendid news. Alvin, Eileen called out deliberately. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Aang instinctively hid behind Alvin, cautiously peeking out from behind him with her enchanting little head. Her delicate features hinted at the undeniable promise of beauty. Eileen approached directly, though she refrained from coming too close, fearing she might frighten her future disciple-less wife. She feigned skepticism and asked, A creature from the land of Huaxia, do you wish to absorb Alvin's essence? Aang, flustered, quickly clarified. I'm a bird fairy from Flying Immortal Island, certainly not a lowly monster that feeds on essence. Ah, it is evident, and quite beautiful you are indeed. Surely, you must be the most exquisite bird fairy on Flying Immortal Island. Eileen beamed at Aang, causing the young girl to blush under her gaze. Moreover, the aura surrounding Eileen drew Aang closer, igniting a sense of endearment. You do not appear to be a villain, Aang remarked, her innocent demeanor endearing. Eileen chuckled. In this unfamiliar place, it would be wise not to reveal your human form. It is best to maintain your original shape. Stay close to Alvin. This is no longer your Flying Immortal Island. At that moment, Aang realized, exclaiming, Right? I must return, otherwise, everyone will worry about me. Eileen sensed the faint power of time and space emanating from the House of Wishes, surprised to find another outsider alongside herself and Suchio. Oh my, this world seems quite alluring. It appears that the essence of destiny is forming here. We outsiders must be here to restore the missing fate of the heavenly path. Such thoughts were not unfounded, for she had once perused an ancient tome that spoke of the 3,000 worlds, some of which began without a heavenly path and could collapse for various reasons. Should a world on the brink of collapse generate a heavenly path, that path would strive to preserve its world. The most effective means of doing so would be to draw individuals of great fortune to unite with the world as fated beings. It seems Alvin is indeed a person of great fortune. No wonder he has made such progress in his cultivation. Eileen spoke. I fear you cannot return. To have escaped the turbulent currents of time and space is a stroke of luck. Perhaps one day you may return, but certainly not now. Turning to Alvin, she added, You must hurry back. The absence of a senior could incite chaos. Even though you are exempt from the final exams, others still need to participate. Let's go. Eileen opened the door, and Aang, gazing at the open entrance, accepted her reality. She obediently transformed back into her original form, somewhat bashful yet compliant, as she perched upon Alvin's shoulder. This was not merely for the sake of admiring the handsome visage. The corridor remained shrouded in darkness. However, after their training, both possessed excellent night vision. They navigated through several secret passages with ease, quickly arriving at the Slytherin common room. Even hailing from a pure-blood family could not alter the tendency to linger in bed. The two shared a silent understanding, departing to freshen up before making their way to the common room at the opportune moment. Abraxas was the first to spot Alvin, swaggering over with a carefree demeanor, ready to throw an arm around him, only to feel a sharp pain in the back of his hand. Ouch! What bit me? Rubbing the back of his right hand, he looked towards Alvin's shoulder, where he locked eyes with eyeing. Oh, Merlin, a lovely little bird. Hey, Junior Scamander, you went out to take a test and returned with a little bird? Truly, you are the pride of Professor Scamander, receiving gifts of magical creatures. He began to observe the little bird closely, yet he could not discern what kind of magical creature it was. Curiously, he inquired, Mr. Scamander, what sort of magical beast is this? Alvin scratched his head and replied, actually, she's a green parrot brought over from China by a friend of my mother. A green parrot from China. Surely, she must speak Chinese. Might we coax this little one to utter a few words? Abraxas suggested. Aang shook her head vigorously. She could detect a hint of avian scent emanating from the man, which she found quite unappealing. Moreover, she remembered the wise adage that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Thus, she would not allow him to touch her. Alvin, sensing a hint of amusement, explained, Aang dislikes being touched by others. She cherishes her feathers. Abraxas, however, discerned that the parrot was female, and it made sense. In the animal kingdom, loyalty was often unwavering. Ah, it seems that apart from her master, none may approach her, he mused. Oh, I understand. I truly do, he quickly apologized. Yet in the next moment, he was taken aback as Aang took flight and landed on Eileen's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Chapter 60. Heir of Slytherin? Abraxas pointed at Aang, incredulously looking at Alvin. Don't tell me she simply dislikes me. Oh, Merlin. Alvin shook his head, responding, she just feels closer to, Miss Prince. Upon hearing this, the others regarded the pair with knowing glances, insinuating a romantic connection. Alvin hurriedly clarified, please, don't misunderstand. Miss Prince and I are not in the relationship you presume. Oh, is that so? We haven't suggested anything, Abraxas replied, a playful smirk on his face. Eileen, however, glared at Abraxas with an expression of disbelief, saying, if your mind hasn't been submerged in a troll snot, you should recognize how ambiguous your recent gazes were. Let us not squander time here. As a proper Slytherin, we must not be tardy. Indeed, the first-year students eagerly followed Eileen out, while Aang stood on Eileen's shoulder, sticking her tongue out at Abraxas. Ahem! Everyone, we should make our departure. Beware that the house elves may not leave us any delightful breakfast, he joked. Abraxas seemed to finally grasp the situation, saying, oh, I truly do not understand why those ugly creatures are so eager to fawn over Miss Prince. The group nodded in agreement, each time Eileen dined. Her fare was in an entirely different league compared to theirs. Yet, dwelling on jealousy would only weigh them down. At least they could still savor the delicacies. The mere thought of the endless array of food brought to mind the comical scene of Gryffindor devouring their meals. They needed to hurry. A sudden worry crept in about their food being snatched away. One by one, they followed their respective leaders out in an orderly fashion. Aang found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such a lively scene, though the bustling atmosphere of Phaeacian Island was familiar to her. Never had she experienced so many curious eyes fixated solely upon her. The inquisitive gazes compelled her to ruffle her feathers slightly, and she couldn't help but shyly retreat into Aaron's flowing hair. Aang, it's time to eat. Would you care for some dessert, perhaps a walnut pastry? Aaron's tone was gentle, as she had once been quite adept at caring for spiritual beasts. The little parakeet peeked out and softly whispered into Aaron's ear, suppressing the urge to hide. She obediently followed Aaron's arm to the dining table. Aaron tied a napkin around her and inquired, do you need me to feed you? No, thank you, Aang replied happily, pecking at the delicious food, the exquisite flavors causing her to squint with delight. The surrounding individuals stared at Aaron, seemingly in a daze. Abraxas, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Junior Scamander speaks Chinese because of the Scamander couple. Miss Prince, if I recall correctly, your parents do not seem to be from Huaxia. Aaron did not look up, but replied, I simply enjoy learning various languages. Oh, Merlin. Junior, that seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? Besides Chinese, what other languages do you speak? Looking up at Abraxas, Aaron cheerfully responded, for instance, Parseltongue. Indeed, Aaron had deliberately mentioned her ability to speak Parseltongue. She was well aware of Alvin's proficiency in the language, and revealing this fact could help prevent him from being excessively misconstrued as a dark wizard. While the history of Slytherin remained unclear to her, she had learned from her partner that his mentor was quite emotionally attached. All present were taken aback, pausing their actions, and nearly everyone, including Principal Armando, could not help but cast their gaze towards Aaron. Dumbledore looked at Alvin, somewhat surprised, before directing his attention to Aaron. As neighbors, Dumbledore was aware of Alvin's ability to speak Parseltongue. However, the young man had never flaunted it at Hogwarts. He hadn't expected someone to emerge claiming they could also speak the language, and suddenly recalled a certain prophecy. Gazing at the two with concern as he pondered which one might be the true heir of Slytherin, a disdainful voice cut through the air. It belonged to a fifth-year Slytherin student who was glaring at Aaron. How could a fallen prince possibly be the heir of Slytherin? Yet Aaron remained unfazed, responding calmly. Did I ever claim to be the heir of Slytherin? Who told you that speaking Parseltongue makes one an heir? Casually tossing food to the side. Her indifferent demeanor irked those who had previously held grievances against her. A mere prince, and just a girl at that. They believed she could not possibly contend with them. However, Aaron's remarkable prowess displayed during the class leader selection had left a lasting impression. The boy who had just spoken caught sight of Abraxas's disapproving glare and, feeling chastened, promptly fell silent, letting out a huff as he took a seat. Senior Malfoy, would you care to learn? I promise to teach you thoroughly, Aaron playfully remarked, casting a mischievous look at Abraxas, which sent a chill down his spine, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Chapter 61, The Perils of Misinformation. Abraxas gradually began to comprehend the underlying meaning, perceiving a hint of significance within Aaron's gaze. He smiled and nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, Ah, Merlin, what an honor it is! Junior Prince, should you truly teach me Parseltongue, I assure you that the tuition will be quite generous. Aaron replied courteously, Tuition is unnecessary. Perhaps you could gift me a pair of peacocks, as I have suddenly taken a fancy to raising them. Not a problem at all. Perhaps during my birthday, you and Scamander could visit Malfoy Manor, Abraxas proposed, his invitation signaling his intent. With two individuals now proficient in Parseltongue, he hoped for a cordial relationship with either. This was an opportunity that a future family leader must seize. Aaron nodded in agreement, stating, I have no objections, though I must consult my father. Of course. Abraxas responded with a smile. Aaron then turned to Alvin with a beaming expression, casually remarking, Scamander, I haven't yet thanked you for teaching me Parseltongue. Alvin was momentarily taken aback. He had been diligently concealing his ability to speak the language, and it was purely by chance that Abraxas had discovered it. He anticipated his mentor to reveal it so openly today. Meanwhile, in the professor's quarters, Dumbledore and Newt exchanged glances, both skeptical of the notion that Alvin would impart such knowledge. Parseltongue was a legacy of the Slytherin bloodline, so how could a prince devoid of such a lineage possess this skill? Dumbledore began to delve into conspiracy theories, pondering the girl's remarkable talents, which were unmarred by any moral flaws. Even the house elves of Hogwarts were utterly devoted to her. Had the prophecy shifted? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, concerned about the emergence of a second Dark Lord, which could disrupt their peaceful existence, particularly the safety of Alina. Thus, he remained vigilant. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes from above, Aaron continued to feed, eyeing nonchalantly. A stubborn situation required a gentle prod. Within mere days, Hogwarts was abuzz with rumors. Young Scamander was the heir of Slytherin, and Prince was destined to become the future Mrs. Scamander. Upon hearing this, Alvin was left utterly dumbfounded. Eyeing, unfamiliar with the local tongue, was oblivious to the gossip. Having spent her days either clinging to Alvin or Aaron, further complicating the perceptions of their relationship among the young witches and wizards. In the room of requirement, Alvin questioned, Master, why have you done this? I do not understand. Aaron replied, Your inner demons have merely been peeled back a layer. I am here to assist you in confronting them. Fear of oneself will forever hinder success, no matter the aid received. Alvin paused, admitting he was indeed afraid. He had believed he had concealed his fears well, yet it appeared his mentor had seen through him all along. Truly, she was the most enigmatic of beings. Aaron continued, Fear not. Soon the rumors will take on a new form. Right, Hylabo? Hiss, indeed, my master, you are correct. Shall I make my entrance now? The massive form of Hylabo materialized, instantly startling eyeing. Even though she was a bird fairy, the innate fear that birds have of snakes still lingered within her. She swiftly dove into Alvin's embrace, trembling with fear. Alvin instinctively comforted eyeing, then swallowed hard and asked uncertainly, Master, what kind of snake is this? Oh, it's a pet basilisk left by Slytherin. Isn't it adorable? Aaron said, scratching Haywood's chin. Alvin adjusted quite well, being a snake keeper himself, though he was somewhat taken aback by the creature's imposing size. So, Master, what do you intend for the basilisk to do? Aaron joked, to add flair to your presence, perhaps as a mount. It would certainly be impressive. Alvin waved his hand in resignation. This isn't my snake. Using it as a mount surely wouldn't be for show, but rather for sustenance. Just kidding. Hey, boy, come here. Wear this helmet. Go forth and fulfill your mission. As Alvin watched the basilisk depart, donning the peculiar helmet, he couldn't shake the feeling that his master seemed to be indulging in a bit of childish fantasy, and with his master's lips sealed tight, his curiosity only grew. The next day marked a grim turn of events. A few petrified night students were discovered by a group of young wizards, and their screams echoed throughout Hogwarts. Professors and the caretaker gazed at the blood-red writing on the wall behind the petrified victims, their expressions turning grave. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. The heir of Slytherin will lead Hogwarts to glory. Upon finishing his ominous declaration, the caretaker's face was more pallid than if he had been cursed by Peeves. Dumbledore cast a wary glance around, noting the recent rumors coinciding with the petrification incident, and he immediately recognized the handiwork of the basilisk. To his astonishment, someone had indeed found Slytherin's chamber and unleashed the creature. The most pressing concern now was the safety of the children. Professors exchanged glances, each discerning the shared apprehension in the other's eyes. It seemed a visit to the headmaster's office was imminent. Chapter 62. This Ugly Beast. After fulfilling its master's request and petrifying a few individuals, the basilisk swaggered off to bask in its glory. If only my master could gift me that beautiful green bird as a companion, it thought, unwittingly overstepping its bounds and receiving a sharp reprimand from its master. Ultimately finding itself tossed into the void, the basilisk lamented, "I feel so wronged," hissing. Eyeing, still shaken, patted her small chest. Her little wings wrapped around Alvin's neck as she nuzzled against his earlobe. Observing Alvin's increasingly flushed earlobe, Aaron couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. It appeared that Hable was indeed an effective catalyst for emotions. All right, I shall give that little creature a rejuvenating pill later. She recalled that her senior spirit beasts adored those bitter pills. Later that night, when Aaron released Hable once more, it coiled its body, resting its large head within, refusing to emerge. Clearly it was sulking. Eyeing is not your master's pet. She belongs to Alvin, and your imposing size has frightened her. Aaron was not particularly adept at soothing others, especially when the subject was a basilisk. Hable's tail flicked, but it wasn't truly angry, nor would it dare to be upset with its master. A peculiar scent suddenly wafted directly into its large nostrils, a fragrance that was decidedly unappealing yet stirred the cravings within its stomach. Almost instinctively, it poked its head out, keeping its eyes shut, reluctant to harm its new master. "Are you hungry?" Aaron teased. Hellbow nodded vigorously, its tail wagging like that of a large canine. This sight amused Aaron greatly. She promptly approached and tossed the Guyuan Dan into Hellbow's eagerly gaping mouth. The small size of the pill meant that Hellbow scarcely tasted it before it slid down its throat. Once ingested, it transformed into a pure medicinal force, merging with its bloodstream and coursing throughout its entire body. Hellbow felt a warm current enveloping its form, exhaling a breath of murky air, overwhelmed by a sense of comfort that made it feel as if it could soar. Chuckling, it nuzzled Aaron gently with its large head, unfazed by its tough scales. Aaron reached out to pat its body, saying, "Come on, let's take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest." Hisses, "Wow, really, master? You are simply wonderful." Hellbow cheered. Aaron smiled and shrank its size, teleporting them directly to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts posed no restraints on her. Here, she felt her powers amplifying, perhaps because this was her resurrection point. The professors were tense due to the commotion caused by Hellbow, unaware that the very threat they were guarding against was taking a leisurely walk with its master under the moonlight. Most creatures in the Forbidden Forest were nocturnal, but Hellbow's presence sent many, especially those with young, into hiding. Particularly, Aragog, the giant acromantula, frantically called to its kin, ordering them to remain in their tree hollows. How could a basilisk appear here? "Oh dear, Hagrid, come save us." Aragog was genuinely terrified, feeling the weight of its bloodline suppression. After settling here, it had bred an entire tribe of acromantulas, reigning supreme within the Forbidden Forest. Typically, aside from unicorns and a few indomitable beasts, other small creatures were merely their meals. Had they truly been too arrogant and now faced retribution? Oh, if only it had restrained its offspring, just as Aragog lamented its past decisions. A figure cloaked in black unexpectedly materialized before the tree hollow, emanating an ominous aura that sent shivers down the spine. Normally, Aragog would have sent its children to frighten any nighttime adventurers, claiming a small portion of blood as a protection fee. However, this figure, though veiled, radiated an unmistakable sense of danger. It instinctively shielded its young, glaring fiercely with its 8 enormous eyes. Please leave this place. You would not want to discover the consequences. Aragog threatened. Oh, is that so? The hooded figure chuckled, as if it had heard the most absurd joke. With a slight lift of his hand, a powerful wave of dark energy surged forth, immobilizing Aragog. As it felt its body paralyzed, panic set in, and it gasped, "How is this possible? Who are you?" The power of the shadow has been restored to its zenith. Indeed, he is the one who nearly fused with Alvin, the Dark Lord. This time, he intends to begin with the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest, particularly those simple-minded unicorns. Without their blood, his parasitic body would surely decay. I am Voldemort. As long as you and your kin submit to me, I shall grant you an endless feast of fresh human flesh. Yet, just as he uttered these tempting words, a massive shadow loomed before him. Upon turning, he beheld a familiar figure and hastily lowered his gaze, retreating swiftly. Master, look, it's that hideous creature. It dares to steal my food. Helbo seethed with indignation, convinced that he could not be mistaken. Its foul odor surely matched its ugly appearance, and it even dared to capture the spiders it favored. It seemed better to eliminate it. Aragog, boo-hoo, Hagrid, I fear I shall never see you again. Chapter 63, Toying with Voldemort. Irene found amusement in Helbo's fierce demeanor, as if it yearned to pounce and deliver a fatal bite. She gently patted its body and cautioned, "You ought to refrain from indiscriminate eating. Be wary of upsetting your stomach." At her words, Voldemort finally noticed a young witch standing beside the basilisk. No, this was his basilisk, bestowed upon him by the illustrious Slytherin. How dare this little witch attempt to usurp his creature? Wait, could she also be a descendant of Slytherin? But he had no recollection of her from his past life. Voldemort began to scrutinize her closely, yet the figure before him appeared utterly unfamiliar. He was completely unaware that the current Irene was vastly different from her former self, devoid of her previous gloominess, her skin fair and radiant, her hair a lustrous black. Perhaps due to the nature of her soul, the present Irene bore fewer traces of her former self. Irene noticed his probing gaze, which struck her as suspicious, and she recognized the familiar, loathsome aura emanating from him. Helbo had encountered it before. The detestable creature. In no time, she recalled a specific individual. Oh, in truth, he hardly qualified as human. "It's you. You dare to possess another," she exclaimed. "Oh, this isn't mere possession. It's an infestation. This vessel seems almost spent." Irene's expression twisted in revulsion. Voldemort was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young witch would unveil his secret. A cold glint sparked in his eyes. He must eliminate her. Yet, disregarding her strength, she was accompanied by a basilisk. Cursing himself for his cowardice, he drew his wand and unleashed several Avada Kedavra curses, each aimed directly at Irene. Upon witnessing the green light before her, Irene did not hesitate. With a leap, she sprang onto Helbo's head and commanded, "Helbo, open your eyes." The basilisk, upon hearing this, widened its bulbous eyes in excitement. "Basilisk Helbo, what do you mean by bulbous eyes? Is that a compliment?" The basilisk opened its eyes, and under the moonlight, its striking gaze shimmered with fierce intensity. Anyone caught in its sights was guaranteed to experience the exquisite thrill of instant death. "No, do not look at me." Aragog struggled to break free and, to his amazement, discovered his mobility. In a flurry, he scurried away with the little spiders into the depths of the earth. When masters clash, it is the spiders who suffer. Voldemort tightly shut his eyes. He wished to attack the basilisk, yet he possessed no experience in confronting such a creature. It is known that the basilisk's gaze can harm even the most ethereal of spirits. "It seems you are destined to lose once more," a chilling female voice echoed, as a glimmer of cold light flashed, solidifying into several ice spikes that hurtled towards the meditative Voldemort. Observing the frantic writhing of his opponent on the ground, Eileen remarked, "Halbo, you were right. You do look rather endearing when you roll about." Halbo's eyes sparkled with newfound energy, resembling a beacon of light as he unleashed a death ray. In the wake of Voldemort's rolling, several large craters appeared, and his garments were rent with gaping holes, creating an air of disarray. Aileen clicked her tongue and noted, "Impressive power, though your aim could use some refinement." "Halbo, close your eyes." "This why?" "Master, I haven't showcased my full potential yet." Halbo protested, eager to continue the fray. However, a gentle stamp of Eileen's foot compelled Halbo to obediently shut his eyes. Nearby, a timid unicorn foal cowered behind a large tree, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Aileen had heard rumors of unicorns perishing in the Forbidden Forest, and now the mystery was unraveled. These little creatures were too drawn to excitement, and encountering malevolence would surely spell their doom. Voldemort would not squander his chance to flee. He stumbled and executed a disapparation, escaping the Forbidden Forest. Alas, he has escaped. Aileen feigned disappointment. Hiss, fear not, master. Next time, I shall ensure that vile creature meets his end. Halbo vowed fervently. Yet, Aileen offered no response. Instead, turning to behold an individual clad in a star-patterned wizard's robe standing nearby. The moonlight illuminated him, causing the stars to shimmer. How ostentatious. Professor Dumbledore. I have captured that villain, but regrettably, out of concern for that little creature, I could only have Halbo close his eyes, Aileen expressed with regret. Professor Dumbledore approached slowly. Knowing a child adored by unicorns must possess a heart pure and untainted. However, there were still matters to clarify. Were those petrified children the doing of the basilisk beneath your feet? Aileen nodded, explaining, yes, for that person opened the Chamber of Secrets and vandalized the castle. Halbo was released by him. Thankfully, it did not allow them to gaze upon its eyes directly. Professor, look, it truly is a good child. Dumbledore gazed upon the basilisk writhing beneath Aileen's words, twisted into a knot by her description of it as a good child, and his heart found solace. Indeed, this is but a baby. You are the baby. Your entire family is made of babies. Halbo retorted. Aileen, dear baby. Halbo, I am coming. Chapter 64, Deceit Upon Deceit. The headmaster's office. Armando Diphet wore a formulaic smile, quietly observing Dumbledore as he posed questions to Aileen. He could discern that the man was employing legilimency on a child. It seemed this was the model professor who frequently spoke of his own offspring. If that were the case, he would gladly continue as the most unpopular headmaster. He would soon request Professor Slughorn to brew some potions to stimulate the child's mind, ensuring that any future good deeds would remain undiscovered. Aileen beamed as she gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, fully aware that he was using legilimency on her. In fact, this suited her perfectly, as it enabled her to transmit the narrative she had meticulously crafted for this amiable professor. How convenient it was, while others relied on persuasion. She merely needed to draw upon her fabricated memories. Dumbledore, upon witnessing those visions, looked at the young girl before him with a hint of sympathy. He had not anticipated that the prophesied individual would appear so soon, possibly to succeed Gellert. He had always assumed it would be a member of Slytherin, initially suspecting Alvin due to his prophetic abilities. Especially given that Gellert often clandestinely instructed Alvin in the dark arts, Dumbledore had remained vigilant, fearing that Alvin might tread a perilous path and that the Scamander family could be endangered. As time passed, Eileen's remarkable performance after her enrollment had also raised his suspicions. She was exceptional, so exceptional that even Gellert in his youth might have been overshadowed. Yet now, a figure so fearsome had emerged, one who had even slain a unicorn to consume its blood. Did he not fear the curse that accompanied such actions? Furthermore, in those memories, Alvin had been attacked and even manipulated by that cloak figure. Observing Alvin's vehement rejection and steadfast adherence to his beliefs filled Dumbledore with guilt. Aileen, noticing the myriad of emotions on Dumbledore's face, stifled a smile and spoke earnestly. Headmaster and Professor Dumbledore, that individual is a traitor to wizards. He has orchestrated various dark wizard incidents in the Muggle world, fostering greater animosity towards our kind. This must be a conspiracy. Armando nodded in agreement. His brow furrowed as he regarded Aileen with affection. The young girl must be weary. She needed a rest. Child, you have worked hard. However, as headmaster, I must admonish you. Upon discovering all of this, you should have informed us immediately. As your headmaster and professor, it is our duty to ensure your safety. Is that not so, Professor Dumbledore? Armando said, turning to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded with remorse, hastily interjecting, that basilisk. Aileen offered a weary smile. Its name is Helbo. It was left by Lord Slytherin to protect the wizarding offspring. Helbo mentioned that Lord Slytherin foresaw the difficulties of the future and instructed Helbo to preserve the bloodline of the wizarding world. Had this been in the past, Dumbledore would have surely found it hard to believe, for after all, it was a basilisk. However, he had just witnessed the memories woven by Aileen, wherein the basilisk was desperately attempting to fend off and resist the intruders. Yet, its power was overwhelming. Even with its eyes covered, it inadvertently harmed the lively children. Oh, perhaps we could allow Halbo to reside in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore suggested, casting a glance at both Aileen and Headmaster Armando. The latter was not entirely in agreement. After all, what was a basilisk? Such a creature was an unpredictable variable. Nonetheless, he held faith in young Aileen, for reasons he could not quite articulate. Perhaps it was intuition, or perhaps it was the very essence of Hogwarts itself. Indeed, Hogwarts conveyed to him its fondness for Aileen, an affection that was profound and genuine. A child cherished by Hogwarts surely had a promising future ahead. With this thought, Headmaster Armando nodded and remarked, "The basilisk may remain. Perhaps Prince and Scamander could take turns caring for it." "Oh, it is named Halbo? So, this precious treasure left by the esteemed Slytherin is indeed it," Eileen replied, nodding in agreement. "ISNT Halbo, just an adorable little creature that loves to be pampered. Rest assured, Headmaster, Halbo, and I will guard Hogwarts together." Just as Eileen finished speaking, the entire headmaster's office suddenly trembled. Armando and Dumbledore exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. Eileen, however, had not anticipated such a pronounced reaction from the castle. "Wait, this is the aura of the Heavenly Way. Who would have thought it would manifest in such a castle? How intriguing." Given the Heavenly Way's unexpected cooperation in deceiving the two men, Eileen resolved to find a means to ensure the enduring development of this world. She would take the time to converse with it soon. Dumbledore regained his composure, his gaze towards Eileen now more benevolent. "You're still young. Leave it to us. Professor, Alvin must have passed the assessment by now." She interjected. "He mentioned that the wizarding world does not distinguish between age or gender. I, like him, wish for the wizarding world to become even more splendid." "What a good child," Dumbledore exclaimed. "Look at this marvelous child. Dumbledore, you are truly something," Headmaster Armando added. Eileen exited the headmaster's office, cheerfully waving goodbye to the Medusa statue at the door. Chapter 65. The first magical-themed amusement park. With the end of final exams, naturally, there were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Undoubtedly, Slytherin triumphed in the House Cup. The most disgruntled were the Gryffindors. But as everyone observed Eileen and Alvin receiving accolades, they begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Hey, it was not because of that bizarre Quidditch match. The flying balls, in a frenzy of affection towards Eileen, mischievously attacked the poor Quidditch players from other houses, all to please their beloved Eileen. It was utterly chaotic. The Quidditch players from the other three houses exclaimed, "This is absurd." The Slytherin Quidditch players lamented, "Ah, this curse charm of our captain." Indeed, following that epic battle, Slytherin's Quidditch captain had stepped down in favor of another. In the Muggle world, within Tobias's private apartment, three individuals were fervently engaged in a discussion surrounding a design blueprint. Recognizing the necessity of establishing a magical amusement park to bridge the gap between the Muggle world and the wizarding realm, they understood that it was imperative to eliminate the superfluous while showcasing the essence of magic, all the while ensuring that Muggles were not frightened. However, Eileen held a contrasting perspective. She believed that the more novel and extraordinary, the better. Ideas such as a troll water slide, a dragon Ferris wheel, and a whimsical elf house were all her brainchildren. Tobias and Alvin could only gaze at her in astonishment. It was quite natural for Alvin to be flabbergasted, as he had not fully enjoyed the previous experience. "Why are you, who mingles with the Muggle world, surprised? These ideas are merely adaptations based on Muggle concepts," Eileen retorted. "Oh, and we must include attractions suitable for the timid, like a spinning unicorn and a princess playground. Let us hasten to brainstorm more ideas." The two men, however, were so captivated by the blueprint that they broke into applause. Tobias even felt a sense of awe, thinking that his wife must have been a genius architect in her past life, specializing in entertainment design. Before long, they finalized their plans and recruited elite construction teams from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. When both parties signed a confidentiality agreement and gathered in a secluded valley, curiosity filled the air. Upon completion of the project a month later, the Muggle construction crew believed they were hallucinating. In truth, it seemed they had merely assisted with the groundwork and planning, having done little else. "Oh, don't mention it. It's simply envy," one remarked. The convenience of wizarding magic is remarkable." A unique promotional event marked the grand opening of the magical amusement park. On the inaugural day, Muggles with wizarding offspring were granted free admission. The Muggles, trembling in apprehension, exclaimed, "No, we do not wish to attend." "Oh, well, did it truly not be captured to brew potions?" Consequently, on opening day, only a handful of kittens arrived. "Eileen, your promotional efforts are lacking," she was informed. Tobias sighed. "I have already made it free. Must I also pay them to come?" Alvin inquired, "Master, what should we do?" Eileen, with a smile, gently patted the eager unicorn, saying, "Of course, we must rely on the little cuties." She summoned all the unicorns and Pegasi that had come to assist, commanding, "Children, go fetch the princesses." Alvin, wide-eyed at the throng of unicorns, asked why only princesses. Eileen replied with a grin, "When the princesses arrive, will the knights not follow?" As night fell, the once quiet streets buzzed with excitement, with children peering out of windows to watch the Pegasi soaring past. Upon spotting a beautiful girl, They would gently tap on the window and present a bouquet of flowers, which contained invitations to the princess ball at the magical amusement park. Soon, the previously desolate park welcomed its first group of princesses. Eileen cast a spell, transforming each of them into the most exquisite princess gowns and arranged the most splendid pumpkin carriages. Naturally, Alvin and the idle young wizards became the gallant princes attending to the princesses. With enchanting music, a dreamlike ambience, magnificent castles, and a variety of adorable magical creatures, particularly the unicorns, the girls felt an overwhelming desire to make this place their permanent residence. As the clock struck midnight, the sound echoed through the air, and the winged horses gracefully pulled their pumpkin carriages, personally escorting the princesses, now devoid of magical effects, back to their homes. In the fervent recounting of the young ladies, the muggles finally overcame their trepidation, each one arriving at the magical amusement park by following the instructions on the flyers. The Prime Minister and the newly appointed Minister of Magical Security, Leonard Spencer, met in peace. Their previous animosities set aside now that they had received dividends from the amusement park. Indeed, times are evolving. Only through collective development can one avoid falling behind. Aaron attributed all the credit for this to Alvin, who instantaneously rose to fame, becoming the headline figure in the wizarding community. A young man, his visage decayed and filled with resentment, tore the newspaper in his hands to shreds. Once destitute, he now felt as though he were living like a stray dog. Meanwhile, another version of himself flourished beyond his previous existence. Why was this so? He had toiled diligently, yet met only with failure, while the others seemed to attain everything effortlessly. No, all this should rightfully belong to him, to Voldemort. Alas, that old fool remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the strongest pawn in Aaron's grand scheme, and it was imperative to ensure his utility lasted a while longer. Chapter 66. Aang has disappeared. Recently, Aang felt a growing anxiety, more intense than when she first arrived in this world. It was a peculiar sensation, as if some force were violently tugging at her body. Moreover, she seemed to hear the voices of her friends on Flying Fairy Island, a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm her senses. Yet, this feeling dissipated in Alvin's presence. Unfortunately, Alvin had been exceedingly busy these days. This morning, intending to let Aang rest a little longer, he refrained from waking her, inadvertently granting another force the opportunity to summon Aang back. A grim-faced man suddenly appeared before Aang, his eyes filled with disdain. You lack even a human form, yet dare to pilfer the fate weaver of our realm. Truly, you overestimate yourself. Come, you must return with me. With a mere wave of his hand, he whisked Aang away from this world. The moment she departed, Hogwarts trembled slightly. It had only just managed to recruit another. And now, oh dear, that celestial force was exceedingly stingy. In their world, individuals like Aang were abundant. Why could they not spare one for themselves? Moreover, he had not asked without offering a gift in return. Furthermore, Aang and Alvin had already formed a causal connection, and her disappearance could precipitate a dramatic decline in Alvin's fortunes, with consequences extending far beyond mere misfortune. The Voldemort, who had been drawn in alongside Alvin's fate by that wretched plot, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. The mere thought of all his efforts collapsing sent Hogwarts into despair. No, he must seek assistance. But whom could he turn to? Poor Hogwarts, who had only recently gained sentience, struggled to shake off his body in a bid to devise a solution. Just then, Aaron appeared, having made a special trip to the castle during the holiday, sensing Hogwarts' urgency. Eileen stared blankly at the swaying structure of the castle, then turned her gaze to the bewildered administrator standing helplessly in the open space. The administrator exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin's toes. The castle is about to collapse." Eileen, resigned, closed her eyes and communicated with Hogwarts through her mind. "Do not panic. Tell me what has transpired." Hogwarts, as if grasping a lifeline, responded with a voice that trembled with urgency. "Oh no, the miserly celestial being returned the gift and took Aang away. Woe is me. Alvin will perish, and this world is destined to crumble. I too shall surely be annihilated. Alas, the child has only just begun to grow. The child does not wish to die." The lamentations were so heart-wrenching that Eileen struggled to maintain her composure. Thankfully, her serious demeanor prevailed, and to avoid being overwhelmed by the cries, she hastily interjected, "I can assist, but I fear I will need your help to open the spatial bridge. As you mentioned, Alvin and Aang have already formed a causal bond, so let us send him to retrieve Aang. However, not at this moment. After I have provided some guidance, I will send him forth. Your priority now is to amass strength." Upon hearing this, Hogwarts ceased its weeping, though it continued to sniffle pitifully. Hiccup, understand. Thank you. Eileen nodded in reassurance and discreetly departed. Alvin, now more industrious than ever, was nearly overwhelmed with work, almost forgetting to eat. Fortunately, with Suchio, a capable mother, around, he was saved from the brink of malnutrition. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Suchio glanced curiously towards the entrance. Although many wizards resided in Godric's Valley, visitors were a rarity. When Professor Dumbledore from next door came by, he usually arrived directly in the yard, a phenomenon known as apparition. Stepping outside, Suchio opened the door to find a young girl standing there. Her heart leaped, and a smile graced her face as she inquired, "Hello. May I ask who you are looking for?" Eileen replied, "Hello. Is this the Scamander residence? I am seeking Senior Scamander." Of course, Eileen knew well that this was the Scamander home, but she feigned ignorance. Delighted by the visit from a charming young witch, Suchio quickly responded, "Yes, dear. May I ask your name?" "Eileen Prince." "Oh, I have come to consult Senior Scamander regarding some potion matters." "Thank you for your assistance," Eileen said, waving the few hefty tomes in her hands. Suchio, pleased, invited Eileen inside and called out, "Alvin, you have a guest." After a short while, Alvin descended the stairs. Upon seeing Eileen, he paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding, saying, "Mother, I need to go to the basement with Junior Prince." "Very well, darling. I assure you that your adorable younger siblings will not disturb you," Suchio replied, beaming as she watched the pair retreat. She began to envision a blissful future for her son as he ventured into adulthood. As soon as they entered the basement, Eileen, without waiting for Alvin to pose a question, eagerly exclaimed, "Have you not noticed that eyeing is missing?" Alvin's expression momentarily faltered. It was not that he was oblivious to eyeing, but rather that he had never sought to restrain her freedom. He had assumed she was out enjoying herself, as usual. But with Eileen's reminder, he finally sensed something amiss. Chapter 67, Go Bring Eyeing Back. Alvin stated, "It seems Eyeing has gone out to play. She will return shortly." Yet Eileen shook her head, saying, "She cannot come back, for she has been taken by the Heavenly Tao." Heavenly Tao? Alvin's eyes widened in shock. Having followed Eileen for so long, he was well aware of the existence of the Heavenly Tao. If Eyeing had truly been taken, it meant she had returned home. Nevertheless, Alvin could not comprehend why a wave of melancholy washed over him. His mind was filled with memories of their moments together, feeding her, playing with her, and sharing the night, sometimes with Eyeing taking on her human form. Just the thought of their tender embraces at night caused a blush to creep across Alvin's face. Alvin. At the sound of his name, Alvin snapped back to reality, saying, "Isn't this a good thing? She has finally returned home." Eileen immediately discerned Alvin's reluctance, responding, "Her return is not necessarily a positive matter. In her original world, she is destined to save a man and eventually marry him. Unfortunately, that man is fickle and has not only disregarded Eyeing's deep affections, but has also harmed her essence. It is said that she nearly lost her life." Upon hearing this, Alvin's demeanor shifted dramatically. His face filled with concern as he exclaimed, "Master, I must go rescue her, but how can I do so?" The mere thought of the kind-hearted and innocent Eyeing's suffering left Alvin in a state of frantic anxiety. Eileen, noticing his distress, reassured him, "This is not a matter to be rushed. Focus on your cultivation. We must wait for the right moment. When the time comes, follow the light, and you shall find Eyeing." Although Alvin did not fully understand, he trusted Eileen and nodded in agreement. Consequently, he dedicated himself to his training, devoting nearly all his remaining time to it. Eileen, having learned from Hogwarts that the world ahead was fraught with magical creatures, realized the inherent dangers. Thus, she felt a protective instinct towards her promising disciple. Time, elusive and swift, passed, and 5 years flew by. Alvin had graduated and even passed the Advanced Wizarding Certification exam with outstanding marks, every subject receiving an O. Over these years, aside from his training, Alvin had been quite active, becoming a well-known figure in the wizarding community. Newt, glancing at the magazines, remarked to Suchio, "Oh, Merlin, look at our dashing Alvin. This photograph could charm anyone, regardless of gender." Suchio couldn't help but smile. The children had grown. Vanny and Sierra had also entered Hogwarts, with Sierra in Hufflepuff and Vanny in Gryffindor. They would soon be advancing to their second year. Reflecting on Alvin's graduation, Suchio promptly inquired about the girl from the Prince family, as some good girls needed to be engaged early. Thus, she turned to her husband, asking, "Newt, do you know if Alvin has a girl he likes?" "Oh, you mean that girl from the Prince family who often comes to borrow feathers?" "Haha, I fear you may be mistaken. However, I have come to know that Alvin has a girl he fancies, yet it is certainly not that Prin." Newt mischievously winked. Suchio was taken aback, burrowing into Newt's embrace. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Who is she? How come I am unaware? Hey, do you not recall that Alvin brought back a green parrot for a time?" I am quite convinced it is a little witch, an animagus. Upon reflection, it seems they have been cohabiting for quite a while, Newt remarked. Suchio suddenly understood. She had sensed the parrot was extraordinary at the time, but had not thought along those lines. It appeared that Alvin was far more adept than Newt. Unlike this man, who seemed to be the one she initially pursued. Newt, noticing the slightly mournful expression on Suchio's face, felt a twinge of discomfort and asked, "Hey, darling, what's the matter? It seems like I was the one pursuing you." Newt was taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "I thought you saw me as a mother figure back then, considering I was the first person you encountered." Suchio's face flushed as she playfully punched Newt's chest, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not the bird snake from your suitcase." Newt seized his wife's hand, speaking earnestly, "Indeed, but you are my wife, the woman I cherish most." He then leaned in to kiss her lips, observing the unchanged hue of Suchio's cheeks. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for aging. No, he thought, he must prove he still has vitality, especially in satisfying his wife in that regard. While the couple reveled in their affection, they remained oblivious to the fact that someone had left a note to depart from their home. At that moment, Alvin was atop the Hogwarts Tower with Eileen, gazing up at the 9 celestial bodies aligned in the sky, his heart racing with anxiety. Eileen, sensing the temporal energy and receiving a message from Hogwarts, hastily reminded Alvin, "The door is about to open. Remember not to lose this jade talisman. Once you find Aang, crush this communication talisman. I will assist you in opening the way back." Alvin nodded earnestly, replying, "Understood, Master." Eileen began to weave her fingers, channeling her spiritual energy alongside Hogwarts to help open the portal. "Go, and bring Aang back." Chapter 68, Poor Aang. Aang did not anticipate her sudden return near flying Immortal Island. Unfortunately, she did not encounter her close friends, but instead crossed paths with a mountain spirit. In a moment of carelessness, she was sealed, unable to wield her spiritual power, forced to remain in the form of a parrot, and even unable to speak human language. Had she not fled swiftly, she might have been kept as a pet. Crouched in a tree hollow, Aang's mind was filled with Alvin's gentle smile. Though they had only spent a few months together, she realized she had indeed been spoiled by him. Because Alvin had cared for her so well, she now found it difficult to fend for herself. Although it was near flying Immortal Island, due to the spell, Aang could not return there. Yet she could not remain in one place, for otherwise she would surely be caught by the mountain spirit, leading to a fate worse than death. She lived in a perpetual state of hunger and fear, constantly on guard against other fairies, for they regarded her kind as a delectable delicacy. A moment's negligence could cost her life. Thus she endured this precarious existence for a full 15 years, until one fateful day when a hunter ventured into the woods where she concealed herself. The hunter, surnamed Gon and named Yu, was an utterly ordinary man, yet he possessed a handsome visage and a certain gallant charm. Despite his humble profession, many women found themselves enamored by him. In these woods, rife with supernatural beings, the hunter risked his life daily to make a living. Gon Yu, alongside a few other hunters, sought to slay a monstrous serpent that preyed on humans. This beast was no mere game. It had tasted human blood, and the hunters were acutely aware that their endeavor could lead them to an untimely demise. Yet, who could resist the allure of sudden fortune? Capturing that beast could earn them the favor of the county magistrate, not to mention the prospect of a reward. With a stroke of luck, they might even secure a position within the government, donning the official robes that would elevate them to a higher status. As the commotion outside reached her ears, Ing furrowed her brow, cautiously peering out from her hiding place among the trees, intrigued by the sight of the mortals below. What brings these humans into the mountains? Are they truly unafraid of death? She mused to herself. During these days, Ing had nearly reached the brink of despair, her thoughts incessantly drifting to Alvin. Even after all this time, his smiling face remained vividly etched in her memory. In her reverie, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest, startling Aang so profoundly that she nearly lost her footing in the tree. Steadying herself, she looked down to see a magnificent tiger emerge from the thicket, its formidable size resembling that of a small hill. Its gaping maw resembled a cavernous pit, and should it feast upon a human, it would certainly do so with ease. The hunters, including Ganyu, were instantly gripped with terror. However, bolstered by their numbers, they hesitated to flee. They had set traps throughout the forest and could not abandon their efforts, lest their labor be in vain. As Aang observed the hunters attempting to lure the tiger closer, she couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, there are mortals who fear nothing. Although her powers were sealed, she could still sense that this beast was no ordinary creature. It was likely that it had developed a form of intelligence. The fact that it refrained from directly attacking those who baited it revealed much. Moreover, its size far exceeded that of an average tiger. The situation appeared dire for the hunters. Ying was not devoid of compassion. She wished to intervene, yet what could she do in her current state? With a sigh, she resigned herself to the notion that she would need to relocate once more. To her astonishment, the hunter's plight soon implicated her. The tiger had already claimed 2 victims and was now pursuing Ganyu, who, guided by an unseen force, was heading directly towards Ying's retreat. The roar of the tiger grew ever closer, and Ying felt her mind growing hazy. In a precarious situation, Ying dared not take risks. Striving to distance herself from danger, yet she inadvertently plunged into the clutches of the mountain demon. The demon, disdainfully grasping the green parrot, chuckled triumphantly. Is you again? It seems our fates are intertwined, little bird spirit. Casting a contemptuous glance at the hunter pursued by the tiger, the mountain demon suddenly grew intrigued and said, Little bird spirit, you once defied me. Thus, I shall grant you another opportunity today. However, if you choose not to comply, you will become a meal for that great beast. Oh, it seems there is a mortal accompanying you. The demon was aware that these bird spirits from Flying Fairy Island were often tender-hearted, making the mortal's life a perfect leverage. Unbeknownst to the demon, having sealed Ying, she was now unable to concern herself with a mere mortal she had just encountered. The heavenly Tao, witnessing the unfolding narrative go awry, was deeply unsettled. In a fit of anger, it unleashed several bolts of lightning, striking the great beast with remarkable precision. Another bolt landed near the mountain demon's feet, causing it to release its grip on Ying. Startled, the demon fled, only to remember its intention to pursue Ying once the storm had subsided. You cannot escape. Little bird spirit. The mountain demon, now resolute, had concluded that Ganyu was extraordinary and thus refrained from troubling the unconscious mortal, turning its attention back to Ying. In her panic, she inadvertently collided with a large tree, and before she could regain her composure, the demon was poised to seize her once more when a familiar, yet noticeably matured voice rang out. Ying. Following the sound, a glimmer of cold light surged toward the mountain demon's outstretched hand. How dare you ruin my plans? The demon bellowed furiously. Simultaneously, it remained vigilant of its adversary, for the previous strike had been formidable, unlike any spiritual or demonic power. When the demon turned to face the newcomer, it beheld a youth clad in peculiar attire. Standing atop a broom, the little bird spirit had already leaped into his arms, weeping profusely. Instantly captivated, the mountain demon was well aware that the bird spirits of Flying Fairy Island were renowned for their beauty, and even in her youthful form, it could discern her exceptional allure. Surely, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty by now. I advise you to mind your own business and hand her over. The demon threatened with fierce eyes. Alvin, having regained what he thought lost, was initially elated, but his joy was marred by the appearance of this grotesque creature. He looked up, wincing at the sight, and declared, Ying belongs to me. How dare you try to take her? Just a cultivator, is it? Let me see if you possess the capability to take this little bird spirit away. The mountain demon retorted, channeling its demonic energy to launch an attack. Yet, its assault was thwarted by a massive figure. Hiss, you've targeted the wrong person. However, if you wish to strike at my little master, I'm afraid you'll have to perish first. Currently, Hirebo was no ordinary entity. It had successfully transformed into a spiritual beast. Its beloved master, Aileen, had even taught it some spells suitable for spiritual beasts. Indeed, Hirebo proudly proclaimed that it too was a spell-wielding serpent monster. Before the mountain spirit had a chance to react, it was ensnared by an overwhelming chill. By the time it contemplated escape, it was already too late. Its body had been thoroughly encased in ice. Halberd, reveling in its triumph, hissed, hiss, it's done. I told you, with me around, the master can rest easy, right? Little master? Alvin, approvingly giving Halberd a thumbs up, turned his attention to comforting the unfortunate Ying. Ying, dear, it's all right now, do not be afraid. I am here. That gentle voice instantly soothed the 15 years of torment Ying had endured. She longed to express herself, yet when she opened her mouth, only incoherent sounds emerged. Leaving her despondent, Alvin noticed this, but before he could inquire, he felt a sudden dizziness, compelling them to close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened them again, they found a somber man gazing helplessly at them. A minor embodiment of the celestial law had actually sent them to confront the true essence. She cannot be taken away. Alvin immediately comprehended that this man was the manifestation of the celestial law of this realm. However, even with that understanding, he was resolute in his intentions. It was only upon Ying's departure that Alvin recognized his feelings for her. He had devoted years to cultivation, remaining untainted by the presence of other women. "I have come to propose," Alvin declared resolutely. "I, Alvin Scamander, wish to take Eing as my wife, and she alone shall occupy my heart for all eternity." Eing was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Over the years of hiding, she had ventured into the realm of mortals, witnessing countless joys and sorrows, which had enlightened her understanding of love between men and women. Upon hearing Alvin's words, a surge of warmth filled her heart, her eyes sparkling with joy. "He is proposing. Is this truly happening?" Eing felt a flicker of disbelief, questioning if she had misheard. The celestial law was not devoid of understanding human emotions. In fact, the foundation of this world was built upon love and affection. Thus, it comprehended more than anyone else and could see the sincerity in Alvin's heart. It even perceived the red thread of fate binding the two souls together at that moment, signifying that Eing was indeed destined for another, rendering any possibility with Ganyu non-existent. Even if he were to retain her, he could never come to love Ganyu. Yet, to let her go so easily would be a blow to his pride. Just as he hesitated, a gust of wind surged forth, appearing casual, yet perfectly evading the impending attack. "Hiss, you're exceedingly rude. My little master is the most devoted. Hasten to return your daughter." "Daughter?" The celestial law was taken aback, quickly realizing that this peculiar serpent had mistaken Eing for its offspring. Nevertheless, its words were not without merit. "Ah, daughter. Very well. Since the fates of you two are entwined, I shall not engage in the foolishness of disrupting your union. You may take her." As the celestial law spoke, it waved its sleeve, channeling a purifying energy into Eing, instantly dispelling the curse that had plagued her. In the blink of an eye, under a vibrant light, Eing transformed into a maiden clad in red. Her fair and translucent skin resembled exquisite white jade, while her eyes, akin to dark grapes, sparkled with intelligence. With a petite nose and a cherry-like mouth, her features, though not conventionally striking, harmonized to create an extraordinary beauty. "Eing?" Alvin stared, looking rather foolish, evidently smitten. "Hiss! It seems a little master is about to make an entrance," chirped Hirebo with delight. Chapter 70. Good fortune should be shared. Irene and Hogwarts anxiously awaited, while Tobias lamented his own waning favor. Despite having meticulously prepared a candlelit dinner for their anniversary, he found himself thwarted by Alvin's affairs, as Irene insisted on remaining at Hogwarts until the young man returned. The burden of concern was akin to a match made in heaven. Truly, she was the woman who had captured his heart at first glance. "Oh, Merlin, forgive his increasingly narcissistic behavior." Observing Tobias, who was diligently arranging the candlelit dinner in the tower, Irene sighed. "Aren't you afraid of getting caught and sent to Azkaban?" Tobias shrugged, a smile illuminating his face. With his wife occupied, he sought her out instead. He tenderly offered a small cake to her lips, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to be widowed. Besides, if they come for us, they will likely take us both. I admit, I'm quite curious about Azkaban." His playful banter lightened Irene's previously heavy heart. Taking a bite of the sweet cake, her brow finally relaxed. Who was Tobias? Once a grand wizard with unparalleled prophetic abilities, that young man was certainly not destined for a short life. "Oh, Merlin, since acquiring a disciple, you seem to have forgotten your rightful husband." Tobias's subtly mournful words made Irene chuckle, prompting her to tease him. "Oh, rightful husband? I was unaware I had married you." Tobias, upon hearing this, grew anxious. After enduring centuries of bachelorhood, he had finally found companionship. How could his wife seem to slip away so soon? Grasping Irene's hand, he felt the ring he had personally placed upon her finger and sighed in relief. "You were the ring, and our fateful marriage tokens remain intact. Surely, this is sufficient proof of our bond." His speech became somewhat fervent. Irene's stern expression crumbled, revealing the tender-hearted man he truly was. Yet, he now exuded an even greater charm. She wrapped her arms around Tobias's neck, beaming, "When Alvin returns, let us wed together." "Really? Oh, Merlin, that would be splendid. It seems I must prepare for a formal visit to the Prince Manor," Tobias exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Irene then recalled her father from this life, the scruffy man who had provided her with abundant paternal love. Perhaps, at that time, Tobias would be subjected to various unknown potions. That image was quite amusing, and she hoped he could endure it. When Alvin returned with Eing, he found no sign of his master. He scratched his head, gazing in astonishment at the discontented Tobias. "She has returned," Alvin replied sheepishly. "Hee. I was delayed for a few days. Eing needed to bid farewell to her friends." Tobias nodded, his expression softening slightly as he remarked, "Your master has been worried about you during your absence, losing sleep over it. Today, I finally urged her to rest for a bit. Thankfully, you two are back." A warmth filled Alvin's heart upon hearing this. He truly felt fortunate in this life, especially when compared to another version of himself, which was like comparing heaven and earth. He had made his master worry. Tobiah rolled his eyes and nodded, saying, "It's good that you returned safely. It seems the celestial forces on that side are not entirely unreasonable. However, you must treat this young lady well, or else your master will surely be the first to reprimand you." With that, he sent a message to Eileen. Although he didn't wish to disturb his wife's rest, he knew she likely hadn't been resting. At that moment, Eileen, who was cultivating in the All-Wish house, immediately opened her eyes and arrived at the tower's peak. Upon seeing Alvin and eyeing, she finally let out a breath of relief, joyfully exclaiming, "It's good to have you back. It seems eyeing must have feelings for you too. Love is an elusive phenomenon, intangible and invisible. No one can truly grasp it. Yet, some matters possess a sense of inevitability, where certain individuals seem to connect at first glance. For instance, Eileen and Tobiah recognized each other instantly during their first encounter. Their connection transcended identity, rooted solely in their essence, even if it was merely as spirits. Eileen's words caused eyeing's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she nodded gently. They had already pledged their vows under the celestial witness. Yet Alvin promised her a grand wedding to come. The four of them wasted no time and promptly returned to Godric's Hollow. At Scamander Manor, Newt and Suchio stared incredulously at Alvin, both instinctively giving a thumbs up. When they learned that eyeing was the green parrot, their eyes widened in shock, followed by a sense of relief. They sincerely wished their child well. While everyone rejoiced, Tobiah felt a twinge of urgency. He had intended to wait for Eileen's graduation, but it seemed he could no longer afford to wait. Heaven knows how bothersome those infatuated young men surrounding Eileen could be, and some young witches were also eyeing his wife. He needed to promptly solidify their relationship status. This time, he should take a cue from Alvin, who had immediately sought parental approval once his intentions were clear. He too must approach his parents to establish their bond. Chapter 71. Unexpected gains from meeting the parents in her previous life. Eileen was merely an 18-year-old girl, her cunning not deeply rooted. After her fall, she was brought to Hogwarts, and upon her recovery, the first thing she saw was the adorable Niffler. Little did she know that this glance would bind her to Merlin with an invisible red thread. They cultivated and lived together until they reluctantly ventured into reincarnation. Eileen was uncertain if she would ever return to her original world, but she sincerely hoped to spend this life with Merlin, Tobiah, endlessly. As Tobias followed his father into the chamber, Eileen felt a twinge of apprehension. She was acutely aware of her father's unwavering stubbornness, yet she recognized the necessity of respecting him. Perhaps it was best to wait patiently. Inside the chamber, several portraits were crowded together in a spot ideal for observing the unfolding drama. Tobias greeted them with a warm smile and a nod. He was the first to speak. "Good day, Mr. Prince. My name is Tobias Snape. As you can see, I am but a muggle. However, I come with boundless sincerity in my intention to marry Eileen Prince. Regardless of wealth or poverty, health or illness, I shall cherish her as a precious gem." Cinderella erupted in fury, bellowing, "You must be dreaming. Eileen is my only daughter and the sole heir to the prince estate. You, a worthless muggle, dare to seek my noble daughter's hand? You might as well dream of becoming a wizard." The portraits unanimously nodded in agreement, clearly reluctant to see their lineage diluted by a muggle. They yearned instead for a pure-blood wizard, even one of diminished fortune, to marry into the prince family. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Tobias produced a vial of potion and cheerfully declared, "This is my dowry, a bottle of exquisite fertility potion, along with its recipe." At this revelation, the portraits widened their eyes in disbelief. Cinderella was the first to react, shouting, "How could a muggle possibly possess such a fine potion, let alone its formula? This is sheer deception." Unperturbed, Tobias maintained his composure and replied, "Elena Dumbledore. Her two fathers would hardly have been able to conceive such a delightful daughter without the aid of fertility potions." Cinderella's pupils constricted sharply as he began to grasp the implications of Tobias's words. Although Dumbledore had long concealed his familial ties, most pure-blood families were aware of one undeniable truth. Dumbledore's partner was not a beautiful woman, though their true identities remained unknown. Yet, a man willing to consume a fertility potion for the sake of his beloved was a testament to profound love. Noticing Cinderella's wavering expression, Tobias recognized he had made significant progress and continued, "I possess more than just this single recipe. This fertility potion was developed by Professor Gryffindor himself. Alas, he never had the chance to utilize it, having quarreled with his mentor. Sigh, after all these years, he still has no knowledge of their whereabouts." At that time, magical portraits did not exist, and he mused that perhaps his mentors had reincarnated countless times by now. Suddenly, a portrait spoke up. "Oh, Merlin, this cannot be. That is the potion recipe of Lord Gryffindor. How could it possibly be in your possession? It should be in Merlin's hands." Hearing the voice, Tobias finally took notice of that particular portrait. Unlike the others, which were crowded with figures, this one featured only an elderly man who seemed somewhat familiar. "Willix?" Tobias called uncertainly. The elderly figure in the portrait was momentarily taken aback, for even his descendants could not distinctly recall his name. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Willowcross scrutinized Tobiah, doubting that such a young individual could possibly be an old acquaintance. However, Tobiah gleefully bounded towards the portrait, eagerly inquiring, "Willowcross, do you know where Professor Gryffindor is? Has he found his teacher? Oh, perhaps you have news of Professor Hufflepuff and Professor Ravenclaw as well." Willowcross furrowed his brow, which only served to deepen the lines of age upon his visage. In truth, he had become a portrait only after enduring a ghostly existence in his estate, eventually receiving assistance from an artist to become a magical portrait before his soul dissipated. Thus, his memories were somewhat hazy, yet the founders of the four houses were indelibly etched in his mind. As a student of Gryffindor House, he could never forget Professor Gryffindor. Yet upon hearing those names, his thoughts seemed to falter, and fragmented memories appeared before him like stuttering images. The professors, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, exhausted their strength to protect Hogwarts. Someone came and took them away. That person slaughtered the traitors of the church and Hogwarts. Whispering these words, Willowcross gradually closed his eyes, as if he had succumbed to a deep slumber after expending all his energy. Chapter 72, A Joyous Wedding. Tobiah quickly realized that he could no longer pose any further questions. The condition of Willowcross was far from optimistic, evidently weakened before he became a portrait. This was why his likeness appeared particularly frail, just as the truth of that time was on the verge of revelation, and he was about to obtain clues regarding his teachers. Would it all end in vain? As despair washed over him, a phrase suddenly flickered before his eyes, the Deathly Hallows. The words were fleeting, and Tobiah recognized that this might be his sole lead. Beside him, Cindriel finally grasped the situation, scrutinizing the young man before him, arriving at a resolute decision. He exchanged knowing glances with the portraits, receiving their tacit approval. "We are quite pleased with your dowry. Congratulations, young man. However, as a father, I must once again caution you. Do not disappoint my daughter." Cindriel accepted the vial of fertility potion, contemplating the possibility of fathering another child with his wife, chuckling to himself. As the door to the chamber swung open, Eileen eagerly rushed forward, colliding directly into Tobiah's embrace. Observing her eager affection, Cindriel could not help but reflect that his daughter's heart was already given away. "Ahem. Do remember to visit your mother and me often," he said. Eileen looked up, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor as she nodded, replying, "Father, I will." Fina wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, her daughter on the brink of marriage, a reality that had arrived sooner than anticipated. She shot Cindriel a playful glare, only to receive a teasing glance in return. "Oh, that insufferable man. He must be quite besotted," she thought with a huff. Tobias moved with remarkable speed, having already arranged to hold a wedding simultaneously with Alvin at the enchanting Princess Park within a magical amusement park. This wedding garnered considerable attention from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, primarily due to the significant influence Tobias and Alvin wield in their respective realms. The Muggle world has grown increasingly accepting of the existence of wizards, with more individuals learning about magic and fantastical creatures through the amusement park. Their initial trepidation has transformed into a sense of normalcy, showcasing a greater capacity for acceptance than that found among the often obstinate wizards. The wizarding community, predominantly comprised of traditionalists, is in dire need of a progressive leader, and this event promises to be of immense benefit to them, a vision Tobias fervently hopes to realize. As for the arrangement of the venue, the two couples need not concern themselves at all. A few skilled wizards wielding their wands would effortlessly prepare the wedding site. The fairy tale-like setting awaited the grooms, who appeared radiant as the magnificent winged horses carried the two most beautiful brides into view. The striking red wedding attire puzzled some of the guests. Tobias stepped forward first, extending his hands, while Alvin, somewhat belatedly, approached to meet him. The two couples exchanged warm smiles, clasping one another's hands tightly as they confidently made their way to the center of the venue. Petals danced through the air, releasing a delightful fragrance as they announced their union amidst the blessings of the gathered crowd. Teddy adjusted his bow tie. Indeed, he was also a star today, for the newlyweds' rings resided in his pocket. The diminutive figure dashed to the center of the stage like a cannonball. He first winked at Tobias before climbing onto Alvin's shoulder, leisurely retrieving 2 ring boxes from his pocket. However, he did not immediately present the boxes, clearly requiring a small price for his services. Tobias, with a beaming smile, produced several gold coins, and in exchange for Teddy's satisfied grin, received his ring box. Alvin was about to follow suit, but Teddy had already thrust the ring box into his hands, displaying an evident favoritism. Tobias merely chuckled, affectionately ruffling Teddy's fur and even rewarding him with a few more gold coins. Observers suddenly understood why this pureblood, which would marry a muggle. Of course, the newlyweds remained oblivious to the guests' thoughts. Their focus was solely on each other. The dazzling fireworks could scarcely convey the joy swelling within their hearts. Oh, how fortunate we are to witness the union of these 2 couples. Merlin shall witness their beautiful beginning. The officiant, a wizard, elicited an eyebrow raise from Tobias, who was pleasantly surprised to find himself involved in matters of matrimony. Eileen could not help but lean close to his ear, chuckling, "You truly have a broad range of expertise." "Oh, Merlin, my dear, I am now merely your husband. My foremost duty is to ensure your happiness. Perhaps one day, we shall be blessed with an extraordinary child." Eileen's cheeks flushed slightly. She too eagerly anticipated nurturing a manifestation of their love. Now, let the 2 newlyweds adorn each other with rings, symbolizing their unwavering fidelity. The couples exchanged glances and gently placed the rings on their beloved's fingers. Indeed, they radiated happiness. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to them. As for the tender kiss of love, it appears that the bride's veils cannot be casually lifted. Alas, it seems we are unable to witness that moment. The officiant jested, prompting laughter among the gathered guests. They honored the wishes of the newlyweds and offered them their blessings. Chapter 73. The Baby Who Does Not Cry. Ing and Alvin have almost become the next Weasley family of the wizarding world, as they welcomed 8 children over the span of a decade. The gender distribution is remarkably balanced, with 4 boys and 4 girls, each one a prodigy in their own right. According to their Uncle Hill and Aunt Fanny, there are no children in the world as astute as these. Meanwhile, Tobiah and Eileen have yet to receive any joyful news. Even Eileen's parents managed to conceive a son with the aid of a fertility potion. Sindre even suggested that Eileen try the potion as well, but Tobiah promptly declined. "Children are a blessing from above. I believe our time will come," Tobiah reassured Sindre, who harbored concerns that his daughter might be deemed undesirable. However, it seems those worries were unfounded. As fate would have it, Tobiah was indeed correct, for Eileen became pregnant. And her pregnancy was remarkably smooth, free from nausea or any adverse reactions. In fact, she had a hearty appetite and enjoyed restful sleep. Eileen caressed her belly, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she spoke to Tobiah, who was busy cooking in an apron. "Since becoming pregnant, I feel my training has become much easier. It seems this child will surely be a considerate baby who cares for his mother. Indeed, should he dare to trouble you, just wait until he arrives. I shall give him a good spanking," Tobiah joked. Eileen burst into laughter, gently comforting her belly, saying, "Worry not, little one. Your father merely speaks in jest. He will surely be the one who cherishes you the most." Tobiah joined in her laughter, reveling in their ordinary yet blissful life. A life he once longed for, but could scarcely hope to attain. At St. Mungo's, watching Tobiah pace back and forth, Sindre felt as if his head might explode. This usually composed man was now a bundle of nerves. Even Sindre's youngest son could not help but internally complain, "Brother-in-law, I implore you, cease your pacing. I am growing dizzy." Finally, the delivery room door swung open, startling the attending, which as the frenzied Tobiah dashed in, prompting her to widen her eyes in exasperation. Mother and child are safe. It's a boy. However, the child does not cry, yet everything appears normal. Tobiah nodded vigorously. "That's not a significant issue." "How's my wife? Is she well?" The witch nodded, reassuring him. "Do not worry. Everything is normal. You may now enter and bring them out. After observing them for a night, you can return home tomorrow." Before she could finish her sentence, a gust of wind rushed past as the impulsive man barreled into the delivery room. In the delivery room, a cacophony of sounds erupted as the individual responsible for cleaning vociferously criticized Tobias for his recklessness. The Sindre family was rendered speechless. Snape struggled to open his eyes, his gaze unfocused on the sterile white ceiling, from which he could discern nothing but the pallid hue. However, the familiar scent of potions suggested he was in St. Mungo's. Could it be that Potter, with his mind full of reeds, had actually known to bring him here post-haste? No. It was implausible for a curse-laden bite to allow him to endure until St. Mungo's. Snape attempted to move his body, yet felt utterly languid, devoid of any strength. In the next moment, a voice both familiar and foreign enveloped him. and he found himself cradled in someone's arms. "Look at our little darling, he's awake." "Oh, Merlin. Well, lazy piglet," Tobias exclaimed. "Right, Eileen, you've worked hard." He lifted the child, skillfully checked the state of the diaper, then adjusted his hold to grasp the freshly prepared bottle, ready to feed the little one. Suddenly, a pacifier was unceremoniously thrust into Snape's mouth, and he felt a wave of discontent wash over him. It dawned on him with alarming clarity. He had inexplicably transformed into an infant. How could someone as morally dubious and dark as he be granted a chance at life? Yet, why had Lily not been afforded the same opportunity? Her presence, akin to a small son, had ultimately left no trace, not even a magical portrait. With a heavy heart, Snape tightly sealed his lips, stubbornly refusing to suckle, much to the alarm of the newly appointed father, Tobias. "Why won't he eat? I've checked the temperature. Does he dislike me as his father?" His flustered demeanor prompted Eileen to chuckle softly as she extended her hands, gently taking the child and the bottle from him. "Darling, it's time to eat," she cooed, placing the bottle near the baby's mouth. Snape, previously lost in a daze, was roused by her voice. He attempted to lift his head in disbelief, but the inherent weakness of an infant's neck rendered the effort futile. Observing the child's slight response, Eileen continued to soothe. "I'm sorry, darling. Mommy doesn't have any milk right now, but Daddy says he has money to buy you formula." Tobias chimed in. "That's mine. Even he can't touch it." At this, Eileen shot him a sidelong glance. Their exchange finally illuminated Snape's understanding. He seemed to glimpse the parents he had nearly forgotten. "Oh, Merlin. Could this be divine retribution for him?" Chapter 74. Snape's Rebirth. Eileen had coaxed the child for quite some time, yet he remained obstinately unyielding to the bottle, prompting Tobias to feel a twinge of panic. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm, planning to discreetly take the child for a checkup soon. Best not to burden Eileen, who had just given birth. It would be prudent to spare her any unnecessary worry. He hastily took the child, smiling. "It seems this little rascal was well fed in your womb. I'll take him out for a stroll. Eileen, you rest well." Eileen had no doubts. After all, she was truly exhausted. In her previous life, she had heard that women become exceedingly frail after childbirth and must rest adequately, as the tradition of confinement suggested. She smiled and said, "You must be cautious. Wait until he wishes to sleep before you try to soothe him." Tobias nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear wife. If I cannot manage, there are professional house elves for assistance." "Thank you for your efforts," Eileen said, surrendering to sleep. Tobias hurriedly tucked her in before cradling their child and leaving the room. He commenced with soft steps, then quickened his pace to seek a pediatric specialist. "Could you assist in examining this child? Are there spells to assess intelligence?" The healer comprehended immediately, realizing that this newly minted father harbored doubts about his child's intellect. He nearly rolled his eyes at the muggle father's concerns, but empathized with his feelings and proceeded to conduct a thorough examination. Once completed, he succinctly reported, "He is quite healthy." Tobias yearned to accept this conclusion, but hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain? This child has refused to feed and did not cry upon birth." The healer replied with a touch of exasperation, "His health is indeed sound. He may not be hungry, and some children are simply less prone to crying." Tobias remained uneasy. If the child were intellectually sound, he also worried he might be mute. It seemed he would have to perform a comprehensive examination himself once they returned home. Snape inexplicably shuddered and let out a significant sneeze. He was struggling to discern whether the person cradling him was indeed that wretched man, the one who attributed his failures to him and his mother, the coward who only knew how to drown his sorrows in alcohol while abusing his wife and children, the nightmare that haunted him throughout his life. Yet, feeling the cautious embrace, uncertainty crept in, regardless of his wild imaginings. He could not suppress the frailty of his infant body and succumbed to slumber in the man's arms. Tobias gazed at the child in his hold, a wave of tenderness washing over him. Ah, let it be, whether this child is mute or simple-minded, with a former great wizard like me around. Why worry about the future? After all, I can raise him for a lifetime. When Snape next opened his eyes, he discovered a pacifier lodged in his mouth. Instinctively, he took a sip, only to choke and cough moments later. Tobias swiftly removed the bottle, supporting the child's body against his shoulder while gently patting his back until the coughing ceased. Feeding him secretly is risky. Surely, this child does not wish to starve himself. Tobias murmured, suddenly struck by a thought. He placed the child in the cradle, fixing his discerning gaze upon him. Could it be that he is reincarnated? Otherwise, why would he disdain feeding? Eileen had just tidied herself, and they were preparing to return home. However, upon stepping out, she overheard Tobias muttering to himself in an amusingly anxious manner. She chuckled and inquired, "My dear husband, what are you up to?" Tobias exclaimed, "Is a little one perhaps a reincarnation?" "Ha, foolishness, how could that be? If this world were truly so, Hogwarts would surely crumble," Aaron chuckled. She then urged Tobias to tidy up and let a bewildered Severus back home. Severus pondered, "I have been reborn. My parents remain unchanged. Yet, why was I born in St. Mungo's? Could it be that the atmosphere of a Muggle hospital is akin to that of St. Mungo's? No, that examination was undoubtedly magical." Severus now found himself engulfed in uncertainty, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation consuming him. If his original parents were indeed alive, could he strive to alter the course of destiny? Perhaps he might prevent his father's bankruptcy, his parents' demise, or even avert Lily's tragic fate. Just the thought ignited a fervor within him, yet he was equally daunted by the prospect of confronting these realities. It seemed he was indeed a thorough coward. When Tobias expressed doubt about him, Severus instinctively employed a mental shielding charm. However, this subtle magical aura did not escape Tobias's notice. Tobias refrained from exclaiming, reflecting that at least the child would not be mute or foolish, which was a positive sign. As for the rest, he resolved to observe closely. Regardless of any potential shortcomings, he was determined to nurture the child well. After all, he was a great wizard. Chapter 75, Father and Son's Daily Life. To dispel any suspicion, Severus diligently suppressed his impulse to chastise his foolish father. Yet could he truly alter everything? He still lacked the courage to confront that man. The mere thought of Voldemort sent shivers down his spine, and he felt a faint heat emanating from his wrist. Noticing his son's trembling form, Tobias immediately touched Severus's forehead. "Phew, at least it's not a fever." It appeared the little fool was troubled by dark thoughts. Why would a child dwell on the past? He assisted the boy with a series of gentle exercises, playfully providing a smooth massage that elicited a grimace from Severus, causing Tobias to burst into laughter. "Oh dear, my son is truly adorable," Severus retorted. "I seriously suspect my father has giant blood." Notably, he retained the name Severus in this life, which reminded him of the scorn he faced from that wretched Potter. Indeed, they had mocked him as Snivellus. Yet he did not despise the name. It symbolized hope, a promise to rectify the wrongs of his previous life. First and foremost was this potentially shattered home, and his giant of a father. Having finally endured the trials of infancy, Severus learned to walk and began to assert his independence, refusing to allow his giant father to impose his will under the pretext of bathing him. As for his mother, well, he could not expect much from this love-struck woman. Observing the layout of their home discreetly, he realized, perhaps due to the passage of time, that their family had once appeared quite affluent. Only the absence of servants remained. Perhaps a worker of some means from the mundane world. With his head held high, Severus curiously gazed at the myriad of books on the shelf, uncertainly eyeing a particular row that seemed to belong to the wizarding realm. Was his mother ever so audacious to so boldly place magical tomes in his father's study? Severus pondered whether he should conceal those books. Glancing at the tall chair beside him, he struggled to drag it to the bookshelf. With a flurry of effort, he attempted to climb, yet no matter how hard he tried, his short legs refused to cooperate. Deflated, he stood upright, looking down his round belly. Curse it! It was his father's delicious cooking that was to blame. He would never admit to enjoying his father's obsequious efforts to coax him into eating. Indeed, it was a sense of duty not to waste food that motivated him. When it came to meals, he seemed to forget that others performed household chores. All he recalled was his mother's weary face each day and his father's vicious visage after drinking. "Severus, darling, Daddy's home." The voice from the entrance resonated clearly in Severus's ears, prompting him to suppress his disdainful expression and exit the study with a stoic demeanor. The next moment, his body was lifted off the ground. He found himself being embraced. "Oh, Merlin," his little darling seemed to have grown lighter. "This simply wouldn't do. Fear not, my precious. Daddy will prepare the most exquisite steak dinner for you, nurturing you into a strong little warrior," Tobias exclaimed dramatically, entirely unconcerned by his son's quivering lips. Young Severus' trembling lips were a direct result of Tobias's words reminding him of a certain chubby Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter's cousin. Would he end up like that? No, absolutely not. Yes, he must exercise restraint. Perhaps he should eat less this time. Frustrated, he stared at his empty plate, rubbing his little belly, realizing he had, regrettably, overeaten once again. With a resentful glare at the man, now attending to his mother, he turned his head away in a daze. How infuriating. His eyes must have been filled with sand, for he almost felt like crying just moments ago. How ironic. "Hey, my dear Severus, remember, Mommy is the true hero of this household. You must care for her just as much as Daddy does, protect her, and never let her feel wronged," Tobias instructed, serving his wife while imparting wisdom about cherishing one's spouse. Severus thought to himself, it was confirmed. His mother must have slipped his father a love potion. Hence, when that man faced bankruptcy, his mother had no means to brew potions for him anymore. Realizing he might just be the product of a love potion, Severus's expression darkened further. Yet, this child's body could hardly withstand such tumult. The next moment, he felt something was amiss and erupted. Severus never anticipated that his magical abilities would manifest so early in his life. Terrified, he looked toward his parents, his body propelled backward by the surge of magic. Realization dawned on him, and in despair, he closed his eyes. Yet, instead of the anticipated pain, he found himself cradled in a sturdy embrace. With uncertainty, he opened his eyes and met his father's joyful yet concerned gaze. His expression momentarily froze. Upon hearing the words that tumbled from his father's lips, Severus was even more bewildered. "Oh, Merlin, how wonderful! Our little darling is actually a genius. Ha! Such a young age and already exhibiting a surge of magical power. Quite abundant indeed. Alas, it seems we are destined to welcome another great wizard into our family." Tobias truly wished to laugh heartily, dismissing any notion that he could only be a practitioner in the future. After all, he had an exceptional son. Chapter 76. The Astonished Severus. Severus thought, Merlin. How does my father know of Merlin? Did my mother administer a love potion to him, revealing everything? Yet, I did not see any hidden chambers in our home, nor did my mother use any magic. What is truly happening? He found himself bewilderedly cradled in Tobias's arms, obediently opening his mouth to swallow a potion. Ugh! The taste was undeniably dreadful. Even the typically stoic Severus grimaced. However, this was not the crux of the matter. He curiously gazed at Tobias, as if seeking the truth of the situation. Perhaps he wished to attempt the legilimency spell, but alas, he was currently unable to perform it. Tobias affectionately kissed his son's cheek, exuberantly declaring, "Tomorrow, we shall begin teaching this child to read. Oh, it would be splendid to teach him Elvish as well." It is essential to know that advanced magic is often chanted in the Elvish tongue. Eileen did not find Tobias's excitement particularly surprising. In fact, she shared in the joy for their son. Yet, her concern lingered regarding any possible repercussions for the child. "I understand your exhilaration, but perhaps we should take the child to St. Mungo's for a checkup." Tobias shook his head, assuring her, "No need, no need. He is perfectly fine." Eileen acknowledged Tobias's expertise in this area, thus feeling reassured, and remarked, "Then let us take him to the Prince Manor. He should meet his grandfather." Grandfather? Prince Manor? Severus was now filled with questions. While he knew his mother belonged to the Prince family, he had never set foot in Prince Manor in his previous life, nor had he ever met his grandfather. He curiously observed the key his mother produced. Yes, that familiar magical aura. Severus was certain it was indeed a door key. As he rummaged through his past memories, he reaffirmed that he had never encountered this key before. Tobias scooped up little Severus, while Eileen took his hand and activated the door key. In an instant, they were engulfed in a whirlwind. Severus nearly believed he was thrown into a vortex. Had Professor Snape known about Muggle washing machines, he would have suspected he was within an oversized room. A wave of discomfort washed over him, but thankfully, the next moment they found themselves in a beautiful garden. Adjusting to the brightness, Severus was deeply captivated by the sight before him. This was no ordinary barren garden. It was a meticulously arranged potion garden, with rows of vibrant magical plants seemingly beckoning to him. In that moment, those flowers and herbs appeared more dazzling than gold. Several domesticated house elves diligently tended to the potions, watering and weeding with great care, while a young boy, with an air of maturity, directed their efforts. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the Snape family, and a joyful expression instantly illuminated his face. Like a small cannonball, he dashed over, leaping into Eileen's embrace, beaming as he exclaimed, "Sister." Eileen chuckled, gently patting her brother Henry's back, saying, "Henry, it seems you've grown a bit taller." "Of course, it's because I never pick at my food," he replied with pride. "Oh, look at my adorable nephew. May I hold him?" Harry looked hopefully at Eileen and Tobias. A gentle voice chimed in from behind. "Henry, if you were to hold him, you might inadvertently harm our dear little Severus." "Hey, Mom, I'm a strong man," Henry protested. Indeed, it was Eileen and Henry's mother, Fina, who smiled at Severus and remarked, "Has this child experienced a magical surge?" Fina did not pose this as a question. She had already caught the scent of a calming potion, thus deducing that the child might indeed be undergoing a magical upheaval. In the wizarding world, practitioners greatly cherish wizarding offspring, and the earlier a child exhibits a magical surge, the more their potential can be discerned. Typically, children from pureblood families are more prone to such surges, leading these families to stockpile restorative potions for their young ones. Seeing Eileen nod, Fina felt her spirits lift further, declaring, "I shall inform your father at once." With that, she produced a two-way mirror, and soon a disheveled figure appeared within it, accompanied by a somewhat displeased voice. "Oh, Fina, I am in the midst of brewing potions. Is there something amiss?" Fina could easily discern her husband's impatience. In the past, she might have misinterpreted it, but now she understood the subtle affection he harbored. "Eileen and the children are here. Little Severus has experienced a magical surge today. If you finish your potion, come out and see the child," Fina said gently. On the other end, Sindril inadvertently caused the cauldron to explode, his excitement over Fina's words causing him to fumble, ruining the entire batch. However, he felt no remorse, exclaiming joyfully, "Quick, let the children come in." "Very well," Fina replied as she closed the two-way mirror, smiling as she said, "All right, children, let us proceed to your father's potion room." Thus, the group followed Fina toward the potion chamber. At that moment, Severus was truly exhilarated. To say that his sole passion in life was potion-making would be an understatement. Gaining entrance to the potion room in Prince Manor was indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Chapter 77, The Hopes of Prince. Sindril quickly tidied up, clearing away the remnants of the exploded cauldron before making some effort to straighten himself. After all, this was the first formal meeting with his grandson, and he wondered if this little fellow had an affinity for potions. The portraits around the room took on a serious demeanor, with the exception of the still-eyed Wilhelmus, who clearly had not yet recovered. Severus curiously surveyed the entire potion room, inhaling the intoxicating aromas that filled the air, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. It appears that our Tobias possesses a fondness for the aroma of potions, which is indeed a rather delightful hobby. Tobias immediately noticed his son's reaction, and his heart swelled with joy at the discovery of this shared interest, alleviating some of his earlier concerns. Is it not a cause for celebration that his beloved child shares the same passion? As Sindril heard footsteps, he lifted his gaze and was instantly met with the glimmering eyes of Severus. From those eyes, he could discern an ardent desire for potions. He approached with enthusiasm, finding that even his somewhat bothersome Muggle son-in-law appeared more agreeable in this moment. Henry, observing his father's grin that stretched from ear to ear, felt no pangs of jealousy. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with his sister. "Henry, dear sister, it seems father intends to claim your son, Eileen, with my brother-in-law present. No one can take him away." Henry perceived Eileen's implication, casting a dubious glance at Tobias. Though not conventionally handsome, there was a certain air about his brother-in-law, as if he were indeed a wizard. It was not that he believed Muggles lacked decorum. Rather, there was an ineffable sensation, as though his brother-in-law belonged to a lineage of pure-blood wizards. With a smile, Tobias placed the child into Sindril's embrace. For no grandfather would harm his grandchild, at least not his father-in-law. "Father, Uncle, little Severus has exhibited a surge of magical energy today. He is undoubtedly a genius." However, the tone of pride in Tobias's voice bore an undertone of seeking approval in Sindril's ears. A glance at Eileen's cold demeanor prompted a silent sigh from him. His daughter was exceptional, with a notable talent for potions, yet she lacked an interest in brewing them. As for his younger son, he was simply a vivacious lad, prone to explosive mishaps whenever he approached a cauldron. What a pity it was for a master of potions like himself to lack a true heir to his craft. Watching the prince lineage fade into obscurity once more. Alas, it was not entirely their fault. He was not one to manage affairs well. Were it not for this Muggle son-in-law, the prince's estate would surely be more dilapidated than that of the Gaunts. Strange as it may seem, in comparison, the Gaunt family, who clung to the madness of pure-blood sibling unions, had descended into chaos, while he, who had consented to marry his daughter to a Muggle, found prosperity. It seemed that future alliances with the outside world warranted consideration. No, freedom. The children must be allowed to pursue love freely. Severus felt somewhat abashed under the fervent gaze of his grandfather, yet his attention was predominantly captured by the cauldron and the array of potion ingredients. It was not merely Sindril who discerned the extraordinary potential of the little one. The portraits, too, recognized the child's uniqueness. In truth, the Prince family was not a lineage renowned for potion-making, yet at some point they had gravitated towards this craft. Their inability to manage a business without a legacy had led to their descendants living less lavishly than those of the Malfoys. Thus, the portraits held a fondness for Tobias. They no longer regarded Muggles with disdain. A Muggle skilled in potion-making. Can you believe it? This child shows great promise, Sindril remarked as he retrieved a spare wand from a shelf and placed it in his grandson's hands. "Would you like to try brewing a potion?" This inquiry held a hint of eagerness. Severus Snape exhibited a greater sense of urgency. His wand, although devoid of any visible manifestations, remained unresponsive, suggesting a certain ease in his handling. Observing the child eagerly brewing potions alongside his grandfather, Eileen and Tobias refrained from intervening, instead standing guard to prevent any adverse reactions from the boy's recently volatile magical energy. Yet, such concerns proved to be unwarranted. Snape's diminutive figure, perched upon a small stool, radiated an almost sacred brilliance. The potion ingredients danced effortlessly in his tiny hands. Meanwhile, a previously eager Sindril stood frozen, his every nerve ablaze with overwhelming joy. Particularly after the successful concoction of a scabious remedy, Sindril impulsively enveloped the startled Snape in a fervent embrace. This is true genius, the hope of the Prince lineage. Eileen and Tobias exchanged glances. This child must remain at Prince Manor. There is no alternative. Eileen shook her head in resignation, a smile finally gracing her face as she remarked, "Father, Severus is still young." "Not at all. Look at this flawless potion. Our Severus is a prodigy in potion making. Surely, he will one day be awarded the Order of Merlin," Sindril affirmed, his eyes brimming with affection, evoking a tinge of jealousy from Henry. However, if Sindril's benevolent gaze meant delving into the realm of unsightly potions, well, Henry preferred to abstain. Henry declared, "Truly, you are my splendid nephew. Rest assured, dear Severus, I shall protect you in the future." Thus, Severus Snape became a frequent visitor at Prince Manor, or rather, the future heir. His name was now graced with the Prince surname. He was henceforth known as Severus Prince Snape. The house elves diligently attended to their young master's needs, striving to present everything he desired. Oh, how he adored potions! The elves rejoiced at their ability to assist their esteemed master in tending to the most vital herbs. This was their honor. Unbeknownst to them, Snape had blossomed into a rather handsome young boy, clad in a well-fitted magical robe that accentuated his allure. Notably, his uncle Henry Prince had commenced his studies at Hogwarts, predictably sorted into Gryffindor, which only heightened Sindril's dedication to nurturing his grandson. As for his sunny and cheerful son, as long as he was fed, all would be well. Fortunately, the capable Fina remained, or else Henry might have mistakenly believed himself a wretched orphan. Henry, 5 years the elder of Snape, was now in his 5th year, which meant that his dear nephew would soon be entering Hogwarts as well. According to his father's directives, should he fail to safeguard Severus, he would likely face a reprimand akin to a stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat. In a Muggle world, amidst bustling streets, Tobias eagerly addressed his son. "Oh, my dear boy, what birthday gift do you desire? Know that once this birthday passes, you shall receive an invitation to Hogwarts. Perhaps, my child, you will prove to be a worthy Slytherin." Despite having lived for so many years, Severus Snape still felt a sense of unreality. He gazed at his father's warm and courteous smile, with no trace of the dreadful memories lingering in his mind. His father treated him well and loved his mother even more, and most astonishingly, despite being a Muggle, he possessed the ability to brew potions. According to his mother, it was his father who was the true genius. Severus could not pinpoint when he began to admire his father, but in this lifetime, he was no longer the melancholic individual he once was, for both of his parents loved him. Upon entering a cake shop, a familiar figure caught his eye. Upon seeing her, Severus felt an unexpected calm wash over him. The girl before him was the very embodiment of the sunshine he had longed for. Eileen noticed her son's gaze and followed it to see 2 young girls standing nearby, both appearing remarkable, yet one emanated an aura of magic. It seemed she was a little witch. The 2 girls appeared to be at odds, as the one with magical energy began to surge with power. This was alarming. It was a magical outburst. Eileen quickly drew her wand, pulling the startled older girl behind her, and used magic to envelop the young witch, attempting to guide her magic and soothe the chaos within. Fortunately, the situation was resolved without incident, and Eileen swiftly restored order to the scene with a flick of her wand, casting a memory charm on the bystanders. Though the Muggle world and the wizarding realm had begun to intertwine, it was still necessary to maintain a level of discretion. After all, there were many scientific enthusiasts in the Muggle world, unafraid to explore the unknown, for the sake of a young girl's safety. Secrecy was paramount until the Ministry of Magic could send someone to oversee her. Madam, how may I assist you?" The shop assistant felt a wave of dizziness, but quickly regained his composure and approached Eileen with patience. "I require a custom cake. My child deserves an unforgettable birthday," Eileen replied gently. "Of course, madam." The cake shop was exceptional, and Eileen also purchased some delectable pastries before turning to the somewhat dazed girls. Perhaps you would accept our invitation. We live nearby. Penny, at that moment, snapped back to reality, having thought she was on the brink of death. She had always been aware that her sister Lily possessed some unusual traits. Similar incidents occurring at home. She had merely hoped her sister would return with her, never anticipating she would provoke such a reaction. The terrifying power had made her acutely aware of the specter of death looming close. Gratefulness surged within her as she looked at the lady beside her. "Thank you." Noticing the tremor in Penny's voice, Eileen smiled warmly and introduced herself. "I am Eileen Snape, and this is my husband Tobias Snape, along with our son Severus. Oh, perhaps you two could become friends." Penny struggled to suppress her trembling, stammering, I am Penny Evans, and this is my sister Lily. "Mrs. Snape, is my sister unwell?" Eileen handed them a piece of chocolate, saying, "First, have a piece of chocolate. It will make you feel a bit better. This place is not suitable for conversation. We can go to the nearby park." Penny and Lily nodded in agreement. Enjoying their chocolate, they followed Eileen's family and arrived at the park together. Eileen briefly explained the incident of the magical surge, and Penny suddenly realized something. Her sister was indeed a witch she had long aspired to become. Chapter 79, Penny. At that moment, Penny's emotions were tumultuous. She felt an intense jealousy towards Lily, yet a voice within her insisted that she should not harbor such feelings, especially not towards her sister. Yet, ever since her fortunate visit to the magical amusement park, she had been yearning for the enchanting world of wizards. To her, becoming a witch meant she could be close to beautiful unicorns. Who could resist a magnificent creature that dances with you in the moonlight? A being of exquisite tenderness that touches the very core of your heart? But all those dreams had shattered, for nothing extraordinary had ever happened to her. Now, with her sister Lily having experienced a magical surge, revealing her as a witch, Penny couldn't help but question why she was not one as well. Snape, of course, noticed the complex glint of jealousy in Penny's eyes, recalling the foolish and pitiable woman she had been. Even in her past life, despite her fear of jealousy, she had raised Harry Potter, albeit treating him like a house elf. In this new life, Snape understood just how terrifying the arrival of a wizard child could be for a Muggle family. A Muggle woman must have endured considerable psychological strain. Moreover, Dumbledore had not even provided them with any financial support. How generous of Potter to use his vault to fund the Order of the Phoenix, oblivious to the consequences of their actions, leaving the child to live in utter misery after their demise. All of this was part of Dumbledore's scheme, for only in this manner could he cultivate a worthy savior. It is worth noting that at the time, not only Harry Potter met the prophecy's criteria. The dreadful Neville Longbottom, the Bane of Cauldrons, was also a child of prophecy. However, his lack of talent and the traumatic experience of witnessing his parents driven mad by Death Eaters had left him deeply scarred. In comparison, Harry Potter was indeed more suited to be the savior. They were merely pawns in a greater game. In reflecting on this, it seemed that Dumbledore himself was a pawn as well, a great white wizard who calculated even his own life for the future of the wizarding world. Snape couldn't help but smirk ironically at himself, realizing that he too had become such a person. Eileen observed her son lost in thought and nudged him, saying, "Severus, we should head back. But before that, we need to escort these two young ladies home." "All right, mother." In the presence of his gentle mother, it was impossible for anyone to maintain a stern demeanor. However, when he saw her kindly presenting Penny with a toy wand that had a cleaning function, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the next moment, a gentler voice from his mother filled the air. "It is evident that you are a sister of considerable responsibility. Your younger sister may often err, and the household might become quite chaotic. This is your magical wand. It shall assist you in tidying everything up." Penny gazed in astonishment at the wand in her hand. She had seen such an item before, sold at the magical amusement park. Each wand bore an inscribed spell, and this one was for cleansing, perfectly suited for her needs. "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Snape. However, this seems far too precious." While Penny cherished and longed for the wand, she felt reluctant to take something that did not belong to her. Yet, Erin joyfully shook her head and replied, "I have stated that this is a reward for you. My child, I hope you will become friends with Severus." Snape looked at his mother, his eyes filled with gratitude, understanding her intentions. His furrowed brow relaxed. His world had transformed. He was no longer that snotty child, and perhaps the Penny before him would not turn into a bitter woman after all. He then spoke softly, "It is merely a toy. It holds no significant value." Penny was drawn closer to Snape. The boy who had previously kept her at a distance now seemed a tad more approachable. "Ah, indeed, wizards are akin to unicorns in their nature," Snape remarked. "I'm not a fool like those unicorns. However, their hair, blood, tears, and that singular horn are all exceptional ingredients for potions. Ultimately, the two sisters, accompanied by the Snape family, arrived home safely. The warm-hearted Evans couple extended an invitation for them to come inside. However, Aaron politely declined, citing the need to prepare for Severus's birthday. As the family walked along the path, Tobias suddenly stated with seriousness, "That couple seems to be plagued by misfortune." Snape shuddered. He vaguely recalled that Lily's parents had encountered an accident, though the details eluded him. Even if he wished to intervene, he feared he would be powerless. Some matters are best left untouched. The consequences are not easily unraveled. Aaron noticed this too, but her curiosity was piqued more by the two little girls, the younger of whom seemed to be fated for a short life. From their brief conversation, Aaron had already deduced that her son must know them and appeared particularly fond of the younger one. However, the conflicting emotions in his gaze were inscrutable. Well, if I happen to cross paths with them, I shall lend a hand. After all, her son's happiness was paramount. Meanwhile, the contemplative Snape, preoccupied with thoughts of altering the future, remained oblivious to his parents' discussions on how to assist the Lily sisters. Chapter 80. Voldemort. Today marks Severus's birthday, yet he holds little interest in such celebrations. In truth, he would rather brew potions alongside his grandfather. However, it was clear that his wishes would not be fulfilled today. "Father, Mother, I do not wish to play. It would simply squander my precious time," Snape declared with utmost seriousness. Tobias, however, shook his head in disagreement. In his past life, he had been a mere scholar, a product of tumultuous times. How could he allow his child to grow up devoid of joy? It is essential to go, yet persuading a child to venture outside poses a significant challenge. Before he could even gather his thoughts, a phone call interrupted him. With a smile, Eileen stepped forward to answer. "Hello, this is the Snape residence." On the other end, a lively female voice chimed in. "Oh, Mrs. Snape, hello. I am Lily. When shall we set off?" Following her was a more composed voice. "Good day, Mrs. Snape. This is Petunia. We have prepared refreshments. Where shall we gather? My father inquires if a ride is necessary." Eileen replied with a smile. "No need. We will come to collect you shortly. Please hold on a moment. Severus needs to present himself properly." Severus was momentarily taken aback by his mother's mention of dressing up. He was certainly not one to be likened to a fool trampled by a giant. However, the thought of accompanying Lily compelled him to acquiesce. At the magical amusement park, standing at the entrance, several children were flushed with excitement, while Tobias and the Evans couple dashed in with two exhilarated little girls. Only Eileen remained calm, alongside Severus, who wore a look of astonishment, not at the amusement park itself, but at the balloons floating above. They drifted about rhythmically, not swayed by the wind, but moving in a pattern that formed figures or magical creatures, which even scampered playfully. What astonished and even frightened him the most was the final figure that solidified, one he could never forget. Even in a life that had been smooth sailing, Severus would occasionally dream of this demon. Voldemort. Severus lowered his voice, yet it resonated clearly in Eileen's ears. This name was all too familiar to her. It seemed her dear son truly embodied a reincarnation, as her rather naive husband had suggested. This child evidently harbored a knot that needed unraveling. Eileen feigned nonchalance as she smiled. "That is Albus Scamander. When you enter Hogwarts, you will encounter him. He is the professor of defense against the dark arts, while his father, Newt Scamander, teaches care of magical creatures. Those potion ingredients of yours are provided by their generosity." Severus wore an expression of bewilderment, uncertainly inquiring. "Mother, what did you just say that person's name was? You have always admired Professor Scamander. Had you not spent so much time in that dark potion room with your grandfather, you would have known them by now. Oh, I believe there's a book here introducing them, titled Fantastic Scamander." When Eileen spoke, she appeared casual, yet her gaze was keenly fixed on Severus's reaction. "Scamander?" Severus recognized the name. After all, in his previous life, Newt Scamander was a household name, infamous for being the only expelled Hufflepuff, the special minister of the Department of Magical Creatures, and a recipient of the second-class Merlin Award. Yet how could Voldemort be the son of Mr. Scamander? Had he truly reincarnated into a bizarre dream? Or was this some ludicrous twist of fate? Eileen ceased her conversation and guided Snape to a quaint book kiosk, where she procured a copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. She placed it into his hands, remarking, "Knowing your aversion to play, perhaps you might indulge in a book instead, as a means of occasional respite." She led the young man to a cozy lounge, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. Eager for enlightenment, Snape promptly opened the tome, skimming through a portion until clarity dawned upon him. It appeared that in this incarnation, Voldemort had been adopted by Mr. Scamander. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, Could it signify that Lily would not meet her demise in this life? Yet, a shadow of doubt loomed. As the authenticity of the book was uncertain, especially considering the previous incarnation of Lockhart. Suddenly, Eileen interjected, "Severus, if you are intrigued, I could arrange a visit." Snape lifted his gaze to his mother, a beam of sunlight filtering through the window, casting a warm glow upon her visage. Her gentle smile momentarily dazzled him. "Mother," he involuntarily uttered. Eileen responded with a soft pausing momentarily. Snape steeled himself and inquired, "What prompted you and father to marry?" Eileen paused, her smile deepening as she replied, "Oh, it was undoubtedly due to your father's remarkable qualities. If you were to ask him, he would proudly recount how I pursued him." A surge of conviction coursed through Snape. He was increasingly convinced that his mother had indeed employed some enchantment on his father. Suddenly, he felt a sharp thud on his head, glancing in astonishment at his mother, who had playfully struck him. In Chapter 81, titled Overwhelmed, Eileen had merely tapped her son's head, having noticed the peculiar glint in his eyes. However, her relationship with her partner had unfolded quite differently. She had simply pursued him directly. Snape, rubbing his head in resignation, felt the weight of his mother's unspoken authority and suppressed any further skepticism towards her. "Little Severus, my bond with your father does not permit you to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Come now, your father must be ready for some amusement." Obediently, Snape nodded and accompanied Eileen to reunite with Tobias and the others. Tobias, having thoroughly explored the amusement park, was contentedly purchasing 3 ice creams when he turned to see his wife and son returning, his face lighting up with joy. "Oh, Merlin, my little Severus, why do you share your mother's disdain for fun?" Tobias exclaimed, offering Snape an ice cream before affectionately feeding it to him. A display of affection that left Snape momentarily speechless. Feeling an unexpected fullness in his stomach, Snape did not harbor resentment. Rather, he began to observe the amusement park, which indeed catered to the whims of the small trolls. The park was frequented by both muggles and wizards alike, and as 4 boys dashed past him, Snape's attention was piqued. After all, encountering one's most despised individuals invariably stirs emotions. Indeed, the rascals who just sped by were none other than Potter and his merry band. If memory served correctly, Remus Lupin had already transformed into a werewolf by now. Recalling the merciless mockery he endured, the insidious manipulation that sought to tarnish his relationship with Lily, and the humiliation brought upon him by the treacherous use of the fallen hook, Severus Snape struggled to suppress the burgeoning hatred within. In truth, he was acutely aware that his animosity was directed at Potter for marrying Lily, yet failing to safeguard her. More egregiously, he loathed himself for his indirect role in Lily's demise. Fortuitously, this existence appeared markedly different. He no longer felt compelled to harbor resentment towards others for events that had not transpired. Nevertheless, it was evident that he would not develop any fondness for those loathsome individuals. Suddenly, the thought of the werewolf struck him. Was this not a prime candidate for potion experimentation? Indeed, his interest had now shifted towards Remus, and even Peter, who at present seemed rather agreeable and possessed a discernible aptitude for potion cultivation. If change was to be embraced, perhaps he could leverage his knowledge to subtly undermine his adversaries. After all, Potter had friends aplenty, and undermining 1 or 2 would hardly be excessive. This thought brought an unexpected lightness to Snape's heart. Eileen, sensing his emotional shift, felt reassured enough to continue indulging in sweet nothings with her partner. Not far off, a dark-haired maiden appeared, accompanied by a golden-haired youth, none other than Lucius, son of Abraxas. He surveyed the surroundings with a vigilant demeanor, his face marred by disdain. "Hey, Nagini, let us return. This place is teeming with those reckless griff-finders. Oh, and muggles." Lucius's voice was low, yet it reached Snape's ears with clarity. The girl grimaced, disapprovingly retorting, "Mr. Malfoy, prejudice is hardly the mark of a worthy Malfoy heir." Lucius paused for a moment, then, as if struck by a revelation, lamented, Merlin, as a proper Malfoy, even muggles must be seen as opportunities to earn their gold." Nagini immediately adopted a look of mentorship. Suddenly, she sniffed the air and turned to meet Snape's probing gaze. At the mere mention of Nagini, Snape's body involuntarily trembled. Even after 11 years, the memory of his demise at her fangs was etched vividly in his mind. Despite having consumed the antidote beforehand, that serpent had severed his artery, leading to his untimely demise from blood loss. Most mortifying was the recollection of dying cradled in Harry Potter's arms, a scenario tinged with social embarrassment. He found it unfathomable that he had mistaken Potter for Lily at that moment. Yet now, it seemed his feelings for Lily had dulled, perhaps in this life. He could dedicate himself entirely to the pursuit of potion-making. While Severus was lost in contemplation, an unexpected blur rushed before him, colliding with him with such force that he was knocked to the ground. Before he could utter a sound of protest, he was met with a pair of fierce eyes. Nagini glared menacingly at the figure beneath her, demanding, "Why do you bear my scent?" This caused Lucius, who had been poised to intervene, to pause and instinctively scrutinize the individual pinned by Nagini. The pale, almost sickly skin, the piercing eyes, and a physique that suggested an air of restraint were striking. Lucius could not help but envision a dramatic scene of a fleeting romance. Given Nagini's status as the beloved of the Scamander family, he found it entirely plausible that her assertive nature would lead her to engage in unspeakable acts with the unfortunate young man. Indeed, the reality was that Nagini's face was nearly pressed against Severus's. Chapter 82, Kidnapped. Eileen and Tobias did not rush to rescue their son, nor did they anticipate encountering Nagini in such a manner. Nagini certainly lives up to the reputation of a blood-cursed beast, ferocious indeed. It appears we must encourage Severus to engage in some physical training, Eileen remarked teasingly through magical communication. Tobias nodded in agreement. When Eileen had first mentored Nagini, he had been indifferent towards the blood-cursed beast. However, her efforts to regain her human form now spoke volumes about her determination. Typically, one would expect a parental outcry upon witnessing their child being tackled. Yet this couple merely observed the spectacle with amused smiles. Severus, however, remained oblivious to their amusement, feeling an undeniable tension as his heart skipped a beat at the proximity of Nagini's lips, which seemed poised to lash out at him. "My dear lady, unless you have sustained a blow to the head from a troll, might you kindly remove your esteemed presence from atop this gentleman? It does not seem particularly graceful," Severus uttered instinctively, only to provoke Nagini's ire. "Ah, you are the one trampled by the foul feet of a troll. I, Nagini, detest trolls. You must be so wicked to carry my scent. It is surely because I have bitten you." Severus's body stiffened at her words. "Pray tell, where did I incur your bite?" Nagini began to audaciously paw at Severus's attire as she spoke, leaving Lucius utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting to intervene. The couple continued to exchange commentary. Tobias remarked, "Oh, Merlin, Nagini truly is your pupil." Eileen quipped, "Are you suggesting our son might enjoy the sensation of being tackled, just as you do?" Tobias replied, "Ahem, Nagini appears to be a promising candidate for a daughter-in-law." Eileen mused, "This is a matter of your son's lifelong commitments. Let him decide for himself. Yet, as neglectful parents, should we not intervene to rescue our dashing son?" Tobias chuckled. Indeed, Severus is no longer a child. Thus, the couple remained passive spectators, just as Nagini leaned closer to Severus's neck. He finally erupted in a fit of resolve, pushing her away. Lucius, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to pull Nagini back, determined to prevent her from continuing her playful torment of the handsome man, especially as the crowd of onlookers seemed to grow. "Hey, Nagini, we ought to return. I believe the moon is ready with your favorite roasted lamb," Lucius urged earnestly. Yet, Nagini sprang to her feet, seething with indignation, exclaiming, "You bully me, and I shall tell Teddy to have all your galleons stolen." Lucius covered Nagini's mouth, only to be forcefully pushed aside by the furious serpent. She glared at him with dissatisfaction, declaring, "Humph, I shall use the door key to seek out Teddy this very moment." As she produced a key, poised to activate it, both Lucius and Snape simultaneously seized her arms, and in the blink of an eye, the trio vanished from their location. Petunia, look quickly. Severus has been kidnapped," came Lily's frantic voice from behind them. Petunia, pulling her along, hurried to the composed Tobias couple, uncertainly inquiring, "Is it true that Snape has really been abducted?" Eileen chuckled and replied, "Oh, certainly not. He has merely been invited to a place he has longed for." Tobias nodded in agreement, adding, "Oh, Merlin, Newt's little creatures are likely to be quite startled." Their words, while somewhat perplexing, reassured the two young ladies that Snape was not in any peril. In the confines of Newt's suitcase, Teddy strutted about, reluctant to catch sight of the two Nifflers across from its nest. "Oh dear, they've already had a whole brood," it lamented, wishing Newt would send this troublesome bunch away. For now, it could only keep its treasure pouch tucked away, fearing theft from those greedy little creatures. Perhaps I'll find the serpents to play with instead and collect some of their beautiful eggs," Teddy mused. As the invisible beast fed the serpents and diligently tidied their nest, it suddenly noticed 3 figures tumbling before the serpent's lair, startling the little creatures into potential chaos. Fortunately, Teddy, quick-witted, produced a golden teapot and stuffed the adorable critters inside, ensuring to include their favorite treats. "Oh, it's you, Nagini. Your entrance with friends is rather alarming," Teddy muttered, soothingly patting the teapot. Nagini was one of the few who could comprehend Teddy's words, and, feeling somewhat wronged, prepared to complain, only to discover another presence nearby. What are you doing here? She exclaimed. Ahem, Princess Nagini, you are the one who brought us here. Lucius managed to suppress an ungraceful reaction. Chapter 83. The Startled Magical Creatures. Snape's attention was wholly captivated by his surroundings. Each visible private space was filled with an abundance of potion ingredients. Oh no, magical creatures. His fervent gaze seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of space, almost causing tangible harm. The creatures, previously enjoying their leisurely activities, collectively shuddered. Mooncalf, a creature fond of mooncalves, is about to appear. Akame, who covets my beauty? Oh, this wretched charm of mine. Thunderbird, what a bizarre impulse to strike someone with lightning. Nifflers, could Teddy be attempting to chase us away? Oh no, we came to join this family. We truly wish not to disrupt it. Tree Wrangler, who goes there? Is that a murderous intent? Is there someone attempting to intimidate my dear Newt? Depot serpent no. 1. Oh dear, could you please make way? Teapot Serpent number 2. Clearly, it's your size that is the issue. Can't you shrink a bit more? Depot serpent no. 3. Woe is me. Please do not quarrel. I fear you might starve and feast upon this innocent little serpent of mine. The invisible beast. Silence is golden. You cannot see me. He cannot see me. Teddy, is it truly that frightening? Wait, could this fellow be plotting to steal my little treasure trove? The winged beast, what? Why is everyone so noisy? Can't you allow Butterfly to sleep in peace? In an instant, the magical creatures erupted into chaos, drawing Newt's attention. Donning his spectacles, Newt reluctantly entered the suitcase. Hey, children, have I not just fed you? He murmured upon his arrival. The next moment, his gaze locked onto Severus's intense stare, accompanied by a visibly distressed Nagini and a composed yet strained Lucius. Oh, Merlin, it appears I have unexpected guests in my suitcase. You seem somewhat unfamiliar, Newt observed curiously, scrutinizing Severus. Although Eileen was instructing Alvin, this matter had been kept from Newt, making them hardly acquaintances. Moreover, certain information should remain undisclosed to many. Thus, Newt was unaware that Severus was Eileen's offspring. Severus, regaining his composure, gazed at the man before him with palpable excitement. He never anticipated encountering this individual in this lifetime, let alone receiving his guidance. It is common knowledge that no one possesses greater expertise in magical creatures than Newt Scamander. Good day, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Severus Prince Snape, inadvertently brought here by this young lady. I regret if I have startled the magical creatures present. Although it seemed unbelievable, Severus understood that he must have frightened them. According to his grandfather's words, those who brew potions carry a certain scent, and the noses of magical creatures are quite sensitive. In essence, they are perceived as villains in the eyes of magical beings. Prince, Newt exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening slightly. If he was not mistaken, this child must be Eileen Prince's son. He recalled Eileen Prince well, as she had married Alvin on the same day and at the same location. A remarkably accomplished Slytherin, Eileen had also excelled at Hogwarts. It was puzzling why she married a muggle before graduating. Well, that man is indeed commendable, Newt mused, displaying a warm smile. Your mother is Eileen Prince, is she not? Severus nodded, pleased that Newt recognized his mother. Yes, Professor. I believe my mother would very much like to personally visit Mr. Scamander. Upon hearing this, Newt beamed and replied, Oh, you seem to be quite the young gentleman. You must be preparing to enroll soon, although the Care of Magical Creatures class begins in the 3rd year. You may address me as Professor in advance. Certainly, Professor Scamander, Severus responded, his face adorned with an appropriate smile. Upon Newt's arrival, the magical creatures ceased their commotion and turned their curious gazes towards him, which brought a smile to Newt's face. Since you're here, perhaps you would like to explore my suitcase. However, I was just about to attend to an intriguing magical creature in need of assistance. Would you care to join me? Newt cordially invited. This invitation piqued Severus Snape's interest immediately. Could it be a dragon? That would indeed be a treasure trove of potion ingredients. May I? I have yet to enroll at Hogwarts, and I fear I might trouble you. Professor, Snape humbly replied. Newt chuckled, do not worry, with Sucio around, and that enormous creature outside is likely too incapacitated to move. Unfortunately, it is rather large and temperamental, so if we were to bring it in, the little ones might not take kindly to it. With that, Newt led the group outside, presuming Snape was a friend of Nagini's without even inquiring about her. Nagini felt increasingly vexed. Well, she thought, perhaps patience is key. Alvin was right. She might learn from him and employ a gentle approach to uncover the secrets of this intriguing creature that bore her scent. Should I discover this creature harbors ill intentions, she, Nagini, would surely take a bite out of him once more. Why once more? How peculiar. Chapter 84. The Black Dragon. The Black Dragon of the Heshidalai Islands. Snape exclaimed internally as he beheld the fire dragon sprawled amidst a chaotic scene, instantly identifying it as a female dragon. Not only was this evident from her size, but upon their arrival, the black dragon seemed ready to devour them whole. Were it not for the presence of a young woman nearby, Suchio's remarkable beauty even caught Snape's attention, compelling him to steal an additional glance. Newt, her condition appears dire. She seems to be in the throes of a difficult labor, Suchio expressed anxiously, oblivious to the 3 additional spectators. Newt swiftly approached, expertly retrieving a muggle stethoscope to examine the black dragon's abdomen with great care. The 3 stood at a distance, wary of making even the slightest sound that might disturb the proceedings. Snape noticed the filthy bloodstains beneath the dragon, his mind racing with thoughts of waste. This was indeed the blood of a black dragon's placenta. In her agony, the Heshidalai black dragon began to thrash violently. Nagini trembled, aware of the challenges of childbirth, yet she had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, Alvin's partner, Eing, had been quite adept, experiencing no difficulty in her own delivery. Why, then, did this dragon appear to suffer so? Suddenly, she felt a pang of fear. Lucius discreetly stepped back a few paces, genuinely hoping to avoid the sweeping tail of the black dragon. Damn it, he certainly did not possess the resilience of a house elf to withstand such a blow. Newt removed the stethoscope and declared, "Her heartbeat has accelerated. It appears there are 2 dragon eggs inside, and they are likely stuck, competing for the first position." Suchio nodded in understanding. No wonder she is experiencing difficulty. I will channel some spiritual energy into her to ease her pain. All right, I shall prepare and assist her in delivering shortly, Newt responded, dashing back towards the suitcase with fervor. In a short while, he emerged clad in protective gear, his hands adorned with a pair of exceptionally glossy gloves that fit as snugly as a second skin. After years of marital understanding, Suchio instinctively grasped her husband's intentions. She needed to soothe this formidable creature and prevent it from unleashing its fiery wrath. Fortunately, apart from the mystical flames of Samadhi, she was unafraid of any other fires. Otherwise, she would not dare accompany Newt on such a perilous endeavor. Ah, how delightful it is to return to school. Otherwise, Newt's escapades would be far too dangerous. Severus Snape quickly comprehended the situation, setting aside his contemplations as he approached, inquiring, "Professor, do you require my assistance?" Newt turned and smiled at Snape, stating, "Good lad. Just keep an eye on Nagini for me. That child has a fear of blood." Snape, albeit uncertain, cast a glance at Nagini, recalling that if fantastic beasts and where to find them was indeed accurate, this girl named Nagini was the very serpent that had bitten her own neck in a past life. Ah, but of course, she was a cursed beast. Such a ferocious being could indeed fear blood. It seemed that Professor Scamander was genuinely a kind-hearted soul. While Snape pondered this, Suchio had already applied some lubricant to Newt's hands. With the oil evenly spread, Newt unhesitatingly leaned forward, probing into the birth canal. The black dragon let out a pained roar. "Oh, am I unclean now? What have these wretched humans done to me?" Newt strained to reach, but his arms were insufficiently long to touch the 2 eggs. "This won't do. We need external assistance," he sighed, withdrawing his hands and beginning to feel along the abdomen. The black dragon protested, "Curse these humans," to which Suchio replied, "Allow me to assist." She immediately employed her spiritual sense to investigate. Despite the dragon's thick hide, she swiftly located the 2 eggs. Pointing to the spot, she instructed Newt, "The eggs are here. But how much force should we apply?" Newt quickly positioned his hands over the indicated area, explaining, "The eggs are not fragile, but they are delicate compared to those of other creatures. We mustn't apply too much pressure. I shall take care of it," Suchio declared, a glow emanating from her hands. Snape could not help but interject. Fire dragons are immune to magic. However, before he could finish, the black dragon ceased its roaring and instead began to hum contentedly. It dawned on him that Newt Scamander had seemingly married a mystical being from Huaxia, thus utilizing not magic, but rather ancient powers. It was no wonder that Professor Scamander could heal the black dragon. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Suchio's face glistened with perspiration, indicating considerable exertion. In the next moment, she joyfully declared, "Newt, it's done. The eggs can be released now." Newt, understanding, gave the black dragon a gentle pat on the rear. With a resounding pop, 1 egg was expelled, followed closely by another, as the 2 dragon eggs lay quietly amidst the crimson waters. Newt dared not slacken his efforts, hurriedly pouring several bottles of restorative and healing potions into the mouth of the black dragon. The dragon's roar was feeble. It had finally spotted its precious egg and realized that it had been saved by these humans. The black dragon thought, "Though I feel compelled to express my gratitude, I have no desire to thank this rude fellow. I would rather snuggle up to the beautiful lady beside me." At this moment, the black dragon's heart underwent a complete transformation. Just moments ago, it yearned to devour Newt, yet now it felt little affection for him, captivated instead by the enchanting lady nearby. After all, it was these very humans who had tarnished its dignity, but without their intervention, it would likely have perished along with its egg. Perhaps it was time to show some gratitude. It lifted its head, leaning towards Newt with the intention of offering a few licks as a token of appreciation. However, before it could open its mouth, it felt a wave of dizziness and toppled over to the side. In its final moments of consciousness, the black dragon lamented, "Ah, why must there be another dishonorable scoundrel? Should I discover who struck from the shadows, I shall surely retaliate. Woe is me, my treasures." Snape and his companions noticed something amiss and looked up, only to find several wizards riding broomsticks approaching. Clad in full battle gear, they appeared quite formidable. The group couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. After all, these were the individuals who had swiftly subdued the black dragon. Yet, Newt unexpectedly greeted them with joy, seemingly eager to embrace the leader, a middle-aged man. However, the man waved him off dismissively. "Hey Newt, forgive me, but I cannot accept your embrace at this moment." John Wilson retreated a few steps, his distaste evident. It was not his fault. Newt's scent was rather overwhelming. Speaking of John Wilson, he was quite a remarkable individual, having once been Newt's esteemed roommate, and now an illustrious member of Hufflepuff. Who could have anticipated that a Hufflepuff would rise to the status of a dragon trainer? Presently, he was the head of the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Only then did Newt become aware of his disheveled appearance, offering an embarrassed smile as he said, "Oh, John, my friend, I apologize for the state in which you find me." He promptly set about cleaning himself up, knowing he would need a thorough wash later. Otherwise, his wife would certainly express her discontent. John then scrutinized his old friend closely. Goodness, this chap shows no signs of aging. What is his secret? Perhaps it's his lavish Niffler. He vividly recalled the year he nearly suffocated under a deluge of gold coins. Casting a glance at Suchio, who was diligently cleaning the black dragon, John felt a pang of envy. Here he was, aging like an old dog without a wife, while Newt seemed to be a winner in every aspect of life. So what if he had been expelled? He was now a professor at Hogwarts, married to a stunningly beautiful and formidable woman, and blessed with 3 extraordinarily successful children. It was hard not to feel envious. Lost in thought, John was suddenly enveloped in a hug from the now more confident Newt, who was no longer the shy, freckled boy viewer. "Oh, Merlin," John exclaimed helplessly. "Newt, you are truly audacious. This is the black dragon of the Hashidi Islands. While you may not fear for yourself, you ought not to toy with the life of your elven wife." Newt felt a twinge of discomfort at the remark, realizing he had not considered these dangers in his moment of impulsive compassion for the wretched creature. Indeed, he had nearly been crushed into the earth, and it was fortunate that his wife had come to his rescue. In truth, it was a blessing that Suchio was present. Newt's face flushed. John, exasperated, could only envy him further. The conversation then turned towards the matter of taking charge of the black dragon. Meanwhile, Suchio diligently attended to the injured dragon, and once its bleeding had ceased, she rose to greet the gathering. However, she refrained from embracing anyone aside from Newt and the children. After her greeting, her focus shifted entirely to the 2 dragon eggs. Severus Snape, too, found his gaze captivated by the eggs. He contemplated seizing one, thinking that if he could rear a dragon, he would never lack for ingredients for his special potions. Yet, being no fool, he refrained from courting disaster. Nevertheless, he certainly felt inclined to reach out and touch those precious eggs. As Suchio employed her magical senses to assess the condition of the eggs, she felt a wave of relief upon discovering that both were thriving. Just as she exhaled in relief, a young lad approached, eyeing the dragon eggs with a hunger that suggested he might devour them. Cleared her throat, Suchio noticed Nagini and Lucius. Indeed, she had been too engrossed in the black dragon's plight to acknowledge them earlier. "Nagini, what brings you here, my child?" Suchio chided gently. Though aware of Nagini's formidable abilities, she still perceived her as a mere child. Nagini pushed past Snape and nestled into Suchio's embrace, glaring fiercely at Snape. "Mother Suchio, it was this man who bullied me." Upon hearing Nagini's accusation, Lucius could not help but facepalm, questioning why he had agreed to assist his father in caring for this princess. Suchio chose not to confront Snape immediately, instead turning her attention to Lucius. To Lucius, this was the mother of their illustrious master, prompting him to stand tall and declare, "Oh, Mrs. Scamander, I believe this is all a misunderstanding." Nagini, however, was not pacified and cried out, "Lucius, I'm going to tell him, you bullied me, too." Lucius lamented inwardly, "Oh dear, the burden of my heart is heavy. Princess, that is my father." Chapter 86, The Bewildered Snape. Severus Snape suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Lucius, his former friend. In his previous life, he had been blind in following Voldemort. Had it not been for Draco's relentless efforts, the Malfoy lineage might have met a dire end. In this life, it seemed the Malfoys still maintained an extraordinary connection with that individual. Otherwise, how could a future Malfoy heir be accompanying a serpent on a stroll? Contemplating this, Snape couldn't help but glance again at Nagini. Even though he had confirmed her identity, doubts still gnawed at him. The fearsome serpent had transformed into this remarkably beautiful girl, her eyes shining even brighter than lilies. Snape cursed inwardly. What was I just thinking? Oh, Merlin S. Beard. This is Nagini, Voldemort's pet snake. Nagini coiled her entire body around Suchio's shoulder, continuing to complain, "Mama Suchio, you know Nagini is the most obedient and well-behaved darling, never bites anyone. Yet this fellow carries my scent. He must be a villain if I have bitten him." This reasoning was so sound that even Snape found himself a loss for words. Lucius remarked, "Princess Nagini, you claim to have never bitten anyone. So this gentleman should also be beyond suspicion." Nagini paused, her writhing body coming to a halt as she pondered for a moment before indignantly exclaiming, "But he spoke ill of me. He said I was trampled by a giant. Woe is me, I am so adorable. And even Aang has said that Nagini is the most fragrant and beautiful. Yet this scoundrel insists I was stepped on by a giant's filthy foot. Woe is me. Mama Suchio, I would never play with giants." Suchio was momentarily taken aback and turned to Lucius, who could only nod in response, for he dared not lie. "Oh, my dear young brother, I am sorry, but your sharp tongue has landed you in this predicament." Seeing Lucius nod, Suchio then turned to Snape and inquired, "Child, this seems rather impolite of you." In this lifetime, Snape could hardly withstand the gentleness of women. His mother was gentle, and his father had always indulged both him and his mother. Looking at the young Eastern woman before him, he finally lowered his head. "I apologize. I was overwhelmed when this charming young lady suddenly knocked me to the ground, and in my irritation, I spoke without thought." Suchio was taken aback by Snape's words, internally giving Nagini a thumbs up. "Ah, my little darling seems to be in love. Hee, it is about time. This young man appears quite splendid." So, it seems Nagini has a preference for this type. Oblivious to her own misunderstanding, Nagini stiffened, perhaps realizing something, and buried her head in Suchio's embrace, falling silent. "Oh, look at you getting shy. This foolish child is going to scare away the young man." Suchio was increasingly convinced of her guess. She gently patted Nagini's back, contemplating bringing out her collection for the lovely Nagini to see. With those storybooks, her little darling would surely learn how to capture love. With a smile, she looked up at Snape and said, "It's nothing, but did I frighten you? Please do not misunderstand. Nagini is a good child and usually does not act this way. I believe she might have a liking for you." "Snape." "Nagini." "Lucius." Nagini was the first to recover, looking up at Suchio and saying, "Mama Suchio, I do not like him. I detest this fellow. All right? It was in a dream. In that dream, I bit this scoundrel." "Snape, what dream?" It was clearly a past life bite. Nagini's words piqued Snape's vigilance. He had reason to suspect that Voldemort was a reincarnation. Otherwise, how could he become so renowned and powerful? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Stepping back and anxiously glancing at Suchio and Newt Scamander, who was assisting with the Black Dragon. It is unacceptable. He cannot allow Professor Scamander to come to harm. Therefore, in pursuit of investigation and to avert tragedy, Snape contemplated that infiltrating their ranks was his only recourse. He endeavored to adopt a serene expression, commonly referred to as a blank visage, and addressed Suchio, "Madam Scamander, greetings. I am Severus Prince Snape, the son of a former Slytherin student." Suchio nodded and replied, "Oh, just like Alvin. Prince Snape. I recall now. You must be the child of that clever girl, Eileen. She married Alvin on the very same day. Quite an astute young lady. Your father was exceptional as well. At the time of her marriage, Eileen had yet to graduate." Snape was taken aback, pondering the impressive nature of his father in this life. No, perhaps it was his mother who was in such a hurry. Could it be that both of his parents were also reincarnated like himself? Yet that seemed implausible. They did not appear to be so. Snape was bewildered, uncertain if his errant thoughts bore any truth. On the other hand, Suchio was quite pleased. Although Eileen had not been closely associated with her family, she could discern that the bond between Alvin and Eileen appeared quite intimate. It was no wonder that Alvin had achieved such stature, possibly with the assistance of that young lady. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Nagini had developed affections for him. Such was fate. Chapter 87. The Gift. At this moment, Snape felt a profound sense of helplessness, fully aware that they were likely on the Heshidalai Islands. This made returning home a troublesome affair. Under the watchful gaze of Nagini, coupled with Suchio's gentle demeanor, Snape yearned to return home. "Grandfather, I miss you dearly. Had I known, I would have adamantly refused my parents' request to venture out." Suddenly, his pocket vibrated, and Snape remembered he had brought along a two-way mirror. He hastily retrieved it, and upon connection, he beheld the smiling faces of his parents. The backdrop being their warm abode. What is happening? Snape thought. I vanished right before their eyes, and they are smiling as they return home. Most astonishingly, they only thought to use the mirror after arriving home. Eileen's voice floated through. "Hey, my boy, it seems you have ventured quite far." Tobias chimed in excitedly. "Ah, the one behind you must be a fire dragon. Oh, it appears rather sizable." Unable to contain himself, Snape interjected, "Father, mother, do you not worry for my safety?" To his surprise, Tobias replied, "Not at all. Merlin will safeguard you, my child. Moreover, you are far stronger than I." Stronger indeed. Snape thought, oh, what a father to have. Suchio had overheard the exchange and approached, apologetically stating, "I sincerely apologize. Due to Nagini's oversight, it appears she inadvertently brought your child along when returning home. We are currently on the Heshidalai Islands and shall not be departing anytime soon." "Oh, no need for concern. Madam Scamander, let Severus accompany Professor Scamander on his travels. This child spends every day immersed in potion brewing, and his health has been suffering as a result. Could I trouble Professor Scamander to look after him? I assure you he will not be a burden." Eileen spoke at length. Seemingly devoid of the demeanor of a transcendent practitioner from a past life, it appeared her personality had transformed considerably in this lifetime. Suchio, undeterred by the potential hassle, could genuinely empathize with Eileen's sentiments. She too yearned to embark on a journey with the children. The wizarding world, although it claimed to be safe, necessitated readiness for unforeseen circumstances. She was acutely aware of the shadows mentioned by Alvin, uncertain if that entity might resurface. Nevertheless, Newt had asserted that darkness could never triumph over light, much like the former Dark Lord who was subdued by the White Wizard Dumbledore. Perhaps that shadow would also encounter a day of taming. As Alvin labored for the wizarding realm, it was only natural for her, as a mother, to offer her unwavering support. With a cheerful nod, she assured, "Rest assured, this child is quite remarkable." He was not frightened at all just now. Tobias remained silent. Despite his collaboration with the wizarding community, his status as a muggle precluded him from casually conversing with wizards. Although Newt and Suchio would not belittle him, he feared that speaking might inadvertently reveal his identity. The familiarity he shared with Newt was profound, and perhaps Newt sensed this, leading him to entrust Teddy to Alvin. Eileen, aware of Tobias's predicament, took the initiative to speak, smiling as she inquired, then, "Mrs. Scamander, when do you anticipate returning?" "I shall come to fetch you. We shall return in approximately half a month, and we will inform you then. There is no need for you to make a special trip. I shall have Newt escort the child home," Suchio replied. Eileen, not one to indulge in pretense, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Now, Severus, be sure to heed the words of Mrs. Scamander and Professor Scamander. You shall benefit greatly, my child." Snape longed to express his desire to return home, but in the next moment, a small pouch appeared in his hand. Dazed, he turned to see Newt's kind visage. "Ah, Eileen, your child is remarkable. He appears to have a great affinity for potions. Your father must be delighted to have such a capable grandson." Newt gushed enthusiastically. Eileen, ever modest, replied, "Severus can be quite proud, yet he indeed possesses a passion for potions. He spends countless hours in the potion room with my father, nearly marinating in the concoctions. It is fortunate that he has been taken by Nagini to the professor's side. It is a wonderful opportunity. I appreciate your kindness, Professor." This was a mother's courteous expression. While they conversed, Snape's attention was drawn to the pouch in his hand, an instinct whispering that it contained something valuable. The voice of Eileen resonated from the two-way mirror once more. "Severus, be sure to listen to the professor and enjoy yourself." "Goodbye," Snape replied. "Oh, mother, could you not at least hear your son's farewell before you disconnect? Am I not still your child?" With a sigh, he stowed the mirror and cautiously regarded Newt. Newt smiled warmly. "I shall address you as Severus. My apologies, dear child. It was Nagini who inadvertently brought you here. This is a small token for you. Some talons, scales, blood, tears, and a bit of dragon horn powder from the black dragon. I trust you will find it to your liking." Snape nodded with excitement, cradling the bag, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you ever so much, Professor Scamander. You truly are the greatest magical creature protector." Oh, haha, is that so? I concur. Newt replied with a joyful laugh. Chapter 88. The rescue of the noxious leopard. At this moment, Snape's spirits were undeniably high. Although in his past life he had received assistance from Lucius to acquire such treasures, their quality could not compare to this. The novelty of it all was exhilarating. Newt was aware of Alvin's commendable support from Eileen and Tobias, having heard of Snape from Alvin. One could assert that Alvin, at such a young age, had ascended to the pinnacle of the wizarding world largely due to their contributions. Moreover, in Newt's eyes, Snape was an exceptional young man. He even contemplated that one day this boy might become Alvin's right-hand ally. As for Alvin, he was not vying for the position of Minister of Magical Security. In truth, he did not perceive that role as beneficial to his plans. He sensed that his darker self would inevitably seek him out again. Alvin was acutely aware that he needed to bolster his ranks while his adversary was still vulnerable. Thus he persistently sought to gather strength within the wizarding community. Regarding his maternal lineage, the Gaunt family, Alvin chose to selectively disregard the past. Meanwhile, Snape cast a reluctant gaze at the unconscious black dragon and the 2 dragon eggs being taken away by the dragon tamers. Once the chaotic scene was managed, Newt led the group onward through the lush expanse of the Heshtiri Isles. The dense vegetation was home to towering trees imbued with an air of mystery. Newt's destination this time was indeed this very forest. Oh, children, I must remind you that this forest is no magical amusement park. Please refrain from wandering about recklessly. Nagini, especially you, Newt cautioned earnestly. Nagini nodded obediently. Newt, blessed by Merlin, radiated an aura of warmth that even the fiercest beings would find disarming. This was due to Merlin's understanding of Newt's interests and character, compelling him to employ the blessings of the elven race. Fortunately, the effects were quite remarkable. As Snape observed Newt weaving ahead, his admiration deepened. He was aware that Newt's objective was the noxious leopard, a creature hunted by dark wizards. Native to East Africa, this massive beast moved with an eerie silence. It was said that its exhalations could induce fatal diseases, capable of annihilating entire villages, truly a perilous existence. Capturing a noxious leopard required the combined efforts of over 100 skilled wizards. Clearly, this unfortunate creature had fallen into the clutches of dark wizards for some reason. Though venomous, the noxious leopard was also an exceedingly rare ingredient for potions, representing a veritable fortune for those dark wizards. Snape couldn't help but scoff at this thought. Professor Scamander's quest for the noxious leopard stemmed from the fact that the creature had managed to escape, though regrettably, it might never return to its original habitat. Roar! A sudden beastly roar jolted everyone back to reality. Lucius, trailing behind Nagini, was on the verge of tears. He had merely followed his father's instructions to entertain Nagini. Yet, how had he ended up in this evidently perilous forest? Lucius lamented internally, feeling a profound sense of distress. Meanwhile, Nagini was brimming with excitement. She often dreamed of wreaking havoc, yet reality had her pampered like a princess by the Alvin family, never lifting a finger. Today, however, she found herself presented with an opportunity. Equally exhilarated were Newt and Snape, who led the way, while Sucio vigilantly safeguarded Nagini and the others from behind. Newt exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin, it cannot be mistaken. That is the sound of a venomous leopard. It sounds quite robust indeed. This is undoubtedly promising news." Lucius gasped, "Ah, does that mean I will not be able to outshine them?" Following closely behind Newt, Snape joined the group, and they all instinctively lightened their steps, cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound. However, no matter how stealthily they moved, they could not escape the keen senses of the beast. The venomous leopard detected their presence from nearly 200 meters away, immediately becoming alert, its countenance growing increasingly menacing. Suddenly, Newt halted, intuitively sensing the danger. He opened his suitcase and declared, "Children, the venomous leopard's temperament is highly unstable. For your safety, you must enter the suitcase now." Sucio nodded in agreement, adding, "Newt is right. Children, you should go inside first. We will deal with the leopard and let you out afterward." Nagini was the first to protest vehemently, exclaiming, "No, no, no, Nagini wants to fight." Lucius, feeling genuine anxiety, knew that as the future heir of the Malfoy family and a loyal follower of the adults, he could not show fear. Snape shot Nagini an exasperated glance and, without waiting for her response, firmly grasped her hand and deftly pushed her into the suitcase. "Must I personally assist you in going inside?" he quipped. Under Snape's intense gaze, Lucius suddenly felt pressured, yet he was eager to enter. Without further ado, he complied and stepped inside. Just as Snape was about to follow, a gust of wind surged forward. Chapter 89. Rescuing the venomous leopard, Sucio swiftly pulled Snape aside and promptly closed the suitcase. Newt cast a summoning charm, retrieving his suitcase, and the two ensured Snape was shielded behind them. Sucio, keep an eye on this child and find a chance to get him into the suitcase, Newt instructed as he handed the suitcase to his wife. He then raised his hands high, fixing his gaze intently on the venomous leopard, slowly advancing toward it. Understanding his intent, Sucio cautiously retreated with Snape, needing to ensure the child could enter the suitcase before she could assist. However, she did not worry for Newt. She had complete faith in her husband's extraordinary ability to attract magical creatures. Snape, too, did not linger. Had it not been for Professor Scamander's desire to give them a glimpse of the world outside, they would have entered the suitcase without hesitation from the very beginning. As Sucio seized the opportunity to open the suitcase, Snape was abruptly expelled by a gust of wind the moment he entered. He stood there, bewildered, gazing at the perplexed expression on Sucio's face. Teddy poked his head out, exasperatedly shrugging his shoulders. Nagini is angry. Just a moment, I'll take her back to Alvin. It won't take long. Sucio nodded with resignation, offering Snape an apologetic smile. Yet, despite Teddy's swift actions, the situation surrounding Snape remained fraught with peril. The enraged, noxious leopard refrained from harming Newt, but harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Snape, who bore the scent of potions. Its movements were akin to lightning, almost teleporting from Newt's side to Snape's. A powerful gust of wind pushed Sucio aside, and it was evident that the leopard's target was Snape. As the enormous jaws loomed perilously close, Snape stood frozen in place. Get lost. Suddenly, a delicate yet commanding voice rang out. Unbeknownst to anyone, Nagini, who had been shoved into the suitcase, now stood protectively in front of Snape. Her pupils transformed into cold, vertical slits, glimmering ominously. The noxious leopard halted in its tracks and, in the next moment, transformed into a whimpering puppy, lying submissively on the ground. Newt rushed over, eyes wide with trepidation as he checked to see if Sucio was injured. Meanwhile, Nagini had turned to face Snape, her icy gaze locking onto his terrified expression. After what felt like an eternity, she finally burst into laughter. Hee, did I scare you? Oomph, you naughty one. Snape remained silent, thanks to Nagini's intervention. The process of tending to the noxious leopard proceeded smoothly. Feeling a significant reduction in pain, the creature finally settled down. Its previously menacing visage softened, taking on a hint of adorability as it carefully closed its mouth, afraid to breathe too deeply, lest it accidentally harm the fragile human before it. Nagini teased, "Oh, little leopard, which eye of yours saw me is weak?" The noxious leopard replied, "Your Highness, you are not weak, but the little pet you fancy is indeed fragile." Once Newt had completed his thorough examination, he stood up with a cheerful smile. "All done. It's all right now. Nagini, I almost forgot that our little princess is invincible." He lavished praise upon her, causing Nagini to proudly tilt her head. "Hee, indeed. I am Nagini, Alvin's sister, in high spirits." Nagini turned her attention back to the still-dazed Snape, waving her small hand in front of his face. "Lucius, you need not feel inferior anymore. This naughty one is even more timid than you." Lucius felt an urge to pat his racing heart, still fluttering from the recent scare. However, he had witnessed Professor Scamander's demeanor towards Snape throughout their journey, and knew Snape was not a figure he could mock. Adhering to the Malfoy principle of cultivating friendships, Lucius chose to remain silent. Nagini, unfazed, playfully patted Snape's pale cheek, beaming with the glee of a rogue teasing a beauty on the street. "Dear friend, do remember to greet me warmly when we meet." Hee. Nagini's laughter held a somewhat enchanting quality, pulling Severus Snape back from a state of disarray. He cast a somewhat bewildered glance at Nagini, noticing that her eyes had reverted to human-like pupils. A further look revealed Professor Scamander and his wife attending to the venomous beast. At that moment, the creature appeared far removed from its earlier ferocity, rendering the previously perilous scene akin to a mere nightmare. Sucio gently offered a chocolate-flavored treat to Snape and Lucius, saying, "Have a little snack. It will make you feel better. We shall send you back shortly. After all, you are still quite young." This remark caused Newt's ears to flush with embarrassment, as he reflected on how his assumptions nearly led to harm for everyone involved. Feeling a pang of guilt, he understood he must express his regret somehow. The venomous beast curiously observed Newt, occasionally trimming its own claws and shedding a few strands of fur, seemingly having drawn some blood during its earlier treatment. It gazed at itself with a sense of wonder. The creature obediently looked at the glass vial, and under Newt's guidance, it spat some venom into the container. All of this was stored in Snape's pocket, eliciting a joyful smile from his countenance. Chapter 90. The Administrator, Griffin Creeve. Albus Dumbledore, now the headmaster of Hogwarts, rubbed his temples in mild frustration. With the school year approaching, there remained a vacancy for an administrator. While Hagrid managed the Forbidden Forest, the castle still required an overseer, lest the professors be burdened further. Lately, Dumbledore had felt an unsettling premonition, as if danger lurked just beyond the horizon. Despite his belief, akin to that of his predecessor Armando Dippet, that Hogwarts was the safest place, a sense of worry lingered. The former castle administrator, Apollon Pringle, had been dismissed for excessive corporal punishment towards students, leaving Dumbledore struggling to find a suitable replacement. Perusing the files in his hand, he came across Argus Filch, a mute. Perhaps he would suffice, Dumbledore mused, as this would avoid any further incidents of administrators inflicting harm upon students. Suddenly, a transparent cat glided through the wall, leaping onto the desk. Headmaster Dumbledore, a gentleman has come to apply for the administrator position. Would you care to meet him? Dumbledore paused briefly, then relaxed his brow. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Please do show him in. The cat nodded and swiftly departed. After a considerable wait, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing a stern-faced Professor McGonagall, accompanied by a somewhat disheveled young man. Dumbledore scrutinized the newcomer. The youth bore a scruffy beard, his eyes clear, yet marked by the weight of experience. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Dumbledore quickly discerned that this young man possessed a commendable integrity. Welcome. Please, take a seat, Dumbledore said, adorned with a courteous smile, inviting the young man to sit. The youth lowered his head, appearing somewhat bashful. He set down his suitcase, somewhat awkwardly beginning his self-introduction. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. I am Gryffindor Cleave, though I have not had the fortune to study at Hogwarts. I have long aspired to work here. I earnestly beseech you, Professor, to grant me this opportunity. Upon finishing, he lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore felt an inexplicable pang of guilt towards the young man before him. This sentiment momentarily rendered him speechless, but he soon regained his composure, smiling as he spoke. I can sense your sincerity. However, Gryffindor caught sight of the paper on the desk, glancing at the name Argus Filch inscribed upon it. That name was all too familiar to him, and he had no intention of allowing this individual to continue as the caretaker. Thus, he donned a smile and declared, Professor, I am aware of your love for Hogwarts and its students, and your concerns are indeed valid. However, I assure you that I will not administer corporal punishment indiscriminately. The honor of Hogwarts will always take precedence, ensuring the safety of the students. Professor Minerva McGonagall displayed an appreciative smile, nodding at Dumbledore. Since Dumbledore's elevation to the position of headmaster, she had become the head of Gryffindor House. While not as powerful as Dumbledore, she could discern that Gryffindor Cleave appeared to be a remarkably responsible young man. Dumbledore finally nodded, producing a letter of appointment to hand to Gryffindor. Welcome, Gryffindor. As of today, you are the caretaker of Hogwarts. Gryffindor beamed with excitement, his green eyes reflecting a deep sense of reliance on Dumbledore. This left Dumbledore somewhat perplexed. He was certain he had never met this individual before, yet it seemed he could extend his trust to him, at least for the time being. After signing the document, Dumbledore cheerfully addressed McGonagall. Would you kindly escort Gryffindor to his quarters and show him around the castle? The new term is fast approaching. Certainly. Follow me, Mr. Cleave, McGonagall replied, leading the respectful and courteous Gryffindor out of the headmaster's office. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore noticed what appeared to be a faint scar on the young man's forehead. Once the door closed again, Dumbledore tucked away the letter of appointment, murmuring to himself, It seems Gryffindor Cleave is a wizard of Muggle origin, but why does my wand seem so eager to draw near to him? The portraits of former headmasters began to chatter animatedly. Is that even a question? It indicates that he is indeed a fine individual. Reckless Gryffindor. After just a few words, you deem a wizard you've just met to be a good sort. How foolish. Oh, Merlin, you scoundrel. Are you looking for a fight? Do you think I am as crude as you? Albus, we shall enlist the portraits to keep a watchful eye on him. Rest assured. Indeed, Albus. You are a Gryffindor. Do not be so cautious. Your little princess has already given you a grandson. Why do you still appear so feeble? Dumbledore let out a sigh. He did not respond to the portraits, yet he was acutely aware that it was precisely due to this home that he had become more fearful of the unknown dangers. One could only hope that his apprehensions were unfounded. Chapter 91. The beginning of term approaches. Severus Snape observed the bustling crowds in Diagon Alley, and his complex emotions resurfaced momentarily before being swiftly subdued. Even if he were to live his life anew, he would remain unaccustomed to such revelry. Beside him, Tobias was eager, gazing contentedly at the visibly more spacious Diagon Alley, contemplating the day when he could transfer the potion shop to his name once their child was older. With enthusiasm, Tobias turned to Eileen, saying, "My dear, you go assist our son in purchasing his books while I take him to have his robes tailored. We shall reconvene at the wand shop." Eileen nodded and turned to her son, instructing, "Severus, do remember to keep a close watch on your father." "Oh, my dear, am I truly so untrustworthy? I am quite a steady individual," Tobias lamented, casting a pitiful glance at Eileen. Eileen lightly patted her husband's cheek before departing with a serious demeanor, fully embodying the proud stance of a pure-blood family. Tobias chuckled resignedly and said to Snape, "Very well, my precious son, let us proceed to have your robes tailored." Upon entering the robe shop, they encountered a young witch engrossed in a book, presumably there to have her own robes made. This elegant young witch was none other than Narcissa Black, the betrothed of Lucius Malfoy. Families of pure blood often engaged in early betrothals, and Narcissa was but a year younger than Lucius. However, today, she was not awaiting Lucius, but rather her rebellious brother, Sirius Black. Heaven knows how long she had been waiting. Oh, that troublesome brother of hers. As the shop door swung open, the familiar chime prompted Narcissa to look up, only to find it was not Sirius, which only intensified her irritation. She quickly masked her emotions with a polite smile. Although she noticed Tobias and Snape clad in muggle attire, there was no trace of disdain on her face. Tobias, observing her reaction, smiled slightly, aware that Alvin-esque reforms were beginning to bear fruit. "Hello, we are here to have robes tailored," Tobias addressed the busy young witch nearby. Watching his son awkwardly approach, Tobias's lips curled in amusement, for he had heard that the measuring tape at this robe shop had a penchant for mischief. It was known to audaciously wiggle about while measuring adorable young wizards, sometimes even taking the liberty to swipe a bit of oil. Such peculiarities seemed to resonate with parents like them. Tobias himself relished the opportunity to touch his son's cherubic face, though such chances were regrettably rare. Just as Snape resignedly allowed the measuring tape to roam freely, a clumsy boy burst into the shop, Sirius Black. "Hey, cease," Sirius greeted boisterously, disregarding decorum as he plopped down into a chair. Narcissa frowned at his behavior. As the eldest son of the Black family, Narcissa was acutely aware that Sirius was destined to inherit the responsibilities of their lineage. However, his disregard for appearances in the presence of outsiders was a significant embarrassment for the Blacks. Snape stared blankly at Sirius, astonished to encounter this arrogant individual once again. Noticing Snape, Sirius involuntarily approached, fixing him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Hey, why aren't you smiling?" Leaning closer, "This measuring tape is quite the lecher. Aren't you afraid it will tickle?" Snape twitched his lips, exerting immense effort to restrain himself from speaking, for he feared that once he opened his mouth, he would unleash a torrent of words. After all, he had no intention of forming any connections with these little brutes. Once they entered Hogwarts, if they happened to cross paths, as long as they did not provoke him, he would turn a blind eye. Yet, should they overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to be ungracious. "Why are you silent? Which family do you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before." Even as Snape attempted to respond, Sirius continued to chatter away, leading Snape to momentarily imagine a flock of Cornish pixies buzzing around his ears. Finally, satisfied with its measuring task, the tape measure perked up again upon sensing a new guest. "Ahem, I apologize, sir. It's your turn." Snape continued to suppress his emotions. Tobias observed that his son seemed quite capable of enduring this. Perhaps he enjoyed the company of loquacious individuals, much like that chatty girl named Lily. Sirius paused briefly, yet quickly regained his composure and stepped into the measuring area. The tape measure swiftly slipped into his collar, and at last the world fell silent. He finally understood why this brother remained mute. "Oh, that cursed measuring tape. Ah, Severus, I didn't realize you were here." A cheerful voice chimed in, and Snape looked up to see Lily rushing through the door, full of enthusiasm. Narcissa frowned once more. Oh dear, another noisy individual akin to Sirius had arrived. Chapter 92, Purchasing Wands. Though both individuals were equally boisterous, Snape's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Lily. This inconsistency was somewhat hypocritical, leaving the restrained Sirius in a state of bewilderment. So this is what double standards look like. "Hello, Mr. Snape." Following Lily was Petunia, who greeted Tobias before turning her friendly gaze towards Snape. She felt a twinge of apprehension towards him. However, despite his cold demeanor, Snape always brought them gifts. Ever since their initial encounter, they had established a cordial rapport, as evidenced by their recent trip to the magical amusement park. Yet, Snape seemed perpetually busy. As Petunia had heard from the well-meaning Tobias Snape that young Mr. Snape was almost always engrossed in his studies, Petunia began to worry about her carefree sister, Lily, who seemed oblivious to the world around her. Aside from a cursory glance at the spellbook given by Mrs. Snape, all she seemed to care about was having fun. Such laziness. It is essential to remember that they are merely ordinary individuals in this world. However, Penny later discovered that Lily seemed to possess a remarkable talent in this regard, alleviating her worries. Whenever they visited the Snape household, she would receive a small gift. Though it was merely an assortment of peculiar snacks, it eased the jealousy she harbored towards her sister. Today, accompanying her parents on a stroll down Diagon Alley with Lily, Penny felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of encountering Tobias and Severus heightened their joy. The Evans couple, equally delighted, engaged in conversation with Tobias. Thus, Severus took the initiative to wait for Lily to join him in purchasing a wand. Observing their departing figures, Sirius pouted and, with a hint of discontent, remarked to his cousin, "Sister, do you not think everyone adores lovely girls? I greeted that fellow, yet he utterly ignored me." Narcissa, with a sigh of exasperation, replied, "Oh, dear Sirius, my foolish brother, you are no Gallian. What right have you to expect everyone to favor you?" With that, she ordered several garments from the shopkeeper, gracefully leading the disheartened Sirius out of the robe store. At Ollivander's wand shop, the establishment appeared revitalized from its exterior alone. Severus could ascertain that it had undergone significant renovations, presenting a far more stable facade than its previous dilapidated state. However, he did not see his mother waiting at the entrance. Tobias glanced around and said, "Oh, it seems your mother is yet to arrive. Let us head inside." The group entered in unison, curiously surveying their surroundings. Severus had to concede that this incarnation of Diagon Alley was indeed much improved. Just look at the formerly chaotic wand shop, now transformed with rows of pristine shelves, bright illumination, and even some tasteful decorations. A young wizard approached with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Welcome. If you wish to select a wand, please consult our esteemed shopkeeper, Mr. Ollivander. He is undoubtedly the most exceptional wand maker in the wizarding world." Severus agreed, recognizing that the Ollivander family had monopolized wand crafting. They proceeded through another small door, revealing a vast space, albeit sparsely furnished with only a singular table at its center, where a figure sat. Ollivander, upon raising his gaze, immediately recognized which two young wizards were there to purchase wands. With delight he said, "Ah, how wonderful to welcome two young wizards once more. However, you must approach one at a time. Children, who shall come first?" Severus glanced at Lily and declared, "Lily can go first." Lily eagerly raised her hand and exclaimed, Me. Ah, splendid. A very spirited young lady indeed. Come forward, child, and let me know which hand you prefer to use," Ollivander gently encouraged. Lily promptly raised her right hand high, eagerly watching as Ollivander measured her arm. Ollivander instructed his assistant to fetch the wands he suspected might suit her, saying, "Oh, I believe it would be best for the rest of you to leave this room, as I cannot predict what may occur when this young lady tests the wands." Tobias shrugged and led the group out of the room, where a row of chairs awaited, clearly intended for guests to sit while they waited. Snape observed everything with a conflicted gaze. He was aware of Lily's wand, yet uncertain of its potential transformation. Soon, Lily emerged, excitedly introducing her wand to everyone, while the Evans couple happily proceeded to make their payment. Snape took a moment to compose himself before stepping into the room. The process remained unchanged, but upon seeing the towering pile of wands, a slight twitch of annoyance crossed his lips. Snape thought, "Ollivander cannot possibly intend to exhaust me. Oh, Merlin, my arms are bound to ache. Perhaps I should simply inquire about the previous wand." Regardless of his tumultuous feelings, Ollivander persistently insisted that he try the multitude of wands. It was not until he noticed the child before him frowning that Ollivander remarked, "Ah, a discerning customer. Fear not, we shall find one suited to you." Snape felt utterly despondent. Chapter 93, The Familiar Little Train. When Snape finally reclaimed his old companion, he nearly succumbed to the urge to cast a stunning spell. His wand, as before, comprised a core of snake heartstring encased in a birch exterior, measuring 13.5 inches in length. To his surprise, it was indeed the same wand, deepening Snape's emotional connection to it. Tobias could discern his son's impatience. Yet he also recognized Severus's fondness for the wand, prompting him to purchase an exquisite wand care set during the payment. "Ah, this is a gift. My child is off to school. Oh, Merlin, why must Hogwarts be a boarding school? Heaven knows how worried your father will be with you away for so long." Tobias resumed his playful antics. Such remarks made Snape wish to cover his father's mouth, and even the newly arrived Eileen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Noticing her son's displeased expression, she quickly interjected, "Dear, Severus is a young man now. Please be mindful of your role as his father." "Oh, I am certainly a doting father, am I not, Severus?" Tobias's voice seemed to twist in a manner that sent shivers down Snape's spine. He admitted to appreciating this paternal figure in this life, yet he still struggled to adapt to having such a father. Tobias, however, was wise enough to know when to temper his exuberance. In his past life, he had known no father. Hence he revered the Slytherin professor as if he were his own. Speaking of teachers, he felt a pang of embarrassment. It had been so long without news of them. He wondered what had become of the professors after their disappearance and where the Gryffindor professor had gone. With no leads, he could only await silently. Once a formidable wizard, he was now merely an ordinary individual practicing in secret. Platform 9 3/4. Reluctantly, Tobias embraced his son, weeping profusely, leaving Eileen utterly astonished. Both she and Severus shared the same sentiment. How embarrassing it was to be seen. Did they not notice the crowd on the platform staring at Tobias as he wept? This spectacle also stilled the tears of some young witches and wizards reluctant to part from their parents. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to look. Severus helplessly patted his father's back and said, "Hey, Dad, the train is about to depart, and I still need to find my seat." Only then did Tobias, awakening from his reverie, release his hold and, with teary eyes, reluctantly bid farewell to Severus as he boarded the train. Eileen lightly nudged him and softly remarked, "Enough of the tears. If you miss our son, you can always return to your portrait. I'll keep an eye on the company here." Tobias instantly ceased his weeping, breaking into a broad smile as he kissed Eileen's cheek and replied, "Well then, it's all on you. Let us go home." The other parents on the platform exchanged glances, surprised at how quickly his demeanor changed. So, the earlier tears were merely for show. It seemed he was elated to send their son off to school, finally able to enjoy some time alone with his wife. The other young wizards pondered. Do my parents behave similarly? They appear forlorn, yet perhaps they are eager for me to attend school. Meanwhile, once aboard the train, Snape began searching for an empty seat, somewhat reluctant to sit with others. As he passed through a carriage, he heard Lily's voice calling out, "Severus, over here, come in. I have a seat." Lily had arrived early, her excitement to attend Hogwarts palpable. After boarding, she had searched for Snape, but, not spotting him, settled into a vacant compartment towards the rear, eagerly beckoning her only wizard companion to join her. Accepting Lily's invitation with quiet joy, Snape maintained a composed exterior while his heart brimmed with happiness. "Did you arrive early, Lily?" he inquired. "Not by much, just a little before you," she responded. "Oh, I'm feeling quite anxious, Severus. You see, I've read a bit of Hogwarts, a history, but it merely mentioned an entrance examination without detailing what it would entail. I am doomed." Observing the flustered expression on Lily's face, Snape couldn't help but chuckle. "But, Lily, your sister Petunia informed me that you barely skimmed through those books. Passing this examination might be a bit challenging for you." Lily's frustration deepened. It wasn't her lack of effort. Rather, the texts were exceedingly difficult to comprehend. After all, it was her first encounter with such material. Even if she could memorize the information, true understanding eluded her. For instance, the section on herbology contained herbs she had never encountered, leaving her to rely solely on rote memorization. Additionally, images seldom matched the actual specimens. Snape, well aware of the wizarding world's age-old traditions, chose not to divulge too much to Lily, believing that maintaining an air of mystery could enhance her entrance experience. Moreover, witnessing Lily's vibrant spirit provided him with a sense of her vitality. Nevertheless, he offered her some reassurance, saying, "Do not worry, Lily. It's merely an entrance examination, and it shouldn't be overly difficult, especially since we've already received our acceptance letters." "Let's hope so." "Oh, despair," Lily lamented, ruffling her hair, and in that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to Harry Potter. Chapter 94. Enrollment. Severus stood outside the carriage, having already donned his wizarding robes, patiently waiting for Lily to change. Just then, the same 4 boys from earlier came running up. Sirius instantly spotted Severus and approached him with a cheerful demeanor, greeting him with, "Hey, my friend. We didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves last time. I'm Sirius Black. May I inquire your name?" Behind him, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew curiously craned his neck, struggling to peer past the trio due to his short stature. Upon seeing the striking figure with long black hair, he understood why Sirius had initiated a conversation. However, the perceptive little rat quickly recognized that this individual exuded an intimidating presence, a natural air of authority that filled him with trepidation. At present, Peter was merely short, with an appearance that could be deemed normal, lacking any rodent-like features. His family background was unremarkable, yet compared to his previous life, his current circumstances had not instilled in him a sense of inferiority. He was simply a touch timid. Severus, wishing to avoid conflict with these individuals, raised his gaze slightly to regard them with a stoic expression and replied, "I apologize, but I believe we are not suited to be friends." Just as Sirius was about to inquire further, James Potter, visibly indignant, glared at Severus and exclaimed, "Hey, you." Yet before he could finish, the compartment door swung open, revealing a beaming Lily, who had changed into her robes. "Severus, I'm ready," she announced. Her emerald green eyes quickly noted the presence of 4 boys. Though slightly embarrassed, her naturally affable personality led her to wave cheerfully, saying, "Hello, are you friends of Severus?" "Wow, Severus, could you introduce me?" Severus elegantly rolled his eyes, while James Potter seized the opportunity to speak first, declaring, "Oh, lovely lady, my name is James Potter. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" Lily graciously nodded, responding, "E.M. Lily Evans. It's a pleasure to meet you, Potter." James instantly felt a pang of discontent. Why did the beautiful Lily address this fellow so familiarly while referring to him merely as Potter? It was utterly unforgivable. Remus and Peter exchanged knowing glances, both understanding each other's sentiments, and involuntarily shared a resigned smile. Recognizing that their friend had undoubtedly taken a liking to the girl before them, one could not deny James had an eye for beauty. The girl resembled a sunflower basking in sunlight, utterly charming. However, her surname, Evans, clearly indicated she was not of pure blood. Yet, they bore no prejudice against Muggle-born wizards. Their generation revered Albus Dumbledore and believed that wizards and Muggles could coexist harmoniously. Remus nudged the daydreaming James and offered a friendly introduction. "Greetings, I am Remus Lupin, and this is Peter Pettigrew. It's wonderful to meet you." Noticing Remus's pale complexion, Severus recalled his own fleeting thoughts and extended his hand, stating, "Severus Snape." Sirius widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Remus and Severus with a sense of being utterly taken aback. Rams naturally noticed Sirius's lingering gaze, yet he first extended a friendly handshake to Severus. "Oh, how unfair. I was the one to inquire your name first," Sirius muttered with discontent. Severus, however, remained unperturbed, turning instead to Lily with a smile, saying, "The train will soon halt. Our luggage will be taken to the dormitory. We should disembark together, as the ground outside may be slippery. Do watch your step, Lily." Lily nodded obediently, feeling a bit anxious, yet comforted by Severus's presence. Her sister was right. She needed to stay close to him. Severus then politely addressed the 4. "I kindly ask you all to step aside." James felt a surge of anger, but restrained himself, concerned about leaving a poor impression on the lovely Lily. He forced a smile, waving at her. "Oh, I hope you get sorted into Gryffindor. Trust me, Gryffindor is the best." Severus unexpectedly interjected, "I believe you harbor a discriminatory mindset. All 4 houses at Hogwarts are remarkably distinguished. It's not about which is the best, but rather what suits you. Unless, of course, you are one of those fools who seeks to incite house rivalries." "Oh, it appears you are not such a person." Severus spoke deliberately slowly, ensuring that this foolish Potter comprehended his words. If this simpleton were to pursue Lily in the future, he must ensure that the lad possessed at least a modicum of intelligence this time around. James was truly incensed, and Sirius swiftly wrapped an arm around him, fully aware that if his brother charged forward, it would leave a decidedly unfavorable impression on the girl he admired. "Hey, calm down, James." At that moment, James managed to temper his fury slightly, letting out a begrudging huff. As the train came to a stop, he was the first to exit the carriage. Chapter 95, Enrollment 2. Hagrid's towering figure stood as a conspicuous landmark, with the oil lamp in his hand casting the only light in the darkness. Lily gazed in astonishment at Hagrid, who appeared relatively tidy, exclaiming, "Wow, you're so tall." Hagrid looked down, revealing a goofy grin. "First years, come over here." Lily gleefully tugged Severus along, her curious eyes fixed on Hagrid. Hagrid cleared his throat uncomfortably, his voice softening slightly. "First years, watch your step and follow me." Severus noticed that the ground was laid with phosphorescent stones, illuminating the path amidst the night. Thus, they arrived at the edge of the Black Lake without incident. Observing the traditional boats at the lakeside, Severus experienced a surreal sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to the past. Yet he understood that everything had changed. James was the first to leap forward, jumping into one of the boats. As Peter Pettigrew attempted to board, James obstructed him with a series of exaggerated winks. He then looked up at Lily and called, "Lily, come over here." Lily, however, ignored him completely and pulled Severus onto another boat. Witnessing this, James's face twisted in frustration. "James, that damn snotty." As if sensing James's inner jealousy and anger, Severus turned to him with a frosty glare. Reluctantly, James took a seat, while Remus hurriedly ushered Peter onto the boat, offering a reassuring smile. Peter returned the smile, reassured by the numerous boats. He need not worry about missing the sorting ceremony. His mind was consumed with thoughts of which house he would be assigned to. Once everyone boarded, Hagrid led them toward the castle. The boats moved autonomously. Much to Lily's delight, Severus stood nearby, anxiously guarding her, fearing she might accidentally tumble into the water. After all, the creatures in the Black Lake were not particularly docile. "Lily, be careful," Severus cautioned. Lily nodded and obediently withdrew her hand, which had been reaching towards the water. As they drew nearer, the magnificence of the castle left most of the newcomers gaping in astonishment. Once the boats reached the shore, they eagerly prepared to disembark. Hagrid steadied his slightly swaying frame and cheerfully announced, "New students, pay attention and stick close to me." The crowd followed Hagrid in a single file. The corridor illuminated brightly by the flickering torches. The ancient architectural style and moving portraits overwhelmed the newcomer senses. "Oh, don't rush, children. Everything will unfold after the sorting ceremony. You will have time to relish the sights here." Hagrid's voice, though gruff, resonated with enthusiasm in the ears of the children. Their anticipation for the sorting ceremony grew. Ascending the stairs, the imposing doors of the great hall stood firmly closed. Hagrid gave everyone a calming glance before stepping forward to knock on the door, though his action resembled more of a battering. The door soon opened a crack, revealing a witch and a bearded man. The witch was Professor McGonagall, while the bearded gentleman was the newly appointed caretaker, Mr. Filch. He stood quietly behind Professor McGonagall, awaiting her prompt to offer the young witches and wizards a gentle reminder. Silence. The murmuring newcomers finally quieted down. "Excellent. First, on behalf of Hogwarts, I welcome you all. You are about to enter this hallowed gate, where you will be sorted into one of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin. I wish you all the best of luck." After Professor McGonagall's address, she scanned the room before turning to Filch. "Mr. Filch, please allow these children to enter shortly." "Certainly, Professor McGonagall," Filch replied, and with a nod from McGonagall, she entered first to report to Dumbledore, reminding the students inside to maintain silence. Within less than a minute, James grew impatient and began whispering with Sirius beside him. "Hey, Sirius, are you nervous?" James inquired. Sirius shook his head, responding, "Not really. Even if I had to battle a troll, I wouldn't be afraid. I'd guarantee I'd take it down." Peter was the first to notice the excited Sirius and quickly grabbed his arm, speaking in a tone only they could hear, "Calm down." At this moment, Rames wore an expression of exasperation. If James and Sirius continued their antics, they would likely leave a poor impression on Professor McGonagall. They remained oblivious to the presence of the new administrator, yet Severus was acutely aware. Severus thought it peculiar that it was not that fool Filch. Just as he pondered this, Griffin announced, "Children, please form 2 lines. Professor McGonagall will soon lead you inside." His voice was deep and resonant, soothing to the ear. His gaze lingered, almost imperceptibly, on James, Lily, and Severus. Severus scrutinized the unfamiliar administrator with a quiet curiosity. Who, he wondered, was this individual? Chapter 96, Enrollment 3. As Severus's thoughts drifted, Professor McGonagall reappeared before them, her expression one of satisfaction as she regarded the neatly formed lines. "Follow me, and please remember to remain quiet," she instructed. In unison, the group nodded and replied affirmatively before dutifully trailing behind her, suppressing all other thoughts as they resolutely made their way toward the great hall. Griffin observed their retreating figures, momentarily lost in thought before closing the great door behind them. Severus glanced up at Dumbledore, who seemed more composed than in his previous life. However, he dared not scrutinize too closely, fearing to attract attention. In this life, he sought only to rectify certain matters. Even with Voldemort's absence, a weight lingered in his heart, reminiscent of a homesickness that made him uneasy. Professor McGonagall raised her hand, signaling the group to halt, then exchanged a meaningful glance with Dumbledore. Dumbledore rose with a warm smile, addressing the assembly. "Welcome, my children. Now Professor McGonagall will assist you with the sorting ceremony. We require a little helper for this occasion." He produced a rather worn magical hat. "Oh, Albus, do mind my appearance. Grasping my brim in such a manner is quite undignified." Suddenly, the previously silent hat opened its eyes, and its mouth-like slit emitted a raspy voice. Except for Severus. The other first years gasped in surprise, quickly silenced by Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. She stepped forward, cautiously taking the magical hat, and positioned herself beside a high stool. "New students whose names I call, please step forward. First up, Sterling Wilson." A somewhat tall boy approached anxiously. "No need to be nervous, my child." McGonagall reassured him as she placed the hat atop his head. The hat began to wiggle and chatter, Hey Albus, you ought to let me sing a new song first. These newcomers might not yet appreciate the greatness of our Hogwarts. Dumbledore chuckled in response. Oh, once the sorting is complete, you may perform your new piece. Very well. The hat conceded and began to sift through a portion of the boy's memories before decisively proclaiming, Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall then picked up the sorting hat, gesturing for the boy to depart. The hat protested once more. Oh, Minerva, please do not emulate that old fellow Albus, who only concerns himself with his paramour and daughter. You are an elegant witch. Do be gentle. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth as she replied, I shall take heed. Nevertheless, she continued to hold the tip of the hat with just 2 fingers, appearing quite exasperated. As names were called, the line of new students gradually dwindled. Lily Evans. Oh, it's my turn, Severus. Wish me luck. Lily's cheerful voice rang out, and before Severus could respond, she launched herself onto the platform like a small cannonball. She politely curtsied to Professor McGonagall, who smiled and nodded before placing the sorting hat upon her head. Oh, a brave witch indeed, yes, quite so. Gryffindor. The hat swiftly determined Lily's house. James, already seated at the Gryffindor table, immediately stood up, leading a fervent round of applause. He longed for Lily to sit beside him. It was regrettably improbable, as several students separated them. Severus Snape. Upon hearing his name, Severus instinctively cast a mental shield, his expression frozen as he ascended the stage. The moment the hat touched his head, it exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, a rather gifted young wizard. Hey, child, there's no need for such a mental barrier to keep your little secrets. It may dull your senses. However, I respect your choice. Very well, Slytherin. Off you go. You shall reap great rewards. Severus numbly nodded, expressionless as he bowed and walked toward the Slytherin table. Lucius, a 7th year, brightened at the sight. Beside him lay a drowsy girl, Nagini. Lucius nudged Nagini, saying, Nagini, he has arrived. Nagini, somewhat dazed, raised her head and met Severus's cold gaze, momentarily stunned, as if frozen by a spell. Yet, Severus paid them no mind, moving to take a seat at the far end of the table. At that moment, a few young wizards from Slytherin began to whisper, Prince, isn't he the one involved with a muggle child? Ah, why would such an accomplished pureblood wizard marry a muggle? What, you fancy him? Alas, he would not glance in your direction, you little fledgling. What nonsense are you spewing? How infuriating. Enough of the quarrels. We are Slytherin. Still, I'm curious what charm that muggle possesses to capture such a witch. All eyes subtly turned towards Severus, yet he, still encased in his mental barrier, remained oblivious to their remarks. Chapter 97, Doubt. Griffin Cleave patrolled the corridors. Although it was the first day of school, a few brave souls had already ventured forth to explore the castle. He instinctively touched his forehead, gazing at his reflection in the nearby armor, momentarily lost in thought. Soon, he regained his focus, leisurely walking down the dimly lit corridor with his lantern in hand. Griffin, well acquainted with Hogwarts, unfurled a tattered piece of parchment. With a flick of his wand, he declared, I solemnly swear I harbor no ill intent. Instantly, the parchment revealed a map, an intricate depiction of Hogwarts, adorned with footprints and their respective owners. The Marauder's map proved to be remarkably effective. Observing the series of footprints, Griffin chuckled resignedly. On the very first day of school, a nocturnal escapade beckoned him to discover which students dared to wander. At that moment, Griffin's visage radiated a carefree smile. Yet for those young wizards on the verge of being caught, it was a grin reminiscent of a demon. This corner of Hogwarts was the epitome of tranquility, so serene that even the ghosts refrained from venturing here. A blank portrait adorned the wall, when suddenly a head emerged from within. It belonged to a white-bearded old man, exuding an air of mischief. Ha ha ha! Fortunate am I for my cleverness in leaving this portrait frame behind. With that, he clambered out of the frame, which hung a considerable distance from the ground. His agility was remarkable. He executed a flawless 360-degree somersault before landing gracefully. Tobias adjusted his wizarding robes, now in a state of ethereal detachment, signifying that Merlin had returned in his own form. His appearance retained the benevolent visage of his former self. Ah, Obwart, my old friend, I have returned, he exclaimed with fervor. A gust of wind swept through the seemingly enclosed corridor, as if to welcome him back. Ah, it seems you are indeed glad to see me, Merlin chuckled, but in the next instant his smile froze. Disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed in a certain direction. Griffin had just entrusted several wayward young wizards to a patrolling professor and found himself once more in a quiet, portrait-less corner. He unfurled the parchment to inspect anew. The map revealed no footprints, yet 2 names suddenly appeared, Merlin Ambrosius and Salazar Slytherin. How is this possible? He pondered incredulously. It was a time when his parents had just begun their journey at Hogwarts. So why did two names from millennium ago surface? Griffin, indeed. He was the battle-hardened Harry Potter, who had triumphed in a life-and-death struggle, yet had lost so much in the process. He shook off his momentary stupor, propelled by urgency towards those names. The map indicated that Merlin was swiftly approaching Salazar Slytherin. His curiosity was insatiable. A feeling deep within him suggested that perhaps upon meeting those two figures, a chance to return awaited him. While the prospect of encountering his youthful parents filled him with joy, he was acutely aware that his own world still called for him. He would carry forth Professor Dumbledore's legacy, striving to restore brilliance to his realm. As he glanced at the map once more, astonishment washed over him. One name had vanished. Griffin realized, perplexed, that despite the figure remaining stationary, the name had inexplicably disappeared, as if erased by an unseen hand. Driven by curiosity, he pressed onward toward the indicated location. On the other side, Merlin found himself bereft of familiar sense, lost in a state of disarray. Much like a pitiful young creature whose sense of smell has failed. He spun in circles, dazed and bewildered. "Teacher, is that you?" Merlin called out with a tinge of sadness. "Who is there?" Just as despair cloaked him, a deep voice resonated nearby. He turned to see a man with a scruffy beard standing there, holding a lantern in his hand. Upon catching the man's attention, Griffin became increasingly animated, repeatedly verifying the name inscribed on the parchment. His entire being trembled with overwhelming excitement. "Oh, Merlin, could it be that I am not mistaken?" A flush of color appeared on Griffin's pale face. Merlin, caught off guard by his momentary stupor, scrutinized the man before him in disbelief. It seemed as though this stranger recognized him. "No, that cannot be," Merlin pondered, recalling the multitude of personas he had donned in his past life, when few could discern his true identity at a glance. "Perhaps I am misinterpreting the situation. Oh, ahem, you did not see me, understood?" With that, Merlin prepared to slip into a nearby picture frame. Griffin immediately interjected, urging, "Please, wait a moment." Merlin halted, curiously regarding the weathered individual before him. Despite the absence of potions or transfiguration, the man appeared to be quite youthful. What could he have endured? Merlin Ambrosius. Ah, this young man ought to take better care of himself. "It seems you are aware of my identity," Merlin remarked, shedding his reticence. Griffin nodded fervently. Inching closer as he spoke, "I am Harry Potter. Are you truly Merlin?" Chapter 98. Hogwarts is my home. Merlin regarded Harry Potter with intrigue. The young man was undoubtedly of mixed blood and bore the surname Potter. It was unexpected that the once pure-blooded Potters had produced a half-blood descendant. Today, it seemed a new student named James Potter had enrolled. "You must be the new caretaker. Then, Griffin Cleave is your alias." Harry nodded and replied, "Yes. If you are indeed the legendary Merlin, could you assist me in returning to the future? I inadvertently arrived in this world." Throughout Harry's speech, Merlin maintained his gaze on the young man's eyes, and through that window to his soul, he discerned the truth in Harry's words. Raising his gaze slightly, he perceived a shadowy aura hidden beneath Harry's wild hair. "You survived the killing curse. I cannot determine whether you are fortunate or unfortunate." Merlin refrained from answering Harry directly. In truth, he was unable to help Harry return to his own timeline. Although Hogwarts had awakened, it lacked the requisite energy to actively open a time tunnel, let alone return him precisely to the moment he had departed. Such a task was evidently formidable. Harry's expression dimmed, and he gazed at Merlin with a hint of despondency. "James Potter is my father. I fell into this temporal rift by accident while attempting to use Hermione's time turner to return to the past. However, the time turner malfunctioned. Subsequently, I applied for the position of caretaker at Hogwarts." "Are you a ghost?" Merlin regarded his own essence and chuckled. "Oh, I may be a notch above those specters." Harry nodded. "Truly, cannot you assist me?" Merlin replied, "Child, perhaps this is your opportunity. Hogwarts is far more wondrous than you can imagine. Since you are here, you might as well stay comfortably. When the time is right, someone will send you back." Harry lowered his head in silence. Merlin wished to comfort him, yet he struggled even in his interactions with his own son, leaving him at a loss for words. Moreover, he needed to unravel a mystery. Why had he sensed the teacher's presence just moments ago? Noticing that Merlin seemed about to depart, Harry quickly called out, "Can you truly not assist me? Might that gentleman from Slytherin be able to help?" After posing the question, he immediately dismissed the thought, saying, "It's impossible. They all say Slytherin is a dark wizard." "Who uttered such nonsense?" Merlin exclaimed, his anger flaring. He would not tolerate anyone tarnishing the reputation of his esteemed mentor. He spoke with utmost seriousness. "He is undoubtedly the greatest wizard. Without him, the wizarding world would likely have perished long ago." Merlin's words were no exaggeration. The brutal purge by the church was not something an ordinary wizard could withstand. Hogwarts had once been a sanctuary for the survivors of the wizarding community, and the wars they faced were no less savage than those in the Muggle world. It was precisely because he bore witness to such harrowing past that he endeavored to foster a good relationship with Muggles. His aim was not merely to protect them, but to prevent the recurrence of war. Wait, why did he mention the teacher's name? Merlin, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, "Why did you mention the teacher's name?" Harry picked up the parchment in his hand and replied, "Because his name just appeared on the Marauder's map." "The Marauder's map? May I see it?" "Of course," Harry said without hesitation, handing it over. As Merlin unfolded it, he found it completely blank, devoid of any writing. He cast a puzzled glance at Harry. In a hurry, Harry drew his wand and tapped the map, declaring, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, the map revealed itself, and their names began to float upon its surface. "Oh, this is quite an impressive magical artifact. The creator of this map possesses remarkable skill in enchantment," Merlin marveled, examining it closely, yet he did not see the name he sought. He sighed, pondering whether the teacher was deliberately evading him. Noticing Merlin's sigh, Harry shifted the topic, asking, "You mentioned the teacher. Were you also a student at Hogwarts?" "Indeed," Merlin replied. "I was the finest student in Slytherin." "Ah yes, several professors praised me thus. Except for that disheveled Gryffindor professor who claimed I would explode a cauldron, just like the teacher." After a brief pause, he continued, "While my potion-making skills may not rival those of the Gryffindor professor, I certainly have not blown up a cauldron like the teacher." "Oh dear, I've said too much. Just be patient. Hogwarts will personally see to your return." Harry, puzzled, asked, "Hogwarts?" Merlin, noticing the bewilderment in his expression, chuckled, "Child, Hogwarts is alive. It cherishes every wizard and loves this world." Harry's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "We love it too. Hogwarts is our home." Merlin, who had intended to leave, found himself deeply appreciative of Harry's words. It may be a consequence of aging, but he has become particularly verbose lately. He surprisingly assumed the role of a spiritual mentor, engaging in heartfelt conversations with Harry. Since Harry arrived in this world, he had kept his guard up, even employing the mental blocking charm in the presence of Professor Dumbledore. However, upon encountering Merlin, a legendary figure in the wizarding world, perhaps due to his desire to unwind, he found himself divulging everything. Merlin had thoughtfully established a protective barrier to ensure their privacy, and after dispensing his words of wisdom, he felt compelled to sneak a glance at his son's situation. As they bid farewell, Merlin advised, "Do not disclose our existence to others, especially concerning the child. Your suffering has come to an end." Harry nodded in acknowledgement as he watched Merlin vanish within the portrait frame. Chapter 99. He is merely a concerned father. After parting ways with Harry, Merlin was suddenly filled with joy, for someone had just confirmed a remarkable truth. His mentor might still be alive, residing within Hogwarts. This was undoubtedly splendid news. Traversing through the portraits, he arrived at the Slytherin common room, which was notably quiet, as the Slytherin children had evidently settled down for the night. However, Merlin doubted that Severus would retire to bed so early. He had brought along 2 cauldrons in his luggage, and knowing this potion enthusiast, he surmised that Severus was likely still engrossed in his studies, possibly concocting potions in his own quarters. Hogwarts had informed him that this child was all alone in his dormitory, which was ideal as it meant no interruptions while he brewed potions. Quietly floating inside, he observed his dutiful son fervently brewing potions. The scent wafting through the air quickly revealed the nature of his work: Wolfsbane potion, a remedy designed to counteract lycanthropic afflictions. Curiously, Merlin pondered why his son was brewing Wolfsbane. Severus was diligently preparing an improved version of the Wolfsbane potion from his past life. Yet he faced a dilemma: how to persuade Remus to become his test subject. "This is simple," Merlin mused. "Just tell him, 'Hey, I can brew Wolfsbane. Are you brave enough to drink it?' If I were a werewolf, I would certainly agree. Otherwise, transforming under the full moon could lead to unintended exposures." Intrigued, Merlin leaned in closer. The vial of Wolfsbane was undeniably impressive, exhibiting superb quality. Yet, judging by his son's expression, he appeared somewhat dissatisfied. This pursuit of perfection made Merlin, as a father, feel a tinge of embarrassment. Being in an invisible state allowed him to observe without fear of being discovered by his son. Glancing at the notes on the table, he couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the name inscribed upon them. "Huh, the Half-Blood Prince. My dear son seems to be a tad melodramatic. Alas, what can I say? Your father was not as fortunate as your mother. I regret that I have not provided you with more." Previously, Merlin had not had the opportunity to peruse his son's treasured notes, but now, he realized that his child was indeed a prodigy. He had even created some unique spells, Splendid. Truly, he was the son of Merlin. After tidying up the cauldrons and potions, Severus washed up and then retired to bed. Merlin once again found himself internally lamenting. Oh, Merlin, are you truly treating yourself as refuse, young man? Are you not afraid that one day, in a careless moment, you might lose that lustrous, ebony mane of yours? Quite unacceptable indeed. No, tomorrow I shall remind this boy with a double-sided mirror. He must tend himself with proper bathing products. After venting his thoughts, he gently tucked Severus in before feeling reassured enough to leave the child's room. Eileen sat cross-legged in meditation. Even though she had reincarnated as a witch in this life, she did not neglect her practice. To her, sleeping was merely a waste of time. Why not meditate if one had the opportunity? Sensing Merlin's return, Eileen did not open her eyes, but smiled and inquired, I thought you intended to remain by Severus's side indefinitely. Merlin returned to his corporeal form, once again Tobias. He stretched his stiff limbs and replied, Severus is no mere child. He is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Eileen opened her eyes and teased, Yet, I wonder which old father is so restless about his son that he has chosen to leave his body and venture to Hogwarts to safeguard him. Ahem. Tobias cleared his throat awkwardly. That would be me. However, I must now concede that our child is indeed extraordinary. I only hope he has managed to overcome the shadows of his past. Reincarnation with memories does not guarantee a life filled solely with joy, unlike us. Eileen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Severus's aura is quite complex. He knows Lily, which implies he may have returned to his childhood. If I am not mistaken, this world was not meant to be so carefree. Perhaps Severus's parents did not care for him as deeply as we do, or worse, we might be two short-lived souls. Tobias wholeheartedly endorsed Eileen's musings. He had already gathered some insights about Hogwarts. However, Hogwarts had only recently awakened, and, in its efforts to maintain stability within the realm, had lost much of its memory. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some information. The wizarding world had witnessed the emergence of a second Dark Lord, and Severus had inadvertently aligned himself with that madman. As Eileen had surmised, they were indeed a pair of short-lived beings, and Severus, bereft of support, was in a dire situation. That Dark Lord had even gone so far as to split his soul and create Horcruxes, undergoing a profound transformation in both character and appearance. Beyond that, the details remained unclear. However, Hogwarts had mentioned that the Dark Lord was ultimately vanquished by a young wizard, someone named Harry Potter, if memory serves correctly. Eileen, observing Tobias deep in thought, chose not to disturb him, but waited patiently until he suddenly widened his eyes and murmured, Harry Potter, I saw Harry Potter today. What? Could this rare individual possibly harm Severus? A hint of menace flickered across Eileen's face. Tobias hastily clarified. No. I mean to say that I saw the Child of Destiny at Hogwarts today. Upon hearing the phrase Child of Destiny, Eileen furrowed her brow. I recall Hogwarts mentioning that this world's Child of Destiny has yet to be born. Tobias responded. He claimed he arrived here by accident. I have observed him. The child bears no visible wounds, but one cannot say if his inability to return to his original timeline might lead to unforeseen consequences. Eileen nodded, recalling her past life as a cultivator, during which she devoted herself to her practice, yet came across various bizarre theories. She distinctly remembered a particular notion within Buddhist cultivation regarding the concept of 3,000 worlds. Thus, she boldly speculated that this realm might be fragmented into numerous subworlds. Her conviction that this world was the primary one stemmed from the awakening of its heavenly Tao. It was evident that the fated child of the subworld had been drawn here due to this awakening. This heralded the rise of the primary world. In the past, Eileen would not have concerned herself with the awakening of the primary world, but circumstances were different now, for her beloved and child resided within this realm. With this thought, Eileen smiled and shared her musings with Tobias. Upon hearing her, Tobias recalled the sudden appearance of his mentor and wondered if it was influenced by Hogwarts. His eyes sparkled with realization. This could signify an opportunity to reunite with his teachers and professors. Ah, indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. This confirms that the presence I sensed from my mentor tonight was not merely a dream. Observing Tobias's excitement, Eileen felt a surge of joy for him. She too would be ecstatic at the prospect of reuniting with departed loved ones. It seems we ought to assist Hogwarts. Only through its strength can this world achieve stability. Allowing you to reconnect with your mentor, Eileen emphasized, hitting the nail on the head. Tobias, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced his wife, showering her with fervent kisses, and exuberantly praised her. Indeed, you are right. Even if we cannot meet the mentor, we must stabilize this world for the sake of our son. Eileen nodded and continued. With Hogwarts awakening, the primary world will tirelessly strive to absorb the imminent collapse of subworlds. Perhaps, after millions of years, it will integrate all subworlds. However, we are currently in the most challenging phase. It is likely that more outsiders will emerge, and even individuals from the primary world may traverse into the subworlds. Then we must diligently nurture every child. Once they become strong, we need not fear malicious outsiders, nor dread venturing into perilous subworlds, Tobias remarked. Eileen agreed, and the couple deliberated for a while before deciding to consult Alvin on how to swiftly elevate the standards of the entire wizarding community. As for the Muggle world, they felt it was beyond their reach. Moreover, the awakened heavenly Tao had transformed into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, indicating that the development of the wizarding world would ultimately stabilize this realm. Only then could their descendants continue to live in peace. Alvin opened the two-way mirror, greeted by the sight of his master, who smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Alvin, let us be succinct. Do you recall the man in black? Eileen inquired directly. Alvin responded, Are you referring to Voldemort? I am perplexed. Despite having become your disciple and successfully enacting reforms, that fellow still seems to exist, even controlling the Gaunt family. Oh, it appears I must first commend you. Alvin, your caution is indeed wise. One must always remain vigilant in times of peace. For he is you, and you may regard him as your inner demon. This time, I wish to inform you that another fated child has also emerged. Alvin, with a look of disbelief, inquired, Who is it? Where is he? Eileen relayed to Alvin all that Tobias had discovered, sharing some insights about the main world and the subworlds. Although Alvin was taken aback, he was no longer a child. He quickly grasped the meaning behind his master's words. He began to share some of his own findings with Eileen. Master, during my recent meditations, I sensed an increase in the spiritual energy in the air. Perhaps this is due to the appearance of that Harry Potter. So you too have noticed. We must protect that child of destiny. It would be best to gather more information about the future, as this would aid in expediting Hogwarts growth. Eileen replied thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Alvin stated, I will inform my subordinates and ask their children to keep a close watch on the happenings at Hogwarts. While Alvin understood the differences among his masters, he was acutely aware that an individual's energy was finite. Rather than waiting for irreversible circumstances to arise, it was wiser to intensify efforts now and seize every opportunity. Eileen admired, My disciple, you have indeed matured. With a smile, Alvin reassured, Master, rest assured. I shall not repeat past mistakes. He swiftly ended the communication and began preparations without delay. Eileen and Tobias, too, would not remain idle. They needed to take action as well, perhaps even have a heartfelt conversation with their son. Once they connected all the dots, they could uncover better strategies to stabilize their world. Chapter 101, Resolve. The worries of adults were not for children to bear, at least not at this moment. As dawn broke, groups of children chattered and stirred, awakening the entirety of Hogwarts. The sunlight cascaded upon them, warming the hearts of all who beheld it. Severus entered the hall with familiar ease, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the Gryffindor table. Yet he did not spot Lily or her companions. He had arrived somewhat early. Even among the Slytherins, only a few upperclassmen were present, including Lucius and a rather listless Nagini. Hey Nagini, you must eat more, Lucius urged, playing the role of a dutiful caretaker, coaxing the lethargic Nagini. She turned her head away, disinterested in the food, her appetite inexplicably absent. Just then, she caught sight of Severus approaching, her delicate nostrils twitching as she detected his scent, suddenly invigorated. After Severus took a seat, Nagini unexpectedly rose and, under Lucius's alarmed gaze, positioned herself across from him. She sat silently, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on him, making it impossible for Severus to ignore her presence. I have made myself clear before. I do not know you. Furthermore, as a mere human, how could you possibly bite someone? Severus said coldly. Even though he was aware that Nagini was indeed the serpent, he no longer harbored unwarranted animosity towards her. After all, in this life, he should not harbor hatred for anyone, including the exceedingly foolish Potter. Nagini remained silent, obediently indulging in her breakfast, seemingly regaining her delightful appetite due to the presence of Severus seated across from her. Observing her lack of movement, Severus chose to ignore her. At that moment, an increasing number of individuals flooded into the hall, and Griffin, resting at the entrance, felt a surge of energy. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he could not help but gaze at the radiant figure before him. Ah, Mother is indeed stunning, even more beautiful than in the photographs, Griffin mused. Lily, oblivious to Griffin's gaze, joyfully followed the throng into the hall. Not far behind her, James Potter paused, retrieving a mirror from within his robes to meticulously groom his hairstyle before proceeding inside. Unbeknownst to him, Griffin wore a knowing smile at the door, pondering how his father had evidently fallen for his mother at first sight. Although his understanding was limited, the James from the previous night had not exhibited such meticulousness. Unobtrusively watching as he almost adhered to Lily's side, Griffin felt a swell of happiness. However, his attention soon shifted to Severus, who exuded an air of cool detachment. Oh, how could he forget that Professor Snape was indeed his father's rival? Under the weight of this revelation, Griffin cast a few more glances. He was taken aback to discover that Professor Snape had been quite handsome in his youth. It seemed that his father would need to exert more effort in courting his mother. After a night of patrol, Griffin ought to have rested well that morning. But having witnessed his parents the night before, he resolved not to miss any opportunity to see them again. Suddenly, a bloodied ghost emerged from the wall beside him. It was the resident ghost of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron, with hollow eyes and a gaunt face, his vintage robes stained with silver streaks of blood. The entire apparition emanated an aura of foreboding. Griffin held no fondness for the Bloody Baron. Aware that he had killed Helena Ravenclaw in a fit of unrequited love and subsequently succumbed to despair, he had been a madman in life. Sensing Griffin's gaze, the Bloody Baron turned to meet his eyes, his hollow, orbs devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At Hogwarts, ghosts roamed freely, yet they seldom appeared during the day, primarily due to their disdain for the mischief of Peeves. However, in recent years, Peeves had transformed, seemingly no longer causing trouble. Additionally, the energy within Hogwarts had intensified, allowing ghosts to venture out during daylight. Noticing the Bloody Baron acknowledging him, Griffin instinctively spoke, "Hello, sir. I am the new caretaker." The Bloody Baron scrutinized Griffin for a prolonged moment before suddenly declaring, "You are fortunate." With that, he vanished into thin air. Griffin stood momentarily bewildered, yet he concurred with the ghost's assertion. He truly was fortunate. Despite his past hardships, the ability to see those he longed for rendered all previous trials inconsequential. With one last, heartfelt glance toward Lily and James, Griffin quietly departed from the hall. When everyone else was preoccupied, he seized the opportunity to seek an audience with Merlin. Perhaps this time he could glean some information about the circumstances here, ideally nipping Voldemort's threat in the bud. Chapter 102, Special. Upon arriving at the corridor on the 8th floor, Griffin glanced at the tapestry of the Room of Requirement before delving deeper. He approached a suit of armor and gently rapped his wand 3 times. Before him, a new corridor materialized, and after a moment of astonishment, he ventured inside. This corridor contained nothing but a singular picture frame. Griffin stepped before the frame and lightly tapped it, a familiar voice emanating from within. "Just a moment. I'll be right there." The ethereal Merlin was currently engrossed in organizing his books, seeking further knowledge about the laws of time. Upon hearing the tapping, he transformed into a benevolent old man, peering out of the frame and floating forth like a specter. "Ah, child, why the haste to seek me?" Merlin inquired gently. Griffin had approached with a tentative mindset, yet he found himself face to face with the enigmatic elder once more. Although he had come to accept that this was indeed Merlin, a sense of insecurity lingered within him. This could be attributed to his upbringing, devoid of a warm home and filled instead with family members who viewed him with disdain and fear. Even during his time at Hogwarts, his life remained tumultuous. Trials and dangers seemed to ensnare him in a vast web, leaving him without freedom. Yet now, he bore no resentment towards those individuals. He even felt gratitude towards his aunt's family. Most importantly, he was grateful to the one who had brought him to this time and place. "Can I change the future?" Griffin asked, his heart racing with apprehension. Merlin, perceiving his unease and recalling the discussions held at Hogwarts, could not help but frown. He did not believe the wizarding world had deteriorated to the point of requiring a mere child to serve as its savior. "Look at this poor boy. Who would believe that this bearded youth is still not yet 20? He spoke to Griffin with even greater gentleness. "Your arrival in this timeline signifies a shift has already occurred. However, dear child, what you have endured may be unalterable. Yet, the future of this world is brimming with infinite possibilities." Griffin paused, bewildered. "I don't understand. Is this not my world?" "Yes, and yet no. From this moment forth, you must learn much more, for upon your return, you shall face numerous challenges." Griffin remained somewhat perplexed by Merlin's words. Yet he understood that he would soon confront significant matters upon his return. "All right, thank you, Mr. Ambrosius." Merlin smiled, replying, "You may call me teacher. Remember, only by strengthening yourself can you confront all adversities." Griffin nodded earnestly. He was never one to shirk from hard work. Otherwise, no matter how meticulously Dumbledore had planned his training, he would never stand a chance against Voldemort. Thus, Merlin devised a detailed curriculum for Griffin, launching him back into the rigors of academic life. Naturally, Merlin would ensure a balance between work and rest. He had no desire for his student to overexert himself. Griffin embarked on a life characterized by daytime study and nocturnal vigilance. Initially, the demands were truly exhausting. However, the sight of his youthful parents motivated him to persevere. Regardless of his fatigue, Severus had begun to completely disregard Nagini, who sat opposite him. After all, she was not like his capricious father, and he merely needed to treat her as an ordinary classmate. Lucius, seated nearby, found himself at a loss for words, as curious glances from those around them fixated on their peculiar trio. The identity of Nagini was well known among the Slytherin students. After all, the esteemed Professor Scamander occasionally expressed concern and affection toward her, embodying the image of a benevolent patriarch. The little princess of the Scamander family inspired unwavering belief in her capabilities. The pure-blood peacocks had previously attempted to curry favor with her, yet apart from Lucius, the butler, none could approach Nagini. Now, with the emergence of a unique circumstance, their jealousy was understandable. Most troubling was the audacity of this half-blood to disregard Nagini entirely. Calmly dining, Severus remained indifferent to the opinions of others. He lifted his gaze toward the Gryffindor table and, upon spotting the pale-faced Remus, rose abruptly and approached. The Gryffindor table was known for its raucous atmosphere. James was currently so engrossed in serving food to Lily that he scarcely had time to converse with his friends. "Lily, try this, and this too," he exclaimed, fervently piling her plate with every dish, oblivious to his own hunger. Lily, genuinely fatigued, was a naturally talkative person, but the incessant chatter of a boy in her ear was overwhelming. "I have hands, thank you." She politely declined James's well-meaning offers. As James prepared to say more, he witnessed Lily rise joyfully. "Severus, are you here to see me? Shall we head to the library to study and complete our assignments together?" This overt shift in Lily's demeanor caused James's face to flush slightly. Severus smiled at Lily, shook his head, and then turned to Remus, stating, "I would like to ask Mr. Lupin for a favor. I am currently researching a new potion, and perhaps you might be willing to assist me." Upon hearing Severus's proposition, astonishment spread among the onlookers. Remus gazed at Severus, confusion etched on his face. He sensed the kindness in Severus's request, but could not fathom why a newly arrived Slytherin would seek the help of a fellow first-year Gryffindor in potion studies. Remus offered a gentle smile and replied, "We have only just begun our studies. Although Professor Slughorn awarded me an E, I doubt my ability to assist you." Once Remus finished speaking, Severus merely handed him a note, saying, "This is the potion I intend to research. In fact, it has already been successful. If you find it intriguing, come seek me a week before the full moon." With that, he turned to Lily and inquired, "Lily, have you written to your sister?" Upon hearing this, Lily's smile instantly vanished. Clutching her head, she lamented, "Oh no, I've completely forgotten. Severus, thank you for the reminder. I shall write it immediately." With that, she hurriedly dashed out, while Severus called after her, "Don't forget the gift of apology." "All right, I understand. Thank you, Severus," she replied. Lily ran with a speed that rivaled the boys, having become well acquainted with the route back to the Gryffindor common room in recent days. She felt compelled to write the letter with the urgency of a sprint, ensuring it would reach the owls at their most alert to deliver this crucial correspondence. James, the mischievous rogue, had intended to teach Severus a lesson, but found his efforts disregarded as Severus simply walked away. Frustrated, he seethed inwardly. Meanwhile, Remus unfolded a note and was left utterly speechless. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he tucked the note away and joined Sirius and Peter in venting their frustrations to James. In recent days, Remus had been tormented by the revelation of his secret. The fact that he was a werewolf was supposed to be known only to Professor Dumbledore. Even James and the others were oblivious to his truth. Fear gripped him, fear of his close friends discovering this secret, fear of losing their companionship, and fear of jeopardizing his chance to study at Hogwarts. Initially, he had wished to remain distant, feeling unworthy of the light while trapped in his own mire. Yet, once drawn into the illumination, he found himself reluctant to return to the shadows. Professor Dumbledore had advised him to feign illness and seclude himself in the shrieking shack during the full moon, assuring him that enduring it would suffice. However, now, a person he had only just met had invited him to seek them out before the next full moon. The potion's name inscribed on the note was glaringly conspicuous: Wolfsbane Potion. Was it not a blatant revelation of his true nature as a werewolf? In recent days, Remus had been so anxious that he struggled to communicate with those around him. A painful blister had even formed at the corner of his mouth, stinging with every touch. Peter, observing Remus's distracted demeanor, felt a surge of concern. Just days prior, Remus had seemed perfectly fine, but now he was unable to concentrate in class, let alone complete assignments, resulting in a string of barely passing grades. Remus, you appear unwell. Is something troubling you? Do you need our assistance? Peter inquired, sensing his friend's distress. Although he doubted his own ability to help, he was confident that James and Sirius could provide support. Despite Sirius having a minor conflict with his family over joining Gryffindor, he remained the eldest son of the Black family. Finally, snapping back to reality, Remus met Peter's concerned gaze and managed a faint smile, albeit somewhat pallid. It's nothing. You know, my health has always been rather fragile. Peter nodded and remarked, Severus's mother hails from the Prince estate. While the princes may not possess the same renowned legacy in potion making as the Potters, I've heard they have produced quite a few talented potion masters. Perhaps he truly has the capability to assist you. Why not agree to be his assistant? Remus paused slightly, realizing that the four of them had been inseparable these past few days. Was it possible that James and Sirius were absent today, which emboldened Peter to mention Severus? He had noticed the two exchanging notes last time, but out of respect, he chose not to comment. Tentatively, Remus replied, but James seems rather disinclined towards Snape. Isn't that potion supposed to help you? Peter inquired. Remus was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Peter immediately grinned, then go for it. It will also allow you to gather intelligence for James. Seeing Remus still lost in thought, Peter continued, we all know James has a fondness for Evans. It seems she shares a close bond with Snape. You could establish a rapport with Snape. It might cure your ailment and provide insights into their relationship. Just then, James and Sirius approached, overhearing Peter's words. Peter's right, Remus. You must help me find out more. James exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Remus turned in surprise to see the exuberant James and, with a resigned nod, agreed. All right, I suppose there's no arguing with you. Oh, Merlin, Remus, you truly are my steadfast brother, James exclaimed, throwing his arms around Remus's neck, his face aglow with delight, as if he were on the verge of marrying Lily. Chapter 104, Wolfsbane Potion. Having resolved himself, Remus sought out Snape. Without preamble, he spoke directly, I am willing, Severus. But what must I offer in return? Snape was taken aback by Remus's early approach, replying, if memory serves, the full moon is still several days away. Remus sheepishly scratched his head, glancing around nervously. I am somewhat concerned. Since I am here, I am not jesting. Nodding, Remus declared, I trust you. Severus nodded in return, follow me. With a flick of his robes, he strode forward. After a few paces, he turned to see Remus lagging behind and urged, if you do not hurry, I shall take your silence as a refusal. Remus quickly caught up. Once they had departed, three figures emerged from around the corner, peering curiously at the retreating duo. James scoffed, look at that. The snotty one walks like a gloomy bat. Sirius suddenly interjected with an odd remark. No, he resembles my mother. Peter, taken aback, exclaimed, Sirius, you cough. Like my mother, Sirius, and likely just as verbose, Sirius awkwardly admitted. James interrupted their banter. Let us follow them. Who knows if that snotty one might bully Remus. As the three prepared to pursue, they were halted by a figure blocking their path. They instinctively looked up, and upon seeing the face of the caretaker, Gryffindor, they froze in place. No questions asked. It was a reflexive reaction from being caught during their nightly escapades. Wait, it wasn't curfew yet. Why should they be afraid? James was the first to react, greeting with a smile. Hello, Mr. Griffin. May I inquire what brings you to us? Griffin glanced at the three, though his gaze predominantly lingered on James, and with a smile remarked, Professor McGonagall is looking for you. I trust you haven't forgotten your service hours? Upon hearing this, the expressions of James and the others immediately fell, and they collectively shook their heads, replying, we haven't forgotten. Suppressing a laugh, Griffin urged, then let us make haste. The three, feeling rather dejected, followed the chuckling Griffin to the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, Remus trailed behind Severus, avoiding the crowd as they ascended to the 8th floor, where he beheld the tapestry. Surveying the surroundings, he was puzzled by the absence of a door and asked, why are we here? It seems there are no empty classrooms. Severus offered little explanation, simply stating, continue to follow me. We are seeking a potions classroom. Understood? Remus nodded in confusion, obediently trailing Severus in circles. And as he contemplated the potions classroom, he was astonished when they entered a door that appeared suddenly. Upon entering the room, lined with shelves, he gasped. What is this place? Severus replied, this is the room of requirement, as my mother informed me. Now, let us address the matter at hand. To reassure you, I will provide you with my current potion. You must consume it before the full moon, but I need to be present to document your reaction. Listening to Severus's explanation, Remus's eyes filled with uncertainty as he cautiously inquired, "How did you know I am a werewolf?" "Fear not. I shall not disclose your condition. I am assisting you solely to refine the wolfsbane potion. Once successful, I will brew it for you free of charge for the rest of your life. Although you will need to supply your own ingredients once you are able to work." Despite Severus's tone being rather cold, to Remus, it was nothing short of heavenly music. Tears welled in his eyes. He knew he shouldn't cry, yet he found it impossible to hold back. Seeing Remus on the verge of tears, Severus handed him a vial of the wolfsbane potion, stating, "This is for this month. Do not misplace it." Remus struggled to contain his tears, trembling as he grasped the vial tightly. Though still a child, Remus understood the immense value of potions, especially one so rare and unavailable in the market. Thank you, Severus. I am willing. I am very willing to be your test subject." "Oh, Merlin, you are the greatest wizard." Remus stumbled over his words, at a loss for how to express his gratitude. In that moment, he regarded Severus and Dumbledore as equals. Severus twitched the corner of his mouth. He was somewhat unaccustomed to this side of Remus. Upon reflection, he felt those painful memories slowly dissipating, and he couldn't help but let a slight smile escape. "Be careful not to reveal anything. Remember to take it a week before the full moon," Severus reminded once more. Remus nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude several times before joyfully returning to the Gryffindor common room with a vial of potion in hand. Chapter 105, The Astonished Dumbledore. On the night of the full moon, Dumbledore sought out Remus ahead of schedule, as he felt it necessary to personally escort him to the Shrieking Shack. After all, the Whomping Willow was not particularly accommodating. A careless mishap could result in harm to his student, and Dumbledore had initially intended to assist the unfortunate boy. Should anything untoward happen to Remus, he would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Upon arriving to meet Remus, he noticed the latter's unease. Remus was uncertain whether he should disclose to Professor Dumbledore the nature of his arrangement with Snape. As he pondered this, he looked up to find Severus already waiting ahead. Remus stared in astonishment, cautiously glancing at Professor Dumbledore, who appeared equally taken aback. "Oh, my boy, why are you not in the Great Hall for dinner?" Dumbledore quickly regained his composure. Severus, not one to beat around the bush, directly inquired, "Have you taken it?" Dumbledore was momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, Remus stammered, I did." Snape nodded and continued, "How do you feel now? Dizziness? Any weakness in your body?" Remus shook his head. Originally, Severus intended to check in with him daily, but he refrained from drawing too much attention. Hence the inquiry came now. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed." "Where to? The Shrieking Shack or the Room of Requirement?" "Never mind, let it be the shack," Severus declared, leading the way. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, but refrained from calling Severus back, instead following closely behind with Remus. However, he had come to understand that Eileen's son seemed to be aware of Remus's lycanthropy and might have concocted a potion to assist him. Dumbledore was aware that many potion recipes were incomplete. He had heard tales of potions beneficial to werewolves, but these remained merely legends, with no wizard having succeeded in their creation thus far. Could it be that Prince had emerged as a genius in potion-making? At that moment, rather than Dumbledore leading the two youths, it was more accurate to say that Severus was guiding an elder and a younger individual to the Shrieking Shack. Upon witnessing the large iron cage within the shack, Severus once again twitched his lips and remarked, "Professor Dumbledore, Lupin is merely a werewolf, not a dog. This is unnecessary. With you and me watching, there should be no issue." Dumbledore still felt a twinge of concern, although he suspected Severus had given Remus the wolfsbane potion. He had to exercise caution, given Severus's youth. Remus, feeling somewhat anxious, expressed, "Perhaps it would be better to confine me after all." Severus shot him a skeptical glance and retorted, "You doubt the efficacy of my wolfsbane potion, even though I too believe it requires further refinement." "The wolfsbane potion. It seems we have much to anticipate when the moon rises," Dumbledore said with a smile. Severus remained silent, pulling a notebook from his pocket. This is not the reimagined tale of the hybrid prince, but rather a new volume dedicated to the study of wolfsbane. Amidst Remus's apprehension, the round moon finally ascended, casting its glow through the dilapidated windows of the Shrieking Shack. "What are we waiting for? Look at the moon. It's quite bright tonight," Severus jested, though his tone resonated with an unsettling quality. Remus nodded, striving to suppress the fear within him, stiffly turning to gaze outside. "Indeed, the moon is exceptionally round," he exclaimed. "Now begin responding to my inquiries. What sensations are coursing through your body? Is there any pain or warmth?" Remus instinctively replied, "My heart is racing, and I feel somewhat warm. My head is a bit dizzy." "Excellent. Continue. Are there any other reactions?" Severus pressed on. "It hurts significantly, It feels as if my bones are about to fracture. Remus's expression began to contort into a grimace, prompting Dumbledore to ready his wand. Severus nodded and stated, "Next time, we must find a way to alleviate your pain." No sooner had he spoken than Remus completed his transformation, staring blankly at his claws before turning incredulously to Severus. Dumbledore's tension escalated, yet Severus calmly inquired, "Why are you looking at me? Proceed. What sensations do you feel now?" Remus attempted to speak, but all that escaped his lips was a wolf's howl. He could only shake his head innocently, indicating that he was in good condition. Severus swiftly jotted down in his notebook, "Post-transformation, no pain. However, speech is inarticulate." Upon finishing, he rose and approached Remus, first examining the thrice enlarged muscles of his arms. After a thorough observation, he positioned himself in front of Remus, extending his own arm, asking, "Do you feel any urge to bite me?" Remus vigorously shook his head. Dumbledore was genuinely astonished, and a sincere smile illuminated his face, reminiscent of the joy he felt upon the birth of his daughter. "Oh, Merlin, Mr. Snape, I must concede that you are indeed a remarkable prince." Severus continued to focus on his notes, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor. However, I must take my leave now. As you know, inspiration has struck, and I must seize it." With that, he departed the shrieking shack under the eager gazes of the two. Chapter 106, A Gradual Advance. The following morning, Nagini surveyed her surroundings, but did not spot the familiar figure, instantly losing all appetite. Even her favorite lamb chops failed to stir a semblance of hunger. Lucius, exasperated, hurried to report to Newt. After all, he could not simply venture into the first-year student's dormitory to fetch someone, could he? Newt was genuinely surprised by Nagini's state. Her lack of appetite was rather exaggerated. After all, he had grown older, and his relationship with Sucho was one of steady affection. Who knew if he might not depart this world before her? He approached Nagini with a smile, asking Nagini, "Why aren't you eating properly?" Just as she was about to respond, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Severus strode into the hall with purpose, meeting the fervent gazes of the Slytherins. A slight furrow formed on his brow. He couldn't help but wonder if he had inadvertently offended anyone recently. He was acutely aware of his sharp tongue, yet the members of Slytherin were adept in the art of rhetoric. Instinctively, he glanced at Lucius, though they had yet to engage in any profound dialogue in this lifetime. Lucius noticed Severus's inquiring gaze and promptly shifted his attention towards Nagini. Severus understood and, striving for a tranquil demeanor, addressed Nagini, "I presume I am not your meal." Nagini did not respond verbally. Instead, she regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before breaking into a smile and elegantly picking up her utensils to dine. Newt interjected, "Oh dear." Lucius retorted, "Humph, I have Narcissa." Severus quipped, "I have become the appetizer. This serpent must have a head full of fluff." Nagini chimed in, "Delicious indeed." Severus yearned to find a seat far from Nagini, yet a throng of onlookers kept their eyes fixed upon him. Whenever he glanced towards an available spot, it was swiftly claimed by another. Even Professor Scamander was subtly gesturing for him to sit beside Nagini. Consequently, even the position across from him was no longer an option, leaving Severus utterly speechless. For the first time in this life, he compromised and took a seat at Nagini's left hand. Nagini looked up in surprise, her small nose twitching, and her smile widened, hastening her pace of consumption. Severus remarked with a chuckle, "Indeed, I have solidified my role as the appetizer." He turned his gaze towards Gryffindor, spotting the foolish Potter fawning over Lily. Yet, he refrained from intervening. As long as the other ensured Lily's safety in this life, that was sufficient. His attention shifted primarily to the pale-faced Remus, who appeared to be holding up well. A later opportunity would arise to assess his recovery, as he needed to optimize the Wolf's Bane potion. With the Wolf's Bane potion, he was confident that Prince would re-enter the spotlight of pure-blood families, even if he was not one himself. This thought prompted Severus to speculate about his father's identity. How could a wealthy Muggle magnate extend his enterprises into the wizarding world? Moreover, he was genuinely concerned about that man. Severus turned his gaze towards the professor's table, having heard that this man once taught defense against the dark arts, albeit for only a single academic year before resigning. Although the book provided scant details, it was likely accurate. Judging by Professor Scamander's affection towards Nagini, it seemed that man was no longer the unspeakable figure of his past life. As Severus pondered these matters, Nagini suddenly leaned closer, her eyes fixed intently on him, eliciting a rather unsettling sensation. "You look rather well now," she remarked abruptly, causing Severus to momentarily stiffen, though he quickly regained his composure. "Assuming you're not merely infatuated, Miss Scamander, I would appreciate a modicum of personal space, thank you." Nagini tilted her head and replied, Your speech seems to suggest otherwise. You ought to say that my head is filled with fluff. However, aside from the scent of me, you still carry that aroma of potions. Quite pleasant indeed. Severus subtly raised his gaze, catching a glimpse of Lucius seated across from him, wearing a bemused expression. It was astonishing to witness such a range of emotions on his face. He distinctly remembered Lucius's previous demeanor, which was solely characterized by arrogance and an obsession with his own platinum locks. Mr. Malfoy, it appears that overseeing Miss Scamander is your responsibility, Severus remarked languidly. Lucius responded with an expression of gratitude, saying that is entirely due to your efforts, Mr. Snape. While I regret to say this, it is evident that you surpass me. Though these words were pleasing to the ear, they left no room for anger. Severus smiled softly, realizing that Lucius had indeed retained his familiar disposition. However, Nagini seemed somewhat displeased and interjected, "Are you deliberately ignoring my presence? Miss Scamander, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Should I alter my demeanor to distance myself from you? A half-blood?" Intriguingly, Nagini was not at all incensed. After Severus' departure, she had dreamt once more, this time devoid of any peculiar consumables, and was repeatedly confronted by a visage, particularly haunted by those hollow, weathered eyes. Chapter 107. All for my son. Merlin lifted his head from the towering stacks of books, giving his forehead a gentle pat. Having succumbed to a slumber that lasted a millennium, his mind felt remarkably vacant, and he had recently engaged in an intense period of study. It was fortunate he had not overwhelmed himself with knowledge. After all, his son was a prodigy, and his own physical limitations in the practice of magic made him feel woefully inadequate. His determination to educate his beloved son had led him to devise a plan. He would take on disciples much like his wife, with his most astute pupil being none other than Severus. With his potion books neatly organized, Merlin felt an immense swell of pride. Slughorn found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Even though Severus was merely a half-blood, he admired the young man diligently concocting potions, recognizing that his peers were being propelled by his brilliance. Observe the meticulous handling of ingredients, the precise measurements, and a mastery over the flames. Although the first-year potions were rather simple, no new student had ever managed to distinguish all the components with such clarity. Lexton genuinely admired his own cleverness. They could easily form a team with Gryffindor, as they too boasted pure-blood families. However, he had always been somewhat careless, and the intricacies of potion-making eluded him. Fortunately, he recognized Severus's exceptional abilities from the very first day and boldly approached him to form a partnership, thereby securing a valuable ally. Whenever potion-making was required, he merely needed to assist with ingredient preparation. Alas, his partner's demands were even more rigorous than those of Professor Slughorn, igniting a competitive spirit within him. He devoted himself to relentless study, determined not to embarrass himself in front of his partner. Observing his own success, attributed to Severus's influence, filled him with a sense of joy. As Severus caught Lexton's astonished gaze, the latter suddenly felt as though he were under the scrutiny of death itself. Indeed, it must be an illusion. Severus, may I join you in your studies? Oh, the knowledge of potions is indeed profoundly intricate. Receiving no response, Laxton encouraged himself, thinking that this was his golden opportunity, one he could not afford to squander. Just as he was preparing to engage in further conversation, a cool voice emerged. Certainly, Laxton exclaimed, "Oh yes, my golden companion is indeed kind-hearted despite their aloof demeanor. Ah, this academic year is secured. No, please allow me to cling to your coattails." Severus. In the room of requirement, Severus was organizing his materials, while Remus, obedient as a large pet, expressed all his feelings upon regaining human form and assisted in sorting the intricate components. Once he finished, he was promptly ushered out. Oh, do not misunderstand. This fellow had companions. While Severus no longer harbored disdain for Potter, he did not intend to engage further. Thus, the test subject was not required for the time being. Just as he was preparing to commence his experiments, a deep voice resonated. "Oh, child, I believe that if you release that the next time, that little test subject may transform into a multicolored werewolf." Who? Severus swiftly drew his wand, eyeing his surroundings with vigilance. Yet, there was no one else present. Wait, how did a portrait appear here? Oh, my apologies, child. I'm an old man easily roused. I did not mean to place blame. Merlin's expression was one of benevolence. However, this often reminded Severus of the sweet-toothed Dumbledore. He was convinced that this individual was of the same ilk. Can portraits enter the room of requirement? Severus inquired warily, contemplating a change of venue for his studies. Merlin, perceiving his unease, chuckled. "Oh, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, I have long been here. The room of requirement cannot bar me. Other portraits, however, cannot enter. It seems I have intruded upon your work. I am truly sorry, and I shall take my leave." Severus began to tidy up. Merlin, appearing leisurely yet anxious within, interjected, "Oh, perhaps I could offer you a small piece of advice. For instance, regarding your potions book." Upon glancing at the potions book, Severus's eyes sparkled with excitement, for as an aficionado of potions, he believed he could discern its quality at a glance. Noticing his son's eager gaze, Merlin beamed and floated over several books, directly placing them into Severus's arms, showcasing an expression of remarkable generosity. As Severus casually flipped through the pages, he had mentally prepared for the possibility of finding blank sheets. However, with each turn, he became utterly engrossed, dismissing any interruptions while he immersed himself in the texts. "Ahem, child, are you not curious about my identity?" Seeing that his son was solely focused on reading and ignoring him, Merlin sought to assert his presence. To which Severus retorted, "I inquired, yet you did not respond." Merlin was left utterly flustered. Chapter 108. "Ahem, I am Merlin." Severus spoke without even lifting his head. So engrossed was he in the captivating books before him that he scarcely considered the identity of the individual beside him. Merlin, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. His son was completely ignoring him. Was he, as a father, less significant than a mere collection of worn tomes? As a devoted father, Merlin did not wish for his beloved Severus to burn the midnight oil, so he gently reminded, "My dear child, you are still young, and if you do not get enough sleep, it may hinder your growth. Is that why, sir, you are so short? Or perhaps you have shrunk from spending too much time in portraits?" Severus's sharp tongue was ignited by the interruption. Stunned once more, Merlin felt as if his heart were bleeding. This child. His demeanor was intended to disarm others' defenses, to appear warm and affectionate. This was a good sign. It indicated that his son was not easily deceived. Ahem, he could not relent. He must continue to persuade the 11-year-old darling to retire for the night, especially since it was nearly midnight. Besides, he could not allow a child to traverse the corridors alone, for they were shrouded in darkness. Yes, he would have Harry escort his precious boy. How clever of him to avoid the worry of having others commandeer his son for labor. Determined, Merlin pressed on. "Child, it is evident that you have a profound passion for potions. Your wolfsbane potion is remarkable. I can assist you in refining it, provided you return to rest immediately." Severus looked up in surprise, only then recalling his need to improve the potion. He had been so captivated by these books that he had lost track of himself. How did this specter possess such invaluable tomes? He was certain this elder was no mere magical portrait, for portraits could only traverse within their frames and could not escape their confines. Moreover, he had never encountered this particular image in his past life, thus confirming the old man was indeed a ghost. Yet, Severus had seen the ghosts of Hogwarts, and while he rarely interacted with them, he was certain he had never met this particular elder. Closing the book, Severus finally inquired seriously, "Who exactly are you?" Merlin's eyes sparkled with delight as he cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem, child, I am pleased to introduce myself. Merlin Ambrosius, that is my name." Upon completing his introduction, Merlin noticed the astonishment etched upon Severus's face, which filled him with joy. With a smile, he asked, "May I know your name, child?" Severus, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure and scrutinized the ghostly elder before him. "I trust you are not jesting. Merlin, you truly claim to be Merlin?" "Indeed, my child. These books belong to a professor of Gryffindor. I hope you will cherish them and remember to return them once you have finished. Now off you go. Do not fret about the patrolling caretaker, as he is an acquaintance of yours." Merlin mischievously winked, undeterred, and continued in playful inquiry. "Are you certain you will not share your name with me? Perhaps in gratitude for these 5 books?" Severus Snape. He remained uncertain whether the individual before him was truly Merlin, yet the 5 books in his possession were undoubtedly authentic. He could still verify this person's identity through the administrator. It is worth noting that Severus Snape had indeed taken notice of that administrator, but the man consistently avoided his gaze with precision. Of course, this was also due to Snape's lack of particular interest in him. Observing the ghostly elder retreat back into the portrait, he refrained from calling out to him and instead obediently clutched his books and notes as he departed from the room of requirement. Unexpectedly, shortly after exiting, he encountered the administrator carrying a lantern. Although he should have evaded the encounter, some inexplicable force compelled him to remain. Griffin felt quite anxious, yet missed her. Merlin had instructed him to escort Professor Snape back to his dormitory. Even in the youthful form of the professor, he still felt a twinge of fear. After several deep breaths, Griffin finally summoned the courage to approach and said, "I am here to escort you back." Rest assured, we will not encounter any other professors. Severus lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the individual before him. Griffin, feeling somewhat guilty, turned to leave, albeit at a slow pace, seemingly waiting for the person behind him. Fixated on the retreating figure, Severus's eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered the name. Harry Potter. Griffin's steps abruptly halted, and after a considerable pause, he turned around, his expression transforming from disbelief to ecstatic joy, for this was the professor he owed so much to. He shyly greeted, "Good evening, Professor Snape. How is it that you are here? Potter, you ought to return. Have you failed?" Severus stared at Harry with intense emotion. Chapter 109. Everything will be all right. Griffin scratched his head and replied, "Professor, I now go by Griffin Cleave. I aim to return to the past to change everything. But it seems I have not mastered the timing." Faced with this seemingly mature, yet foolish student, a surge of anger welled up within Severus. Even though the boy's eyes resembled Lily's, it made no difference. He smirked slightly and remarked, "It seems that your supposedly clever mind contains not marsh grass, but rather the snot of a troll. Foolish Potter, in your first year, all you did was recklessly poke a troll's nostrils with your precious wand. I truly should not have expected any contribution from you. Please engage your brain. The only future you need to alter is your own." "But, Professor, you are all still alive. My father, my mother, Professor Dumbledore, and you are all still alive." Severus interrupted him sharply. "Potter, the thing around your neck is surely not merely decorative. First, tell me, how long have you been in this world?" The books in his arms felt rather heavy, yet Severus was reluctant to relinquish them. He nevertheless needed to console this foolish lad before him. Griffin was momentarily taken aback. He struggled to comprehend the serious implications of Professor Snape's words. Perhaps he had some knowledge, yet he could not piece it together. "Professor, I do not understand." Severus could not help but roll his eyes. He had indeed been foolish to expect this Potter to possess even a modicum of Lily's intelligence. "I must speak candidly, Potter. This world is not a reflection of our past, but a completely new realm, one that may very well be devoid of the Dark Lord." Despite Severus's forthrightness, Griffin remained somewhat perplexed, his expression still rather foolish. Severus, sensing his confusion, reiterated, "I suggest you procure a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, as well as the Daily Prophet. It is essential reading for you." With that, he turned and strode ahead, leaving the bewildered Griffin behind. Fortunately, Griffin was aware of his duties and had begun to grasp Merlin's earlier implications. Oh dear, he indeed needed to check the Daily Prophet. Awakening to newfound clarity, Griffin hurried to catch up with Professor Snape, guiding him along the way, for he was not the only one patrolling the night. Many students were out and about. Thanks to Griffin, Severus arrived at the Slytherin common room unscathed, and despite his inner turmoil, he complied and chose to rest. As the school year approached its first month, James had not sought to trouble Severus in his small circle, primarily because Severus had not made any overt attempts to isolate Lily, and conversely, Severus had not hindered James's proximity to her. Thus, Severus's academic life could be described as one of serene tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, Griffin had been subtly thwarting James's occasional emotional displays. After their candid confrontation the previous night, an unspoken understanding had developed between them, though Severus was reluctant to embrace it. Meanwhile, Griffin was feverishly poring over the newspaper, searching in vain for any mention of Tom Riddle or Voldemort. This was perplexing. Logically, this should be Voldemort's most prominent period. Yet the paper bore no trace of his presence. Instead, it was filled with news regarding an individual named Albus Scamander. Wait, Scamander. Griffin recalled hearing about Newt Scamander during Care of Magical Creatures, as Hermione had questioned why they used a book on magical creatures that could lead to accidents instead of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them as their textbook. It dawned on him that the author of the latter was indeed Newt Scamander, suggesting that Albus Scamander must also be an extraordinary figure. After a lengthy contemplation, he remembered to purchase the book. Upon acquiring it, Griffin felt as though his world had transformed, especially after reading the comprehensive introduction. Griffin pondered, could this Scamander be Voldemort? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, for Voldemort and this illustrious Mr. Scamander were entirely dissimilar. One was humble and courteous, contributing to the wizarding community, while the other was a harbinger of death. In any case, he could not reconcile the two individuals in his mind. Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist seeking out Professor Snape, who had also arrived in this world. Severus was eager to rid himself of that insufferable Potter, relieved that he was not currently engaged in brewing potions. Otherwise, his concoction would surely be ruined. Potter, now that you are the administrator, you ought to be mindful of your influence. Do not let your foolishness cause me unnecessary trouble. Griffin, accustomed to the art of conversation practiced by his professor, spoke up. "Professor, I have perused the books and newspapers. However, I have not come across any news regarding Voldemort, Tom." Severus, lacking the patience to allow Griffin to waste his time, lifted his gaze and replied, "He is no longer Voldemort. To be precise, he is now known as Albus Scamander. Let me reiterate, this world is not a reflection of our past." Potter. Chapter 110. Panic. Griffin had further inquiries, but a commotion behind him caught his attention. He turned, surprised to see the arrival of Remus. Remus had not anticipated that the administrator would find his way to the room of requirement. Instinctively, he stepped in front of Severus and remarked, "Mr. Cleeve, it appears it is not yet curfew." Initially puzzled, Griffin furrowed his brow and then, with an inquisitive glance, looked past Remus to Severus, receiving a subtle indication. "Oh, do not be alarmed, Mr. Lupin. It is certainly not curfew yet. I merely came to remind Mr. Snape. It seems another reminder is in order. Do keep track of the time. After all, it is essential for children to retire early for their health." With that, he turned to leave. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could glean the implications of this encounter. Yet Remus, being somewhat careless, and merely a young lad at that, did not suspect the nature of their association. However, Severus, to be prudent, interjected, "Mr. Cleeve is merely here to assist, as I have much to prepare. By the way, I must congratulate you. The next dose of Wolfsbane will ensure you endure significantly less suffering." Remus nodded excitedly. "Severus, oh, may I call you that? Thank you, truly. The current state is already quite satisfactory." His excitement was understandable. As a half-blood with a wizard father and a muggle mother, he had suffered the misfortune of being bitten by a werewolf in retaliation. Heaven knows how terrified and anxious he felt, fearing that one day he might harm his family or friends in a fit of rage. But now a solution was within reach. He struggled to articulate his gratitude, yet Severus insisted that no thanks were necessary, only that he assist in testing the potion. "Oh, what a wonderful person you are. You best not display such an expression, lest I suspect that my potion has gone awry," Severus nearly remarked, almost questioning whether the lad had been rendered foolish by potion consumption. Remus smiled brightly. "Oh, Severus, your potions will not yield such results." Severus wished to correct him to "Please call me Snape." Yet observing the boy's foolish demeanor, he swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. He resumed his reading, needing to find suitable ingredients. After all, refining potions was no trivial endeavor, and these tomes on potion-making were invaluable resources. As he perused a book, he remarked, "You may return first. I shall prepare the potion for you a week before the next full moon." Although Lames wished to assist, he observed that the other was engrossed in his reading, so he prudently withdrew. Griffin seized the opportunity to take a leave of absence and ventured to Diagon Alley, where he soon discovered that everything had indeed transformed. At first glance, the space appeared more spacious, and upon closer inspection, the shops had become considerably more refined, particularly the Leaky Cauldron and the Wand Shop. He had previously visited the bookstore, where the once chaotic arrangement of tomes was now methodically organized upon neatly labeled shelves. Had he frequented a Muggle library, he would have recognized this as a mere imitation. After perusing a previous book, he intended to seek out volumes concerning Newt Scamander. Upon exiting the bookstore, he was abruptly jostled by another individual. This person offered no apologies and hurried past him. While Griffin felt little anger, he was startled to find his forehead inexplicably warm. A sense of alarm washed over him. The mark on his brow had not stirred since he vanquished Voldemort. Yet now, it radiated heat, and had he possessed a mirror, he would have seen the once nearly invisible scar re-emerging prominently. Instinctively, he covered his forehead with his hand, swiftly scanning for the figure who had collided with him. Without hesitation, Griffin pursued the individual. The person was cloaked in black and moved with great haste, resembling a shadowy presence. Observing them enter Nocturne Alley, Griffin hesitated momentarily before following, his hand discreetly poised to draw his wand. Despite Albus' ongoing efforts for reform, darkness could never fully dissipate. Where there is light, shadows inevitably linger. Diagon Alley represented the light, while Nocturne Alley embodied the dark. The inhabitants within bore expressions of calculation. Yet perhaps due to Griffin's disheveled appearance, their attention was primarily drawn to the cloaked figure. Griffin boldly edged closer, feeling the heat of his scar intensify. Almost instinctively, he cast a silencing charm upon himself, his most proficient spell. Emotionless, he watched as the figure entered a dimly lit dwelling, while his heart churned tumultuously. He quickly retreated from Nocturne Alley and stood in the relative calm of Diagon Alley, feeling an icy dread envelop him. It was he, the man, yet how could this be? Tom Riddle had long ceased to exist. Could it be that Newt Scamander had become Voldemort? Frustrated at having failed to glimpse the man's face, Griffin pondered whether to re-enter when a woman grasped his hand. Chapter 111. Young man, take a calming draft. Griffin stiffened, preparing to break free, but was suddenly swept into a whirl of motion. It was a portkey. In the next moment, they found themselves in a modest study. Please have a seat, spoke Eileen. It was Eileen who had seized Griffin. He instinctively clutched his wand, stepping back cautiously. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Eileen refrained from responding to his words, as another man occupied the study, Tobias, the returning Merlin. It was I who instructed Eileen to discreetly safeguard you, for that audacious fellow was likely to appear there. Clearly, my suspicions were correct. Following the sound, Griffin cautiously scrutinized the man before him. The gentleman was attired in a well-tailored suit, his physique balanced, and his hair impeccably groomed. Griffin instinctively glanced at his own disheveled hair. May I inquire who you are? Why do you wish to assist me? Griffin asked. In response to Griffin's polite demeanor, Tobias presented the carefully prepared introduction he had envisioned. I am Tobias Snape. And this is my wife, Eileen. You may have heard of me. Snape. Griffin's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the smiling couple before him. He could hardly fathom associating them with his cold professor. Observing Griffin's reaction, Tobias chuckled. Yes, indeed, the very individual you are contemplating. We are the parents of Severus Snape. As you can see, we are quite affectionate, and rest assured, I am not bankrupt. Griffin nodded mechanically. Tobias continued, Ahem, this is all guided by Merlin. I am now a potion distributor in the Muggle world, specializing in the dilution and enhancement of potions for Muggles. Since Griffin was not one to appreciate subtlety, Tobias opted for candor, laying bare his circumstances and awaiting the other's reaction. Griffin gradually regained his composure, gazing fervently at the couple, and remarked, The professor mentioned this world is different. It must indeed be a blessing for Merlin. But why? He suddenly felt a pang of disappointment, for in his original world, no one had ever laid eyes upon Merlin, who seemed as distant as the four founders. Tobias and Eileen exchanged glances. Though they possessed a modicum of knowledge about Harry Potter, they were unaware of the true nature of the alternate universe in which Griffin resided. In fact, their own world might be considered the most unusual, given the influx of outsiders, including the likes of him, the Ancient One. Tobias remained silent as they waited patiently. Eileen recognized that Griffin was grappling with an inner turmoil akin to a mental demon. However, wizards generally resolve such dilemmas with clarity of thought, unlike their own practitioners, for whom spiritual stagnation could impede their cultivation. After a while, Griffin finally managed to smile and said, I apologize for my earlier distraction. Thank you both. However, I must seek out Mr. Merlin to inquire whether that individual has also arrived in this world. With that, he turned to depart. The couple did not impede him, as they wished to avoid entanglements with the fate-bearer of this alternate universe. According to Hogwarts, the future might hold many intriguing developments, and they might find themselves curiously observing from the sidelines. Yet all of this hinged on Griffin's complete maturation at Hogwarts. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Griffin promptly headed to that corridor. Tobias, having anticipated this encounter, was already prepared, his spirit ready to greet him. Mr. Merlin, I have seen that individual in Diagon Alley today, Griffin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Merlin hastily reassured, Take a deep breath, Harry. The existence of that individual is indeed necessary. Yet I shall not permit him to endanger anyone. Some circumstances are unavoidable, but that does not imply he is insurmountable. After all, you have already triumphed over him. Have you not? Gryffindor fell silent, his heart, once racing wildly, gradually returned to a steady rhythm. Yes, I have vanquished him before, even in his resurrected form. I can still conquer him. However, Mr. Merlin, will he truly not harm them? My parents, you are aware, and Professor Snape. Merlin gazed at Gryffindor with a tender expression. This child bore a striking resemblance to the Gryffindor professor. Harry, remember this. As a Gryffindor, your bravery should not be blind. It is crucial to ensure your own safety as a prerequisite for overcoming your adversary. Exchanging life for life is also a form of defeat, and it is not your burden to bear. Merlin wished for this child not to relinquish his life for an enigmatic dark soul. War and sacrifice are inevitable, but he hoped these sacrifices could be avoided. Gryffindor had long believed these responsibilities were his own. To eliminate Voldemort was his destiny, as everyone had told him. Yet now, the most esteemed wizard in everyone's eyes urged him to prioritize his own life, stating that this individual was not his responsibility. The tightly wound nerve within him seemed to shatter in an instant. Chapter 112, The Unfading Soul. Voldemort's emergence was no mere coincidence. After numerous failures, he began to learn the virtue of patience. Perhaps, As his soul gradually grew stronger, a semblance of reason returned, allowing him to recognize the stark reality of his diminished power, especially in the absence of a trustworthy companion. His first thought was of Nagini. In Voldemort's heart, Nagini was not merely a pet snake. She was his sole companion during the dark days at the orphanage. Yet now, he found himself bereft of even such companion. Observing the disheveled individuals before him, Voldemort felt a headache coming on. Despite his dissatisfaction, he required more followers. After marking another dark wizard with his dark mark, he irritably dismissed them. "Damn it, these wretched fools," he muttered. "Alvin Scamander, you possess so much already. It is time you return Nagini to me." Plans began to form in his mind, but the thought that Nagini had assumed human form and entered Hogwarts made it clear that extracting her would require considerable effort. The door swung open once more, and two men, grinning lewdly, shoved a small boy into the room. "Master, the one you desired has arrived." The two followers gazed eagerly at the individual before them, not leaving immediately, but instead watching Voldemort with reverence, eager to witness their master's extraordinary powers. Voldemort did not dismiss them. He rose and circled the boy, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "You have done well." He lifted his cloak, revealing a pale face. And should he unveil the skin beneath, it would be evident that the body was riddled with signs of decay. Indeed, Voldemort now relies solely on the frequent exchange of parasitic bodies to sustain his existence. This time, his minions succeeded in capturing a first-year wizard who had ventured to Hogsmeade for a weekend of revelry, which undoubtedly rekindled his hopes for victory. It seems these individuals possess some merit after all. The dark soul emerged from its former vessel and swiftly entered the child's body, voraciously consuming the fragile essence of the boy's soul. Voldemort felt his own spirit grow ever stronger. After some time, he had fully seized control of this new form. With a satisfied grin, he rose and addressed his two loyal servants, saying, "From this moment forth, you shall be my most devoted followers. Continue to assist me in gathering more souls. It is time for me to pay a visit to Hogwarts." "Yes, master," they replied, their gazes toward Voldemort, now imbued with a fervent reverence for his peculiar dark magic. Thus, Voldemort stealthily returned to Hogwarts. However, should a first year be caught sneaking away from the castle, punishment would inevitably follow. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by the audacity of this year's new students. She glared sternly at the boy before her and declared, "Theodore, you must realize that you are still merely a first year. It pains me to say this, but I must deduct 20 points from Gryffindor, and you, Theodore, shall be assigned to community service." "I am truly sorry, Professor." Voldemort was undeniably a master of deception. His expression of fear would elicit no suspicion from anyone. Internally, however, he frowned at the revelation that this body belonged to a Gryffindor, complicating his approach to Nagini, who resided in Slytherin. He lowered his head, striving to avoid interaction with others, and while devouring the soul, he had already gleaned fragments of the boy's memories. Yet, his primary focus lay on Lily Evans. After all, she was the mother of the Savior, the very woman who had caused him to lose his original form. Severus approached Lily, eager to converse, but was suddenly struck by a chilling gaze. He turned to investigate, but found nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Soon after, he caught sight of James's disdainful glare, accompanied by Remus, who was desperately trying to restrain him. Severus raised an eyebrow and smiled, choosing to disregard them entirely. Instead, he turned to Lily and said, "My mother sent me some gifts, and these are for you." He presented her with a collection of exquisite trinkets, as Aaron believed that any girl favored by her son deserved small tokens of affection. After all, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic is a perennial challenge. By treating the girl as her own child from the outset, she hoped to avert any issues. Lily, delighted, accepted the gift and opened it to reveal a beautiful sunflower brooch. Touched, she exclaimed, "Oh, Aunt Aaron is so kind. I absolutely adore it." "Severus, what should I give in return?" "No need," he replied. "Mother mentioned that your sister often bakes treats for her. Also, these are some items your sister asked me to bring." Severus handed her another package, saying, "You may open it later. It seems there are quite a few things inside." Lily nodded, her heart swelling with emotion, yearning to return and inspect the package immediately. Oh, and she must write a letter back. Her sister indeed loved her just as much as their parents did. James glared at Remus in irritation. Yet he understood that it was inappropriate to confront that sniveling nuisance in front of so many others. All of this was observed by Voldemort. "Snape, you are truly a traitor." Chapter 113, Nagini Goes Missing. After delivering the package, Severus returned to the Slytherin table, quickly occupied by Nagini. She continued to eat voraciously, as if her previous behavior had merely been an anomaly. Severus said nothing, having grown accustomed to this clingy little creature. Resistance seemed futile, and due to Nagini's fondness. Professor Scamander had often gifted him the shed skin and claws of his little treasures. What might be considered worthless refused to others was invaluable potion ingredients for Severus. Thus, maintaining the status quo posed no particular drawback. Voldemort glared at the girl beside Severus, licking his cracked lips in excitement. Nagini, I have returned. Nagini, blissfully indulging in her food, suddenly felt a tightening in her chest and turned to the source of her unease, yet found nothing amiss. Her attention returned to Severus, sniffing the scent emanating from him, and resumed her meal. She was but a naive girl, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that awaited her. In recent days, whether in class or at rest, Nagini sensed she was being watched, yet she could not pinpoint the observer. This uncertainty inevitably soured her temperament, aside from being near Severus. She seemed enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere, suffocating to those around her. Severus, too, experienced a similar sensation, but engrossed in his work with Wolfsbane potion. He had little time to dwell on such distractions. The first to react was Griffin, who had been experiencing a persistent twitching in his forehead, accompanied by a burning pain. He promptly informed Merlin of his concerns. Merlin, unwilling to see his child in peril, reassured Griffin, "You are right. That individual has likely infiltrated our midst. It appears I have been somewhat negligent." Merlin's expression was far from pleasant, for Hogwarts had just informed him that Voldemort had possessed a first-year Gryffindor. He could hardly believe that this individual had unwittingly mastered the art of consuming other souls. It seemed Voldemort would continue to be the antagonist of this world. A necessary balance of chaos. How disheartening it was. Could there not be peace? This fellow was akin to an indestructible cockroach, and even his own wife suggested he was under the protection of nature itself. Truly, it echoed the ancient Chinese saying about calamities lasting a millennium. Merlin conveyed the situation to Griffin, stating, "The possessed individual is within Gryffindor." Griffin immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Then my parents may be in danger. Mr. Merlin, we must expel him." Merlin nodded, stating, "Indeed, we must expel him. Please inform Severus of the situation. I shall personally oversee the matter." Griffin settled down immediately, nodded, and hurried off to find Severus. Upon witnessing the girl resting on Severus's shoulder, Griffin couldn't help but shudder. Noticing Griffin's gaze, Severus spoke without turning. "Mr. Cleave, do you require something from me?" Griffin snapped back to reality and replied, "Oh yes, Mr. Snape, could you come with me for a moment?" Lacking a suitable reason, he merely gestured with his eyes. Nagini cast a puzzled glance at Griffin and remarked, "Is the caretaker's eye troubled? Why does he keep blinking?" Clearing his throat, Griffin replied, "Ah, yes, I've been experiencing some insomnia lately." Severus, with a hint of exasperation, stepped aside, saying, "I apologize, Miss Scamander, but I must excuse myself for a moment." He then signaled for Griffin to leave with him, not allowing Nagini a chance to respond. This action darkened Nagini's expression as she muttered to herself, "Why is everyone more important than me? At least Alvin and the others treat me well." Despite these thoughts, her gaze remained fixed on Severus as he departed. Lost in contemplation, in the tranquil library, students gradually finished their assignments and departed. Today, Lucius was preoccupied with rendezvous and preparations for his certification, well aware of Nagini's desire for solitude, with Severus relishing the leisure. Little did he know, he had unwittingly provided Voldemort with an opportunity. Voldemort was surprised by the swift turn of events. Surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was near, he hissed in Parseltongue, "Hiss, Nagini." Nagini froze, the voice all too familiar. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Voldemort, her gaze instantly dimming, resembling a marionette. "Hiss, Nagini, I have returned. Come with me." "Tom?" Nagini instinctively uttered the name. In the past, Voldemort would have scoffed at such a name, but now it signified that Nagini still remembered him. Truly, she was his Nagini. Thus, Voldemort took Nagini and departed Hogwarts. Having achieved his goal, he would not squander time lingering here. Chapter 114. Teacher Teddy, with exuberance, prepared to take his little one to find Nagini to play. Indeed, Newt had finally awakened his conscience, bringing home a little wife for the creature. Now, it was a family-oriented Niffler. However, despite scouring the entirety of Hogwarts with the child, he could not locate Nagini. Heaven knows how difficult it was for them to resist seizing those sparkling treasures. Soon, he realized something was amiss and hurried off to find Newt. "Newt, Nagini is missing. She's not in Hogwarts. Could she have gone to play with that hairy spider?" Startled, Newt, reflecting on his age and the concerns he still had, rushed out in a flurry. Initially, Hagrid and I ventured into the Forbidden Forest, inquiring about the missing individuals, yet all claimed ignorance. This only heightened Newt's urgency. He sought Dumbledore's assistance, rallying everyone for questioning, soon discovering that not one, but two were missing, including a first-year Gryffindor named Theodore. Severus, initially indifferent, locked eyes with Griffin, both astonished by Voldemort's astonishing swiftness, as he had only just arrived and already stirred chaos. Though Severus speculated that Nagini might not face immediate danger, he feared she could be brainwashed, becoming a pawn like in his previous life. This was far from a favorable outcome. He would not allow Voldemort to rise again, even if Merlin insisted on his existence for the sake of balance. Meanwhile, Merlin was not idle. He had just discerned that his son seemed to have a peculiar bond with Nagini, and when compared to Lily, it was evident that Nagini had a greater likelihood of becoming a part of their family. If she were indeed a future daughter-in-law, she must be saved. Curse boy, prepare to face Merlin's wrath. Voldemort approached Nagini, his expression reminiscent of a drug addict. Regardless of whose body he possessed, he remained a wretched creature, for the soul and body must be in harmony. Nagini, you have betrayed me. Voldemort's voice dripped with accusation and seduction. Nagini, in a daze, replied, Nagini will stay with Tom forever. Is that so? Yet you have become Miss Commander. Have you forgotten your oath, betraying me? You were all I had, Nagini. Turning away, Nagini mechanically embraced Voldemort, but before their bodies could fully connect, she was suddenly lifted into the air, landing beside a young man with emerald green hair. His deep crimson eyes radiated an icy demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness. However, Voldemort sensed that the young man appeared irate, which only fueled his own displeasure as he bellowed, Return Nagini to me. The young man cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, I initially had no intention of meddling, but you ought not to harm a Slytherin student. Oh, Merlin foot. So he is permitted to harm my Gryffindor students? Look at this child. His soul has already been devoured by this fiend. We are too late. A young man with chestnut hair suddenly materialized beside the young man. Is it not because you insisted on dueling that damned dragon that we lost precious time? Ah, my dear, it is indeed my fault. The admission came swiftly and with sincere contrition, just as Merlin, who had recently arrived, observed. Old professor, Gryffindor professor, Merlin exclaimed in quiet delight. Indeed, it seems we are still remembered, a ghostly figure replied. Oh heavens, Merlin, how have you aged so, and even grown shorter? Godric Gryffindor's expression was exaggerated to the point of accommodating a large apple. Salazar Slytherin naturally greeted him, saying, Merlin, it has been too long. Teacher, you are truly alive. Merlin's eyes unconsciously glistened with moisture. He had searched for countless years until he was sealed away. Upon awakening, he tirelessly sought the whereabouts of Salazar and his companions. And to his astonishment, he finally found them. He yearned to rush forward and envelop his mentor in a heartfelt embrace. Yet the circumstances were not conducive, as there were others present. Alas, it was merely that Professor Gryffindor was a veritable jealous soul, and he needed to rein in his emotions. Godric pouted, exclaiming, Merlin, do your aged eyes see only Salazar? You speak of Professor Gryffindor, yet your gaze scarcely acknowledges my presence. Merlin cast a resigned glance at Godric, the sorrow he had carefully cultivated dissipating in an instant. All right, enough with the melodrama. I must first deal with this scoundrel, he declared as Godric charged forward, unarmed, delivering a powerful punch. Facing the impending blow, Voldemort scoffed, doubting the intentions of these individuals masquerading as wizards. He refused to believe they were truly from Slytherin and Gryffindor. And oh, there was even a Merlin among them. Absurdity incarnate. He brandished his wand, poised to unleash a lethal curse upon the brash intruder. But then, bang! Godric's fist connected with his face. Strangely, although the strike landed squarely, it inflicted no harm upon the corporeal vessel of Voldemort. Instead, it forcibly expelled the dark essence of his soul. Chapter 115, The Demise of Voldemort. Voldemort gazed in disbelief at the lifeless form on the ground, his face contorting grotesquely as he glared viciously at Godric, who had just struck him. Merlin observed Voldemort's cheek swelling visibly and instinctively took a step back. Indeed, Professor Gryffindor's propensity for violence was remarkable. It was difficult to fathom that he would go to such lengths for a mentor, preparing to brew a potion of resurrection. Clearly, the professor was the most formidable of them all. You mad imposters, do you have any idea who I am? Voldemort roared. Godric shrugged his shoulders, replying, Salazar. He dares to accuse us of impersonating wizards. Huh, how amusing. Oh, Merlin's beard. This is far more entertaining than your cauldron exploding. Salazar shot Godric a disapproving glare. Why did he always bring up such matters? With displeasure, he retorted, so you can brew potions, does that make you special? You constantly bring up my cauldron incident. Oh dear, I should not have mentioned it. Do not be angry. It is entirely my fault, Godric hastily replied with a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, Merlin stifled a laugh, his eyes fixed intently on Voldemort. Although Hogwarts insisted that keeping this menace around would be beneficial, he now regretted that decision, especially upon witnessing the body on the ground. Poor child. This menace absolutely could not be allowed to persist. Suddenly, a tremor of fear coursed through Voldemort, prompting him to instinctively flee towards the exit. Yet, Godric seized him by the nape of his neck, thwarting his escape. Voldemort howled in anguish, his very essence in turmoil. A searing sensation radiated from his neck, as if his soul were being cast into a boiling cauldron, the pain radiating throughout his being. Release me. I am a descendant of Slytherin. He continued to shriek. Yet, all his protests were in vain. Godric has always been rather verbose only with his kin. As for this Karami, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a swift motion, he crushed the opponent's ethereal form in an instant. Voldemort barely had time to utter a word before he dissipated into nothingness. A few dark wizards, drawn by the commotion, stood frozen in place, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at the man who had just slain their master, their bodies rigid with disbelief, completely oblivious to the necessity of fleeing. Godric, without further ado, made a swift movement, revealing a chilling smile to the group, and landed a punch on each of their midsections with unyielding force. Observing the groans and wails of the fallen, he finally resumed his carefree demeanor, exclaiming, my apologies, I may have been a tad too forceful. From now on, you shall be mere mute spectators. With that, he turned and returned to Salazar's side, nuzzling against him in a manner that pleaded for affection and praise. Much to Merlin's dismay, Salazar, with no compassion, pushed Godric away and sauntered over to the still-dazed Nagini. Speaking in Parseltongue, he recited a series of incantations before snapping his fingers. With a sharp crack, Nagini's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Awakening from her stupor and gazing bewilderedly at the trio before her, Merlin transformed back into his youthful visage, smiling warmly at Nagini as he inquired, Nagini, do you remember me? Nagini paused in surprise, not expecting to see Merlin here, and joyfully exclaimed, of course, dear master, where is my beautiful and noble mentor? Nagini, your master has been quite occupied, yet she has often thought of you. When you encountered danger, I chose not to inform her, Merlin replied gently. Nagini nodded earnestly, saying, Master, please do not tell her, or I shall surely be reprimanded. She has always told me that while she can guide me, the journey of cultivation is mine alone. I have, regrettably, not lived up to her teachings over the years. You have excelled remarkably, Merlin reassured her, knowing that the world's spiritual energy is scarce, and considering Nagini lacked particularly formidable roots. After soothing her, he realized he must return this young girl to safety, lest Severus grow concerned. Merlin glanced at Godric and Salazar, apprehensive that the long-awaited reunion of mentors would soon be disrupted. Indeed, Salazar, noticing Merlin's gaze, spoke, Godric and I have matters to attend to, Merlin. You must proceed without hesitation. The world will not shatter due to your intervention. Salazar was right. Merlin, you must not be so hesitant. You are one of the four we have nurtured. If Helga were to find out, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Merlin felt a shiver at the thought of Professor Hufflepuff, recalling her formidable presence, which even the Gryffindor professor feared. However, soon he realized something and hurriedly inquired, Master, are Professors Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw still around? Salazar nodded affirmatively. Gryffindor, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, of course. Those two women are fiercer than dragons. How could they possibly leave us first? Those two unclaimed old maids are forever intruding upon our solitude. Salazar hastily interrupted him, turning to Merlin and saying, Take this child back. We will come to see you again when time permits. Merlin, with a touch of sentimentality, nodded in acknowledgement, watching the figures of the two fade away before allowing a relieved smile to grace his lips as he departed with Nagini. Chapter 116. Heaviness. Severus found himself perplexed by his concern for the wayward serpent, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Griffin. Griffin nodded in return, wishing to convey that all was well. The students from the four houses had been waiting in the hall for quite some time, bewildered by the professor's solemn expressions, yet curiously, not one of them had left. It seemed they were anticipating someone's arrival. As impatience began to mount, an elderly man with a white beard suddenly appeared at the center, with Nagini standing beside him, while the missing Gryffindor lay pale and lifeless before them. I am deeply sorry. This child has passed away, Merlin said, his face etched with regret. Dumbledore had risen to his feet, grappling with the tumult of emotions within him. The elderly figure before him felt strikingly familiar, prompting him to instinctively glance at Newt. It was Newt who had been most anxious when Nagini went missing, yet he was also the one who had obstructed their search, claiming that others were already assisting in the quest to find the missing. They had braced themselves for the worst. The boy Theodore, an orphan and a muggle-born wizard, had met a tragic fate, yet Dumbledore's heart was heavy with sorrow. He was a grandfather now, and his affection for these young wizards ran deep. He stepped down from the professor's dais and approached the child's lifeless body, kneeling beside it in profound grief, gently lifting the child. Who took this child's life? Merlin did not withhold the truth, stating, Voldemort. You should remember the shadow that attacked Albus. This child's soul was consumed by that fiend. However, Voldemort has received his due punishment. You need not worry about the safety of other children. I understand. I shall lay this child to rest in Godric's Hollow. Merlin nodded in agreement. Throughout their exchange, Severus had been intently observing Nagini, internally lamenting, why isn't that foolish serpent coming over? What could those two ancient bees possibly be discussing? Nagini, seeming to sense his thoughts, turned to Severus and flashed a toothy grin. Severus stiffened, hurriedly lowering his gaze. Oblivious to the flush that had crept to his ears, Nagini bounded back to the Slytherin table, affectionately settling beside Severus, as others instinctively vacated the space around him. While the two shared a warm moment of silent understanding, Dumbledore, with a serious expression, turned to Merlin and inquired, Who are you? Why have you appeared at Hogwarts? It was no wonder Dumbledore approached with such caution. In Hogwarts, ordinary individuals could not simply apparate as this elderly man seemed to do without a care. Yet Merlin smiled, surveying the curious gazes around him, as his form gradually began to dissipate. He left behind a calming assurance for all present. Hogwarts is also my home. Not only the young wizards, but even the professors could not help but engage in discussions, speculating about the identity of the mysterious elder. Oh, Merlin, did you see that? The individual we just encountered must be an extraordinarily powerful wizard. He claimed that Hogwarts is his home, yet why have none of us ever seen him before? Perhaps he is a ghost. How could that be? Have you ever encountered a ghost with such a tangible presence? The children's murmurs reached Dumbledore's ears, yet he remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Professor McGonagall approached him and remarked, That man does not appear to be malevolent. Perhaps he is indeed here to assist us. We should first ensure a proper burial for this unfortunate child. Dumbledore nodded and replied, Minerva, I fear I must trouble you and Griffin to take this child to Godric's Hollow. McGonagall understood that Dumbledore was burdened with guilt for not having noticed sooner. As the head of Gryffindor, she felt equally responsible. When the child returned that day, she had failed to detect anything amiss. Perhaps he had already been possessed by that infernal entity at that time. With a heavy heart, she rose and beckoned to Griffin. Griffin hurried forward, and the sight of Theodore's lifeless body reminded him of Cedric. Trembling hands lifted the child without hesitation, disregarding the unpleasant odor of death. Professor Dumbledore, you can entrust this to me, Griffin said solemnly. Dumbledore offered a faint smile. In his heart, he believed Hogwarts should be the safest place, though that did not imply it was devoid of death. In truth, young wizards were prone to accidents. Watching Griffin and McGonagall depart, Dumbledore turned to the assembly. Drawing his wand and speaking with a resonant voice, I am deeply regretful and profoundly sorry, children. It is my failure as headmaster that allowed a young wizard to be consumed by darkness, resulting in the loss of his precious life. Here, I earnestly hope that you will always remember to safeguard yourselves. The mood among the young wizards grew somber, and even the typically mischievous Gryffindors fell silent. For it was one of their own who had perished, albeit he was merely an orphan from the Muggle world. That night, everyone returned to the common room with heavy hearts, obediently refraining from venturing out for nocturnal escapades.